Chapter 173. The waves surged and rolled. The ship broke through the sea and steadily sailed into the distance. The more than 30 people who were caught gradually stopped crying and cursing. Even if they shouted until their throats were broken, the Clouds Island cultivator would not pay them any attention. Instead, they would be beaten. The cultivator was very careful. He would only beat them until they cried for their parents, but would not hurt their muscles or bones. Young Kai sat in a corner of the deck and coldly observed everything. His freedom was not restricted by anyone. He did not shout nor did he attract anyone's attention. The ship had been sailing for an hour, and was about 100 miles away from Sea City. Young Kai had been silently observing the movements of the Yuan Qi expert on the ship. He was thinking about how much chance of survival he would have if he jumped off the ship and ran away. With his strength in the Qi transformation stage, he was not worried about drowning. Young Kai was afraid that the Yuan Qi expert would jump off the ship and chase after him. Just as he was hesitating, an old fisherman who had been caught jumped off the ship before Young Kai could, taking advantage of Young Kai's unpreparedness. With a soft splash, the more than 30 people who were caught became excited and rushed to the side of the ship. They wanted to follow the old fisherman's footsteps and escape by jumping off the ship. The Clouds Island cultivator did not stop them. He just looked at them with a sneer. Young Kai felt that something was not right. They had spent a lot of effort to catch these ordinary people. There was no reason for them to let them go so easily. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from below. It was creepy to hear. It was the voice of the old fisherman who had just jumped off the ship. Hearing this voice, the people who had rushed to the side of the ship suddenly stopped and stared at the sea. What happened? What happened? There is a monster below. There is a man-eating monster below the ship. The ordinary people shouted in horror. They were all frozen in place. They did not have the courage to jump. A Cloud sect cultivator on the ship sneered and looked at the crowd. Do you want to know what is below? Without waiting for the ordinary people to answer, he took a torch from the side and threw it into the sea. Taking advantage of the momentary light, many people saw an extremely horrifying scene. There was a pool of blood on the surface of the sea. The old fisherman from before had already been split into many pieces. Under the sea, there were some ferocious and terrifying fish beasts shuttling back and forth, following the big ship. They tore at the old fisherman's body with big mouthfuls. This is the result of jumping off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator sneered. Many people vomited on the spot. They were all ordinary people. When had they ever seen such a bloody and disgusting scene? Young Kai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could no longer think of escaping by jumping off the ship. The thing that was following the ship was definitely a monster beast from the sea. It was probably raised by Clouds Island. In the water, the monster beast was the king. As a Qi transformation stage cultivator, he had no chance of escaping from them. All of you listen to me. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator shouted as his eyes flashed like lightning. He swept his gaze over the crowd. If you don't want to die, then obediently stay on the ship. In another 2 hours, we will arrive at Clouds Island. Don't think that capturing you is torture. This is my Red Cloud sect's opportunity for you. When you arrive at the island, you will enjoy endless delicious food and wear endless silk and satin. As long as you pass my Red Cloud sect's test, you will become my disciple. From now on, you can be a cultivator who can summon the moon and pick the stars. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They obviously did not believe his words. The Red Cloud sect's cultivator was not long-winded. He only threatened them and then closed his mouth. However, after what had just happened, now the ordinary people who had been captured did not dare to make a sound. They did not even dare to think about escaping. There were monsters eating people under the ship. How could they still have the courage? The big ship continued to sail. After another 2 hours, Young Kai heard someone say, "We're home." I'm so tired. We have to come out once a month. Why do you think these people have such short lives? They are ordinary people. Even if they take care of themselves, they can't last long. Don't say anymore. If they hear you, they will panic. Young Kai opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the outline of an island not far away. This island wasn't small. Young Kai estimated it to be 4 or 5 times the size of Sea City. However, this island gave him a very strange feeling. His eyesight was now extraordinary, so at a glance, the left half of the island seemed to be different from the right half. The peninsula on the right seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy fog, making it difficult for him to see clearly, and he couldn't figure out what kind of mystery it was. The direction of the big ship was heading towards the left side of the peninsula. After a long time, the big ship slowly slowed down and finally reached the shore. A disciple of Cloud's Island lowered a rope ladder from the deck and called out to the trembling ordinary people, "Everyone get off the ship." Although the 30 or so people were frightened, they still jumped off the ship in an orderly manner. The moment they landed on land, many people's legs went soft and they fell to the ground. They were really afraid of those man-eating monsters under the ship. Many of them were fishermen. However, after fishing for so many years, they had never encountered such monsters. "You two help these people settle down," the only Yuan Qi expert on the ship said to the two disciples. "Yes, Martial Uncle," the two disciples respectfully answered. They were the two people who caught Yang Kai before. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat and drink." The two Clouds Island cultivators did not make things difficult for these ordinary people. They herded them forward like sheep. Kai Yang purposely stayed at the end of the group. With a smile on his face he asked, "Two senior brothers, when will we join the sect?" One of them sneered at Yang Kai. "Who is your brother?" Although the other one was also impatient, he still explained, "Don't worry. Didn't you hear when we were on the ship? As long as you can pass the Cloud Sect's test, you can become a disciple and enter the sect to practice martial arts." "Then what is the test?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "A test? It's a very simple test. You just have to pick some things. Don't ask too much. You will know when the time comes." That person saw that Yang Kai was easy to fool. He patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you are smart enough, we will always have the opportunity to become brothers. You have just arrived at Cloud's Island, so you don't need to worry about anything. Every day, you will be served delicious food. When the time comes, someone will naturally inform you." Oh, Yang Kai could not inquire too much and could only give up. However, Cloud's Island was indeed a good place to cultivate. The heaven and earth energy here was much stronger than Sky Tower. No wonder the sects by the sea liked to establish their own sects on the island and occupy it for cultivation. Life was an advantage. Moreover, many of the islands had special treasures that could not be found on the mainland. Perhaps it was because of the beautiful scenery of Cloud's Island, but the ordinary people who were caught calmed down a lot. While walking, they pointed at the scenery around them. One of the two Cloud's Island disciples reminded them, "Don't run around on the island. There are also man-eating monsters here. If you run around, you will end up without a corpse." To ordinary people, a monster beast was not a deterrent. But when it came to man-eating monsters, it was absolutely frightening. Sure enough, after hearing this, many people were silent. They remembered the fate of the old fisherman who jumped off the boat. Following the island's path, they walked for about an hour before they reached their destination. Another Cloud Sect disciple came to meet them. He led the 30 or so ordinary people into a huge courtyard and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Tonight's harvest was not bad." "Not bad. We found more people than we did a few months ago. These people will be under Junior Brother's management. Brother, rest assured." A few people said a few words. The two Red Cloud Sect's martial artists then left. After they left, the Cloud Sect cultivator who was in charge of meeting them waved his hand and said, "Follow me." After entering the courtyard, Yang Kai looked around. He found that there were walls all around, covering an area of a few miles. There were small houses inside, and it seemed that only one person could live in each of them. The 30 or so ordinary people were all arranged to live in these small houses. Yang Kai also lived alone in one of these houses. The furnishings in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but at least it was not bad. There were beds and neatly folded blankets. "From now on, all of you will live here. You don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to do anything. 3 meals a day will be delivered to you. Your only task now is to eat and sleep well. Take care of your body and wait for my Red Cloud Sect to give you a test." The Red Cloud Sect's cultivator warned. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai could not help but think of raising pigs. He did not believe that the Cloud sect caught ordinary people for them to enjoy life. It was the same for raising pigs. They ate and slept well, and when the time came, they would slaughter them. What was the Cloud sect trying to do? Yang Kai was really confused. However, Yang Kai could not escape now. After all, this was the Cloud sect's island. Unless he could safely get a ship. And it had to be the kind of ship that could withstand the monster beast's attack. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Yang Kai put down the burden in his heart and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. The next day, someone really did send delicious food. The food was exquisite and rich. At first glance, one could see that it was carefully prepared. There was also a faint medicinal fragrance in it. It should be a medicinal diet. Yang Kai did not eat immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. Seeing that the others were fine after eating, he picked up his chopsticks. After finishing the meal, the ordinary people felt refreshed, and so did Yang Kai. Although there were not many medicinal ingredients in the food, they were all things that could strengthen the body and help the vitality of the blood. If used for a long time, even an ordinary person could live a long life. It was like this for several days. At this moment, the people who were caught no longer had any complaints. They completely believed that the Cloud sect's cultivator had brought them here to enjoy life. These were all poor people. When had they ever been treated like this? Every meal was filled with delicacies. Each and every one of them was so happy that they forgot their home. However, in addition to the medicinal diet, the people who were caught had to drink a kind of grass juice every day. This juice was very bitter, but it was also good for the body and had no harm. Day in and day out, those poor people actually became a lot more muscular. They were in a good mood and did not have to worry about food. They felt that this was heaven. Moreover, there were not many restrictions on their movements. Apart from not being able to leave the big courtyard, they could go wherever they wanted. Chapter 174. These days, Yang Kai's life could be considered peaceful. Apart from sneaking out a few times at night, he didn't do anything else. The person guarding this place was only a chi transforming stage cultivator, so he couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. After several inquiries, Yang Kai discovered that in addition to his courtyard, there were several similar courtyards. There were also many ordinary people who had been captured. However, they were very different from the ordinary people in his courtyard. Many of them looked haggard and haggard. Even if they were nourished with the same delicacies every day, it would still be difficult to restore their vitality. Old Demon felt a trace of abnormality from these people. More or less, each of them had a trace of demonic chi. This demonic chi wasn't something they cultivated, but rather something they had accidentally contaminated themselves with. It was this demonic chi that was eating away at their lives. After prying into this information, Yang Kai had some guesses about the Red Cloud sect's actions, but he didn't dare to be too sure. After being captured and brought to the Red Cloud sect for half a month, Yang Kai and the ordinary people had another task besides eating and sleeping. That was to listen to a Red Cloud sect disciple explain about medicinal herbs. Everyone was given a booklet. The booklet was full of pictures and descriptions of all kinds of heavenly treasures, as well as how to harvest them. The Red Cloud sect disciple would explain for 2 hours every day. Yang Kai was very serious about learning. This kind of knowledge could be used at any time. This explanation lasted for half a month. It had already been a month since Kai Yang had arrived at the Red Cloud sect. During this month, he had been secretly cultivating, which had allowed him to break through to the Qi transformation second stage. He hadn't taken any pills or absorbed any Yang Qi, yet he was able to achieve such a result. From this, it could be seen how rich the world energy here was. If it wasn't for his current situation, Yang Kai would be very happy to stay here and cultivate. After a month, early in the morning, the Red Cloud sect disciple who was in charge of guarding this courtyard called everyone over. The time to slaughter had come. Yang Kai thought in his heart. Combined with the clues he had obtained before, Yang Kai was sure that the Red Cloud sect wanted these ordinary people to go to a dangerous place to pick herbs. And this place was a dangerous place that even the disciples of the sect were not willing to enter. Sure enough, the Red Cloud sect's disciple said in a clear voice, Ladies and gentlemen, after coming to the Red Cloud sect for a month, all of you have become much stronger. This is my sect's gift to you. But there is no free food in this world. If you still want to live such a comfortable life, you have to do something for my Red Cloud sect. This is also a test for you. As long as you pass, you can come back here and continue to live freely. The group of people had some misgivings. They did not know what he was talking about. Now follow me. He didn't say much and led the group out, following the path they had taken to reach Wuxia. After a full 2 hours, they arrived at the seaside, where a large ship was waiting. Yang Kai discovered that many people had already gathered on the ship. They were the same people he had seen when he went out at night. These people were all squatting on the ship. Many of them were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. After more than 30 people had boarded the ship, there were more than 100 ordinary people gathered on the ship. When the people who had boarded first looked at Yang Kai and the others, there was an inexplicable sense of sympathy in their eyes. Is everyone here? A middle-aged man who had reached the Yuanqi realm asked. Everyone is here. Set sail. The man waved his hand, and the ship slowly started to move. At this moment, a terrified voice rang out. I don't want to go to that damned place. I beg you to let me go. I will never go there again. As he spoke, he screamed miserably. He stood up and staggered towards a Red Cloud sect cultivator. His face was filled with panic, but his eyes were as red as a mad demon's. When he arrived in front of the Red Cloud sect cultivator, he opened his mouth and bit him, shouting, You want me to die? I will kill you first. This person's mind has been swallowed by the evil qi. He has gone crazy. The old demon's voice sounded. How dare you? It was obviously not the first time that the Red Cloud sect cultivator had encountered such a situation. Without even asking, he pulled out his sword from his waist and stabbed it into the man's chest. Then he rolled his leg and kicked the man off the ship. Under the ship, there was the sound of a monster beast dismembering a corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The Red Cloud sect cultivator who had just killed a person coldly glanced at the ordinary people on the ship and shouted, Whoever dares to be presumptuous will be thrown off the ship and fed to the fish. His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Under his gaze, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The ship immediately calmed down. The destination of the ship was not far away, but the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island, which was covered by clouds and mist. After making a big circle, the ship docked. When they were on the ship, Yang Kai had already understood their mission. Yang Kai knew about the black profound fruit that they had to pick from the island. Half a month after arriving at Red Cloud Island, he had heard the Red Cloud sect's disciple explain it. On the first page of the booklet, there was a kind of black fruit that looked like a bunch of grapes. It was a specialty of Red Cloud Island. In the entire sea territory, it could only be found on Red Cloud Island. At that time, when the disciple had explained the black profound fruit, he had solemnly explained it several times. At that time, Yang Kai did not know why the disciple was so interested in this fruit. Now he finally understood. The Red Cloud sect's main purpose of capturing ordinary people was to pick the black profound fruit. This fruit's grade was not high. According to the theory of medicine, it could only be regarded as an ordinary grade fruit. He did not know why the Red Cloud sect wanted it. Everyone was given a medicine basket. Each person had to pick at least 3 pounds of the black profound fruit to complete the mission. Of course, if they could pick other precious treasures, they could offset the value of the basket. This was also the reason why the Red Cloud sect had to teach these ordinary people about medicine for half a month. They were afraid that they would come across some precious treasures and miss them. More than 100 ordinary people were driven off the ship. The Red Cloud sect's people stood motionless on the ship. The right peninsula was like a forbidden area to them. No one dared to set foot on it. The Yuanqi expert said, You have 3 days. After 3 days, we will come back here to pick you up. If you can't complete the mission, you don't need to come back. You can fend for yourself. Let's go. As the ship left, more than 100 ordinary people stared at it with gloomy expressions. The 30 people who were caught with Yang Kai still did not understand the situation. However, it was obvious that it was not the first time for the others to carry out this kind of mission. After staying in the same place for a while, Many people carried their medicine baskets and went deeper into the island without saying a word. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were left. Young Kai stood on the shore and looked down. He could only sigh helplessly. Under the sea, there were some monster beasts shuttling back and forth, making it impossible for him to escape. Turning around, Young Kai also walked into the right peninsula. Young master, the demonic chi here is very strong. No wonder the Red Cloud sect's disciples did not dare to come in. The old demon transmitted his voice. If the demonic chi was inhaled, it may not be harmful to the body. However, if it was inhaled for a long time, it was very likely to devour the person's body and mind, causing them to become the demon race. Because of this, the Red Cloud sect needed to catch ordinary people to go to the right peninsula to pick herbs. They spent a month to nurture the bodies of these ordinary people in the hope that they would be able to hold on for a few more days, so that they would not go crazy as soon as they entered the island. Don't you like the demonic chi? Young Kai ridiculed, but he did not panic. Hee, as the young master said. The old demon laughed strangely. With this old servant here, the young master does not need to worry about being affected by the demonic chi. However, this is a strange place. The young master might as well explore it. Maybe you will gain something. That's exactly what I was thinking. Young Kai nodded. He was caught and imprisoned on this isolated island for a month. Although he was served with good food and drinks, Young Kai still wanted to collect some interest. Carrying the basket of herbs, he walked towards the depths of the right peninsula. There was certainly nothing on the outside. Even if the black profound fruit's growth cycle was fast, it would not be able to withstand the repeated plucking. Only by going deeper could he possibly find something. There were many people who had the same idea as Young Kai. Many of them were walking in groups. Very few of them were alone. As time passed, he gradually could not see other people's figures around him. While walking, Young Kai suddenly found a figure in front of him. The figure was rapidly running towards a place. Following the direction of the figure's running, Young Kai saw a bunch of grape-like fruits hanging on a vine. Black profound fruit. Young Kai rolled his eyes. His footsteps flashed and he ran towards the black profound fruit. He reached out his hand and picked it. Weighing it, this bunch of fruits weighed about half a pound. In other words, as long as one found 6 bunches, one person's task would be completed. The other person also rushed over. After seeing Young Kai, he could not help but look stunned. He immediately fiercely stared at him and growled, "Brat, give me the fruits." Young Kai frowned and sighed. This person was originally a kind and poor person. But after entering and leaving this place, his body was affected by the evil aura. He gradually lost his nature. Now he only showed fierceness and madness. It seemed that if Young Kai did not give him the black profound fruit, he would kill him. "I can give you the fruits." If Young Kai did not want to inquire about some information, he would not want to compete with an ordinary person. "Give it to me quickly." The man lowered his head and looked at Young Kai with a fiendish look. "Answer my question. Why does the Red Cloud sect want this fruit?" Young Kai asked. This was obviously not the first time this person came here, so he should have some understanding of this matter. "Don't talk nonsense. Give me the fruits first, then I will tell you." Young Kai smiled and threw the bunch of black profound fruit to him. The man caught it with a smile on his face. He put the black profound fruit into the medicine basket on his back and looked at Young Kai. The fierceness in his eyes gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said, "I don't know much. I only heard that they want this fruit to feed the fish." "Feed the fish?" "Yes, a special kind of fish, but I don't know what it is." After that, the man looked at Young Kai with a strange and malicious look and said, "Look at you, a skinny brat. Why don't you come with me? This place is very dangerous." Was he trying to pull him into this group? Young Kai smiled and shook his head. He estimated that if he went with this man, then the black profound fruit would certainly satisfy his needs first. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." The man did not embarrass Young Kai. Finally, the humanity in his heart was not extinguished. He coldly snorted and left. Chapter 175. Alone, Kai Young shuttled back and forth on the right peninsula, going deeper and deeper. It had been more than a day since he entered the right peninsula. Along the way, he found a lot of black profound fruits, but Yang Kai didn't want to help the Red Clouds sect complete their mission, so he naturally wouldn't pick them. The Red Clouds sect cultivator gave him a deadline of 3 days, which should be the limit for an ordinary person, but Yang Kai had the help of the old demon, so he didn't have to worry about the evil spirit qi entering his body. On the contrary, the old demon was in urgent need of the evil spirit qi to restore his body, so he happily devoured it. Yang Kai decided to explore the Right Peninsula for a while, to see what kind of mysteries were hidden here, and then think of a way to leave Red Clouds Island. The Right Peninsula covered a large area, and there were several mountains. They weren't too high, but they were quite steep, so ordinary people couldn't climb them. Yang Kai's goal was these mountains. He believed that he could find some rare treasures there. While walking, Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he smelled a fresh medicinal fragrance in the air. As soon as this smell entered his nose, he immediately felt refreshed, as if he had been enlightened. After carefully identifying the direction of the medicinal fragrance, Yang Kai walked to the right side. Not long after, a flower about half the height of his body appeared in front of him. At the top, there was a small pink flower with a blooming pistil. The fragrance of the flower was pleasant. Looking carefully, this flower seemed to have the face of a beauty, smiling at him. Moreover, this flower stem was strange, like a woman's graceful waist, exquisite and delicate, causing people to daydream. Beauty's pistil. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to find such a good thing in just a day. According to the introduction in the booklet given by the Red Clouds sect disciples, this beauty's pistil was an earth-level high-grade spirit medicine. If it was refined into a pill and given to a woman, it would have some miraculous effects. Even if it couldn't turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, it could at least make her skin softer and smoother. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up the beauty's pistil and put it in the basket on his back. He continued to explore. Perhaps it was because Yang Kai had come to a place that ordinary people had never set foot in before, but since he found the beauty's pistil, he had been repeatedly harvesting. In the depths of the Right Peninsula of Red Clouds Island, there was a treasure waiting to be discovered. The Red Clouds sect's cultivator didn't dare to go deep, for fear of being affected by the evil spirit qi. Climbing over one mountain after another, the number of rare herbs and spirit fruits in Kai Yang's medicine basket gradually increased. The only unfortunate thing was that although the Right Peninsula covered a large area, it couldn't withstand Yang Kai's constant search. In just 3 to 5 days, Yang Kai had basically run through the entire Right Peninsula. The medicine basket on his back was already more than half full. The most inferior things inside were earth-grade low-grade items, and there were even heaven-grade exotic flowers and herbs. Moreover, there wasn't much danger here, unlike Black Wind Mountain, where the monster beast roamed. If one's strength was low, they would only be eaten by the monster beast. Yang Kai wandered around here for a few days, only meeting 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Clouds sect's ship arrived as scheduled. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain and watched the scene. However, there were only 60 to 70 ordinary people who made it out alive. The others should have been swallowed by the evil spirit qi, and fell into a state of madness. In the end, they would only die on the Right Peninsula. On the 4th day, Yang Kai stood below a small mountain, looking up at a mountain peak that was about 300 feet high. This was the last small mountain in this area. After exploring here, Yang Kai had already covered the entire Right Peninsula. The old demon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Young master, this mountain seems to be the source of all the evil spirit qi in the Right Peninsula." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai was surprised. He also felt that the evil spirit qi here was much stronger than other places. "Of course I'm sure. This old servant's soul is trembling. Are you afraid?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Old demon laughed. "It's not fear, it's excitement. Young master, if you were hungry for a long time and a plate of delicious food was placed in front of you, how would you react?" "Eat it. I beg young master to give this old servant this opportunity." Yang Kai could even vaguely hear the old demon swallowing his saliva. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He also wanted to know what caused the right half of Red Clouds Island to be so different. As he climbed up, Yang Kai also looked around to see if he could find any treasures. However, even after climbing to the top of the mountain, he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. At the top of the mountain, Yang Kai stood up straight and looked around. This mountain was very strange. It was a flat peak. From afar, he could tell that it was completely bare. Now that he had set foot on it, the feeling was even deeper. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree here. The ground on the mountain was as red as blood, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Evil spirit chi. Yang Kai took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain. This piece of rock was bright red as well. With a single glance, one could even clearly see the bloody chi that was evaporating from it. And it was dense and penetrating like mist. Vigilant, he slowly walked towards the huge rock. When he got close, he still didn't find any danger. Looking closely, he saw that in the middle of the mirror-like rock, there were a few drops of red liquid. It was thick and bloody like blood. Congealing blood bead. The old demon clicked his tongue in wonder. His tone was very calm, but Yang Kai had been with him for a long time. He knew that the old demon's vision was very high. Something that could make the old demon click his tongue in wonder was a great treasure to him. Young master, this old servant understands. The old demon opened his mouth and said, "So a little devil once died here. That's why there is so much evil spirit chi." Little devil? Compared to this old servant, it is indeed a little devil. However, in terms of the cultivator here, it is a big guy. The old demon's tone was full of pride and self-praise. How big could it be? Yang Kai was curious. A realm above the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon explained in a way that Yang Kai could understand. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He was currently in the Qi transformation boundary. After the Qi transformation boundary was the separation and reunion boundary, then the Yuan Qi boundary, and then the immortal ascension boundary. This little devil. Well, if this little devil was a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, then who in this world could be his match? He was the #1 person in the world. But he actually died here. Although this little devil's physical body died, his evil spirit chi still gathered here. This is why the right peninsula is so strange. If this old servant could absorb the remaining evil spirit chi of this little devil, I should be able to recover some of my soul's strength. Unfortunately, this little devil has been dead for a long time, and wasted a lot of his evil spirit chi. God damn it, why didn't you wait for this old man to come here before dying? The old demon kept calling him a little devil, which made Yang Kai's face twitch. Then what are the blood-congealing pearls you mentioned? Yang Kai looked at the blood-red liquid in front of him. This is the condensation of the little devil's blood, flesh, and essence. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a physical body and can't absorb it. Young master, if you absorb it, it will definitely increase your strength greatly. However, this old servant isn't sure if you can take it. The energy contained in it isn't something that an ordinary person can absorb. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face also showed hesitation. Being able to increase his strength greatly was naturally something that Yang Kai wanted to see. However, what if he couldn't take these few drops of blood-congealing pearls? After asking this question, the old demon laughed mischievously. Become the demon race. Young master, there's nothing wrong with being a devil. You can do whatever you want. You can kill whoever you don't like. If you like a beauty, you can play with them. If you get tired of them, you can just throw them away. There's no need to worry too much. You can be free and unrestrained. Isn't that great? Moreover, what is a human and what is a devil? It's a big mistake for the world to divide humans and devils into two classes. As long as one's humanity isn't destroyed, who is a devil? Young master, look at the Red Cloud sect's actions. They are heartless and shameless. However, in the eyes of the world, this sect isn't a devil. Humans and devils are one family. The old demon concluded. Yang Kai's heart was moved, but he still didn't dare to make up his mind. While he was hesitating, there seemed to be a fishy wind behind his head. There was also a rustling sound. The old demon cried out in alarm. Young master, be careful. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang used his self-created movement skill and dodged the attack. A loud noise came from that direction. Looking up, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when a blood-red python had appeared there. Its body was thicker than his waist and more than 10 feet long. After missing its attack, it coiled up and looked at Yang Kai with its head held high. Its 2 eyes were as red as blood. Its huge mouth was spitting out a scarlet tongue. Its appearance was terrifying. The old demon cried out, "This big snake has swallowed the blood-congealing beads." Without the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai also saw it. No wonder there were only 3 drops of blood-congealing beads on the stone. It turned out that the rest of the blood-congealing beads had been taken advantage of by this big snake. "Come out." Yang Kai swung his hand. The old demon wrapped the soul breaker all appeared in front of Yang Kai. Then Yang Kai grabbed the soul breaker all and threw it at the big snake under the old demon's incredulous gaze. "Young master." The old demon cried out pitifully. Then it suddenly realized that it didn't have a physical body. Why should it be afraid of this big snake? It immediately understood Yang Kai's intention. Although it felt wronged, it also admired him. It had only been a blink of an eye since the appearance of the big snake, but Yang Kai had already thought of a plan to defeat it. His quick thinking was amazing. The serpent was very clever, swallowing the soul breaker all in one gulp. It didn't taste anything, but it was enraged by Yang Kai's hostile action. The serpent's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth in a threatening manner. Sticking out its tongue, it shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Its bloody mouth made people's hearts palpitate. The smell that greeted them was strong and poisonous. Yang Kai held his breath. His body flashed again and appeared behind the big snake. His fist was covered in true Yang Yuan Qi, Burning Sun's threefold explosion. Chapter 176. The ferocious Yuan Qi followed the punch. Yang Kai retracted his fist and nimbly floated backwards to avoid the snake's long tail. The serpent turned around and was just about to pounce on Yang Kai, when suddenly 3 muffled bangs resounded from the spot where Yang Kai had hit it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a large chunk of the serpent's flesh began to bulge outwards. Scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi burst out from that chunk of flesh, causing it to burst open and bleed profusely. The snake cried out in pain, its several dozen-meter-long body swinging around like a long whip, stirring up a cloud of dust on the mountaintop. Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he realized that he had overestimated the strength of this snake. When he suddenly saw such a big guy, he thought that it was at least a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. He did not expect that he would be able to injure it with just one hit. It was not a rank 5 or 6 monster beast. It was at most a rank 4 monster beast, which was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What a waste of such a big body and such a good appearance. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai moved his feet. He took advantage of the fact that the snake was rolling and gave it another hit. The snake rolled even more fiercely. However, it obviously did not want to sit still and wait for its death. It swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it swept towards Yang Kai's waist. Without the help of his footwork, this attack would have caused a lot of trouble for Yang Kai. However, with his footwork, it was easy to avoid such an attack. Seeing that its attack had missed, the snake hissed and spat out a blood-red mist. If Yang Kai hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would definitely have been enveloped by this mist. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He was not afraid of the snake, but the poisonous mist was a little troublesome. However, it was only a little troublesome. He held his breath and did not let himself be shrouded by the poisonous mist. The snake could not hurt him at all. While Yang Kai was fighting the serpent outside, old demon, who was wrapped in the soul breaker all and had rushed into the serpent's belly, was not idle. Although old demon's current strength was not great, any living creature's body was always fragile. Even if the soul breaker all was not sharp, it was still a weapon. The serpent's body was soon covered with cuts and bruises. The severe pain made it unable to fight with Yang Kai. Its long body curled up and jumped up, rolling back and forth on the mountain. Yang Kai looked on coldly. There was no need for him to make a move. The serpent was not very strong, but its vitality was very strong. The old demon tormented its body for an hour before it finally stopped struggling and died on the ground. The serpent's abdomen wriggled, and the old demon drilled out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He floated in front of Yang Kai and looked at each other indifferently. "Young master, next time something like this happens, Please let me know so that I can be mentally prepared. The old demon felt a little wronged. It was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. If it was a timid person, they would be scared out of their wits. Okay. Yang Kai nodded seriously. The old demon did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think this monster beast is a little strange?" "What's strange?" The old demon asked carefully. "Its strength is very low. At least, it is lower than I expected." The old demon laughed. "Young master, this serpent became like this because it swallowed the blood-congealing bead. Naturally, it does not have any real abilities. Also, on your way here, did you find any traces of the monster beast?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's right. This thing is probably just a normal little serpent. After swallowing the blood-congealing bead, it survived and grew into a monster beast. It can be said that it is the only monster beast here. A normal little serpent became such a huge monster." Yang Kai was shocked. "That's amazing." He thought for a while and said happily, "If a little serpent can swallow it, then it should be fine for me to swallow it too, right? There are no absolutes in this world. If you are still worried, you can try swallowing the monster beast's inner core. That's a good suggestion." Yang Kai nodded. He walked to the serpent, cut open its body and took out the inner core. The inner core was blood-red in color, but it was only the size of a pigeon's egg. It still contained the remaining energy of the blood-congealing bead. After asking the old demon to protect him, Yang Kai wiped the inner core on his clothes and put it into his mouth. He swallowed it. Activating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai quickly felt a surge of energy in his abdomen. It rushed into his flesh and blood, and it was mixed with a lot of evil energy. This should be the energy of the demon that fell here. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's flesh and blood turned incomparably red, as bright as blood. His entire body was filled with an evil aura. Although it looked scary on the outside, it was not dangerous on the inside. Yang Kai only felt a slight impact on his mind and calmed down. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was the nemesis of evil energy, so he was not afraid of it. The evil energy was gradually burned away by the true Yang tactics, leaving behind only its essence. The essence that was obtained this time was not of the Yang attribute, so naturally it would not condense into Yang liquid. But strangely, it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Instead, it was absorbed into Yang Kai's flesh and blood, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and every inch of his muscles to tremble. It took Yang Kai an entire day to refine the inner core. When he opened his eyes, they were like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his entire body was different. It was not an increase in strength, nor was it a leap in state of mind. Instead, it was a change in his body. Compared to before he refined the inner core, he was much stronger. The boiling blood in his body contained a surge of energy, as if he could break the sky with one hand without using the Yuan Qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" the old demon asked with concern. "Not bad. Is the biggest effect of the blood-congealing bead to improve one's body? Of course. It was formed from the little demon's flesh and blood essence, so it might increase one's realm. But the biggest effect is to strengthen one's body." "Then why did you say that it will increase one's strength?" The old demon hesitated for a while, then said, "Young master, your understanding is a bit one-sided. The increase in strength does not refer to the increase in realm. The strength of the body, the purity of the Yuan Qi, the understanding of martial arts and other aspects can all increase one's strength. For example, young master, compared to a few days ago, your body's quality is much better, so your strength must have increased." Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking for a while he said, "Yes, you're right. I was too narrow-minded." "Young master is young, you just didn't think of this." The old demon did not dare to take the credit. Looking at the 3 remaining drops of blood-congealing beads on the giant rock, Yang Kai did not hesitate and pointed his finger at one of the drops. The blood-congealing bead seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment he touched it, it directly drilled into Yang Kai's body. A more violent energy than before exploded in his body. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan, and quickly closed his eyes to meditate. In the following half a month, Yang Kai did nothing but refine the energy of the 3 drops of blood-congealing beads. Not only that, even the blood chi in the giant rock was completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Compared to half a month ago, his chi and blood were more than twice as vigorous. Whether it was his speed or the strength of his punches, they were all significantly improved. Moreover, his strength had also made a breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of the chi transformation stage. Half a month later, under the urging of the old demon, Yang Kai reached out and moved the giant rock. Without using the yuan chi, he easily moved the rock that weighed at least 3,000 pounds with his own brute force. Under the rock, there was a cool cave. The cave was filled with a thick black chi. Obviously, it was the remaining chi of the evil demon, which was also the source of the effect on the right peninsula of Wuxia. As soon as it saw the light again, this chi of the evil demon directly rushed towards Yang Kai. The old demon laughed strangely. Little thing, you actually used the old man's remaining tricks. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The old demon's words were obviously referring to the first awkward meeting between him and Yang Kai. At that time, the old demon also wanted to seize Yang Kai's body. However, after all his scheming, he was instead subdued by Yang Kai. As he spoke, he turned into a mass of black chi and moved forward. The two masses of black chi merged into one, and immediately began to fight in the cave. Yang Kai could not see what was going on, and did not know who was winning. However, after thinking about it, the old demon was an old demon. Previously, his tone was extremely arrogant, so there should be no problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai said, "This demon's divine soul is the same as yours. Does it still exist between heaven and earth?" The old demon's somewhat battered and exhausted voice sounded, Young master, his divine soul has already collapsed. Now it's just a trace of remnant consciousness." Yang Kai frowned. "What's wrong with you?" Cough cough. The old demon suddenly felt embarrassed. "Young master, please, help this old servant. This old servant is somewhat unable to win against him." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became interesting. With a straight face, he held back his laughter. "Isn't this just a little demon? Why can't you win?" Hearing Yang Kai's ridicule, the old demon was about to cry. Yes, it's a little demon, but this old servant died earlier than him. Sealed in heaven's cave inheritance, my divine soul is about to shatter. Young master, if you don't help me, I'm afraid this old servant will be swallowed by him. When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that the situation was quite serious. With a straight face he asked, "How can I help? This smelly brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth wants to take over your body. You just need to let it in a little bit, just like last time in Heaven's Cave Inheritance." This was simple. Yang Kai directly stretched out his hand and dipped it into the hole. In an instant, a cold aura rushed through his arm and into his body. Yang Kai smiled, not worried at all. Sure enough, under the operation of the true Yang secret art, this cold aura was burned away. Faintly, one could hear a miserable howl. In the end, only a small amount of essence was left, which was absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. With Yang Kai's help, the old demon finally equalized the situation. After waiting for an hour, it even gained the upper hand. Enough, young master. You should watch from the side and see how this old servant swallows this little thing." The old demon was afraid that Yang Kai would take away too much of the demon chi, so he hurriedly said. In his heart he kept muttering, "How can this young master absorb any kind of energy? Isn't he cultivating a Yang secret art? How strange." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also withdrew his hand from the hole, and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Instead, he took out an herb from his medicine basket, and placed it in his mouth to chew. Yang Kai could recognize these herbs and knew that they were not poisonous. These herbs were best taken out and refined into pills, so that they could maximize their medicinal effects. However, Yang Kai was now trapped, so how could he have the opportunity to refine these herbs into pills? Although it was a bit wasteful to directly consume them, he couldn't care less right now. The battle between the old demon and the black aura lasted for an entire day, until the two black auras truly merged into one. After this battle, the old demon's strength increased by a lot. The old demon's voice rang out. "Many thanks, young master. This old servant did not disappoint." Yang Kai couldn't help but cough lightly. the old demon shyly said, "I'll go into seclusion for a few days." Saying so, it quickly entered Yang Kai's body. Chapter 177. In the following days, the old demon was in seclusion, while Yang Kai was refining the medicinal efficacy of the medicinal herbs. Anyway, they were not poisonous, and his unyielding golden skeleton could absorb any kind of energy. He was not worried that these different kinds of energy would conflict with each other after being absorbed. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai ate all the treasures worth millions of silvers. Since he had put in the effort, he naturally reaped the rewards. His strength had smoothly advanced from Qi Transformation 3rd level to Qi Transformation 4th level. He had only been on Cloud's Island for 2 months, but he had already continuously advanced. This trip was not in vain. The Right Peninsula's treasures had almost been completely harvested, and the source of the evil spirit had also been swallowed by the old demon. Yang Kai estimated that in a few days, the Right Peninsula would no longer be a forbidden area for the Red Cloud cultivator. It was time to leave. Yang Kai went down the mountain and walked towards the seaside. If he wanted to leave Cloud's Island, the only way was to take a boat, which was also a headache for Yang Kai. Building his own boat was definitely not reliable, so the only way he could think of was to rob the Red Cloud sect's boat. But how to rob it and how to get rid of it was the biggest problem. While he was thinking about some details, Yang Kai suddenly heard some rustling sounds coming from not far away. He listened carefully, and could hear a person's heavy breathing mix with the sound of a woman struggling and begging for mercy. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he took a look. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. The Red Cloud sect had sent the captured ordinary people to the Right Peninsula to pick the black profound fruit. But not far in front of him, there was a burly man sitting on a woman's body. His hands were constantly tearing at her clothes. He was panting like an ox, and his mouth was letting out a lewd laugh. The woman was pressed under his body, struggling endlessly, but she could not get rid of him. She kept begging for mercy, crying nonstop. Yang Kai could feel some evil energy from the burly man. His figure flashed and rushed over. He rolled his foot on the burly man's waist and kicked him away. The woman got rid of the big man's entanglement and hurriedly got up from the ground, her hands clutching her messy clothes. She shivered and hid behind Yang Kai. The big man let out a pitiful cry in midair, but when he landed, he hurriedly stood up and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His eyes were crimson red, and his face was filled with hostility. It was obvious that the evil qi in his body was about to devour his mind. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, his nostrils puffing hot air. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed. This big man was supposed to be a poor man. However, he had entered and exited the Right Peninsula of Wuxia several times, and had lost his nature. Because of this, Yang Kai didn't kill him and only sent him flying with a kick. Brat scram. There was a pained expression on the big man's face, but Yang Kai had ruined his plan, so how could he just let it go? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, the big man roared. Like a mad bull, he rushed toward Yang Kai with a fierce face. It's better to be free early. Yang Kai stood in place, waiting for the big man to rush in front of him. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed at his chest. True Yang Yuan Qi poured in. In an instant, the big man's heart stopped beating, and he didn't feel the slightest pain. The big man fell to the ground, dead. Hearing the sobbing of the woman behind him, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. Turning around, he was about to offer some comforting words, but when his eyes swept over this woman's face, he couldn't help being shocked, his eyes trembling as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This woman was about 30 years old. She should have been dignified and gorgeous, which could be inferred from her white and tender skin. However, at this moment, this woman's face was crisscrossed with terrifying scars. Each of these scars was about the length of a finger, and each of them ran from the left side of her face to the right side. Pale red flesh rolled outwards. Although the wounds had healed, these scars would forever remain on this gorgeous face, destroying it. The woman also knew that her current appearance was too horrible. With one hand covering the torn collar, and the other covering her face, she trembled and cried and thanked him. While thanking, she timidly stepped back, as if she was afraid that she would scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body was cold, and his expression was cold. He reached out a hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. No, don't. The woman struggled. She thought that she had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, but now she had entered the wolf's den. Her head drooped, her disheveled black hair covering her face. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she begged for mercy. Young Kai was not moved. He reached out his other hand, slowly reached out to the woman's chin, and lifted her head. Please don't. The woman's cheeks were wet with tears. She looked up at Young Kai helplessly, the scars on her face becoming more and more terrifying. Young Kai's eyes didn't show any emotion, only pain and hesitation. The hand that lifted her chin slightly trembled as he pushed aside the black hair covering her face, so that her face was clearly presented in front of him. The woman closed her eyes. She didn't know if it was because her face was seen, or because Young Kai's actions had scared her, but her tears kept falling. Young Kai's pupils shrank. He carefully looked at her for a long time before he lost his voice and said, "Madam?" Hearing this title that she had not heard for a long time, the woman slowly opened her eyes, a trace of suspicion flashing across her teary eyes, but after taking a closer look at Young Kai, that trace of suspicion gradually disappeared, and was immediately replaced by surprise and joy. "Are you really madam?" Young Kai couldn't believe it. When he first saw this woman, he felt that she was somewhat familiar. That was why he acted so recklessly. But now he was sure that this woman was the one he had seen before. The woman finally recognized Young Kai's voice. Her mind flashed with the face full of dirt more than 2 months ago. She trembled and said, You are that little beggar?" Young Kai took a deep breath. When this woman said little beggar, he knew that he was not mistaken. This woman was the widow of the Jiang family. Apart from Cui, only this woman and the young lady of the Jiang family knew that he was a little beggar. "Why are you here?" "Your face." Young Kai had too many doubts. Shouldn't Cui, and the others have sought refuge with the Miao family in High City? When they parted that day, Miao Huaqing personally came to greet them. The two families had an engagement. The young lady of the Jiang family should have married into the Miao family. The woman in front of him should also be enjoying life in the Miao family. How did things develop like this? "Young man," after knowing that Young Kai was the little beggar who saved her, the woman knelt on the ground with a thud. Her head hit the ground, making a thumping sound. She said in grief, "Young man, please uphold justice for my Jiang family." Seeing this, Kai Yong quickly helped her up, but even so, the madam's forehead was bleeding. It was clear that she had used a lot of strength. "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave this place first." Young Kai supported her and hurriedly walked back the way they came. Why did the woman become like this? Why was she caught and brought to Cloud's Island? Where are Cui and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family in High City? He had too many questions. Although these matters did not have much to do with him, he did spend a few days with the Jiang family's widow. He also had a good chat with Cui. This servant girl would also share some snacks with him. She was even more charming and witty. A good person should be rewarded with good karma. After walking for a long time, the two people came to a small hill nearby. This place was considered to be deep in the right peninsula of Cloud's Island. Ordinary people simply couldn't reach this place. The two people found a place to sit down. The woman who was in despair once again miraculously met Young Kai. She was so excited that she couldn't stop sobbing. Young Kai didn't comfort her, nor did he interrupt her. He just quietly waited. He knew that not only did he have many questions, but the woman also had many things to tell him. After half an hour, the woman gradually stopped sobbing. Her hair still covered her terrible face. She hugged her body and shivered. Young Kai took off his coat and put it on her. "Thank you." Even though she was in prison, the woman showed good upbringing. "Tell me, what happened in the end?" The woman's eyes were filled with memories. Her voice was low as she recounted what happened to the three of them after they separated from Young Kai. Her voice was low. "I Cui Huan and I followed Miao Huaqing to the Miao family. In the first few days, Miao Huaqing treated us fairly well, but when I talked to him about Huaner's marriage, he kept changing the subject and making excuses. I had some doubts, but I didn't take it to heart. A few days later, when I mentioned this matter to him again, he readily agreed. However, he said that his son's status was noble, and that my Huan was not worthy of him. She could marry into the Miao family, but she could only be a concubine. I was very angry at that time, but I didn't do anything. The next day, I told Huaner and Chui'er to pack up. We wanted to leave the Miao family. We came to High City from thousands of miles away. We didn't go through so many hardships just to be concubines of the Miao family. What's more, this was the marriage between Master and Miao Huacheng. How could he go back on his word? However, before we could leave the Miao residence, Miao Huacheng turned hostile and imprisoned the three of us. Speaking of this, the woman's face showed a trace of fear. Obviously, the change at that time scared her. Her voice was choked with sobs. I didn't know why Miao Huacheng became like this. After asking, I found out that everything was ordered by him. Master's death was also because he bribed those people in Tong province to kill Master. Then he sent a message to me, telling me to bring Huaner to High City to complete the marriage. It's ridiculous that I didn't know and took Huaner into the wolf's den. Why did he do this? Isn't your master and Miao Huacheng best friends? Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That day, when he had parted ways with the madam, Yang Kai had also seen Miao Huacheng. At that time, the grief in his tone and expression didn't seem to be an act. Chapter 178. My stomach was full of anger, and the power was cut until now. The line beside the national highway was rebuilt, and the first line was even better. I continued to work. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the madam smiled miserably. How could I not want to know why Miao Huacheng treated me like this? I asked in every possible way, and then I learned that the root of all this was because of something that Master and Miao Huacheng obtained in the early years. What was it? A tortoise shell. Madam replied, when old Master and Miao Huacheng were traveling around Sea City, they found a strange turtle shell. On the turtle shell, there was a map of an island that had been there for some years. At that time, the two of them checked the nearby islands, but none of them matched the island map on the turtle shell. They thought that the island map was not real, but to be cautious, they divided it into two, and each of them got half. Madam sighed softly and continued, later, Master went to Tongzhou and made a career for himself. Miao Huacheng settled down in Sea City. I'm afraid that he has been studying that half of the turtle shell all these years. Only in recent years did he finally find some clues. But he did not want to share it with Master, so he hired someone to kill me, and then sent a message to me to come to High City. I have seen Master's tortoise shell before, so I naturally know how precious it is, so I brought it with me this time. Young man, do you remember the night when Zhongding rebelled? Was it also ordered by Miao Huacheng? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Yes. The madam nodded slightly. After all, Miao Huacheng and Master are good friends. I am afraid that he did not want to do anything to us personally, so he ordered Zhongding. If it was not for the young man that night, I am afraid that Chui'er, and I would have already gone with Master. What a good friend. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically, and then asked suspiciously. You three are just ordinary people. After entering the Miao family, if Miao Huacheng wanted to get something from you, it would be easy. Why did he treat you so well in the beginning? The madam smiled bitterly. I did not understand at first, but later I felt that it was all thanks to the young man. Me? Yes. The madam nodded. That day, when Miao Huacheng came to greet us, I told him according to what you young man said that there was an expert who helped us along the way and killed Zhongding, so we were safe and sound. Miao Huacheng was a cautious person. He treated us well at first, but he didn't dare to make a move because he was afraid that the non-existent expert was still hiding nearby. Only when I decided to leave did he reveal his true face. Yang Kai nodded inwardly. That made sense. What happened next? Then the nightmare began. The madam began to sob again, tears streaming down her face. She continued, in order to save my life, I handed over the other half of the turtle shell, but I didn't expect that Miao Huacheng didn't want to let us go. As she spoke, her body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. One night, Miao Huacheng dragged Huaner out, saying that he wanted her to marry his son. Huaner refused to obey, and Chui'er also stepped forward to help. Who would have thought that Miao Huacheng would be so heartless and cruel that he would beat Chui'er to death? Yang Kai's body shuddered. The madam continued to sob. The next day, Miao Huaqing came to tell me that Huaner was unwilling to be humiliated and had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yang Kai only felt cold all over, and a vicious aura almost uncontrollably surged into his heart. The charming maid was beaten to death, and the shy young lady of Akiji committed suicide by biting her tongue. 2 months ago, he was still traveling with them, but 2 months later, they were already separated by yin and yang, separated by heaven and earth. Miao Huaqing still wanted to humiliate me. The madam sobbed and said intermittently, but with Huaner and Cui as an example, he didn't dare to go too far. After locking me up for a few days, he still couldn't succeed. In the end, he became angry and sold me to the 1,000 gold wine pavilion. Without asking, Yang Kai knew that it was a brothel. They beat me and forced me to submit. I didn't want to, so I used scissors to cut my face. Haha. No man would be interested in me like this. The madam laughed bitterly. Later, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect. I should also die. Master is gone, Huaner and Cui are gone. What's the point of me keeping this life? But I can't die. If I die, no one will know about their injustice. So I have to live. I'm just a weak woman, but I have to help them redress their injustice and avenge them. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He took a deep breath and comforted her. Madam, you are the most beautiful madam in the world, and also the strongest mother in the world. Sometimes dying is easy, but living is incomparably difficult. Young man, can I ask you to help me again? The madam raised her teary eyes and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. On the mountaintop, the wind whistled. Yang Kai's face was cold. My strength is too low. Yang Kai sighed. The madam's face darkened. But I will grow. It may take a few years or even longer. I will visit the Miao family in Sea City. Not because of the madam's request, but because of the snacks that Cui gave him from time to time. The madam was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. She knelt on the ground and put her head on the ground. Thank you, young man. After a long time, she slowly straightened her body and said, Young man, although this matter was led by Miao Huaqing, there was also the instruction of the Red Cloud sect behind it. Yang Kai frowned. Miao Huaqing's son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, but his status is not very high. Miao Huaqing tried every possible means to get the complete tortoise shell. He wanted to give it to the Red Cloud sect, so that his son could gain power there. Moreover, the reason why Miao Huaqing betrayed us and treated our Jiang family like this was because of his son's instigation. He wanted to stand out in the Red Cloud sect, but he didn't have the connections. The tortoise shell is his hope. Red Cloud sect. I know. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Young man. The madam pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said in a trembling voice, Although I know that you are benevolent and righteous, and that you are willing to avenge our Jiang family because of Cui's kindness, but our Jiang family is unable to repay her kindness. Don't worry about it. Young man, please listen to me. The madam insisted. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, after my master obtained that half of the tortoise shell, he has been studying it all these years. Miao Huaqing has gained some insights, and my master is the same. He obtained another map from his half of the tortoise shell. According to my master's deduction, the 2 tortoise shells combined into one is the route to find the island, and the other map he obtained is the route to the island's interior. Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. Where is the map? On my body. The madam replied. Her tone was somewhat unnatural. Yang Kai was puzzled. The madam was a weak woman. How could she keep such an important map? Didn't Miao Huaqing search her body? After a long silence, the madam seemed to have made up her mind and said, Young man, my Jiang family is unable to repay your kindness, so I will use this map as a reward. Finished speaking, she grabbed her trousers and tore them open, revealing her plump, round and snow-white thighs. The map was embroidered on my body. The madam lowered her head, her body trembling. Obviously, she had mustered up her courage to make such a decision. Yang Kai's face was a little red. He didn't dare to look at her and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These days, as his cultivation and strength increased, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him became deeper and deeper. From time to time, Su Yan's face would flash in his mind. If not for his extraordinary willpower, he wouldn't have been able to persist. Now that the madam had made such a move, Yang Kai couldn't bear it. "Madam." Yang Kai frowned. "Young man." The madam's face was also red. "This is master's life's work. I don't want it to be buried, and I don't want it to fall into the hands of my enemies. Consider it a reward. I will give it to young man. I ask young man to accept it." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that if he refused again, she would definitely feel uneasy. Sighing, he said, "Forgive me." Squatting down, he fixed his eyes on the madam's thigh. It was a mountain range, in the shape of an island. There were many places that were specially marked, and there was also a winding route. This map should have been made with an embroidery needle dipped in paint. It covered the madam's entire thigh, from her knee to the base of her thigh. Although it was impossible to show the original map in its entirety, it was definitely not far off. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine how an ordinary woman could have such strong perseverance to make such a magnificent map on her own body. How much pain did she have to endure? How much time did it take? Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes carefully looked at the map, and there was not the slightest trace of strange emotions. The madam had been trembling, closed her eyes, and kept crying. After about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai remembered everything in his mind. He reached out and tidied up the madam's torn clothes. "Young man, thank you for everything." The madam sat sideways on the ground and said in a flat voice. When she said these words, she seemed to have put down all the burdens in her heart. Yang Kai felt a resolute conviction from her tone. Her heart was dead. She only lived to find someone to redress her grievances. Now that her wish was fulfilled, she naturally had no more worries. Looking at her in a daze, Yang Kai did not speak for a long time. One day later, Yang Kai went down the mountain. He carried the madam's medicine basket, which was filled with the black profound fruit. Step by step, he walked towards the seaside with an indifferent expression. On the hilltop, the madam had been sitting there. Her tears had dried up. She looked at the sea motionless. Yang Kai did not take her away, because living was more painful than dying. She only needed a release. A few hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the seaside. After waiting for a long time, the big ship of the Red Cloud sect arrived. Many people were waiting with Yang Kai. When they saw the big ship arrive, they all cheered. On the side of the ship, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect blocked the way to the ship. He checked everyone's harvest. Those who completed the task of 3 kilograms were allowed to board the ship. Those who did not complete the task were directly taken to the medicine basket and thrown into the sea to be eaten by the monster beast. Dozens of people, only 3 or 4 who did not complete the task were thrown into the sea and became the monster beast's food. Yang Kai mixed in the crowd, but no one saw any clues. After all, these people who picked the black profound fruit were ordinary people. Which Red Cloud's sect disciple would pay attention to ordinary people? After half an hour, the big ship set out again. It circled to the left peninsula, put down these ordinary people, and sent them to the house. Chapter 179. After returning to the Red Cloud sect's courtyard, Yang Kai's mood was somewhat heavy. If he hadn't met the madam, he would have tried to steal a ship and leave this place. But now he didn't want to leave. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the entire turtle shell, they would certainly take action. The map they obtained was only the map of the outside. The most important part was in his hands. Yang Kai felt that he couldn't waste the madam's good intentions. She had mustered up the courage to let him memorize the map, not to let him bury it. If he guessed correctly, the Red Cloud sect would certainly take action within the next few months. Yang Kai thought about a lot of things, and also had his own speculations. Yang Kai guessed that the reason why Miao Huacheng wanted to give the complete turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect was because of his son's future. On the other hand, it was because the Miao family didn't have the strength to explore the mysterious island. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to gain a good impression of the Red Cloud sect and create a good future for Miao Lin. The internal map of the island was enough to allow him to avoid most of the risks and reach the most important place. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secrets were hidden in the mysterious island, but it was certainly worth the risk. The only problem now was how to sneakily work together with the Red Cloud sect. They had the map of the mysterious island. If he didn't go with them, he would never be able to reach that place. For the next few nights, Yang Kai frequently went out to inquire about information. From the conversations of some disciples, Yang Kai learned that the Red Cloud sect's higher-ups had obtained a mysterious sea map and were preparing for it. They wanted to go out and explore. These ordinary disciples didn't know much about the matter. They only vaguely heard about it from the conversations of the higher-ups. As for the specific situation, they weren't very clear. While Yang Kai was thinking hard about how to safely infiltrate the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, early one morning, the shouts of the Red Cloud sect's disciples could be heard in the courtyard. Not long after, all the ordinary people who were caught gathered together. These people looked frightened. Someone whispered, "Why are we going to pick herbs again? We have only been back for a few days. Didn't we pick herbs once a month?" Haha, we are not going to pick herbs this time. As for what we are going to do, you don't need to ask. Just board the ship as usual. The Red Cloud sect disciple replied with a smile. When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly came to a realization. If his guess was correct, then this morning was really an opportunity. As usual, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, there was a ship that was even bigger than the ones they had seen in the past. This ship was about 20 zhang long and had 5 masts. The sails of the ship fluttered in the wind. The bow of the ship was like the head of a dragon, and its appearance was grand and flamboyant. Many people had never seen such a large ship in their lives, so they couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, this is the Red Cloud sect's largest dragon boat. Where is it taking us? A knowledgeable person whispered. Yang Kai was more and more certain of his guess. Who would have thought that when he had racked his brains to find a way to sneak into the Red Cloud sect's exploration team, they would actually take the initiative to bring him here. The Red Cloud sect didn't bring these ordinary people to explore the treasures, but to work on the large ship. If they wanted to operate such a large ship, they would certainly need a lot of manpower. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression calmed down. Since this was the Red Cloud sect's exploration ship, there must be an expert on it. An expert that was more powerful than the Yuanqi realm was the immortal ascension boundary. He could hide in front of an Yuanqi cultivator, but if an immortal ascension boundary expert was interested and used their divine sense to spy on him, he would be exposed. Therefore, he had to be very, very careful. He absolutely couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise he would die without a burial place. Along with the crowd, the Red Cloud sect cultivator caught up to the ship. Under the guidance of the cultivator, there were nearly 70 ordinary people who each received a different kind of work. Yang Kai's luck was good. He wasn't assigned to the bottom row, and was responsible for miscellaneous tasks. There was no fixed task, but he had to do everything. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Although it was safer to hide in the bottom row, Yang Kai was more willing to stay on the deck and inquire about all kinds of information. As long as he was cautious, he wouldn't attract the attention of the immortal ascension boundary experts. After waiting for a long time, a group of people from the Red Cloud sect arrived. Leading them were 2 old men. They were in the prime of their lives. They had red skin and white hair. Their eyes were like lightning. They had a dignified air about them. These 2 people were the top experts of the Red Cloud sect. One of them was an old man, and the other was an old woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards the ship. Behind them were many of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator. There were both men and women. In total, there were about 50 of them. They were all the elites of the Red Cloud sect. A middle-aged man from the Red Cloud sect who was originally on the ship quickly shouted, "Welcome, martial uncles." Once he shouted, the Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also hurriedly responded. The old man and old woman smiled and lightly floated onto the ship. Looking around, the old woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The middle-aged man respectfully replied, "Everything is ready. Now, we are only waiting for the arrival of the 2 martial uncles. Then we can set sail." The old man replied and waved his hand. "You go and arrange it. Your martial uncle Lon and I will be in seclusion in the cabin. If there is nothing important, do not disturb us." Yes. When the 2 immortal ascension boundary old men stepped into the cabin, Yang Kai involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man's position in the Red Cloud sect should not be low. He stood on the ship and arranged for the cultivator to board. After busying himself for half an hour, under his command, the ship slowly started to move. Young Kai stood on the deck, pretending to do something while silently memorizing the direction of the ship. The ship broke through the wind and waves. It could travel 1,000 miles in one day and night. Gradually, there were no islands around, only the boundless ocean. The sun set and the moon rose. Young Kai stayed on the ship for 3 days. He carefully did chores and learned some things from the conversations of the cultivator, who boarded the ship. The purpose of this ship carrying so many people was indeed to explore that mysterious island. However, the cultivator of the Red Cloud sect called the mysterious island the Hidden Island. This word reminded Young Kai of the many strange things he had heard in Sea City. The Hidden Island was one of them. It was rumored that the scenery in the sea serpent's embrace was not fake. But somewhere in the depths of the ocean, there was a real existence. But for some unknown reason, these scenes spread thousands of miles away, and were imprinted in the eyes of the residents of Sea City. The places that appeared in the sea serpent's embrace could not be reached by ordinary means. Only with the island pass could one approach and enter. These islands that could not be easily approached and could not be seen were called the Hidden Island. On the Hidden Island, there was wealth, martial arts, and cultivation methods that could allow one to soar to the sky. There were also innumerable treasures of heaven and earth. Everyone wanted to go to the Hidden Island, but they always had no way. But now this opportunity had fallen on the head of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore the Red Cloud sect dispatched their elites and even dispatched 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts to go to the Hidden Island to see what was going on. The Red Cloud sect only had 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts. But now, half of them were gone. This showed the sect's determination. In the past few days, Young Kai heard the most talk about the Red Cloud sect's cultivators yearning for the mysterious Hidden Island. He imagined what kind of opportunities and adventures he would obtain there. Young Kai thought of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He woke up the old demon who had been in seclusion and asked him. Only then did he know that the Hidden Island should not be the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Maybe it was because a master occupied an island to cultivate, but did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, he arranged some kind of array to make the island disappear from the world's view. Or this hidden island had a natural array that ordinary people could not see. But in any case, there was indeed an opportunity in the Hidden Island. Young Kai also remembered the names and strength of many of the Red Cloud sect's disciples through the chat. The middle-aged man was called Yu Xiaoping. He was Yuanqi 9th stage, and was an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Yuanqi could be an elder. This Red Cloud sect was indeed not comparable to High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, their Immortal Ascension Boundary experts were old. Although the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were also old, they were definitely younger than the 2 martial uncles. Of the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts who boarded the ship, the old man was called Ding Jiazi, Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. The old woman was called Huaxianglan, Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Both of them were grand elders of the Red Cloud sect. Usually they would only meditate in seclusion within the sect. After all, half of their necks were already buried in the ground. If not for the importance of this matter, they would not have appeared. On this day, Young Kai was silently cleaning the deck when he suddenly heard someone talking. Jing, why are you here alone? Didn't Miao Lin accompany you? Hearing the 2 words Miao Lin, Young Kai's ears immediately perked up. He remembered that the Jiang family's madam had said that Miao Huacheng's son was called Miao Lin. He was the one who instigated the calamity that befell the Jiang family. Was it the same person? Young Kai paid attention, but his hands did not stop moving. He deliberately walked over to the person who was talking and quietly looked up. On the other side of the ship, there was a beautiful woman enjoying the sea breeze. She wore a light blue dress, and the sea breeze made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was about 20 years old, with a perky chest, a slender waist, and slender legs. Her skin was not the usual wheat color of the seaside, but rather white like mutton fat jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. However, this woman's expression was quite arrogant. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. It was the Red Cloud sect's elder, Yu Xiaoping. It turns out that this woman is his daughter, Yu Aoan. Yang Kai understood. He had heard the name Yu Aoan many times in the past few days. Many young disciples of the Red Cloud sect were talking about her in private. Just like Su Yan's position in the High Heaven Pavilion, Yu Aoan was also the object of admiration of many young elites in the Red Cloud sect. Chapter 180. Hearing Yu Xiaoping's inquiry, Yu Aoqing's face showed a touch of impatience and disgust. She gritted her teeth and said, "He can't wait to stick to me." "Oh, you don't like him?" Yu Xiaoping laughed. "What do you think?" Yu Aoqing snappily retorted. "Bear with it, this time, we still have to rely on him. Although Miao Huacheng gave us the map, he did not tell us much about his research over the years. He only taught Miao Lin, so if we want to find the hidden island, Miao Lin is indispensable." Yu Xiaoping softly comforted. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was bitter as she gently shook Yu Xiaoping's arm. "Father, it's not like you don't know what kind of person he is. In the morning, he even tried to make a move on me. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have thrown him into the sea." Yu Xiaoping's face was cold. "He made a move on you?" Yu Aoqing felt very wronged. Before this incident, she had never heard of Miao Lin, but because of this incident, she had to compromise and appease Miao Lin. For the proud and arrogant Yu Aoqing, this was tantamount to torture. "You have been wronged." Yu Xiaoping's complexion was not good. Yu Aoqing was his daughter. He naturally treasured her, and hoped that she could marry a dragon in the future, and live a happy life. Miao Lin had no connections. He had no aptitude, and he had no strength. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying his daughter's shoes, but now, in order to obtain information from Miao Lin, he could only let his daughter sacrifice her body. "Rest assured, when we find the hidden island, Father will uphold justice for you," Yu Xiaoping comforted. "I really hope we can arrive early." Yu Aoqing gnashed her teeth. "When we get there, I will throw him into the sea. As long as you are happy." Yu Xiaoping smiled slightly. He did not care at all, as if his daughter was only talking about throwing an animal away. Sea City's Miao Huacheng would never have thought that things would develop to this point. He offered the sea map with the intention of fighting for a good future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect's upper echelons also agreed to Miao Huacheng's request, and wanted to focus on cultivating Miao Lin. But Miao Lin did not want to overestimate himself, thinking that his ability had increased, and set his sights on Yu Aoqing. This was simply playing with fire. While they were talking, Yu Xiaoping suddenly said, "That brat is chasing over you. If you really don't want to, then avoid him. But remember, don't lose your temper with him." "I know." Yu Aoqing's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. A moment later, a young man in his 20s came to the deck, a look of expectation on his face as he looked around. When he saw Yu Aoqing standing at the side of the ship, he couldn't help but smile and quickly ran over. Was this Miao Lin? Yang Kai memorized his appearance but didn't show it on his face. The young lady of the Jiang family bit her tongue and committed suicide because she didn't want to be humiliated. Miao Lin was a man of striking appearance, except that his face was a little sallow. Other than the fact that his footsteps were a little shaky, everything else was fine. Rather than calling such a person a cultivator, it would be better to call him a hedonistic young master who indulged in wine and women. After all, the Miao family still had some power in Sea City. It was enough to support him in his extravagance outside. He came to Yu Aoqing's side, his eyes filled with unconcealed love. Affectionately, he said softly, "Senior Sister Qing, the wind on the deck is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold." Although Yu Aoqing was disgusted to death, she had to squeeze out a stiff smile. "It's fine, the air on the sea is clear. It can blow away people's troubles." Yu Aoqing's words were implicit, but Miao Lin acted as if he didn't understand at all, smiling gently. "So Senior Sister Qing is in a bad mood. Is there something unhappy? You might as well tell Junior Brother. Junior Brother is willing to share your worries." Yu Aoqing's beautiful face flashed a trace of hidden anger, but she still smiled and shook her head, reserved and beautiful. Yang Kai was cleaning the deck, listening to the two talk, one feigning civility, the other in high spirits. and in his heart he couldn't wait to throw Miao Lin into the sea. Yu Aoqing hinted again and again, but he still acted as if he didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but he still shamelessly pestered her. It was really hard to have a good impression of him. The two of them talked for a long time. Just as Miao Lin was in high spirits, showing off the prestige of the Miao family in Sea City, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the big boat. Immediately the whole big boat shook. Standing on the side of the ship, Miao Lin and Yu Aoqing both lost their footing and almost fell into the sea, but the two of them were cultivator after all. Their reactions were naturally extraordinary, extremely agile, and hurriedly stabilized themselves. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Perhaps he wanted to play the hero at the critical moment to win the favor of the beauty, or perhaps he wanted to take advantage of the situation. But after stabilizing himself, he actually exclaimed, "Senior sister, be careful." While shouting, he reached out and hugged Yu Aoqing's waist. Yu Aoqing was a proud woman. Even talking to him made her feel disgusted, so how could she be hugged by him? In a hurry, she twisted her body, avoiding Miao Lin's outstretched hand. At this moment, the ship shook violently again. Yu Aoqing was in the middle of turning around, but this sudden shake really made it impossible for her to stand still, and she flew out diagonally, letting out a short cry of surprise. And the direction she flew out was actually Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai was wearing dirty clothes, holding a dirty broom in his hand. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was really shocked and did not know what to say. He stood here, just to eavesdrop on the two's conversation, to inquire about some information. How could he have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur? Seeing that Yu Aoqing was about to throw herself at him, at this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip, falling on his back, and also rushed forward a long distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yu Aoqing flew over him, falling heavily on the deck. She just couldn't die. Next to her, dirty water was poured over her head. A beauty admired by countless men, in an instant became a drowned rat. Her clothes and hair were all wet. Smelling the dirty water on her body, Yu Aoqing almost vomited. Yang Kai also wailed on the ground, making a normal person's reaction. A beauty was flying towards him. As a normal man, what he should do was naturally to catch her steadily. Even if he was injured, he must not let her fall. But Yu Aoqing was not a Buddhist woman, and Miao Lin was not a kind man. Yang Kai was sure that if he had caught Yu Aoqing, then what he would have to face was the anger of this man and woman. Yu Aoqing would be treated like an ordinary person because of him. Moreover, it would be a lowly servant who had touched her body, and Miao Lin would be angry because of jealousy, and he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So avoiding her was the best choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin rushed to Yu Aoqing's side, and finally found a chance to get close, and helped her up, saying in surprise, "Senior sister, are you okay?" "Get lost." Yu Aoqing could no longer bear it. If this disgusting man did not want to hug her, how could she be thrown away? How could she be drenched in dirty water? How could she lose face and stink? At this moment, Yu Aoqing's heart was filled with killing intent. Being yelled at by her, Miao Lin looked stunned, and hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this time, many cultivator rushed to the cabin. Yu Xiaoping was among them. He rushed to the deck and looked down, his face changing. "It's the monster beast." All disciples prepare to fight. Looking up, seeing the dirty Yu Aoqing, he could not help but be stunned. "Qing, are you hurt?" Yu Aoqing clenched her teeth, staring at Miao Lin with incomparable resentment, then slowly shook her head. "You go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this," Yu Xiaoping shouted. Senior sister, I'll send you off." Miao Lin immediately followed. "No." Yu Aoqing growled, her beautiful and dirty figure quickly disappearing from the deck. On the ship, those ordinary people were also quickly evacuating. The Red Cloud sect cultivator did not care about their life or death at this moment. If they stayed on the deck, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged up from the side of the ship, bombarding the ship, shaking it a few times. Yang Kai hurriedly got up and followed the ordinary people into the cabin. Everyone huddled together, shivering. Many people were muttering incessantly, praying that the ship would not sink. If this ship sank, Except for the two immortal Ascension Boundary Supreme Elders, everyone else would probably die in the sea. Yang Kai listened for a moment, his tense mood gradually relaxing. He found that the two Supreme Elders of the Red Cloud sect did not move, which meant that the monster beast was not high level, and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with it. However, the number of these monster beasts was quite large, and from all directions came crashing sounds. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours before it gradually stopped. The attacking demonic beasts were either killed or repelled, and the noisy activity finally calmed down. The Red Cloud sect's victory, even the ordinary people could not help but cheer, as if they had also won the battle. Yang Kai saw this and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long after, the Red Cloud sect disciples called the ordinary people to clean the deck. When everyone came up to see, they were all shocked. On the deck, there were bloodstains everywhere, and there were also some strange-looking big fish. At this moment, they were all dead, their mouths wide open, their mouths full of fangs. No one from the Red Cloud sect died, only a few of the weaker ones were injured, but there were no major problems. Yang Kai followed the crowd to clean the deck of the ship's bloodstains, taking care of the sea monster beast that had been killed, sweating profusely and smelling of blood. Perhaps it was because they had already entered the depths of the sea, but after the first monster beast attack, in the next few days, monster beasts would come to visit them, and as time passed, the strength of these monster beasts also became stronger and stronger. In order to deal with these monster beasts, many sick ordinary people were ruthlessly thrown into the sea to attract the attention of the monster beast. Yu Xiaoping's face became more and more serious day by day, and Miao Lin was often called by him to the deck, where the two of them studied a turtle shell that was about the size of a millstone. Chapter 181. Half a month after leaving Red Cloud's island, the ship seemed to have lost its way. Yu Xiaoping was so anxious that his mouth started to burn. He was in charge of the turtle shell, and was responsible for taking people to the hidden island. It could be said that the lives of the people on the ship were in his hands. He had a long way to go, but now he couldn't find the correct route. He was impatient and could no longer treat Miao Lin as calmly as before. Yang Kai often saw him yelling at Miao Lin on the deck, forcing him to tell him the information he had. Miao Lin naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. The attacks of the monster beast in the sea were becoming more frequent and fierce. The two supreme elders of the Red Cloud sect had participated in the battle time and time again. If it weren't for them, the ship would have already been smashed into pieces by the monster beast. Even so, the Red Cloud sect had suffered heavy losses. More than a dozen of the 50 disciples they brought had died, and only half of the 70 ordinary people were left. The other half were thrown into the sea by the Red Cloud sect to attract the attention of the monster beast. On this ship, as long as you fell ill, it was equivalent to being abandoned. Yang Kai had seen what it meant to be cruel and merciless. In the face of the ordinary people who had no resistance, the Red Cloud sect's cultivator threw them into the sea under the sharp teeth of the monster beast, as if they were livestock, just to delay a little bit of time. Human lives here were as light as grass. The remaining ordinary people lived in fear and trepidation every day. After 3 days, the people on the ship became even fewer. But the ship seemed to be in a sea territory, and couldn't find the correct direction of the hidden island. Miao Lin was slapped a few times by the angry Yu Xiaoping. His mouth was full of blood, but he didn't dare to complain. On this day, when the sun rose in the east, Yang Kai, who was resting under the cabin, suddenly heard a surprised shout from the deck. "Hidden island, hidden island." This shout was filled with the joy and excitement of surviving a desperate situation, and it reached almost everyone's ears. Dang dang dang. All of the Red Cloud sect's cultivator began to move as they hurriedly rushed to the deck. The ordinary people also did the same. Yang Kai followed the crowd to the deck. When he looked up, he couldn't help but be shaken. Under the scorching sun, there was an illusory scene floating in midair a few thousand feet in front of the ship. It was a scene like a paradise. High mountains, flowing water, high mountains and steep ridges. Birds flew in flocks in the sky, and there seemed to be the tinkling sound of a mountain spring in one's ears. What entered one's eyes was a scene that was too beautiful to behold. It was exceptionally enchanting, and there was an otherworldly aura everywhere. It was like a treasured land that no one had set foot on for thousands of years. Numerous rare flowers, plants, and peerless spirit medicines swayed in the wind as they grew healthily. It was lush and verdant, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. There were also many unknown animals that flashed past everyone's eyes. They even brought along a string of colorful lights as they ran. Mirage. Yang Kai was fortunate enough to see this kind of beautiful scenery before in Sea City. Now that he saw it again, he naturally recognized it at a glance. It was rumored that the scenery that appeared in the mirage was real, but because of some special reasons, it was discounted to 10 million for the world to see. But this time, the mirage was somewhat different from the last time because it was too real. It was so real that it was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was as if it was real in front of his eyes. Yu Xiaoping was emotional. He held the huge turtle shell with both hands and carefully examined it. Suddenly he laughed. I understand. Sea City is now the time to enter the island. No wonder we couldn't find the door, so it was like this. The two Red Cloud Sect's supreme elders were also emotional at this moment. The old man Ding Jiazi asked in a deep voice, Xiaoping, what's the situation now? The old woman, Huxianglan, also looked over. Yu Xiaoping didn't dare to neglect. With an excited smile on his face he respectfully said, Martial uncles, I think we have arrived at the location of the hidden island. Where? Huxianglan's seemingly turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yu Xiaoping pointed to the mirage in front of them and said, There. After saying that, he hurriedly handed the tortoise shell in his hand to the two Grand Supreme Elders. Martial uncles, please inject your vitality into this island guide. With the help of this island guide, we will be able to open the entrance to the island. Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan looked at each other and didn't hesitate. They took the huge turtle shell together and then operated Yuan Qi, fiercely pouring it into the turtle shell. This turtle shell seemed ordinary, but in fact it was very famous. Usually, no matter how others tried to probe it, they couldn't feel anything unusual. But at this moment, when Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan poured Yuan Qi into it, they found that the turtle shell had become a bottomless hole, crazily swallowing their Yuan Qi. In just a short while, the two elderly Grand Elders were already on the verge of collapsing, their faces pale. Not good. Ding Jiazi cried out in alarm and shouted towards the Red Cloud Sect's cultivators. What are you looking at? Quickly come and help me. When the Red Cloud Sect cultivator heard this, they quickly rushed over and poured their Yuan Qi into the turtle shell. With the help of these people, Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan were able to stabilize their position. Not long after, the plain turtle shell suddenly bloomed with a rainbow light. There seemed to be murmuring sounds coming from inside the turtle shell. The road map engraved on top of the turtle shell also seemed to be alive, constantly moving. One after another, the cultivator was drained of all their Yuan Qi and withdrew exhausted. Only when the Red Cloud Sect cultivator took turns to go up did the turtle shell seem to be full. The rainbow light that shot out from the turtle shell was as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan exclaimed at the same time. A dense light burst out from the turtle shell, forcing the two people to retreat. The turtle shell turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to the sky. Two martial uncles. Yu Xiaoping was shocked. Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan stood firm. Their faces were pale, but they waved their hands to indicate that they were fine. Everyone looked up and saw that the tortoise shell had flown several thousand feet away, landing right on top of the Fata Morgana. As rays of rainbow light shot out, the beautiful Fata Morgana slowly crumbled apart. With the disappearance of the mirage, it was as if an invisible barrier was broken. In everyone's field of vision, an island that was much larger than Red Cloud Island appeared without warning. Hidden Island. Yu Xiaoping's voice was trembling. On the ship, the Red Cloud Sect cultivator was silent for a moment. Suddenly, they cheered and shouted loudly to vent their excitement. The purpose of their trip was to find the hidden island. They did not expect things to go so smoothly. Although they experienced many dangers on the road, they were scared but not in danger. Now the hidden island was in front of them. It was only a matter of time before they became famous. Not only were the Red Cloud Sect cultivator excited, but the ordinary people were also excited. They had heard rumors about the hidden island, but who would have thought that they would see it with their own eyes in their lifetime? Set sail. Target, the hidden island. Yu Xiaoping suppressed his joy and methodically issued various orders. However, before the people on the ship could take their places, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in everyone's heart. The originally calm sea suddenly had some waves, and the sea beside the ship bubbled up, as if it was boiling. What's wrong? Someone asked in panic. Ding Jiazi and He Xianglan looked dignified. They spread out their divine sense, and their expressions suddenly changed. At the same time they exclaimed, "Be careful!" Before their voices fell, a huge wave rushed out from the left side of the ship. Something that looked like a tentacle suddenly came out from under the sea. The tentacle was huge, more than 10 feet long. It directly hit the deck of the ship with a thunderous force. Several ordinary people who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Accompanied by a loud noise, the deck turned into fragments and flew in all directions. The Red Cloud sect cultivator, under the leadership of the two supreme elders, attacked the tentacle. For a time, a variety of martial arts and weapons flew all over the sky. But no matter what kind of attack hit the tentacle, it could not hurt it. Even the means of the two supreme elders could not do anything to it. Hua! On the other side of the ship, another tentacle soared into the air and slammed down fiercely. This time, it hit the bow of the ship. The stern of the ship, which was more than 20 zhang long, was tilted up. The violent shaking caused everyone to lose their footing. The true element boundary masters and above used their true essence to fly into the air, while the rest of the martial artists and ordinary people fled in panic. "Steady, steady for me!" Yu Xiaoping shouted with all his strength, but how could he calm the people? Hua hua hua! 7 or 8 tentacles stretched out from under the sea at the same time, directly wrapped around the ship and dragged it to the bottom of the sea. A huge force came and everyone could feel themselves sinking quickly. It must be the island guardian monster beast. Ding Jiazi saw this scene and his face was aghast. The strength of the island guardian monster beast was beyond his imagination. With his means he could not cope with it. He immediately called He Xianglan. "You and I will attack together and see if we can drive it away." He Xianglan looked serious and nodded. Before she made a move, her eyes widened. She shouted at Ding Jiazi, "Brother Ding, behind you!" Ding Jiazi was stunned. He only felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Soon after, his back was fiercely slapped. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a wah sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a falling meteorite, he smashed into the sea. Not waiting for him to fall into the sea, another tentacle stretched out from under the sea and accurately rolled him up. Ding Jiazi's mouth made a sensational scream. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He desperately urged his yuan qi, but still could not get rid of it. He stretched out a hand to He Xianglan and sorrowfully shouted, "Sister Lan, save me." The two Red Cloud sect's supreme elders had an ill-fated relationship when they were young. They loved each other so much that they even became husband and wife. But later on, they did not know what happened. The two were no longer as close as before. Although they still contacted each other in private, they were not as harmonious as before. Now, facing Ding Jiazi's call for help, He Xianglan was stunned. She immediately used her movement skill and rushed to the hidden island without looking back. This monster beast could seriously injure Ding Jiazi. Naturally, it was not something she could deal with. In order to save her life, how could He Xianglan dare to stay here? She did not care about Ding Jiazi. She also did not care about the Red Cloud sect cultivator on the ship. The most important thing now was to save her own life. Ding Jiazi smiled miserably. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster comes, they fly separately. Bitch. Chapter 182. Just as he finished speaking, Ding Jiazi's body was directly cut into 2 pieces. Thick blood spurted out and his internal organs scattered. His eyes widened as he fell into the sea. The Supreme Elder was killed in an instant. How could the Red Cloud sect cultivator still have the strength to fight? This tyrannical monster beast had not yet revealed its full face. Yet it was already so powerful. What would happen if it revealed its true body? The original joy of finding the hidden island disappeared at this moment, leaving only a deep fear. Half of the big ship was dragged under the water, and the huge tentacle was still beating the hull. Every time it beat, the big ship became more and more tattered. What should we do? A Red Cloud sect cultivator cried out. He was still young, he still had a beautiful future. How could he fall here? Just as he finished speaking, he was smashed into minced meat by a tentacle, leaving behind only a voice full of lofty aspirations. It was as bloody as purgatory. At this moment, there was almost no difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Under the attack of the huge tentacle, no matter who it was, as long as they were hit, they would die. When the Yuan-Chi experts saw Huxianglan escape, they naturally flew towards the hidden island. How could they have the time to care about the life and death of those disciples? But even the Yuan-Chi experts could not escape the attack of the monster beast under the sea. Flying in the air wasn't necessarily safe either. Those tentacles seemed to have eyes, and they accurately swept towards the true energy boundary experts flying in the air. Every time they wrapped around one of them, they would be strangled to death without question. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He watched from beginning to end. From the appearance of the huge tentacle until now, only 10 breaths of time had passed. More than half of the Red Cloud sect people were killed or injured, and even more ordinary people died. It was not safe to stay on the ship. After a while, the big ship would be smashed apart. Even if it was not smashed apart, it would be pulled into the sea. Jumping into the sea to escape, there may be a glimmer of hope. It was just a possibility. Kai Young didn't want to sit still and wait for death, so he anxiously roared, "Jump ship!" He was not kindly reminding others, but if he jumped off the ship alone, it was easy to be targeted by those tentacles. If everyone jumped, they could distract the attention of the monster beast under the sea. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Kai's shout, those panicked people woke up as if from a dream. They hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and jumped without hesitation. Blood blossomed from the bottom one after another. Obviously, the people who jumped off the ship didn't escape, but there were still many people who were lucky and were swimming towards the hidden island. Feeling it was about time, Kai Young also jumped down. The entire sea seemed to be boiling. Dozens of people were running for their lives in different directions. Yang Kai observed the situation as he swam, and soon he discovered something. It seemed that those who escaped quickly were more likely to be targeted. Most of the Red Cloud sect's martial artists had some sort of movement skill. Although many of them were unable to fly, their swimming speed was much faster than ordinary people. But from time to time, the people in the front would be swept by the tentacles from the bottom of the sea. In addition to a few bubbles, there was no trace of them. On the contrary, the ordinary people who fell behind were rarely attacked. Yang Kai did not know how the monster beast under the sea determined the position of these people, but since he found this situation, of course, he would take advantage of it. Holding his breath, restraining his breath and suppressing his heartbeat to the limit, Yang Kai was like a piece of duckweed on the sea. He slowly approached the hidden island. The tentacles did not look for him. While he was on edge, a violent crashing sound came from behind him. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head. He saw a Red Cloud sect cultivator swimming towards him with a pale face. The movement was comparable to pouring salt into a pot of oil. Yang Kai secretly cursed. The Red Cloud sect cultivator quickly came to Yang Kai's side. Without looking at him, he put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder, wanting to borrow his strength. At this time, a tentacle stretched out from behind the two people. Whether it was Yang Kai or the Red Cloud sect cultivator, they both found the crisis behind them. The Red Cloud sect cultivator was also clever. He put a little force on Yang Kai's shoulder, trying to grab him and throw him towards the tentacle. But when the Yuan Qi poured in, Yang Kai only floated up slightly, and then sank back down. Instead, Yang Kai put his hand on the cultivator's shoulder. The vigorous and pure Yuan Qi poured out and directly hit the cultivator. The Red Cloud sect cultivator's face was full of shock and disbelief. Yang Kai's clothes were clearly the clothes of the ordinary people on the ship. He did not expect that this ordinary person would suddenly have the foundation of a cultivator. Caught off guard, he did not have time to react and flew out of the sea. The tentacle rolled and wrapped around him, accompanied by a miserable scream. The man's bones were crushed. The broken bones pierced into his internal organs, instantly killing him. Yang Kai did not dare to move. He vigilantly stared at the tentacle in the air and narrowed his eyes. After a while, the tentacle slowly retracted and sank into the sea and disappeared. Sure enough, the more he moved, the more he would be targeted. Instead, like Yang Kai, not moving and not breathing was the most correct way to escape. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai continued to swim forward. The hidden island was not too far from the ship's accident site, but it was also not too close. It was about 10 miles away. This distance was nothing for a cultivator, who lived by the sea for a long time. Even those ordinary people could easily swim across. Of course, the premise was that there was no strange tentacle attack. After spending a full hour, Yang Kai slowly swam to the hidden island. Stepping on the beach, Yang Kai directly collapsed on the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the blue sky and gasped for breath. In this short hour, God knows how much he was worried. He was really afraid that a tentacle would suddenly appear behind him and roll him up. Fortunately, he found the right way to deal with it. The tentacle did not attack him from beginning to end. When he was escaping, he did not have time to care about the movements of other people around him. After a while, Yang Kai heard someone not far from him coughing softly. It was a woman's voice. Turning his head to look, after seeing who it was, Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. On the beach 30 feet away, the red cloud sex Yu Aoqing was half kneeling on the ground. She was soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body. Full breasts, full waist, round buttocks, slender legs. Her beauty was faintly discernible, causing people's imagination to run wild. She should have just escaped. She was vomiting seawater. Her wet hair was draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful face was somewhat pale. She looked pitiful. For this arrogant and vicious woman, Yang Kai did not have any good feelings. She sacrificed herself to obtain information from Miao Lin, but after that, she even wanted to throw Miao Lin into the sea. She really had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Although Yang Kai also wanted Miao Lin to die, not wanting to have anything to do with her, Yang Kai quietly got up and walked towards the hidden island. You stop. Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her, but Yu Aoqing also saw Yang Kai and shouted behind him. Yang Kai ignored her and still walked forward. I told you to stop, did you not hear me? Yu Aoqing was furious. She quickly got up from the ground. Her figure flashed a few times, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When he was on the big ship, he was very careful, but here, that did not mean he had to be the same. Yu Aoqing's strength was at the separation and reunion boundary, much higher than Yang Kai's. But if they really fought, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not beat her, escaping would not be a problem. Yu Aoqing also looked at Yang Kai curiously. She had some impression of this ordinary person who worked as a menial worker on the ship, but she hadn't expected that he wouldn't show any fear when facing her. His expression was also quite calm. He was not old, only a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but his courage was not small. Yu Aoqing sneered in her heart. Her Yuan Qi turned, drying her wet clothes, restoring her previous arrogant appearance, and said, I ask you, have you seen anyone else? No. Yang Kai frowned. Not a single one? There is one. Where? Yu Aoqing took a deep breath, her breasts exaggeratedly rising and falling, almost breaking free from the shackles of her clothes, coldly said, You better behave, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yang Kai did not like her cold arrogance, but he did not show it on his face. He was considering whether to get rid of this woman now, and then rush into the hidden island. This was definitely a good time to escape. But before he could act, a cry of surprise came from the side. Senior Sister Qing, it's great that you're okay. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was really a case of enemies meeting. Miao Lin had also come ashore nearby, and it seemed that he had been running for some time. At this moment he was running from the palm trees on the side. Not only Miao Lin, but there was also another Red Cloud sect female disciple behind him. 3 Red Cloud sect cultivator, he could not deal with them for the time being. Yang Kai slowly put away his thoughts. Why didn't he drown? Yu Aoqing clenched her teeth and cursed. Apparently she did not expect to meet this annoying fly on the island. Good people don't pay with their lives. Scourges live for thousands of years. Yang Kai said meaningfully. Yu Aoqing glared at him coldly, a very approving smile appearing on her face. Miao Lin rushed to Yuao Qing's side and said with great joy, "Senior Sister Qing, it's great to see you." Yuao Qing nodded lightly and arrogantly, her eyes cast behind him and asked, "Are you two the only ones here?" Miao Lin replied, "Well, I came up earlier, except for Senior Sister Zhang Yu. There is no one else nearby." The Red Cloud sect female disciple named Zhang Yu also walked over at this moment. The two sides converged. There were only 4 people. One of them was Yang Kai disguised as an ordinary person. The situation was worrying. Yuao Qing ran her fingers through her hair, looking back at the sea. She could not help but sigh faintly. Yang Kai also took a look and found that more than a dozen kilometers away, the big ship had been reduced to a pile of broken planks. The surface of the sea was dyed red with many broken limbs and pieces of flesh floating there, attracting the attention of many sharks. It was like hell on earth. "Can we go back?" Yuao Qing whispered softly. Chapter 183. Cough cough, I can't take it anymore. I'll eat and rest for a while. Originally, they thought that the Red Cloud sect was destined to become famous under the heavens after finding the hidden island. However, they didn't expect that the big ship would be destroyed. Even if the people who were still alive obtained some treasures from the hidden island, how could they return to the Red Cloud sect? Without a strong ship, even if they were immortal ascension boundary masters, they would not be able to cross the distance of nearly 10,000 miles. Sadness and a faint uneasiness surged in the hearts of the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples. The 3 of them were young, and had never encountered any great hardships. On this day, they were attacked by the monster beast and witnessed the deaths of countless elders. Human lives were as fragile as ants. If not for their good luck, they would have been like those people, their corpses turned into food for the fish and beasts. Fortunately, they were able to escape, but now they were trapped on this isolated island with no hope of returning home. Naturally, they felt sad. "Senior Sister Qing, don't worry, junior brother will definitely find a chance to take you back." Miao Lin was well versed in picking up girls. Although his heart was panicking, he knew that this was the best time to show off, so he quickly opened his mouth and said with sincerity. Yuao Qing was already in a bad mood, so when she heard him boast so shamelessly, she could not help but sneer. "What ability do you have to take me away? Can you build a ship that can withstand the monster beast's attack?" "No." Miao Lin was questioned, and his expression became awkward. "Then can you cross this distance of 10,000 miles? Yuao Qing asked again. "I can't." "If you can't, then shut your mouth." Yuao Qing vented all her pent-up anger on the ship. And if it weren't for the fact that they were currently in dire straits, she would have already attacked Miao Lin. Zhang Yu quickly tried to persuade her. "Senior Sister Qing, don't be angry, Miao Lin was just casually speaking." "Humph." Yuao Qing swung her hair, turned around and walked along the sea, while coldly saying, "You don't have any ability, yet you still want to be a hero, overestimating yourself." Zhang Yu quickly followed. Miao Lin tried to comfort her, but after being ridiculed by Yuao Qing, his face turned ugly. He muttered under his breath, a trace of resentment flashing across his eyes. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, his murderous intent surging, seemingly wanting to vent his anger on Yang Kai. "Take him with you." Yuao Qing's cold voice came from the front. Miao Lin hurriedly responded, shooting a hateful glare towards Yang Kai before shoving him away. The 4 of them walked along the beach in a certain direction. Although Yuao Qing did not say what she wanted to do, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to find the Red Cloud sect disciples who had scattered because of their escape. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. Now that they were all alone and had no elders to hold down the fort, they naturally had to find someone to meet up with. But after walking for a whole day on the beach, they only found 4 people in distress. Moreover, only 2 of them were Red Cloud sect's disciples, and the other 2 were ordinary people. The others were all scattered to unknown places. The team had expanded to 8 people, but their overall strength had not increased by much. These 5 Red Cloud sect disciples were all from the younger generation. The last 2 Red Cloud sect disciples they found were a man and a woman. The man was called Qi Yuan, and the woman was called Luo Qian. Their strength was not very good, probably between the peak of the Qi transformation stage and the separation and reunion boundary. Not being able to find the elders, Yuao Qing looked a little flustered. Among the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples here, she was the strongest. She was already at the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. The others were not as strong as her. Moreover, her status in the Red Cloud sect was quite high, so everyone naturally looked to her as their leader. They all expected her to lead them to the right path. This burden on her shoulders made her feel somewhat at a loss. At night, 3 ordinary people were instructed by the Red Cloud sect disciples to gather some firewood and set up a bonfire on the beach. Everyone gathered together to discuss what to do next. Some people proposed to look for the elders again, while others said to stay here and wait for others to find them. Their opinions were not unanimous. In the end, Yuao Qing said, "Since we have entered Hidden Island, we can't waste this opportunity. Tomorrow, we will explore the island. Maybe we will meet our martial uncles. Even if we don't meet them, if we get an opportunity, maybe we can leave here and return to the Red Cloud sect." Everyone felt that Yuao Qing's words were reasonable. Moreover, the wealth and opportunities hidden in Hidden Island were the biggest reason why they were so excited. Yang Kai waited for them to finish their discussion before he said, "Masters, if you enter the island, can you not bring the 3 of us with you? We are just seaside fishermen. In case we encounter any danger, we can't fight like you. We can only be a burden." The other 2 ordinary people also thought so, but they were not as bold as Yang Kai. At this moment, they all looked at Yuao Qing expectantly. They knew that the decision was in Yuao Qing's hands. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed a burden to bring you along." Originally, she thought that Yuao Qing would agree to leave these 3 ordinary people here, but she did not expect that Yuao Qing would only think for a moment before shaking her head and saying with a smile, "You were brought in by my Red Cloud sect. If we leave you here, you may encounter some danger. It is better to follow us and hope to get out of here alive." "Bitch." Yang Kai cursed. How could he not know what Yuao Qing was thinking? This beautiful woman with a heart as venomous as a snake and scorpion would never be so kind. Although he thought so, he had no choice but to express his gratitude, sighing that he would have to follow the Red Cloud sect for a few more days. Anyway, he did not know much about Hidden Island, so he could follow them to explore the situation. When there was really danger, he would not be afraid of not finding a chance to escape. At night, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples took turns to keep watch. The next day, a group of 8 people stepped into Hidden Island to explore. As soon as they entered the island, Yuao Qing revealed her true purpose, letting one of the ordinary people lead the way while the others followed behind. Although this person was extremely frightened, under Yuao Qing's threat, he had no choice but to obey. It was not until now that everyone knew why Yuao Qing insisted on bringing ordinary people. It was to be used as a pathfinder. After walking for a long time, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. They were surrounded by towering ancient trees that swayed endlessly. The rustling sounds made people feel uneasy. The ordinary person who was leading the way was like a frightened bird. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. The Red Cloud sect disciples ignored him and continued to threaten him. After a long time, the ordinary person once again summoned the courage to walk forward. At noon, a row of fruit trees suddenly appeared in front of them, bearing some bright red fruits. No one knew what these fruits were, but they smelled very fragrant. The group was tired and hungry. At this moment, seeing so many fruits, their appetite was naturally aroused, and they could not help but swallow their saliva. Luo Qianqian reached out and picked one, wanting to taste it, but Yuao Qing coldly shouted, "Wait!" Luo Qianqian's action paused, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yuao Qing's face was cold. She took the fruit, her beautiful eyes looking at the 3 ordinary people. Seeing her expression, everyone knew what she wanted to do. In the case of not knowing whether this fruit was poisonous or not, the best way was to find someone to try it. The 2 ordinary people both looked flustered, not daring to look at her. Yang Kai also pretended to do the same. Yuao Qing looked at Yang Kai. She walked in front of him and stuffed the fruit into his hand, saying, "Eat it." Yang Kai held back his anger. Looking down at the fruit in his hand, he put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Intuitively, he felt that it was not poisonous. But in this world, what was good and what was bad, who could say clearly? Eat it, it's not poisonous. Old demon's voice came. This little girl is really not a good thing. Do you recognize this? Yang Kai asked with concern. If not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai would have made a scene even if it exposed his identity, but since the old demon said it was not poisonous, naturally he could eat it. In any case, he was hungry. Although his heart was clear, his face was still filled with embarrassment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, he felt like it was the most powerful poison in the world. Under Yu Aoqing's repeated urging, Yang Kai reluctantly took a bite. It was very fragrant and sweet, somewhat like a ripe persimmon, but much more chewy. Eat more. Yu Aoqing ordered with a cold face. Old demon, if I can kill this woman, I want you to torture her immortal soul. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. Old servant obeys. Old demon smiled. Waiting for Yang Kai to finish eating the whole fruit, the other 7 people did not move, all eagerly waiting for his reaction. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, Yu Aoqing involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand and saying, "You can eat, we'll rest here for a while, then we'll be on our way." Hearing her say so, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan quickly went forward to pick the fruit. The 3 Red Cloud female disciples did not move. After a moment, Miao Lin and Qi Yuan came back with a lot of fruit, eagerly handing it to the 3 women. Miao Lin was not stingy with his praise. Senior Sister Qing is so clever. This time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have lived for more than a few days before being poisoned to death. Zhang Yu also said, yes, I've long heard that Senior Sister Qing is intelligent. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Hearing such praise, a faint smile appeared on Yu Aoqing's cold face. While the 5 Red Cloud disciples were eating, Yang Kai and the other 2 ordinary people were not idle, constantly stuffing fruit into their mouths. There was a row of fruit trees here that bore quite a lot of fruits. The 8 of them ate and took, sweeping all the fruits clean. After eating and drinking, they once again set out. Perhaps because Yang Kai had taken a lot of risks, this time, the person leading the way was not him, but another ordinary person. After walking for a while, Qi Yuan suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look over there, there's something flashing." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and indeed found that there was a little shining light in the grass. "Let's go and see," Yu Aoqing ordered. Soon, everyone came 30 feet away from the flashing light. Yu Aoqing's cautiousness was once again reflected. As usual, she let an ordinary person test it out, while she stayed in place. Chapter 184. With his life in the hands of others, this ordinary person had no choice but to submit to Yu Aoqing's tyrannical authority. Trembling, he stepped forward to take a look and said, "Masters, this is just a small blade of grass." Hearing him say this, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Yu hurriedly asked, "What kind of grass?" "It's snow white, very beautiful." The man replied, then asked again, "Do you want me to pick it up?" "Don't touch it," Yu Aoqing coldly shouted, then led the Red Cloud sect disciples forward. Yang Kai also followed. When they approached, the 5 Red Cloud sect disciples couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was indeed a snow-white grass, as eye-catching as jade. It looked crystal clear, and some fluorescent liquid could be vaguely seen flowing through the grass's meridians. "Heavens!" Zhang Yu exclaimed. "It's ice-skin jade bone grass." Yu Aoqing's face also showed a smile. Sure enough, it's an earth-grade high-rank spirit grass. Luo Qianqian was also quite excited, while Qi Yuan and Miao Lin were still calm. The reason for this was because the ice-flesh jade bone grass was a spirit grass that was specially made for females. It was similar to the beauty's core that Yang Kai obtained in the Red Cloud sect's right peninsula. If a woman took the beauty's core, it would make her appearance slightly more beautiful, and if a woman took the ice-skin jade bone grass, it would make her skin crystal clear, delicate like a newborn baby. If the two were used together, it was enough to turn an ugly woman into a beautiful woman, having the effect of being reborn. Women loved beauty, and there were 3 women here. Which one of them didn't want to become more beautiful? Seeing this ice-skin jade bone grass, they would naturally be happy. Just entering Hidden Island, and we've already obtained such a treasure. It looks like our trip will be a big harvest. Miao Lin looked quite excited. Yu Aoqing didn't hesitate, directly bending down to pick the ice-skin jade bone grass, then took out a jade box from her arms and carefully put it inside. Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian both looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitated. Yu Aoqing smiled. When we return to the sect, I'll let the people of the pill hall refine it. 2 junior sisters will definitely have a share. She also knew that now was not the right time to have a dispute with the Shi men, so she tried to appease them. Sure enough, Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian's faces lit up with smiles. Thank you, senior sister Qing. When the time comes to ask the pill hall to refine pills, we'll need senior sister Qing's help. After obtaining an Earth-grade high-rank spirit grass, the worry and anxiety of the Red Cloud sex group was swept away, and the uneasiness that lingered in their hearts gradually dissipated, instead becoming relaxed and cheerful. It was as if they had not fallen into this place, but had come here in search of treasures. But it has to be said that the Hidden Island was a place that no one had set foot on for many years, so it did have a lot of natural treasures. After walking in the Hidden Island for 2 days, the harvest was already full. They collected more than a dozen kinds of exotic flowers and herbs, all of which were above the Earth-grade mid-grade. They even found 1 or 2 heaven-grade herbs here. With this harvest, the 5 Red Cloud sect members were even more motivated. On this day, as they were walking, an expanse of hazy fog suddenly appeared before them, and it obstructed their line of sight. This fog looked strange, and the ordinary person leading the group stopped, his face showing some hesitation and fear as he turned to look at Yu Aoqing. Keep going. Yu Aoqing remained unmoved, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. The man had no choice but to walk forward. But just as his body merged into the fog, there was a sudden burst of crackling sounds, and a tragic cry came out of his mouth. It was short and hurried, and then his whole body collapsed to the ground, twitching non-stop. Everyone's face changed color, and they all stepped back, looking at the man's changes in horror. They saw that the man seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, as if he was being melted by a raging fire. His body constantly emitted bursts of white gas, and his flesh and blood separated from his bones, falling to the ground and turning into a pool of dark red blood. In less than 5 breaths of time, a living person's flesh and blood was completely gone, turning into a pile of bones spread out on the ground. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Ugh! Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian were so scared that their pretty faces turned pale, bending over and vomiting. Although Miao Lin and Qi Yuan were better off, they were not much better. Yu Aoqing's long eyelashes trembled uneasily. Her face and lips suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. Although she was also pale, she was not as bad as Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. The commoner who was standing beside Kai Yang felt his legs go soft as he fell to the ground. In the field, the only one who was still calm was Yang Kai. Even so, he felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. If he had gone in, he was afraid he would have ended up like this. But then again, if Yu Aoqing had really forced him to go in, Yang Kai would not have taken the risk. This fog is highly toxic. Yu Aoqing stiffly turned around, glancing at the crowd, pretending to be calm, and said in a trembling voice, "Let's go around." Everyone had just seen such a terrible scene, so naturally they could not wait to leave. And at this moment they quickly followed Yu Aoqing's footsteps. After walking for a few miles, the crowd finally calmed down. After surviving this calamity, the Red Cloud sect disciples all looked at Yu Aoqing gratefully. If it weren't for her cautiousness, this time, one of the Red Cloud sect disciples would have perished in the fog, and that person might have been them. After this incident, they were even more impressed with Yu Aoqing's decision to bring ordinary people to explore. Yang Kai also knew that he should look for an opportunity to leave. Otherwise, if they encountered a dangerous place like the one just now, he would definitely be pushed out by Yu Aoqing. If he stayed with this group of people, sooner or later he would be killed by that scorpion woman. Now he only lacked an opportunity to make them panic, and have no time to think about other things. The group was resting when a rustling sound suddenly entered their ears. Yang Kai frowned, feeling something was wrong. "What's that sound?" Miao Lin was a little nervous, suddenly standing up. "Is there a sound?" Qi Yuan listened carefully. "Shu, don't make a sound, listen carefully." Yu Aoqing apparently also heard something. The crowd held their breath and heard a buzzing sound coming from all directions. It sounded like the flight of bees, but it was evidently much louder than that. The buzzing sound was quickly approaching. Not only that, there was even a rustling sound coming from under their feet. Looking closely, they saw countless thin lines on the ground, gathering in the direction of their breathing, as if there was something underground that was quickly digging a hole to attack. Not good, run. Yu Aoqing's face suddenly changed, exclaiming, hurriedly running in a direction. The several Red Cloud disciples quickly followed. Although Yang Kai was looking for a chance to escape, he did not want to be exposed too early, not to mention he did not even know what the enemy was. So naturally he wanted to use the hands of the Red Cloud disciples to find out first. The speed of several people was very fast. After Yu Aoqing gave the order, they all flew out. After a few steps, suddenly there was a scream behind them. Everyone looked back, and in an instant they were scared out of their wits. They saw that the last ordinary person was now surrounded by a group of about the size of a bowl, strange-looking black insects. In his screams, his clothes were torn, his flesh and blood splattered, and in just a moment he fell to the ground dead. The eyes of several people trembled violently. Although they were cultivator, they did not recognize these ferocious insects. The unknown panic made them feel at a loss. Seeing the power of these insects, the 5 Red Cloud disciples ran even faster. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yang Kai. It was too late to escape. Who would care about him? After running for a while, Yu Aoqing suddenly stopped. The several people behind her quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There are more in front. We are surrounded." Yu Aoqing's face was pale. Everyone looked, and sure enough, they saw a buzzing sound in front of them, an overwhelming number of black insects flying towards them. "Kill our way out." Yu Aoqing made a prompt decision. The Red Cloud disciples quickly took out their weapons and followed her into the swarm. There were a lot of insects, but their levels should be very low. The 5 Red Cloud disciples formed a triangle, and after a while they actually killed these insects in droves. This gave them some hope, and they began to work even harder. Yang Kai followed behind them, perhaps because the attacks of the 5 Red Cloud disciples attracted the attention of these insects. He was safe and sound, not being targeted by the insects. "Old demon, what the hell is this?" Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. "This old servant has never seen it before." "You haven't seen it before?" Yang Kai was speechless. The old demon helplessly said, "Please forgive me, young master. I have lived for so long yet I am still ignorant." This old demon, in a life or death situation, he still has the mood to talk nonsense. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly saw Qi Yuan reach out towards him, grabbing his collar and throwing him out. There were too many insects nearby, and for a moment he was unable to deal with them, so he wanted to use Yang Kai as a shield. Yang Kai's face went cold. Knowing that he could no longer hide, his hands shot out, grabbing Qi Yuan's arm, and as he was about to be thrown out, he flipped over, neutralizing his strength. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai twisted his waist and threw him towards the swarm of insects. Qi Yuan was stunned, not understanding how he was thrown out, and in the next moment his body was surrounded by insects, screaming miserably. "Qi Yuan!" Zhang Yu shouted in horror, immediately staring coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, his true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly erupting, his body glowing red like a burning fireball. The 4 Red Cloud disciples were stunned by this sudden change. They never thought that the ordinary person they had been working with for several days would have such a change. Not paying attention to the 4 Red Cloud disciples, Yang Kai directly rushed in the direction Qi Yuan had been thrown out. The swarm of insects quickly surrounded him, but in front of the blazing true Yang Yuan Qi, these small winged things were simply unable to withstand a single blow, falling down like dumplings, unable to fly even close to Yang Kai's body. The 4 Red Cloud disciples watched as Yang Kai, wrapped in the blazing Yuan Qi, broke through a gap and elegantly left. Miao Lin was shocked, unable to close his mouth. "Don't be distracted, follow me out." Yu Aoqing bitterly glared at Yang Kai's back, gritting her teeth so hard they almost broke. It turned out that this person was not an ordinary person, but a cultivator who had hidden his strength. Chapter 185. Before, when he saw Yu Aoqing and the others being so flustered, Yang Kai thought that these insects would be very difficult to deal with, but now that he had personally dealt with them, he discovered that this was not the case. Perhaps Yu Aoqing and the others were difficult to deal with, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The wings of these little things were fragile, and their level was low. He didn't even need to make a move, just his hot yang qi was enough to burn their wings. Without the ability to fly, they could not pose much of a threat to Yang Kai. Their only advantage was their large numbers, and they could dig holes shuttling through the ground. Their movements were extremely convenient, and they often jumped out from under Yang Kai's feet to attack him. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai quickly escaped the encirclement of the insects. After rushing forward a few miles, he suddenly stopped. He found that there was a hazy fog in front of him. It was the same fog that had just melted the ordinary person. What happened? Did he run back? Yang Kai was a little uncertain, and quickly ran along the edge of the fog, hoping to find a way out. But half an hour later, when a skeleton appeared in front of Yang Kai, his expression could not help but change. This skeleton belonged to the ordinary person who had just been melted. Not giving up, he continued to run. After a while, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Not far in front of him, there was another corpse, but it was gnawed beyond recognition. The clothes on the corpse were familiar to Yang Kai. It was the uniform of the Red Cloud sect's disciples. And judging from the weapon beside him, this person was the one he had thrown out before, Qi Yuan. After running for so long, he was actually running in circles. The surrounding area of more than a dozen miles had been completely surrounded by the highly toxic fog. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized that these insects weren't as easy to deal with as they appeared to be. They were indeed unable to withstand a single blow from his yang qi, but he didn't know what kind of ability they had to actually use this highly toxic gas to seal off this large area. Unless he broke through the fog, there was no way to leave. Could he withstand the erosion of the fog? Yang Kai was not sure. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to test the waters. Arriving at the edge of the fog, Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand with a cold expression. His true yang secret art was pushed to the limit, and he even used the unyielding will. As soon as his fingers touched the fog, Yang Kai retracted his hand as fast as lightning. A series of crackling sounds came from his fingertips. Looking down, Yang Kai's face sank. The piece of flesh at the tip of his finger was almost melted. A piercing pain came, and Yang Kai decisively cut off the piece of flesh. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his wound, after which, he took a deep breath and scanned his surroundings. He had just separated from Yu Aoqing and the others nearby, but where were they now? With the fog surrounding them, no one could escape. There were no other corpses here, so where did they go? Sha sha sha, wung wung wung. Countless insects were like fish that smelled blood. They closed in on Yang Kai again. Yang Kai's expression changed. Forcing his true Yang Yuan Qi out of his body, he rushed to meet the insects head-on. It was as easy as before. After the wings of these strange insects were burned, they fell to the ground. However, their numbers did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more of them. Only God knew how many strange insects were hidden here. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Yang Kai ran while killing these little things. After circling several times around this area, he still could not find the slightest way out. He could not help feeling anxious. Although he had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian, enough to support his slaughter, his physical strength was always limited. If his physical strength was exhausted, even if he had more yang liquid, he could only sit and wait for death. Young master, this kind of insect monster beast generally has an insect king, just like a bee. At the critical moment, the old demon spoke. What do you mean? Yang Kai took the time to ask. Old servant is saying that if we can control the insect king, we may be able to escape from here. Do you know where the insect king is? Ahem. Old servant does not know. Yang Kai was not in the mood to blame the old demon for his nonsense, but he had thought of a possibility. Perhaps, these insects besieging him was not to kill him, but to hunt him down. The disappearance of Yu Aoqing and the others, and the absence of any corpses, was the best proof. These Red Cloud sect disciples were most likely captured by these insects and taken somewhere. And that place should be the insect's nest. The same was true for the bees. Some bees were collecting honey outside, bringing it back for the queen bee to enjoy. Was it possible to interpret the behavior of these insects as collecting honey? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. A bold plan slowly took shape in his mind. Carefully speculating about the success rate of this plan, Yang Kai put away his true Yang Yuan Qi, panting heavily as he looked at the insects. Yang Kai no longer resisted, and the insects no longer attacked, instead surrounding him layer by layer. "Young master, what are you doing?" The old demon was shocked. "Doing an experiment." Yang Kai's face was calm. He could not escape the fog surrounding him, and if he continued to fight like this, sooner or later he would die of exhaustion. So he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to fight back. If his guess was right, there would be some hope of survival. After confronting each other for a moment, the insects suddenly separated from each other and flew towards Yang Kai. The old demon shouted, "Young master, you can't just sit here and wait for death." "Shut up." Yang Kai did not want to listen to him. All of his attention was focused on the dozens of insects rushing over. His whole body tensed up like a bow, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But to his delight and spirits, after these insects flew onto him, they actually didn't have any intention of killing him. Instead, they dragged, pulled, knocked, and pushed him, and pulled him towards a certain direction. Sure enough, Yang Kai's mouth bloomed into a smile. In this way, it could explain why there were no corpses of Yu Aoqing and the others. Presumably, these people were also exhausted from fighting, and were caught by the insects. Surrounded by tens of thousands of insects, the scene was a bit frightening, but Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he walked in the direction these insects were pulling him. Not long after, he came to a large pit. In this large pit, there was a dark cave, like the mouth of a man-eating beast, extremely ferocious. Yang Kai saw a tattered skirt at the mouth of the cave. The color and material were somewhat familiar. It was Yu Aoqing's. They had really been caught. The speculation in his heart had been completely confirmed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about, and without waiting for the insects to urge him, he jumped directly into the cave. An unpleasant stench hit him in the face. The inside of this cave was full of twists and turns, and the underground was full of tunnels opened by the insects. It looked like a completely different world. As Yang Kai walked, he paid attention to the direction, and secretly left some marks where he passed. In the tunnels, from time to time, he could see many insects running back and forth. Moreover, the insects here were not only the size of bowls, there seemed to be many different kinds of insects. Some were almost the size of a person, some were the size of wash basins, some were the size of buckets, some were the size of basins, some were the size of buckets. They all looked extremely frightening, because he had actually become a prisoner of a group of insects. "Wait until I find your insect king. I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Led by the insects, Yang Kai walked for a long time in the tunnel before arriving at a relatively spacious space. It was not an exaggeration to say that this place was a cave, but it was actually a place where the insects stored their food. Because when Yang Kai came in, he found that the Red Cloud sect people were all trapped here. Many eyes looked at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai heard a burst of malicious and gloating laughter. It was coming from Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect people were more or less injured, and were sitting on the ground dispiritedly, all of them looking at Yang Kai with unkind eyes. The insects escorted Yang Kai here and then left, but outside the cave, there were several large insects taller than humans guarding, apparently to prevent these people from escaping. Entering the cave, Yang Kai did not pay attention to the Red Cloud sect people, and found a remote corner to sit down cross-legged. Yu Aoqing stared coldly at Yang Kai. Seeing him close his eyes in concentration, not speaking at all, she could not help but ask, "Who are you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and lightly glanced at her. "Why did you sneak onto my Red Cloud sect's ship and hide your strength? Why are you so scheming?" Yu Aoqing asked in succession. Yang Kai looked at her disdainfully, slowly saying, "First, it was not me who wanted to sneak onto your ship. It was your Red Cloud sect who brought me here. Second, if I did not hide my strength, would I still be alive? Third, I have plotted and schemed only to survive. Woman, don't question me with that arrogant face. If not for your Red Cloud sect capturing people everywhere, how could I be here?" You dare talk to me like that? Yu Aoqing sneered. Do you think you are so noble? Yang Kai disdainfully said. Senior Sister Qing, don't talk nonsense with him, he just killed Brother Qi Yuan. Miao Lin stared hatefully at Yang Kai. We have to avenge Brother Qi Yuan. Haha. Yang Kai laughed. What are you laughing at? Miao Lin gnashed his teeth at Yang Kai. Do you not know how to write the word death? Idiot. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. When I was working on the ship, I heard this woman tell your elder you that when we found Hidden Island, she would throw you into the sea. It's ridiculous that you didn't know. Yu Aoqing panicked and quickly said, I didn't say that. Then she glanced at Miao Lin and explained, Don't listen to his nonsense. Miao Lin looked at Yang Kai and said, Do you think I will believe your nonsense, slandering Senior Sister Qing? Senior Sister Qing, you don't have to explain, I know you won't do that. Only then did Yu Aoqing nod. Whether she said it or not, she knows best. Yang Kai said coldly, looking at Yu Aoqing. You better not do anything, or you may alarm those insects. Yu Aoqing took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. She knew that what Yang Kai said was true. While they were talking, the big insects guarding outside had been alerted, and were now poking their heads out to look at them. Although she wanted to kill Yang Kai, she really didn't dare to do it. The verbal confrontation was tasteless. Yang Kai just wanted to plant a thorn in Miao Lin's heart. After all, they were outnumbered. If they really wanted to deal with him, he would certainly not be able to get away with it. Only by making them suspect each other could he keep himself safe. Chapter 186. In the dark cave, Yang Kai and the Red Cloud sect members were on both sides, all recovering. From time to time, there would be a rustling sound coming from outside. It was the swarm of insects running back and forth. The 4 Red Cloud sect members were obviously not willing to sit still and wait for death. After recovering, they wanted to rush out. While they were recovering, they were also discussing, whispering to each other, guarding against Yang Kai's eavesdropping. After almost a day and a night, they were finally ready to move. Sneakily getting up, they slowly approached Yang Kai. Yu Aoqing's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, so was Miao Lin. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian, they were following closely behind. Just as they approached Yang Kai, less than a foot away, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, looking at them with a smile. The 4 Red Cloud sect members paused. Let me guess. Yang Kai remained calm, his voice was also very low, in order not to disturb those insects. You don't want to kill me now, do you? Yu Aoqing was as cold as ice. Hearing this, she said, You know? Of course I know, isn't this what you're good at? Letting others take the lead, taking the risk for you. I've already learned many times along the way. You want me to lead the charge, don't you? Yu Aoqing nodded slightly, coldly saying, Since you know, don't try to resist, otherwise you'll be in for a treat. Yang Kai snorted. Indeed, I'm not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to expend some effort. If you're not afraid our fighting will disturb those insects, feel free to try. Yu Aoqing's expression froze, the reason why she was so careful. She was afraid of attracting the attention of those insects outside. Yang Kai obviously understood what she was planning, so his voice was also very low. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about me. If you want to escape, you'll have to rely on your own ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I won't be your vanguard. Don't you want to escape? Yu Aoqing saw that her threats had failed. Her tone slightly eased. These insects brought us here. Definitely not for good. Staying here will only lead to death. You and we will rush out together. Maybe there is still a way out. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. I want to escape, but I don't want to be used by others. Furthermore, even if I were to open the way for you, now that we've all escaped with our lives, how would I know that you won't do anything to me? I can make you a promise. Yu Aoqing, seeing Yang Kai show signs of loosening his grip, hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. As long as you take the lead and we can escape, no one from the Red Cloud sect will bother you. You don't have to say any more. I won't believe a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake. Yang Kai sneered and closed his eyes. Yu Aoqing and the others did not know that the outside had been surrounded by the fog created by these insects, but Yang Kai was clear. Even if they were lucky enough to escape this worm cave, they wouldn't be able to run too far. Since that was the case, why waste this energy? Senior Sister Qing, kill him. It's useless to keep him around. Miao Lin had long wanted to kill Yang Kai. Now that he couldn't use him, he naturally wanted to kill him. Yu Aoqing took a deep breath. Slowly, she shook her head. In this situation, escaping was the most important thing. Although this young man was hateful, if she really killed him, it would definitely alarm those insects, and the gains would not make up for the losses. You can escape as you wish. I won't ruin your plan. Haha. I also want to see if you can really leave this place. Yang Kai grinned at Yu Aoqing. I hope you'll be bitten by those insects and die without a burial site. Yu Aoqing viciously cursed Yang Kai, then turned to the other three and said, Let's go. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples quietly left the cave. Perhaps because it was night, the several large insects guarding outside were not disturbed by their actions, still standing there foolishly. Soon, the 4 figures disappeared into the tunnel. But after half a cup of tea's time, there was a burst of fierce fighting outside, mixed with the shouts of the 4 Red Cloud sect disciples. Apparently, they had been exposed and were being targeted by those insects. The sound of fighting gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer, unmoved, still calmly meditating. In fact, escaping from this insect cave was not difficult, because these insects were not very difficult to deal with. The 4 Red Cloud sect disciples were able to escape when they were discovered, so naturally Yang Kai could do the same. The only thing that trapped him was that strange fog. He did not know how those insects created it, but its lethality was so great that Yang Kai was quite afraid of it. After about 2 hours, Kai Yang heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he saw Yu Aoqing, her hair disheveled, looking exhausted, followed by Luo Qianqian, followed by Miao Lin. Zhang Yu was not here, so she should be dead. After those insects sent the 3 of them here again, the outer perimeter was much tighter. At this moment, the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples were no longer as domineering as before. All that was left was despair and exhaustion. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking extremely miserable. They did manage to escape from the insect cave, but they were chased by the insects that blotted out the sky and earth. In the end, they were unable to kill them all and were surrounded. After that, they were escorted back here. Yu Aoqing and Luo Qianqian both squatted on the ground, their tender bodies trembling. Miao Lin was not much better. Glaring at Yang Kai, Yu Aoqing was really afraid that he would hit her when she was down. But Yang Kai did not pay attention to her, still meditating with his eyes closed. Senior Sister Qing. Senior Sister Zhang Yu was dragged away by those insects. Where did they take her? Luo Qianqian asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Yu Aoqing replied somewhat impatiently. Do we not care about her? How? We can't even protect ourselves now. How can we take care of her? Yu Aoqing clenched her fists. When Zhang Yu was separated from them, she did not die, but was seriously injured, and then was dragged to another tunnel by those insects. What kind of fate awaited her? Yu Aoqing did not know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly there was a very mournful scream in the tunnel. The scream was extremely tragic, as if someone was being tortured. It was Zhang Yu's voice. Yu Aoqing and Luo Qianqian turned pale, their bodies trembling even more. Miao Lin sat down on the ground. What happened to Senior Sister Zhang Yu? Who is torturing her? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. It was clear that they were enduring unimaginable pain. The 2 women in the cave quickly covered their ears, no longer daring to listen. Yang Kai's heart was indifferent. Although these disciples of the Red Cloud sect were not good people, along the way, they were quite supportive of Yu Aoqing's practice of using ordinary people as pawns. However, killing people was only a matter of time, but to be tortured before death was very cruel. Especially this torture. It was not given by humans. Zhang Yu's screams gradually weakened, and soon disappeared. Oh, we're dead. We definitely can't get out. Miao Lin was a little scared. His strength was the lowest among the group, only in the Qi transformation stage. If it were not for the Red Cloud sect wanting to obtain information about the hidden island from him, how could they have brought him along? He thought it was an opportunity to show his face in the sect, but he did not expect to repeatedly encounter such a disaster. Now that he was in a dead-end situation, how could Miao Lin, this debauchee young master who was addicted to wine and women, bear it? No, we will get out of here alive. Senior Sister Qing will take us out, right? Luo Qianqian shook her head vigorously, so naive that it made people feel sad. We can't get out, no one can leave here alive, Miao Lin said in a daze. Shut up. Yu Aoqing coldly rebuked. She turned to look at the always calm Yang Kai, compared to her junior brother and junior sister, and compared to herself. She suddenly discovered this young man's psychological quality. He was more determined than anyone else in the room. From beginning to end, he did not panic, nor did he have the slightest uneasiness. He just sat there quietly, so calm that it made people look at him in a new light. But Yu Aoqing did not believe that he was willing to die. As time slowly passed, Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian's panic spread. Fear reached the limit. Both of them were a little nervous. Although Yu Aoqing's psychological quality was strong, it was not that strong. Squatting in the corner, holding her knees with both hands, she kept trembling. At this moment, she regretted very much. She regretted not following the big ship to explore the hidden island. She regretted not going to find her father when the ship was destroyed. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into this situation. If she had Yu Xiaoping's protection, it would have been better than the current situation. But at that time it was so chaotic. Yu Aoqing did not know whether her father was still alive. After all, under the attack of the giant tentacle, even a supreme elder like Ding Jiazi died. Yu Xiaoping, a Yuanqi 9th stage cultivator, if he died there it was normal. But father, if you are alive, where are you? Her daughter was about to die. She called out to the heavens, but there was no answer. The proud Yu Aoqing could not help but shed some tears. She did not know how much time had passed, but just as Yu Aoqing was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard some heavy breathing sound in front of her. Yu Aoqing was shocked. Opening her eyes, she saw Miao Lin approaching her with a crazed look on his face. His eyes were burning with undisguised passion. Miao Lin, what are you doing? Yu Aoqing shouted coldly, involuntarily shrinking back. Senior Sister Qing. Miao Lin licked his dry lips and smiled. Junior brother is deeply in love with you, senior sister knows, right? Yu Aoqing frowned. She found that Miao Lin's situation was somewhat wrong. It seemed that under great pressure, his psychological defense was broken. Senior sister is like a goddess. Junior brother is very fond of you. Every night he dreams of you. Miao Lin continued to approach Yu Aoqing, his mouth affectionately confessing. His words immediately changed. In the dream, we are honest with each other, making love with each other. You don't know how happy we are. These words made Yu Aoqing a little angry, and she slapped Miao Lin's shoulder. How could Miao Lin resist? He flew back, but Yu Aoqing was already exhausted, and her palm did not have much power, so naturally it did not hurt Miao Lin. Standing up again, Miao Lin still approached Yu Aoqing with an obscene smile, shamelessly saying, Junior brother knows, senior sister's status is noble, and has always been a person with eyes above the top of her head. Because of this, I'm afraid senior sister hasn't had sex yet, right? Chapter 187. Miao Lin's words were so blunt, his intentions were obvious. Yu Aoqing's pretty face turned coldly saying, If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Hey. Miao Lin was not afraid. Anyway, we're all going to die, what difference does it make? Senior sister, you've already lived in this world. Are you willing to die with your virginity? This is too much of a pity. It's better to let junior brother serve you tonight, let you taste the most wonderful pleasure in the world. Then you can die without regrets. Yu Aoqing gasped heavily, obviously enraged, her eyes cold as ice as she glared at Miao Lin. She had not expected that under the tremendous pressure of life and death, this junior brother she had always looked down upon would be so bold and crazy, even attempting to encroach on her. But Yu Aoqing obviously would not let him do as he pleased. Killing intent flashed in her eyes. As long as Miao Lin dared to come closer, she would not hesitate to kill him. Miao Lin also saw this point. He was determined to go all out to get close to her, but he could not summon up the courage to do so. He and Yu Aoqing were in a deadlock for a long time before he smiled and retreated. Yuao Qing could not help but relax. In this kind of place, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to fight with anyone. Silence reigned in the cave. But this silence did not last long. After about an incense stick worth of time, heavy breathing of a man and a woman could be heard at the same time. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing both frowned, looking in the direction of the sound. With just a glance, Yang Kai was speechless, and Yuao Qing was also stunned. Miao Lin did not manage to persuade Yuao Qing, but at this moment, he was actually kissing Luo Qianqian passionately. Perhaps it was Miao Lin's flowery words that worked, or perhaps it was the pressure of death that she needed to relax, or perhaps it was because Luo Qianqian was not a strong woman, but she and Miao Lin were hugging each other, rolling on the ground, hugging and groping each other, kissing fiercely. As if there was no one else around, the scene was hot and humid. Listening to the passionate breathing in the cave, Yang Kai's blood began to flow faster. His throat was burning, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. He had been separated from Su Yan for 3 or 4 months now, and with the passage of time and the improvement of his own strength, the influence of the yin-yang joyous unification art on him had also become deeper and deeper. Previously, when he was exploring the hidden island on the Red Cloud Sex ship, it was still fine. In those days he had to be careful everywhere, and there was no time to think about too many things. Later, when he was trapped in the hidden island, he had to act with Yuao Qing and the others, even though sometimes his heart would involuntarily have some thoughts. However, Yang Kai was able to suppress it with his own willpower. If nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai believed that he could hold on for a long time until he returned to High Heaven Pavilion to find Su Yan for dual cultivation. But, even if you beat Yang Kai to death, he would never have thought that there would be a day when someone would act out a live sex scene in front of him, just 3 feet away from him, right under his nose. This kind of stimulation was more intense than any verbal or physical seduction. This is from the visual, his sense of hearing, smell, and omnidirectional stimulation. Even a saint would have some ripples in his heart, not to mention Yang Kai, who was deeply affected by the joyous unification art. It was like a beggar who had been hungry for several months, suddenly having a table full of delicacies placed in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't wait to slap Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian to death. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable all over. How could the other outsider, Yuao Qing, not feel uncomfortable? At first, she was stunned, her cheeks flushed red. Then her small mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. It wasn't until Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled over to her feet, their clothes in disarray and their breathing heavy, that they finally woke up from their stupor and hurriedly ran towards Yang Kai's direction. The cave was not big, so when Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian rolled on the ground, the space left for Yang Kai and Yuao Qing was very small. The scene was a bit strange and bizarre. Perhaps it was rare to see such a scene in thousands of years. A man and a woman were passionately venting on the ground, while another man and woman sat on the side and watched. No matter how one looked at it, this was the extravagant life of the rich. Adulterous couple. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing cursed in their hearts almost at the same time. But at this time, who could blame Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian? Yuao Qing was almost ashamed, and Yang Kai was not in the mood to meddle in other people's business. He was desperately trying to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Their breathing became heavier and heavier, and their clothes were scattered all over the ground. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian soon faced each other. The air was humid, and the scene was very charming, accompanied by a suppressed cry of surprise. Immediately there was the sound of waves and a man and a woman moaning. Yuao Qing almost involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai. At this time, she felt that this boy was the only one she could rely on. At least, compared to the confused Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, he was much more reliable. Get out of my way. Yang Kai was already struggling to resist, but Yuao Qing was still recklessly sticking to him. Her soft tender body and the scent of a young girl wafted out, almost making Yang Kai's efforts go to waste. The rough attitude and the low cursing made Yuao Qing sober up a little. She angrily turned to stare at Yang Kai, but found that the other party was staring at her with a pair of scarlet eyes. These eyes, compared to Miao Lin's, they were filled with even more madness. Yuao Qing's whole body went cold. Only then did she remember that the boy beside her was also a man. She hurriedly dodged to the side, but the intense panting and moaning were like a demonic sound pouring into her ears, causing her body and mind to undulate along with it. Her entire body felt somewhat warm, as if there was a ball of fire burning in her lower abdomen. Even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. A feeling she had never felt before spread throughout her body, making her feel weak and weak. In a panic, Yu Aoqing hurriedly covered her ears with both hands, squatting to the side with an aggrieved expression, shaking her head vigorously. She had always been high and mighty in Red Cloud sect. Usually, any male of the same generation who saw her would be courteous, either showing off their great strength or their profound knowledge. She had never even heard of the matters between men and women, let alone someone who dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Those weird noises and exaggerated movements were like sledgehammers smashing on her head, making her dizzy and almost unable to think. Time passed so slowly, every breath seemed to be a kind of torture. She did not know how much time had passed, but Yu Aoqing heard that junior sister Luo let out a high-pitched and sharp cry, like a dying scream. Even her breathing had stopped. This made her panic. Junior sister Luo was also dead? But then this junior sister Luo inconceivably came back to life. She began to babble again. At this moment, Yu Aoqing no longer had the arrogance of the past. She was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of its thorns. She only wanted a quiet place to rest. Yang Kai was also unable to bear it. He felt that if he did not make a move, he was destined to fall. But before he could do anything, many large insects rushed in from the outside, arriving in front of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It raised its sharp claws high up in the air and stabbed down fiercely. Real screams came out. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were almost penetrated together, and then dragged out by those large insects. Senior sister Qing, save me! Luo Qianqian shouted in panic. Yu Aoqing was only trembling. How could she have the ability to save her? Blood was scattered along the road. Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian were dragged away by the large insects, gradually moving away. Not long after, the mournful screams gradually weakened, and finally disappeared. As Miao Lin had said before, to be able to have a good time before death, she could die with no regrets. After waiting for the two people's voices to disappear for a long time, Yu Aoqing quietly let go of her ears and turned to look. After finding that they were no longer there, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. That scene just now had really embarrassed her to the point of being unable to show her face. So even if she knew that her junior brother and junior sister were dead, she did not feel the slightest regret, only relief. Just as she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that the boy was looking at her with a greedy gaze. Immediately, he jumped up, like a cheetah hunting for prey, fiercely pouncing towards her. He was panting heavily, and his breath was boiling hot. Just like the presumptuous Miao Lin. No, even crazier than Miao Lin. You court death. Yu Aoqing shouted, raising her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sent out a palm, Burning Sun's three-layer blast. 3 fierce bursts of true Yang Yuan Qi rushed into Yu Aoqing's delicate arm. Poor her, a dignified separation and reunion boundary 6th-stage cultivator, who had just fought a battle with the insect swarm, had not yet recovered much Yuan Qi, and her mind was unstable, unable to display even 30% of her strength. How could she withstand Yang Kai's strange move? When the first burst of Yuan Qi burst out, she easily resolved it, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the second burst of Yuan Qi violently erupted. Yu Aoqing panicked and circulated her Yuan Qi to resist, finally managing to avoid danger. When the third burst of Yuan Qi burst out, Yu Aoqing's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Screaming, she flew out like a broken kite. Her jade arm was broken. The pain was so excruciating that she almost burst into tears on the spot. Not waiting for her to get up, Yang Kai had already pounced on her and sent out another palm, dislocating her other arm. Yu Aoqing endured the pain, bent her knee, and viciously kicked Yang Kai's crotch. Yang Kai nimbly turned over, barely avoiding it, but with a sweep of his hand, Yu Aoqing let out a muffled groan, her thighs softly falling to the ground. With 3 of her 4 limbs broken, Yu Aoqing could not even stand up, let alone attack. She stared blankly as the young man's eyes turned red. Like a bull in heat, he bent down and leaned over her body, wantonly kissing her neck and cheeks. Her chest was kneaded by his hand. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He only had violence and recklessness on his body. No, don't. Yu Aoqing struggled, crying, listening to the sound of her clothes being torn, but she could not resist at all. The jade body that countless Red Cloud sect disciples dreamed of, but had no chance to get close to, gradually appeared in this cave. White and delicate, her skin as white as snow, delicate and delicate, her figure impressive. The young man kissed her all the way down, no nibbled. Yu Aoqing could clearly feel that there were rows of teeth marks left on her body. A sense of humiliation welled up in her heart. Yu Aoqing's heart almost died. This young man at this moment seemed to have changed into a different person. He was like a demon full of evil, bloodthirsty and cruel to the point of making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 188. Her only remaining snow-white underwear was also torn apart by him, revealing Yu Aoqing's naked body. While she was crying and begging for mercy, Yang Kai pulled at his clothes and quickly got up, his throat emitting a low roar. The Red Cloud sect's proud daughter of heaven was powerless to resist, slowly closing her eyes, no longer crying, no longer begging for mercy, letting the tears fall from her eyes. Perhaps what Miao Lin said before was right. She was about to die. What was there to protect? Although this boy now looked violent and evil, compared to that scum Miao Lin, at least he was much better. A sharp pain came from her chest. It was from being pinched. Yu Aoqing could not help but cry out miserably. Just when she thought she was doomed to lose her innocence, and was about to be defiled, the boy riding on her suddenly stopped. Yu Aoqing opened her eyes slightly, only to see that he was still staring at her with those red eyes. Those eyes were also filled with lust, greed and possessiveness, but from time to time, there seemed to be a trace of struggle and resistance flashing across them. The hot air from his nostrils was enough to melt gold and break iron. His eyebrows were tightly knit, and his face was filled with pain, as if he was enduring something. Suddenly, this boy's body erupted with a palpitating energy, making him look more and more evil. Following the eruption of this energy, his strength actually increased at an unimaginable speed. Chi Transformation Level 4, Level 5. Level 8, Level 9 Separation and Reunion Boundary Yuan Qi Fluctuations. Until he broke through to Separation and Reunion Boundary second stage, it slowly stabilized. With the improvement of his strength, the madness in his eyes became more and more intense, but that kind of struggle and resistance also became more and more violent. Suddenly he climbed down from her, sitting cross-legged on the ground, gritting his teeth and growling. "Stay away from me. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." Yu Aoqing, who thought she was doomed, was stunned. As if she had been granted amnesty, she struggled to pick up a piece of clothing with her broken arm, covering her white and flawless body, bending her good leg. She slowly moved to the edge of the corner, staring at Yang Kai in horror, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai was very sober. From beginning to end, his consciousness was clear, including when he pounced on Yu Aoqing, including tearing off her clothes and ravaging her body. However, this kind of instinctive impulse had reached its peak under the stimulation of Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian. It was impossible to control it. While enjoying the release of the desire buried deep in his bones, Yang Kai was also resisting its influence on him. In the end, he had no choice but to use the unyielding will to suppress it. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai finally understood what Su Yan meant when she said this kind of desire was hard to resist. If the woman he was alone with wasn't Yu Aoqing, if Su Yan was nearby, even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, Yang Kai would have gone to find her. The blood and qi in his chest roiled fiercely. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body was calling out, yearning for a woman's soft and fragrant comfort. The Yuan Qi was restless and violent, rolling up the entire cave, whimpering and whistling, disturbing the big insects that were probing around to investigate. On his upper body, his skin was blood red, looking very frightening. However, not too far away from him, there was a completely naked beauty who had no strength to resist. As long as he was willing, he could take her for himself at any time and taste the wonderful taste of pleasure. For the current Kai Yang, this was undoubtedly another kind of test. trying not to think about her. Even Su Yan's figure was forcibly erased from his mind by Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed himself in his own body, constantly circulating his true Yang secret art, endlessly feeling the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton to distract himself. Last time he had comprehended the unyielding will from the unyielding golden skeleton, but Yang Kai knew that there were still some things hidden in his golden skeleton. His strength was not enough, and his perception was not enough, so he could not comprehend them for the time being. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Kai once again deeply felt the unyielding golden skeleton. He did not seek to comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, only to stabilize his irritable desire. The effect was not bad. Although the situation was not alleviated, at least it had stabilized. Yu Aoqing was also tactful, knowing that Yang Kai must be desperately resisting her, so naturally she did not dare to make any noise, lest she attract Yang Kai's attention. She just curled up in the cave, motionless. As time passed, Yang Kai's situation gradually improved, his irritable mood slowly calming down, and his surging yuan qi also showed signs of being restrained. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai's violent aura disappeared, the cave once again returned to calm. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, and the temporary increase in strength from the unyielding will also slowly disappeared, and his realm fell. Separation and reunion first stage. Qi transformation 9th stage, 8th stage, 5th stage. He had stabilized. This time, he had successfully resisted the desire in his heart, and his strength had actually increased by a stage. Although this was an unexpected gain, Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He frowned slightly, sitting there motionless, lost in thought. This time, while comprehending the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, although he hadn't gained anything, it wasn't like he hadn't made any progress. Somehow, Kai Yang felt like there was a layer of shackles blocking his path. As long as he could break through this shackles, the other mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton would appear. Unfortunately, his current strength and understanding of the martial Tao were still too weak, not enough to break the shackles. He could only wait for another opportunity to comprehend it. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, glancing at Yu Aoqing who was staring at him in the corner. In her beautiful eyes, there was panic, but also a trace of resentment and resentment. Any woman who encountered such a situation would not be able to remain calm. Yang Kai stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Don't come here." Yu Aoqing shouted fiercely, her body trying to retreat, but behind her was the cave wall. Where could she retreat to? Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile, slowly squatting down in front of her. "Get out of my way." Yu Aoqing's hands were unable to move, but she steeled her heart and slammed her head into Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not move, letting her head hit his forehead. With a loud thud, Yu Aoqing was on the verge of collapsing, her bright forehead suddenly turning red. Yang Kai reached out a hand, grabbed her dislocated arm, pulled it down and pushed it up. Accompanied by a crisp crack, Yu Aoqing screamed. The pain made her sweat for a moment, instinctively swinging her palm towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai countered with a palm, defusing her attack, coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can kill you now." The cold tone, the cold look in his eyes, made Yu Aoqing stunned on the spot. Only then did she realize that her dislocated arm had been fixed. Ignoring her murderous gaze, Yang Kai reached out and rubbed her thigh, circulating his yuan qi to resolve the internal injury there. A warm feeling came, making Yu Aoqing somewhat unbearable. After dealing with her injured arm and thigh, Yang Kai slowly got up and sat to the side. Yu Aoqing looked at him incredulously. She could not believe that this young man would treat her so kindly. Not long ago, he used a kind of overbearing method to destroy her body in an attempt to possess her. She had no friendship with him at all, and even had a grudge against him. Why would he do this? Unable to understand, Yu Aoqing clenched her teeth, secretly observing Yang Kai while putting on her clothes. Hearing this movement, Yang Kai naturally knew what she was doing without opening his eyes. He knew that there must be endless scenery, causing people to daydream, but unexpectedly, he did not have much of a reaction. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was the accumulation of these past few months. all of which had been resolved during the resistance, so he could be so calm. This was a good way to cultivate one's mind, accumulate for a period of time, then find a way to resist. Once the resistance was successful, whether it was strength or state of mind, both could be improved. Inadvertently, Yang Kai found a suitable cultivation path for himself. The cave was quiet again. Yang Kai and Yuao Qing sat at opposite ends of the cave, one waiting patiently, the other frightened. No one spoke. About a day later, there was a sudden movement outside. It was the big insects coming to catch them again. Yang Kai's expression shook, opening his eyes, but Yuao Qing was terrified, afraid that she would follow in the footsteps of her junior brother and junior sister. Just as she was worried, she saw Yang Kai stand up on his own and walk out. He wasn't trying to save Yuao Qing out of kindness. This woman's heart was vicious. She was definitely not a good person. Not to mention that Kai Yang hadn't done anything to her before. Even if they had a physical relationship, Kai Yang wouldn't have let her live. Before, when he connected her arm, it was also to return a favor. After all, this breakthrough was also thanks to her. Letting her go, the two of them were even, no one owed the other. Yang Kai now took the initiative to come out. His main purpose was to find the Insect King. If he wanted to leave this damned place, he had to find the Insect King. Combined with what he had seen in the past few days and his own experience, Yang Kai was sure that these insects had captured them for the Insect King to enjoy. Perhaps seeing Yang Kai so tactful, the big insects were not as cruel as they had been to Miao Lin and Luo Qianqian, but one of them led the way, while the others pushed and bumped Yang Kai from behind, urging him to move faster. Yuao Qing stared at all of this in a daze, the corners of her mouth curling into a happy smile, but soon she began to cry again. She naturally wished for Yang Kai to die, but if Yang Kai really did die, she would be the only one left at this moment. Compared to that, she would rather Yang Kai live. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, Yang Kai did not know how long he had walked before he came to a huge cave. The big insects drove Yang Kai into the cave, and did not follow. Old demon! Yang Kai vigilantly looked around while calling out in his mind. But the old demon, who was always on call, did not respond this time. Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that something had happened to him, so he hurriedly checked, and could not help but laugh. He didn't know when this old devil had sealed off his divine sense. What are you doing? Yang Kai unsealed him and asked. Young master, are you done? The old demon smiled. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Chapter 189. Didn't you and that woman called Yuao Qing hee. The old demon smiled wretchedly. Young master has said before that if you were alone with any woman, this old slave would have to seal his divine sense. This old slave will remember that. This really had been said before. Yang Kai nodded slightly, but did not explain, instead saying, I'm afraid I'll have to see that Insect King soon. I'm going to try to subdue it. You stay by my side. Hearing that Yang Kai was going to do something serious, the old demon also quickly became serious. This old slave obeys. Yang Kai looked around and found that the cave was very spacious. Only an unpleasant stench was spreading in the cave. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai still could not find the Insect King. Instead, he found a lot of bones and corpses in the cave. Zhang Yu Miaolin and Luo Qianqian of the Red Cloud sect were all here. These three people seemed to have suffered great pain when they were alive. Their eyes were wide open, and their flesh and blood were shriveled up like dead wood, looking very frightening. Zhang Yu was the first to die, and was the most severely shriveled. Miao Lin was not much better than her. Only Luo Qianqian seemed to have some moisture in her flesh and blood, but only a little. Young master, this Insect King seems to have sucked their flesh and blood dry, the old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly, squatting down in front of Luo Qianqian's body. This Red Cloud sect disciple was having sex with Miao Lin when she was captured by the big insect. And at this moment she was still naked. The originally beautiful young girl's face was now terrible. It really made people sigh. Where was the Insect King? Just as Yang Kai was vigilant and suspicious, Luo Qianqian's body seemed to move slightly, and then a golden light suddenly rushed out from her arm, directly attacking Yang Kai. Young master, be careful. Yang Kai was vigilant. Although it happened suddenly, he was not flustered. circulating his true Yang Yuan Qi. His footwork unfolded, and his figure flashed, appearing more than a dozen feet away. But before he could stand firm, he found that the golden light had actually arrived in front of him. So fast. Yang Kai's expression changed and he flashed out again. Just like before, the golden light flew over again. Yang Kai heard a slight buzzing sound. In the golden light, he vaguely saw a figure that looked similar to those strange insects, but it was countless times smaller. This was the Bug King. Yang Kai originally thought that the Bug King would be a big guy, but he didn't expect it to be so small. However, the speed at which it flew was amazing. As the Bug King, it was definitely more ferocious and difficult to deal with than those strange insects. Not daring to be slow, Yang Kai used his footwork to circle around the Insect King in the cave, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After 15 consecutive flashes, the Insect King exhausted all of its Yuan Qi, but the distance between it and Yang Kai did not widen. Instead, it got closer. There was no way to avoid it anymore. Standing firm, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he punched out towards the golden light. The true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely erupted. A shocking thing happened. This punch did not send the Bug King flying. Instead, Yang Kai felt a pain in his fist, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. Hurriedly withdrawing his fist, Yang Kai looked aghast. He found that there was a small bloody hole in his fist, and under his skin, there was a bulge that drilled into the back of his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What kind of insect is this? Yang Kai was scared out of his wits. He wanted to run over and subdue the Bug King, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. It actually drilled into his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged, carefully feeling his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the bug drilled into his body and suddenly disappeared. "Young master, do you feel anything wrong?" the old demon asked in alarm. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. Looking at the state of the Red Cloud people, the Bug King must have drilled into their bodies and sucked their flesh, but why was nothing happening to him? No, look carefully again. This old servant suddenly remembered an ancient insect that is somewhat similar to this thing. Yang Kai naturally knew that something was wrong. He quickly immersed his mind and investigated the arm that the Bug King drilled into. After a long time, he finally found some traces. This Bug King, at this moment, drilled into the star space on the back of his hand. This star space was opened by practicing the star mark martial skill. Usually, this space accumulates Yuan Qi, waiting for a time to erupt. According to the words of the old demon, this martial skill was a one-time deal. Once it was used, it was either you die or I die. Last time in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai also relied on the star mark to severely injure the turtle-shaped monster beast. This strange Bug King could actually drill into this space. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt that the huge amount of Yuan Qi he had accumulated in the star space over the past few months was being crazily devoured. In just a moment, a quarter of the Yuan Qi was gone. Once it drilled in, Yang Kai had no way to get it out, unless he cut off his hand. When he told this to the old demon suddenly became anxious. Bad. If it drains all the Yuan Qi, it will suck young master's flesh and blood. At that time, young master will definitely die, and if you die, this old servant will also be buried with you. What should we do? Yang Kai frowned, his mind turning rapidly, thinking of countermeasures. He never thought that this Bug King would be so strange that it could even devour the Yuan Qi. A moment later, the Yuan Qi in the star space decreased by a lot, and it was about to reach the bottom. The pitiful Yang Kai's star mark had been accumulating power for several months, but before it could even be used, the Insect King had taken drastic measures against it. In order to prevent the Bug King from having any ideas about his flesh and blood after devouring the Yuan Qi, Yang Kai hurriedly operated the True Yang tactics and poured the True Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians into the star space. The Bug King became more and more excited as it devoured. Although this method could not cure the root of the problem, it could at least buy some time. Yang Kai and the old demon quickly thought of countermeasures. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old demon, can you enter the star space?" The old demon was stunned. Old servant has not tried, but even if old servant can enter, I am not the Bug King's opponent. Its speed is too fast, and maybe it can even devour divine souls. If that was the case, then the old demon was simply throwing himself into a trap. Try and see if you can enter, Yang Kai urged. Do you really want to go in? The old demon was uneasy. Don't talk nonsense. The old demon was helpless, but at this moment, Yang Kai was also in danger, so he could not escape. Bracing himself, he wrapped the soul breaker all around himself and came to the back of Yang Kai's hand, muttering a few words in fear, then rushed into the star space. A moment later, the old demon fled in panic. It can really devour divine souls. Old servant is terrified. Just now, if he had not run fast enough, if the Bug King had not been devouring Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, he would not have been able to escape. If you can go in, then it will be easy. Yang Kai smiled. Young master, you have a countermeasure? The old demon heard him say so and was overjoyed. I'm not 100% sure, I'm just giving it a try, Yang Kai said, directly using the unyielding will to frantically extract the unyielding golden skeleton's energy. At the same time, the Dantian's yang liquid was constantly exploding, turning into a huge amount of energy and continuously pouring into the star space. Yang Kai's body could be said to have 3 energy warehouses. One was the star space on the back of his hand. This was the Star Mark's exclusive warehouse, so it stored the least amount of energy. The second was the Dantian's yang liquid. This was the foundation of Yang Kai's fighting strength. The power of all his martial skills and moves depended on the Dantian's yang liquid. The third, and also the largest warehouse, was the unyielding golden skeleton. The unyielding golden skeleton could accept any kind of energy. Yang Kai's pills, spirit grass, spirit fruit, spirit cultivation, as long as it was not of the yang attribute, it could all be stored here. Therefore, in terms of storage capacity, the unyielding golden skeleton's energy was many times greater than the total amount of yang liquid in the Dantian. At this moment, the Yuan Qi fluctuations emerging from Yang Kai's body could be said to be extremely terrifying. With the influx of energy, the Bug King in the star space also began to devour it, becoming more and more intoxicated. Young master, the old demon was stunned. Are you trying to stuff it to death? It's best if it can, but if it can't, then you'll have to go in and fight. Yang Kai's answer was concise and comprehensive, and then he poured his energy into the star space. As time passed, the Bug King that had drilled into the star space was gradually at a loss. It was somewhat intelligent, otherwise it would not have been able to command its subordinates to surround and capture prey. In the past, when it caught prey, it would first devour the various kinds of energy in the prey's body, and after swallowing the energy, it would then consume the flesh and blood of the prey. But this time, it found that something was wrong. The energy in the body of this new prey was actually endless, without the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although it was very happy at first and ate until it was full, its body soon began to swell. It could not eat anymore, but the energy still continued to pour into its body, causing it to become restless, rushing left and right in the star space. However, it was easy to get in, but how could it be so easy to get out? Yang Kai had fought with it before and knew that it was extremely fast. Once it regained its freedom, it would be very difficult to capture, so naturally it was impossible to let it leave. The constant influx of energy was equivalent to sealing the exit, making it impossible for it to escape. Yang Kai's true yang secret art was pushed to the limit. More than half of the yang liquid in the Dantian had burst open and poured into the star space, where it was completely swallowed by the Bug King. On the back of his hand, there seemed to be a buzzing sound as the Bug King tried to escape. With a fierce grin on his face, Yang Kai once again burst open a few drops of yang liquid, along with the energy extracted from the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent them all into the star space. As the yang liquid continued to explode, Kai Yang's flesh and blood had already turned red. His whole body was steaming hot, as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun. His skin was also oozing with blood. Old demon! Yang Kai felt that it was about time and called out in his mind. Seeing Yang Kai so determined, the old demon's heart became somewhat ruthless, and without hesitation, he drilled into the star space with the soul breaker all. Chapter 190. Young Kai could feel that the old demon and the insect king were fighting fiercely in the star space on the back of his hand. Although the old demon wasn't the insect king's match at first, the insect king couldn't digest the energy it had swallowed. Its body became bloated and its speed was greatly reduced. The old demon was actually evenly matched with it. As time passed, the insect king swallowed more and more energy, and the old demon gradually turned the situation around and gained the upper hand. The Soul Breaker all displayed its power and forced the insect king to retreat, leaving wounds everywhere. The back of his hand was burning hot. After withstanding so much energy, Young Kai himself was also injured. Looking down, the originally hidden star space was now blooming with light. As usual, the endless star field appeared before his eyes. In the star field, Young Kai seemed to be able to see two figures, one black and one gold, crisscrossing each other. A burnt smell came out. It was because he had poured in too much true Yang Yuan Qi and burned his hand. Young Kai gritted his teeth and continued to pour in true Yang Yuan Qi. The huge amount of Yuan Qi not only overwhelmed the insect king, but also affected the old demon. The old demon's divine soul and the soul breaker all were evil things. True Yang Yuan Qi was their nemesis. If it hadn't recognized Young Kai as its master, the old demon wouldn't have been able to hide the soul breaker all in his body. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now the old demon faintly felt as if he was about to be melted by the extremely hot and Yang Yuan Qi. The old demon's heart was filled with uneasiness. It anxiously conveyed its thoughts to Young Kai, but it still didn't get a response from Young Kai. As if it had waited for thousands of years, the old demon vaguely heard Young Kai's call. "Come out!" The old demon almost burst into tears. Just now he even thought that Young Kai was ruthless enough to destroy him and the insect king, so he didn't give him any response. Now that he heard the young master's call, he was moved to the point of dying for his friend. Not daring to linger, Young Kai opened a gap in the star space. The old demon instantly fled. The insect king also wanted to run out, but the gap opened and closed. He didn't give it a chance at all. "Star mark!" Young Kai bellowed as he slowly raised his right fist. The pattern of the endless star field hovered around him, rendering this gloomy cave into a starry sky. With a loud bang, the entire insect cave seemed to tremble a few times. Young Kai even spat out a mouthful of blood. There were no traces of star mark in the surroundings, so the old demon saw everything that had happened. He was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master!" "I'm fine." Young Kai spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he panted heavily. He lowered his head and looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand, it was a bloody mess, and even the veins and white bones could be faintly seen. After carefully inspecting it, Young Kai suddenly smiled. The insect king was already dead, and there was no longer any aura in its body. First, it had been fed so much energy by him. Then it was heavily injured by the old demon, and then it took a star mark. It was a miracle that it could survive. The old demon's heart trembled, and after a while he sincerely said, "Young master, this old servant admires you." He couldn't help but admire Young Kai's star mark. He didn't attack the target, but instead directly detonated it on the back of his hand. If there was even the slightest mistake, Young Kai would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, Young Kai controlled it very well. Most of the damage from this move was added to the insect king's body, and he only suffered a little bit. To be so ruthless to himself, this wasn't something a normal person could do. The old demon sincerely admired Young Kai. "Be vigilant of your surroundings. I may need to recover for a few days." Young Kai tore open his clothes and wrapped his injured right hand. After hurriedly warning him, he closed his eyes. The power of the star mark was enormous. In the past, Young Kai was able to beat a rank 6 monster beast to the ground with a single punch. Now even though he only suffered a little bit, it wasn't something a chi-transforming stage 5 cultivator could deal with. His right hand was in severe pain, his Yuan Qi was in chaos, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced from the shock. The only thing that made Young Kai feel gratified was that although the back of his hand was bloody, the star space still existed, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to use the star mark in the future. It took a lot of effort for Young Kai to get his Yuan Qi in order. He constantly operated the true Yang secret art, controlling the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body to warm the injured area and remove the blood clots in his body. After 2 days, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Those insects didn't come in, right?" This was the problem he was most worried about. He didn't need to worry too much about those small insects, as they were low level, but there were a lot of them. But those large insects were clearly not low-level monster beast. Any one of them was not much worse than the Red Cloud sect disciples. "No," the old demon replied. "Those insects didn't dare to come in here. This is the Insect King's residence." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but feel that his injuries were healing much faster than before. He untied the cloth wrapped around his right hand. Although the back of his hand was still bloody, it was clearly healing quickly, and the white bones and veins could no longer be seen. The old demon seemed to know Yang Kai's doubts, and said, "Last time, young master refined a few drops of blood-congealing beads on the right peninsula of Red Cloud sect, and his blood and qi greatly increased. Naturally, his recovery is faster than before, and with more blood and qi, his vitality is more vigorous." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai secretly nodded. "Young master, although the Insect King is dead, did you feel that it left you something?" The old demon asked a question that made Yang Kai puzzled. "What is it?" "This old servant doesn't know. Please examine it carefully." Listening to his serious tone, Yang Kai also frowned, and immersed himself in searching his body. After a long time, he really did find that there was something wrong with his body. There was an unusual energy settling in the dantian, but this was not the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, nor was it absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Staying in the dantian, if not for the old demon's reminder, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered it. "What's going on? The Insect King's residual energy?" Yang Kai was suspicious. Hearing him say this, the old demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sure enough." "What do you know? Tell me in detail." "Young master, do you remember this old servant saying that this thing is similar to an ancient insect that I know of?" Yang Kai nodded. At first, this old servant was only suspicious but not sure. "After all, I have never seen this kind of thing with my own eyes, only heard about it. Later, when I fought with it, I was 50% to 60% sure. Now that the young master feels something different, I can be sure that it really is that ancient insect." "What kind of insect?" "The heaven-devouring great emperor insect." After the old demon said the name, he quickly congratulated. "Congratulations, young master, you will soon obtain another treasure." The young master's good fortune is profound. This old servant is envious. "Speak clearly." Yang Kai sat up straight, ready to listen to the old demon talk about some unknown secret. These ancient mutated insects eat anything, and they especially like to devour all kinds of energy and flesh. Moreover, every heaven-devouring great emperor insect has a kind of opportunity. If someone can refine it, they can obtain great benefits. This opportunity can be a supreme skill, it can be a kind of top martial skill, it can be a powerful secret treasure, it can be a lot more likely to increase one's strength without any side effects. There are thousands of changes, it is unknown, it all depends on one's luck. How can an insect have these things in its body? I can understand that it can increase one's strength, but it is too strange for it to have a supreme skill or martial skill, isn't it? Yang Kai was surprised. "Young master, you may not know, but this heaven-devouring great emperor insect is very rare. It contains the heavenly way. It has so many wonders that even this old servant is inferior to it. Moreover, there are many supreme skills and martial skills in this world. They are born by the heavens and earth, existing in the world. They are discovered by the fated people, so it is not surprising that these things appear in the body of an insect, not to mention that it is the famous heaven-devouring great emperor insect." The old demon's tone was full of envy, but after seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, he said in amazement, "Young master, you don't believe it?" "I don't know, but since it can be refined, we will know whether it is really so magical after refining." Yang Kai did not say whether he believed it or not. What he heard was false, but seeing was believing. What's more, old demon had only heard about these heaven-devouring insects from hearsay, so he didn't know the truth. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai used his mind to communicate with the strange energy that settled in the dantian. and used the True Yang secret art to burn it with the hot True Yang Yuan Qi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Day after day the energy slowly changed. In the beginning it was incompatible with Yang Kai. After all, it was something left behind by the Insect King, not something that belonged to Yang Kai himself. But as it was burned, it gradually became infected with Yang Kai's aura, and finally one day, it suddenly split into two and uncontrollably entered Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain coming from both sides of his shoulder blades, as if he had been branded with iron. The pain came quickly and left quickly, and before Yang Kai could react, it had already disappeared. Carefully checking his own strength, he found that he was still at Qi transformation stage 5. The old demon, this big liar. Yang Kai was angry. Although he did not believe what the old demon said before, he still faintly hoped that his strength would increase. But even after refining that thing, his strength did not increase at all, not to mention a supreme secret art, a peerless martial skill, and not even the shadow of an artifact. Opening his eyes with an ashen face, the old demon impatiently asked, "Young master, did you gain anything?" "Gain my ass, that thing has already been refined," Yang Kai unhappily replied. The old demon was shocked. "Impossible. This is the legendary heaven-devouring great emperor's heavenly energy left behind." "Legends are all lies," Yang Kai said sincerely. No, young master does not know. But this old servant remembers that there was an enemy who, because he refined the heaven-devouring great emperor's insect, obtained a supreme secret art, and became famous. This is not a legend. This is a real thing. This old servant swears with his life, with his soul. The old demon almost swore. Chapter 191. Generally speaking, if the old demon dared to guarantee something with his divine soul, he was 90% sure of it. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but have a serious expression. If that really was the so-called heavenly energy, then he definitely wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Recalling everything that had just happened, Yang Kai focused his attention on the shoulder blades on both sides of his back. When the strange energy was refined, he felt a burning sensation in his shoulder blades. Other than that, there was no other abnormality. When he focused his attention there, Yang Kai clearly felt his Yuan Qi rush to his shoulder blades, and an inexplicable feeling of being bound appeared in his heart. When this feeling came, he couldn't help but increase the output of his Yuan Qi. Suddenly, the binding was broken. My God! The old demon groaned. If he had a physical body, he would be in a state of shock right now. This old demon had lived for who knows how many years. Although he had been sealed all this time, and had only recently come out, he was very knowledgeable. There was very little in the world that could make him lose his composure. But now he had lost his composure. This. Yang Kai was also stunned. He never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen. On his back, there were two wings made purely of true Yang Yuan Qi. The wings weren't big, only about 5 feet long. The true Yang Yuan Qi that was made of them seemed to be quite unstable. It swayed and shook according to the ups and downs of Yang Kai's mood. Looking sideways, Yang Kai's eyes trembled. This pair of wings that grew out of his shoulder blades had a grand design that revealed a sense of elegance. Especially the color of the true Yang Yuan Qi. It was like a raging flame, giving people a wild and unrestrained feeling. Yang Kai and the old demon didn't speak. It was as if they had lost the ability to speak. All of their minds were focused on the wings. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He frowned and said, "Old demon, what is this?" The old demon swallowed his saliva and said, "The power of flight." "Secret treasure? No. This is much more valuable than a secret treasure. This is an ability bestowed upon young master by the heavenly energy. This old servant does not understand the mysteries behind it. Only young master can figure it out yourself in the future." Yang Kai nodded slightly, and with a thought, the two yang inflammation wings on his back flapped, rolling up a light breeze in the cave. It actually brought him up into the air. But before he could fly too high, he hit the cave wall and the flaming yang wings on his back suddenly disappeared, causing Yang Kai to plummet to the ground, his vision blurred. He carefully studied and experimented for a long time. Yang Kai confirmed that he really obtained the power of flight from the heaven-devouring great emperor. The pair of yang inflammation wings was indeed condensed from the true yang yuan qi in his body. After confirming this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. With the Red Cloud Sect's people in the hidden island, although Yang Kai didn't say anything to the old demon these days, he was actually a little worried. He didn't know how to go back. Originally, he wanted to cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm, and have the ability to fly before making any plans, or catch a flying monster beast on the hidden island, or carry him back, but no matter which method it was somewhat unreliable. After all, the hidden island was thousands of miles away from Sea City. Even an immortal Wander Realm expert might not be able to fly over, let alone the Yuan Qi Realm expert, and the monster beast he could catch. Now he could use the true Yang Yuan Qi to condense a pair of Yang inflammation wings behind his back. The problem that troubled Yang Kai was solved. This pair of Yang inflammation wings. According to the old demon, it came from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's remaining heavenly energy, not a secret treasure. It was not a martial technique, but a special ability that had been derived from it. But if he wanted to use this ability, similarly, it would consume a lot of primordial qi. The cave was not suitable for testing the Yang inflammation wings. Yang Kai restrained the excitement in his heart and suddenly thought of a problem. Old demon, you said that the insects outside. Young master, you think too much. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insects are very rare. Although it has many descendants, the insects outside can no longer be considered as heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insects. They are just a kind of monster beast. The old demon obviously knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed, but thinking about it, those insects couldn't be killed. If every one of them had heavenly energy in their body, wouldn't it be terrible? Yang Kai's expression changed again. But after refining the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's insect, I found that I can control those insects. Is there such a thing? The old demon was surprised. Try it and you will know. Yang Kai's mind turned, and a large number of insects rushed in from outside. Some were big and some were small, but they all stopped outside the cave, as if this cave was a forbidden area for them. Haha, it's really like this. Yang Kai laughed. Although those small insects were not lethal, there were a lot of them. What made Yang Kai happy was that those big insects were all 3rd or 4th grade monster beast, and there were even 2 that had reached the 5th grade. 5th grade, which was equivalent to an Yuan Qi master. Searching for treasures in the hidden island would be a lot easier with their help. This trip into the tiger's den was really the right one. In a good mood, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, and those large and small insects quickly retreated, taking the initiative to make a path for him. Seeing this scene, the old demon couldn't help but be amazed. After this matter, Yang Kai planned to directly leave this insect cave, and take this group of insects to the hidden island, but suddenly he remembered a person. Yu Aoqing. He didn't know what happened to this Red Cloud Sect's proud daughter at the moment. If she was already dead at this moment, then naturally ashes to ashes, earth to earth, all the previous grievances could be put aside. If she was not dead, Yang Kai wanted to take her with him. It was not to take care of her, but there were definitely Red Cloud Sect masters on the hidden island. If he accidentally encountered those masters after going out, with Yu Aoqing in his hand, it would always be a bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Yang Kai followed the path in his memory to the place where Yu Aoqing was imprisoned. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the cave from before, but when Yang Kai poked his head inside to take a look, his expression immediately changed. In this cave, Yu Aoqing was not the only one. In addition to her, there were 3 other people. 2 of them were the Red Cloud Sect's younger generation disciples, and the other was an elder of the Red Cloud Sect. Yang Kai had heard his name when he was on the ship. Meng Xingyuan, although his strength could not be compared to Yu Xiaoping, he was also a 7th layer Yuan Qi master. Why were they here? Yang Kai was stunned. Meng Xingyuan and the others were here. It was Yu Aoqing's luck. After the ship was destroyed, the Red Cloud Sect's people scattered. Meng Xingyuan gathered several disciples, and like Yu Aoqing and the others, they explored the hidden island while looking for disciples. For many days, they encountered many dangers along the way, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. Now only 2 people were left. Today, when they arrived here, they found that the outer layer of fog was a bit strange. So Meng Xingyuan flew in with the two disciples to investigate. When they investigated, they found Qi Yuan's body, and then followed the clues to this insect cave. At the entrance of the insect cave, there was a piece of torn cloth from Yu Aoqing's dress. Meng Xingyuan immediately knew that the situation was not good, so he led the two disciples to sneak in. He thought it would be very difficult, but he did not expect that they would not encounter any attacks along the way, and so easily found Yu Aoqing. How could they know that all those insects had just been summoned by Yang Kai, so it was so smooth? When Yang Kai came back, Meng Xingyuan and the Red Cloud sect disciple had just arrived. Yu Aoqing was in a daze, and in fear. She described what had happened to her in the past few days, as well as the fate of Zhang Yu and Luo Qianqian. While she was talking, Yang Kai appeared, and both sides were stunned. Meng Xingyuan did not remember that the Red Cloud sect had such a disciple, and Yu Aoqing obviously did not expect that Yang Kai could come back alive. But immediately, Yu Aoqing's eyes surged with resentment and anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Martial Uncle Meng, this person is not a disciple of my Red Cloud sect, but a thief who mixed in with the ship. Qi Yuan was killed by him. I ask Martial Uncle Meng to take action and avenge junior brother Qi Yuan." She did not mention that Yang Kai had humiliated her, fearing that if this matter spread, it would not be good for her. Before, she did not dare to do anything to Yang Kai. First of all, there was only her and Yang Kai here, and some of them were in the same boat. Second, she was physically and mentally exhausted, and was not Yang Kai's opponent. But now it was different. Meng Xingyuan and the others had found this place so she could safely leave. For Yang Kai, this man who had stripped her clothes and profaned her body, how could Yu Aoqing be willing to let him go? She could not wait to tear Yang Kai into pieces with her own hands, to vent the hatred in her heart. As long as he died, no one would know what had happened that day, and she would still be the proud daughter of the Red Cloud sect. After saying this, Yu Aoqing slightly raised her head, looking at Yang Kai arrogantly, her eyes filled with the joy of revenge. Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, and he shouted, "Boy, you have guts! You dare to kill my Red Cloud sect disciple. Kill him for me." These words were directed at the two Red Cloud sect disciples. As soon as his voice fell, the two did not hesitate to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yu Aoqing, his eyes flashing with a trace of coldness. His figure flickered, and he flashed more than 10 feet away. When the two Red Cloud sect disciples caught up, Yang Kai flashed again, and after a few more times, disappeared without a trace. So fast. Meng Xingyuan could not help but exclaim, that footwork was really amazing, and he did not know what level of martial skill it was. "Qing'er, can you still walk?" Meng Xingyuan asked. Yu Aoqing nodded. "Go out with martial uncle. I want to see how that boy leaves that fog." Meng Xingyuan coldly snorted, but he was not in a hurry. As long as the fog was still there, any cultivator below Yuan Qi would not be able to leave, unless they had a flight-type artifact. "Martial uncle, you must kill him. He even wanted to humiliate junior sister Luo Qianqian. If I had not stopped him, he would have already succeeded." Yu Aoqing's beautiful eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of guilt, she slandered Yang Kai. Meng Xingyuan was furious. "Daring to have ideas about my Red Cloud sect disciple. He is really bold. Rest assured, when martial uncle catches him, he will be skinned alive." Yu Aoqing showed a cold smile. Chapter 192. Not waiting for Meng Xingyuan and Yu Aoqing to go far, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from outside. A moment later, the two Red Cloud sect disciples who had chased Yang Kai retreated in embarrassment. "What happened?" Meng Xingyuan asked. "Martial uncle, there are so many insects." One of them hurriedly replied with an ugly expression. There was no need for him to answer, as a buzzing sound entered Meng Xingyuan's ears, and in the next moment he saw a large mass of dark, fog-like things rushing towards him. This black mass was made up of a type of black insects that were only the size of a fist and were waving their wings. As far as the eye could see, these insects completely occupied the tunnel, and there were countless of them. Yu Aoqing cried out involuntarily, "Martial ant, we were caught by these insects." Meng Xingyuan's face became cold, shouting, Retreat behind me. With a single step, he rushed to the front of the Red Cloud sect disciples. His hands opened wide, and a fierce yuan qi burst out. When the strange insects were struck by Meng Xingyuan's attacks, they fell down like dumplings, creating a vacuum in front of him. Martial uncle is so strong. One of the Red Cloud sect disciples was dazzled, and could not help but praise. Follow me and kill. Meng Xingyuan's aura was as deep as an abyss, as he took the lead, using his own means to kill. The two Red Cloud sect disciples protected Yu Aoqing in the middle, following closely behind Meng Xingyuan. Meng Xingyuan pushed forward step by step. Every time he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill off several dozen mutated insects. However, there were simply too many of them, and he could not kill them all. After making over 10 moves consecutively, he could not help but feel a little out of breath. His footsteps paused for a moment, and he took in a deep breath to suppress his churning vital energy and blood. Once again he performed a fierce move. Along the way, the ground was covered with insect corpses, forming a thick layer. After rushing out about 500 feet, Meng Xingyuan suddenly stopped, his expression changing. From the depths of the cave came a cracking sound. The cave wall above them. Also chunks of mud were falling down. Immediately, a rumbling sound entered their ears. The whole cave shook. Not good. Meng Xingyuan exclaimed. This place is going to collapse, let's go. The 3 Red Cloud sect disciples behind him were also shocked and hurriedly followed his footsteps. However, there were countless strange insects blocking the way. They couldn't speed up even if they wanted to. Meng Xingyuan used all of his strength, but he was still unable to make those strange insects retreat. In his haste, there were some that managed to slip through and attack the 3 people behind him. This caused them to be flustered. After running for another 300 feet, the tunnel in front of them suddenly collapsed, completely blocking their way. Meng Xingyuan and the 3 Red Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen, and Yu Aoqing was even more stunned. Apparently, she had not expected that just as she had seen a glimmer of hope, she would once again fall into despair. The rumbling continued as Yang Kai rushed to the entrance of the cave. The moment he exited the insect cave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Yang Kai continued to run forward. When he was attacked by the 2 Red Cloud sect disciples, Yang Kai had already ordered those strange insects to destroy the wormhole. He knew that if he were to face an Yuan Qi expert head-on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Now that he had these strange insects in hand, he naturally had to make use of them. These insects were good at digging holes, so destroying their own nests was even easier. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Yang Kai continued to run for several miles. Only then did he stop and look back. He saw that with the entrance of the wormhole as the center, in a radius of several miles, the earth had sunk a great deal. The entire wormhole had completely collapsed. But Yang Kai was still not at ease. He did not know if such a collapse could take the life of an Yuan Qi expert. With a thought, he ordered those strange insects to search for traces of the Red Cloud sect disciples underground. He had to eliminate them completely. After waiting quietly for about a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai suddenly heard an unwilling and mournful scream coming from underground. It was Meng Xingyuan's scream. It should be that the strange insects had found him and were now fighting. Gradually, the scream was so weak that it could not be heard, and finally disappeared. Meng Xingyuan, an Yuan Qi expert, had died. Those Red Cloud sect disciples, whose strength was far inferior to him, naturally could not survive. They were probably buried deep in the wormhole the moment it collapsed. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died. The old demon sighed. Yu Aoqing was definitely a rare beauty, but this woman was vicious and had a heart like a snake and scorpion. She really deserved to die. The old demon only felt some regret. Yang Kai remained silent, his expression indifferent, quietly standing in place. Not long after, the earth within a few miles began to squirm. Countless strange insects drilled out of the ground and surrounded him, waiting for orders. These strange insects would be the survival and exploration of Yang Kai on Hidden Island. Since he had mixed into the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had been very careful, as if he was walking on thin ice. Until now he had finally gotten rid of the Red Cloud sect people, giving him a sense of relaxation and freedom. It was time to make a big move. These strange insects could fly, and their speed was not slow, so Yang Kai was not worried about not being able to take them away. Leading these strange insects outside, Yang Kai came to the edge of the fog blockade and issued the order to break the fog. Immediately, several big guys flew over, rushing into the fog and gnawing at it. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fog blockade of more than a dozen miles was quickly gnawed open. Yang Kai's expression changed. This fog could be used as a killing move, but it seemed that this fog could only be sprayed out by those big strange insects. The fist-sized insects simply did not have this ability. In the next few days, Yang Kai did not rush to explore Hidden Island. Instead, he first found a hidden place to familiarize himself with his yang inflammation wings. A few days later, Yang Kai stood in the air above Hidden Island, observing the entire island. In midair, everything about this mysterious island was imprinted in his eyes. Based on the map he obtained from the Jiang family's madam a few months ago, Yang Kai quickly identified his location and found the correct route. After flying forward for a while, Yang Kai landed on the ground and used his footwork to rush forward. Using the yang inflammation wings would be much faster, but the consumption of yuan qi was also huge. On this mysterious island, Yang Kai did not dare to waste the yang liquid in his dantian. Flying in the air would easily expose him as a target. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the flying monster beast or an expert of the Red Cloud sect. Although using footwork to hasten his journey was much slower, it was the safest way. For several days, Yang Kai was on his way. Along the way, if he encountered any heavenly treasures, he would not hesitate to eat them and temper them into the energy of his unyielding golden skeleton. Hidden Island was indeed full of dangers. Powerful monster beasts were everywhere. If Yang Kai was not careful, he would have been in a big battle. In the past few days, he had not found any trace of the Red Cloud sect people, which made Yang Kai wonder if they were all dead. But as he approached his final destination, Yang Kai finally saw some traces of human activity. He became more cautious. In the center of Hidden Island was a lonely peak, about 100 feet high. Jagged rocks, the scenery was unique. According to the pattern given by Madame Jiang, Yang Kai could determine that the final destination of the pattern was this lonely peak. But now it seemed that the Red Cloud sect people were also aiming for this place. He did not know how many people they had and what kind of strength they had. Arriving at the lonely peak, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and climbed up. Suppressing his heartbeat and holding his breath, Yang Kai had only climbed half the distance when he heard a violent sound coming from above, shaking the entire lonely peak. His heart trembled, knowing that something must have happened above. He could not help but quicken his pace. After waiting for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai arrived at the peak, quietly lurking on the side, sneakily looking in the direction of the source of the sound. About 100 feet away, several people from the Red Cloud sect were fiercely bombarding a stone door. After observing for a while, Yang Kai could not help but relax. Among these people, there was no Grand Elder Huaxianglan of the Red Cloud sect. The leader was impressively Yu Xiaoping, and the rest were mostly true element boundary experts. But at the moment, these people looked quite embarrassed. They should have suffered a lot along the way. Many of them were wounded and covered in blood. Fortunately, they were in such a state, otherwise Yang Kai estimated that he would not have been able to sneak in without being discovered. These people wielded their weapons and unleashed their moves, bombarding the stone door in front of them again and again. Each attack caused the stone door to tremble incessantly, and from the stone door, a dense halo of light spread out, causing their attacks to be ineffective. "Brother Yu," one of them gasped. "What do we do now?" Yu Xiaoping's face was gloomy, quite impatient. "What else can we do? Continue to attack. We must break this damn stone door. My Red Cloud sect has suffered heavy losses this time. Even 2 of our Grand Elders have fallen. If we do not gain anything, how can we go back?" Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help but be overjoyed. It turned out that Huaxianglan was also dead. He just did not know how the immortal ascension boundary old woman died. But this news undoubtedly made Yang Kai eat a pill of reassurance, and he was no longer afraid. Yu Xiaoping rushed forward, desperately urging his true essence, again and again violently attacking the stone door, hissing, "Two grand elders have fallen, the Red Cloud sect disciples have suffered heavy casualties, and this Yu's daughter's whereabouts are unknown. Everything is just for this broken door. If we cannot break it, we will kill ourselves here. Why should we continue to live in this world?" Yu Xiaoping's madness made the other people's faces not look good. This time, going out to explore the hidden island was a wrong decision. If they had known that this trip would be so dangerous, how could they have left the Red Cloud sect? With the Red Cloud sect's heritage, they obviously did not have the qualifications and strength to explore the hidden island. But Yu Xiaoping's words obviously aroused these people's enthusiasm. They were not in a hurry to recover, and all of them silently attacked the stone door together. This stone door was definitely a barrier left behind by a predecessor. Although it was incomparably sturdy, it did not mean that it was unbreakable. The several true element boundary masters did not stop attacking, and the sound of something crashing could be heard coming from the lone peak. In less than an hour, a few cracks had appeared on the stone door. Seeing hope, the Red Cloud sect people became even more ruthless. Chapter 193. Gradually, more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, and it was about to shatter. But all of a sudden, the clear cry of an eagle could be heard from afar. The Red Cloud sect members who were attacking the stone door suddenly paled. "It's the giant eagle," a person shouted in horror. "It's the giant eagle that tore apart the Supreme Elder." They couldn't help but panic. Before, under the leadership of Huxianglan, they explored the hidden island and gained a lot. A few days ago, they suddenly found a bird's nest on a cliff. Inside, there was a young bird that had not yet grown up. Although it had not yet grown up, it was still very handsome. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a low-grade monster beast. Huxianglan was delighted to see it, so she flew up and caught the young bird, preparing to raise it. Who would have thought that this would provoke a huge problem? Less than half a day after catching the young bird, it was found by its parents. They were two incomparably huge and terrifying giant eagles, whose strength was at least at the 6th order. Although Huxianglan was an immortal ascension boundary master, she could barely cope with one giant eagle, but the two giant eagles were angry that she had caught their offspring, so they joined forces to attack her. Huxianglan could only hold on for less than half an hour before she was torn apart alive. At that time, Yu Xiaoping and the others were scared out of their wits. They hid in the woods, not daring to come out, let alone help. After the giant eagles tore apart Huxianglan, they hovered in the sky for a long time before slowly leaving. Originally, Yu Xiaoping and the others thought that they had escaped, but they did not expect that these two beasts would be so vengeful. Today they finally found their traces. An eagle cry came out, causing Yu Xiaoping and the others to break out in cold sweat. A moment later, another eagle cry came from afar, echoing the previous one. Looking around, they could see that from the east and west, there were two black dots rapidly approaching. Quickly break this stone door." Yu Xiaoping shouted in horror. "Otherwise we will all die." Two 6th order monster beasts, with their Yuan Qi cultivator strength, they simply could not cope. Once caught, only death awaited them. There was no need for Yu Xiaoping to remind them. Which one of the remaining people were not using all of their strength to attack the stone door. However, although more and more cracks appeared on the stone door, it still stood upright in front of them, blocking their way. As the giant eagle rapidly approached, one of the Yuan Qi masters couldn't bear the pressure of death, and hurriedly used his footwork to escape. "Come back! Junior brother Zhang, come back!" Yu Xiaoping roared. "If we put in more effort, we'll be able to break through this stone door and hide inside. If you run now, where can you run to?" How could that junior brother Zhang be willing to stay? Wind blew under the soles of his feet as he ran for his life. The crowd didn't see any hope in the first place. After being provoked by this junior brother Zhang, one of them immediately retreated. He hurriedly said, "Let's run quickly. I'm afraid this stone door won't open for a while. If we run now, we still have a chance of survival." After saying that, he also hurriedly ran down. They didn't have enough manpower to begin with. Now that they were suddenly missing two people, they couldn't see any hope. The others also stomped their feet hatefully and hurriedly dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. Kai Yang hid himself well. not daring to move a single muscle. Quietly looking up, he saw 2 giant eagles appear in the sky. Even though they were separated by a distance of several hundred feet, these giant eagles looked extraordinary and majestic. If they really landed, Yang Kai estimated that they were at least 7 or 8 feet long. 2 pairs of sharp eagle eyes stared at the fleeing red cloud cultivators below and swooped down. Not long after, a mournful scream came from afar. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his heart tremble. When it reached the ears of the red cloud cultivators, it made them tremble with fear. They knew that another person had been killed by the giant eagles. Almost at the same time as this scream stopped, another scream came out. The second person was killed by the giant eagles. Yuan Qi experts in front of the 6th Order Sky Overlords were as fragile as newborn babies, without any power to resist. Yang Kai didn't dare to make any rash movements, so he stayed in place and waited for a whole day. After confirming that the 2 giant eagles and the Red Cloud Sect's people had all disappeared, he finally came out of his hiding place. His face was full of lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not rely on the wings of Yang Inflammation to fly around. Otherwise, if he encountered those 2 giant eagles, he was afraid that he would have met with disaster. Frowning, Yang Kai came in front of the stone door. Looking at the broken cracks, he operated his Yuan Qi and punched it. The stone door shook, and the cracks became denser. The fog on the stone door was not as gorgeous as before. Instead, it gave off a feeling that it was about to run out of oil. Aware of this, Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused. Punch after punch, he fiercely attacked the stone door. Who would have thought that after several hundred punches, the stone door was still the same as before? Strange, Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, he called out in his mind. After waiting for a long time, a buzzing sound came. It was the group of insects that followed Yang Kai. These insects were not far behind Yang Kai, waiting for any danger so that Yang Kai could summon them to help, but he did not expect that they would not be used at all. Summoning the big insects, Yang Kai asked them to spit out some kind of strange fog towards the stone door. Yang Kai wanted to see if this strange fog could erode the stone door. The several large insects were well behaved. After receiving the order, they came to the stone door and opened their mouths to spit out white fog. Crackling sounds came out. The stone door was indeed corroded a little. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded. Letting the large insects continue to spit out the fog, he sat to the side to recover. About an hour later, Kai Yang suddenly heard a crashing sound. Opening his eyes, he saw that the stone door had been shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. Yang Kai did not rush in. Instead, he let the group of insects fly in first to explore. After waiting outside for half a day, the group of strange insects flew back safely. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai stepped inside. After entering, he ordered the insects to guard the entrance and let the large insects spit out a layer of fog to block the entrance. With these insects and the fog as a barrier, Yang Kai believed that even if the Red Cloud Sect people escaped the giant eagle's pursuit, they would not be able to come back. As they walked deeper into the cave, it wasn't a straight path. Instead, it spiraled downwards. Before going far, Yang Kai felt comfortable all over, as if in this cave, the heaven and earth energy was extremely rich. The more he went down, the stronger this feeling became. After going down for several thousand feet, Yang Kai estimated that he had reached the bottom of this lonely peak. Only then did he see the end of the road. Below was a huge and spacious space. The stone walls were dotted with traces of light, making this place look somewhat magnificent. On both sides of the road, there was a row of stone shelves divided into many layers. Each layer had something placed on it. Yang Kai strolled forward, arriving in front of the stone shelves. With the help of the light, he glanced at the top layer. Supreme Solitary Sect? Yang Kai looked at the 3 large words engraved on the stone shelves. He could not help but be surprised. He had heard of this sect when he was traveling in Sea City. It was the only transcendent force overseas that was comparable to the central capital's 8 great families. The sect had countless disciples and many experts, and its reputation was widespread. Did this sect have some kind of relationship with this place? On this layer of stone shelves engraved with the word Supreme Solitary Sect, Yang Kai saw a treasure seal. Reaching out and picking it up, he found that it was not light. This treasure seal should have been carved from some kind of precious material. It could even be said that this treasure seal itself was an artifact. After examining it, Yang Kai was surprised to find the words Supreme 1 to 2 at the bottom of this treasure seal. Sure enough, this was a treasure of Supreme Solitary Sect. But why would it appear here? With a trace of doubt, Yang Kai looked down at the next layer of stone shelves. This layer of stone shelves was also engraved with words, and surprisingly, it was a great sect that Yang Kai had heard of before. Ancient Cloud Island. Although this sect's strength was not comparable to Supreme Solitary Sect, it was still considered a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands. Placed on this stone shelf was a book of cultivation techniques. Yang Kai casually flipped through it, and felt that this secret art was not simple. Its grade should not be low, at least a heaven-grade secret art. However, Yang Kai already cultivated the true Yang secret art, and the art of Yin-Yang joyous unification, so he did not need this secret art, so he just casually put it down. Looking further down, Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. On each layer of this stone shelf, the name of a great sect was engraved, and on each layer, there was also something. Whether it was a martial skill or a secret art, an artifact, or some kind of token, there were many strange things. These sects were all first-class and second-class forces in the Endless Sea Islands. There were more than a dozen of them. A third-class force like the Red Cloud sect was simply not qualified to appear on these stone shelves. If his guess was correct, then these things on these stone shelves really belonged to those sects. But why were they all gathered here? Looking at this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. It was a strange story he heard in a tea house in Sea City. It was said that 300 years ago, there was a person who begged all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, wanting to be a disciple of one of these sects. However, his aptitude was somewhat unsightly, and every time he went to a sect, he would be rejected and driven away. Some sect disciples even mocked and ridiculed him, and even fought with him. His perseverance was not bad, and even after visiting all the sects in the Endless Sea Islands, he still had no results. Disheartened, this person was also somewhat desperate, and hated those sects that were not willing to accept him. He vowed to find a way to cultivate. This matter was originally just a small matter. Those famous sects would reject countless people who wanted to join them every year, and he was just one of them. However, 30 years later, a major event happened overseas. The Greater One sect's sect master seal was lost, and it was unknown which divine thief had sneaked into the sect and stolen it. Immediately after, the Endless Sea Islands' great sects sent out news that all of them had lost their treasures. Some of these things were very valuable, and some were not necessarily very valuable, but all of them had a special meaning to these sects. For a time, the great sects were in panic, afraid that the divine thief had set his eyes on their treasures. But even if they were on guard, they still could not avoid the fate of being stolen. That stealthy thief, in the most impossible situation, always took away the things that they guarded so closely. Chapter 194. At that time, this matter caused an uproar overseas, and all the major sects lost face. More than a dozen treasures were stolen one after another, which also aroused the anger of these sections. All parties gathered together, and the old men who had been in seclusion all year round set out, wanting to find the whereabouts of the thief and recover the lost treasures. Hard work paid off. After several months of investigation, these sects finally found some clues. All kinds of signs indicated that the person who stole the treasures of more than a dozen major sects was actually the person who was driven out of the sect 30 years ago. It was unknown what kind of fortuitous encounter this person had, but in just 30 years he had cultivated his strength to an unattainable level. At this point, the major sects finally knew why someone would steal their treasures. It turned out that this person held a grudge for being driven out of the sect, and wanted to teach these snobbish sects a lesson. The experts of those sects asked this person for the stolen treasures, but were refused. Because of a disagreement, the two sides launched a deadly battle on the sea. This person had single-handedly dealt with the joint attack of experts from more than 10 great sections. In that battle, several isolated islands had been destroyed, and the experts from those great sects had also suffered heavy casualties. As for whether the thief was still alive or not, no one knew. Because after the experts who participated in that battle returned, they did not mention a word about this matter. Some people said that he was killed, some said that he was seriously injured and fled. No one knew the truth. As time passed, the experts who participated in the battle were all dead, and this matter slowly subsided, but the stolen treasures were never found. Young Kai also thought that this was a story casually made up by the predecessors. After all, many of the so-called strange stories were made up by the storytellers in order to make a living. In 10 strange stories, it was already very good if 3 of them were true. Even these 3 items, which were rumored by countless people, gradually lost their original flavor, and a lot of exaggeration was added to it. But seeing all this today, Yang Kai knew that it was not a story, but something that really happened. The Greater One Sect's Master's seal must be driven by the Greater One Sect's unique mantra in order to become a killing treasure. At this moment, at the top of this stone shelf, it was covered in layers of dust. Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, Azura Sect's sect-hallowed artifact, Falling Flowers Sect's thousand-blossoming blood begonia. Which one of these wasn't priceless? Which one of these wasn't of great significance to these sects? Even if some of these items on these stone shelves didn't have much value, since they were placed here, they were immeasurable treasures to these sects. It turned out that the things that person had stolen were all placed here. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He could imagine how much of a shock these things would cause to the Endless Sea Island's great forces if they appeared. Oh, the grade of these artifacts isn't bad, young master. Would you like to collect a few for self-defense? Old Demon suddenly asked. There weren't many artifacts here, only 3 of them. Besides the Greater One Sect's Master's seal, which required a matching mantra, Yang Kai could take the other 2 if he really wanted to use them. These artifacts were all at least heaven grade, so Yang Kai was naturally tempted. But if he were to use it outside and reveal any traces of himself, then it would only lead to trouble, so Kai Yang had some misgivings. Ignoring the old demon's inquiry, Yang Kai put the things in his hands back on the stone shelf before walking forward step by step. After walking for a short time, he was greeted by a rich and pure world energy. Not far in front of him, there seemed to be a 5-colored brilliance that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings. Yang Kai's expression brightened, and he couldn't help quickening his pace. Turning a corner, Yang Kai entered a place that looked like a living room. The 5-colored brilliance was coming from here. Looking up, Kai Yang could only see a lotus flower the size of a wash basin floating in the air. Next to this lotus flower, there was something that looked like water, wrapping around this 5-colored lotus flower. Although it looked like liquid, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it gave Yang Kai an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if his soul was somewhat flustered and unstable. Soul-warming lotus. The old demon exclaimed. It's actually a soul-warming lotus. Heavens, a soul-warming lotus actually appeared here, and it's a 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Treasure? Yang Kai licked his lips and asked with some excitement. More than a treasure, this is simply a supreme treasure, young master. The old demon was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This is a soul-warming lotus, a treasure that all cultivators in the world dream of obtaining. No matter how high your strength is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, this thing will be of great use to you. Why didn't this old master find this thing back then? Yang Kai chuckled. From what you're saying, you can't collect this thing? The old demon shuddered and said, Young master is joking, this old servant is now just a wisp of soul. Not to mention collecting it, if I were to come into contact with it, it would be strange if it didn't collect me. Tell me, what is the use of this thing? For better or worse, you're an old demon, so don't be so flustered. The old demon was choked speechless for a long time, thinking to himself, you're just an ignorant fool who doesn't know how rare and precious this thing is, so you can be so calm. If you knew of its great use, you would definitely lose your composure like boss. But why isn't this old master's luck as good? On the contrary, the young master's luck is great. A few days ago, he refined a trace of heavenly energy and obtained the ability to fly, and now he actually encountered the soul-warming lotus. Just how heaven-defying must his luck be to be able to continuously encounter such great luck? Filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, the old demon held back for a long time before he finally recovered. He deliberated and said, "The soul-warming lotus, as its name suggests, is a heavenly treasure used to nourish one's soul." Young master, you know about soul, right? Although you're currently in the chi transforming stage and can't cultivate soul, it still exists in your mind, and your perception originates from soul. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can begin to cultivate. The stronger your soul, the more obvious the benefits. If two people of similar strength were to fight, the one with the stronger soul would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai frowned and impatiently interrupted him. Get to the point. Was this old demon treating him like a 3-year-old child? Although Yang Kai couldn't cultivate soul, he still knew about it. Yes. The old demon was gloomy and continued. Cultivating soul is very difficult. It's many times more difficult than improving one's physical strength. However, there are some heavenly treasures that can improve one's soul. And the soul-warming lotus is one of those treasures. This kind of heavenly treasure will never disappear, and will never be refined. Once it's collected, it will only exist in the cultivator's soul sea. There's no need to care about it, as it will constantly nourish the cultivator's soul sea, slowly making it stronger and more condensed. It can't be refined, but it also won't disappear? That's right, because there's no one in this world whose soul sea can refine the soul-warming lotus. Not even those who stand at the peak of the world. The old demon's tone was solemn and heavy. This is a very special kind of heavenly treasure. In terms of value, it's much more valuable than the heaven-devouring great emperor bug that young master refined a few days ago. This is because it will accompany you for the rest of your life. From the moment you collect it until the end of your life, it will nourish you, all the time, all the time, all the time. All you need to do is sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Good stuff, I want it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he was about to rush forward. Wait! The old demon shouted. Young master, don't be rash. The old demon was scared to death. Just now, Yang Kai had shown no interest, but now he was suddenly full of interest. This change was so fast that he was almost caught off guard. What's wrong? Yang Kai was a bit displeased. Young master, do you see a layer of something like liquid around the soul-warming lotus? Do you know what it is? The old demon asked. What? This is the sea of consciousness left behind by the strong after they die. It contains the power of their divine sense. Young master, if you rush in so recklessly, with your chi transforming stage strength, I'm afraid you'll immediately die. Sea of consciousness? Yang Kai was stunned. Can a person's sea of consciousness be preserved after they die? The sea of consciousness was originally ethereal and formless. It was a manifestation of one's mental strength. When a person died, it was like a lamp going out. Naturally, the sea of consciousness couldn't be preserved. Others can't, but when a person who possesses the soul-warming lotus dies, their sea of consciousness will be preserved. This is the strength of the soul-warming lotus. The old demon explained. Oh right, young master, if you collected the soul-warming lotus and died that day, it would also be like this. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He lowered his head, and saw that there was indeed a skeleton under the soul-warming lotus. Presumably, this skeleton was that godly thief who had caused a huge uproar that year. He died here, but the soul-warming lotus and his sea of consciousness were preserved. Raising his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, Old demon, don't you need this kind of mental strength? The old demon laughed and said, Young master is right. If young master doesn't have any other orders, this old servant will begin to devour this person's sea of consciousness. How long do you need? I can't say, it might take a month. The old demon replied. After all, this person wasn't weak when he was alive. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, his sea of consciousness is quite good. A month, then I'll help you guard. Yang Kai nodded. No need, young master, look over there. The soul-warming lotus isn't the only treasure here. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over. He saw that at the bottom of the cave, there was a dense and pure mist. Energy visible to the naked eye was surging. Ever since he entered here, Yang Kai's gaze had been attracted by the 5-colored lotus, so he didn't pay much attention to it. What is this? Pure heaven and earth energy. It can also be called an earth vein. Young master, good luck. You can go absorb the heaven and earth energy in this earth vein to cultivate. Once this old servant has refined this sea of consciousness, I'll come back to collect the soul-warming lotus. This is an earth vein. Young Kai was stunned. That thief from 300 years ago really found a good place to cultivate. No wonder he could cultivate to the point where all the great sects were helpless against him in just 30 years. It turned out that not only did he have the help of the soul-warming lotus, he also had this earth vein. It's just a small earth vein. Moreover, it's about to dry up, the old demon replied. All right, go do your thing. Don't worry about me. The old demon was overjoyed. He hurriedly flew out with the soul breaker all wrapped around him. He rushed to the edge of the sea of consciousness and began to devour it. Young Kai even heard him let out a satisfied sound, like a hungry ghost who had been thirsty for many years hugging a naked beauty. Chapter 195. Young Kai walked into the earth vein, and as soon as he was enveloped by the dense world energy, he felt a burst of comfort throughout his body. He did not need to circulate his secret art. His hundreds of millions of pores automatically opened up, and every inch of his flesh and blood, and every cell in his body rejoiced. Very rich and pure world energy. Young Kai was pleasantly surprised. Sitting down cross-legged, Young Kai began to circulate his secret art, like a whale sucking in water, swallowing the earth vein's energy. In the past, that god thief had used 30 years to cultivate to the point where many of the endless sea island sects had a headache. Firstly, he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, and secondly, he had this earth vein. The former nourished his spirit, while the latter nourished his body. With these two treasures, it would be strange if his strength did not increase quickly. It was a pity that this was only a small earth vein. The amount of heaven and earth energy it contained was not very large. Furthermore, it had been absorbed by the thief for 30 years. There was not much heaven and earth energy left in the earth vein. It was about to dry up. But even so, for the current Young Kai, it was still a great supplement. His body's special characteristics allowed him to absorb world energy much faster than the god thief of the past. The unyielding golden skeleton was like a bottomless pit, so no matter how much world energy entered his body, it would be swallowed up, so there was no need to worry about it holding up. Moreover, the earth vein's world energy was pure and rich, so there was almost no need to burn it. After circulating through his meridians, the world energy would flow into the unyielding golden skeleton's large warehouse, becoming Young Kai's reserve. As Young Kai swallowed the earth vein's world energy, the old demon swallowed the knowledge sea energy of the god thief. The two did not interfere with each other, and were both physically and mentally happy, forgetting the passage of time. After a full month and a half, Young Kai took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The small earth vein had been unrestrainedly absorbed by Young Kai, and had been completely drained, so the world energy visible to the naked eye no longer existed. Carefully feeling his current realm, Young Kai's face lit up with joy. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the chi-transforming 9th stage, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. Moreover, Young Kai could feel that the energy in his body, whether in terms of quality or quantity, had already reached the separation and reunion boundary. The only thing missing was the comprehension of martial arts. The advancement of every major realm required one's own comprehension. It was the same when he was advancing to the initial element stage, and it was the same when he was advancing to the chi transformation stage. Now, if he wanted to advance to the separation and reunion stage, he would also need to comprehend. However, Young Kai had yet to touch that layer of shackles. It depended on luck and opportunity, and was not something that could be achieved through hard work. He looked up and saw that the old demon had already absorbed all of the knowledge sea energy around the soul-warming lotus, and was waiting for him to wake up. In front of him was the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Young Kai slowly stood up and walked in front of this supreme sacred object. Old demon, is there a need to pay special attention to it? Young Kai asked. There is no need to pay special attention to it. If young master was an immortal ascension boundary expert who had cultivated his divine sense, he may need to struggle with it, but young master has not yet cultivated his divine sense, so all you need to do is accept it. Since there was no need to pay special attention to it, Yang Kai did not hesitate and stretched out his hand towards the multicolored soul-warming lotus. Just as his fingers touched the lotus, it disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai suddenly felt refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before, and even his perception had become much stronger. Involuntarily, Yang Kai took a deep breath, his whole body shivering in comfort. Even if he carefully probed, he could not find any trace of the soul-warming lotus, but Yang Kai knew that it was definitely in his mind at this moment. Only after he had cultivated his divine sense would he be able to see it. Ha! The multicolored soul-warming lotus, ah! The old demon was both envious and jealous. Haha! Yang Kai laughed. Young master, in the future, you should find some precious treasures that can nourish your divine sense, so this soul-warming lotus can absorb them. Once it one day evolves into 7 colors, it will be of even greater help to you. It can grow? Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. Of course, when the soul-warming lotus is born, it only has 1 color, but it also has different grades. The more colors it has, the higher its grade. The highest grade it can reach is 7 colors. For example, a single-color soul-warming lotus requires 100 years to double the size of a person's knowledge. See, a 5-color soul-warming lotus only requires 20 years, and a 7-color soul-warming lotus only requires 5 years. Amazing! Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Although he had yet to cultivate his divine sense, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate it. Just as the old demon had said before, cultivating one's divine sense was more than 100 times more difficult than cultivating one's body. But now, with the help of the soul-warming lotus, he didn't have to worry about it at all. His divine sense would become stronger and more condensed. Speaking of which, the multicolored soul-warming lotus is not bad. Yang Kai wasn't dissatisfied. Being able to obtain this thing was already heaven-defying luck. He couldn't expect to obtain a 7-color lotus in one go. Naturally, it's a very good treasure. When it grows to 7 colors in the future, it will be the world's most precious treasure. But this thing grows very slowly, and it only absorbs the energy of precious treasures that can strengthen one's divine sense. If you want to turn this multicolored lotus into a 7-color, young master will have to put in a lot of effort. Let's just leave it to fate. I won't force it. Yang Kai was more open-minded. If it could become a 7-color lotus in his lifetime, then it would be his luck. If it couldn't, then there was no point in forcing it. It's good that young master has this kind of attitude. The old demon felt a burst of admiration. He was young, but he was calm and steady. The more he interacted with Yang Kai, the more he felt a sense of admiration. If it were any other young man, with the old demon's belly full of tricks and experience, he would have long since tricked them. But in front of Yang Kai, the old demon didn't dare to have any bad intentions. He respected him in everything. It's time to go out. Yang Kai took a deep breath. After staying here for more than a month, he had already collected the soul-warming lotus and absorbed the earth vein. He had already obtained all the benefits, so there was naturally no need to stay here. Before leaving, Yang Kai dug a hole and buried the bones of the divine thief inside. Walking all the way out, when he passed by the stone shelf, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before restraining his restless thoughts. He didn't look at the artifacts that made his heart beat faster and strode away. There were 3 artifacts on the stone shelf. In addition to the Tai seal, Yang Kai could take the other 2 for his own use. But the divine thief didn't use them, so there must be some kind of mystery. Perhaps once he used these things, those overseas sects would be able to sense it through some special method. This was not Yang Kai's own speculation, but it was the truth. Many great sects had placed barriers on their hallowed artifacts. Within a certain range, if an outsider tried to use it, it would be detected. Yang Kai was planning to return to Sea City, so naturally he didn't dare to refine this hot potato. He would leave them here first, and then come back to pick them up when he left the island. A few thousand feet up, Yang Kai once again arrived at the top of the lonely peak. The group of insects were still dutifully guarding the broken stone door. The Yuan-Chi experts of the Red Cloud sect showed no signs of returning. Presumably they were all hunted down by the 2 giant eagles. Letting the big insect break through the fog at the door, Yang Kai walked out. Standing on the lonely peak, Yang Kai looked around. This place was thousands of miles away from Sea City. If he wanted to leave the island, he could only rely on the Yang Inflammation Wings, but using the Yang Inflammation Wings would consume too much Yuan Qi. After all this time, the Dantian only had 30 drops of Yang liquid left, which was not enough to support him flying thousands of miles. Flying thousands of miles was already very difficult, and once he encountered a storm at sea, he may need to take a detour to avoid it. In this way, the demand for Yang liquid would be even greater. He would need at least 400 drops of Yang liquid to leave this damned place. 400 drops. Was there so many Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures on the island? Yang Kai was somewhat uncertain, but in any case, looking for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures to increase the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian was the most important task. Letting the insects once again spit out fog to seal the cave, Yang Kai left a lot of insects here to guard, and took the other half of the group down the lonely peak. For many days, Yang Kai searched for Yang attribute heaven and earth treasures, and the harvest was quite good. In just 4 or 5 days, the amount of Yang liquid in the Dantian broke through to more than 100 drops. With the guidance of the origin of Yang seal on his chest, as long as it was within 3,000 feet of Yang Kai, these heaven and earth treasures could not escape Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Now on the entire island, he was probably the only living person. In addition to those powerful monster beasts, Yang Kai could be regarded as the master of the island. Exploring and collecting heaven and earth treasures, he would pick them all together. If it was Yang attribute, he would absorb it on the spot and turn it into Yang liquid. And if it was not Yang attribute, he would keep it first and put it in his bag. Occasionally, he would come across some strange flowers and herbs guarded by the monster beast, and Yang Kai would instruct the insects to distract the monster beast's attention, while he waited for the opportunity to pick them. It was always scary but not dangerous. The map he had obtained from the Jiang family's madam had been a great help. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know what was so mysterious about the marked locations on the map, but after accidentally entering a certain area and encountering a 6th-order monster beast, he realized that the marked locations were all dangerous places. Since then, Yang Kai had avoided these marked points, and did not encounter too much trouble. Traveling north and south, in less than half a month, Yang Kai had explored the entire hidden island. All the precious treasures that could be harvested had been picked up, filling up a large bag. These things were all earth and heaven level treasures, more than 10 times more than what Yang Kai had obtained on the right peninsula of Wuxia. He also harvested a lot of Yang attribute things, but until now Yang Kai still only had about 300 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. 300 drops of Yang liquid. If he was lucky enough, maybe he could fly to Sea City. But maybe Yang Kai was not completely sure. If he could not fly to Sea City and accidentally fell into the sea, he would certainly die. Even if he could not drown, the monster beast in the sea would be enough to take his life. He had to find some more Yang attribute items to gather 400 drops. Only then would he be absolutely certain of success. Could it be? He really had to stroke the tiger's whiskers? Thinking about it, Kai Yang's heart hardened, and he made up his mind. Chapter 196. A few days ago, when Yang Kai had accidentally passed by a dangerous place, he had sensed a Yang attribute treasure, but because that place was specifically marked on the map, Yang Kai did not dare to go there. Now it seemed that he had no choice but to go there. All the Yang attribute treasures on the island had been collected, and if he wanted to collect 400 drops of Yang liquid, there was no other place besides there. The only thing he did not know was what kind of monster beast was guarding that place. He had to be careful, in case he encountered the 2 giant eagles he had seen a few days ago. Even if Yang Kai had the Yang inflammation wings, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. After spending a day's effort, Yang Kai arrived at the perimeter of the dangerous place. Yang Kai thought about it for a long time before ordering his insects to take some precautions, carefully speculating about any possible situation and how to deal with it. Only after he had a plan in mind did he set off. The origin of Yang on Yang Kai's chest once again emitted a scorching hot reaction. A few hundred feet in front of him, there was indeed a Yang attribute item, and its grade was not low either. If there was enough energy, it would be enough to refine 400 drops of Yang liquid. Success or failure would depend on this adventure. At this moment, Yang Kai was not afraid. Step by step he walked towards the direction of the young origin seal's reaction. There seemed to be a fishy smell in the air, and there were traces of the monster beast, all of which indicated that there was great danger ahead. After a few hundred feet, the fishy smell became stronger. Yang Kai faintly saw that not far ahead, there was a huge dark red rock standing there. The yang qi that the young origin seal had sensed was coming from this rock. Yang Kai was delighted. He suddenly felt that there was hope to return home. Such a large piece of yang attribute stone, if he absorbed all the yang qi, he could easily obtain 400 drops of yang liquid. This stone should be similar to the yang inflammation stone mined by the blood group, but its texture was much better than the yang inflammation stone. Continuing to approach cautiously, Yang Kai saw that there was a cave entrance that was not too deep at the bottom of the rock. Inside the cave, there was a handsome monster beast. It was squinting its purple eyes and staring at him. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that his whereabouts would be exposed like this. However, the monster beast didn't seem to want to chase after Yang Kai. Instead, he just crouched in the cave and looked at him with ill intentions. This was its lair, the source of its strength and survival. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would not leave. After walking another 300 feet forward, the demonic beast let out a low roar, and its purple eyes flashed with a ferocious light. It slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai finally saw its true form. It was a monster beast that looked like a wolf, but its whole body was covered in dark red fur. It was about 20 feet tall, and had sharp fangs at the corner of its mouth. It bared its fangs at Yang Kai. An invisible pressure descended. Yang Kai almost couldn't breathe. A 6th grade monster beast. It was definitely a 6th grade monster beast. It was not much weaker than the giant eagle he saw a few days ago. Such a monster beast, even if Yang Kai tried his best, it would be impossible for him to kill it. Slowly bending down, Yang Kai picked up a stone at his feet while being vigilant of the monster beast's movements. Then, with all his strength, he threw the stone at the monster beast. Such a blatant provocation completely enraged the dark red wolf monster. Yang Kai only saw a red light flash in his eyes. The monster beast appeared 300 feet away from him. What a fast speed! Yang Kai's face darkened. Without hesitation, he quickly turned around and used his footwork to quickly retreat. There was a whistling sound of wind behind him. It was the monster beast quickly approaching. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. His spine was filled with cold wind. He increased his speed to the limit and kept flashing. "Young master, it's not good. It's about to catch up with you." The old demon cried out in fear. "Help!" Yang Kai didn't dare to be distracted and continued to run forward. The old demon responded and turned into a black gas with the soul breaker all wrapped around it. It rushed toward the wolf monster. The monster beast reacted quickly. It opened its mouth and bit the soul breaker all while running. The old demon was scared and screamed again and again. The wolf monster couldn't bite the soul breaker all in half. It found that the all was hard to chew and spat it out. The old demon still had a lingering fear. This period of delay allowed Kai Yang to open up some distance between them. Dashing forward another 1,000 meters or so, Yang Kai finally arrived at the location where he had laid out his plan. Yang Kai no longer tried to escape, but instead turned around to face the monster beast, only to see it pounce towards him like a shadow. As it flew through the air, the sharp fangs in its mouth reflected a terrifying light. Yang Kai moved his feet and flashed more than 100 feet away. Before he could stand firm, the wolf monster rushed over again. Its speed was not much slower than the insect of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him decrease. He used his footwork again and fought with it. At this moment, the old demon finally arrived and cooperated with Yang Kai to distract the wolf monster, slightly alleviating Yang Kai's awkward situation. One man, one demon, and one wolf dashed endlessly within a radius of several tens of feet. Several times, Yang Kai was almost pounced on by it, but always at the most dangerous moment, he managed to escape. Even so, Yang Kai's whole body was dripping with sweat. Using the strength of Qi Transformation Level 9, to deal with a 6th-order monster beast was really overestimating himself. Without the help of his self-created footwork, he would have been bitten to death by the monster beast. But in order to leave the hidden island, Yang Kai had to take risks. After fighting for a full incense worth of time, Yang Kai looked around and revealed a smile. The yang inflammation wings on his back opened, and he flew into the sky. "Old demon, you and these insects block it, I'm going," Yang Kai said, turned around and flew toward the big stone. "Young master, you have to hurry up. This old servant is really afraid that it will swallow me." The old demon was uneasy. Although there was no danger hiding in the soul breaker all, it would be very scary if it was swallowed. The monster beast stared at the direction Yang Kai left. As if it was aware that he wanted to take its place, it couldn't help but roar and chase after him. But after running for a short distance, he ran head-on into a cloud of fog. A burst of light sound came out, and the wolf monster howled. It hurriedly retreated and stared at the white fog in front of it with fear. This circle of fog really lived up to Yang Kai's expectations. The strong sixth-order monster beast couldn't enter and leave freely. Its powerful corrosive ability was enough to hinder its steps. The wolf demon was also smart. It knew that the fog was very lethal, so it quickly changed its direction and tried to rush out from the other side. However, after it made a big circle, it found that the area around it had been wrapped in fog at some point. It covered the sky and the earth, so it had no way to go up and no way to go down. This was Yang Kai's previous deployment. In advance, he let the big insect spit out a large circle of fog here, deliberately leaving a gap. He led the wolf monster in, and then closed the gap. He used the yang inflammation wings to leave calmly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't want to kill this powerful sixth-order monster beast. He didn't have the ability to kill it. He only wanted to trap it. Sha sha sha, a scalp-numbing sound came from underground, and the entire ground boiled. Immediately, countless strange insects drilled out from the ground and fearlessly attacked the demon wolf. The wolf monster roared angrily, and a burst of fire gushed out from its body. Before the insects could get close, they fell down. The old demon didn't dare to get close. It just flew around to distract the wolf monster. On the other side, Yang Kai had flown to the big stone. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the stone, madly circulating the yang qi in the stone, and pulled it into his body. The yang energy contained in this big stone was indeed much better than the yang inflammation stone. No wonder the wolf monster would cultivate here. This stone was also very beneficial to it. The surging yang energy entered his body, and in the blink of an eye, his meridians swelled. Drip! A drop of yang liquid formed and fell into the dantian. Drip! Drip! Yang Kai felt that he had never heard such a beautiful sound in his life. The yang liquid in the dantian was increasing at the rate of 1 drop per breath. 320 drops, 350 drops, 380 drops. In less than 100 breaths' time, Yang Kai had already achieved his goal. The yang energy in the big stone was almost depleted by 1/10. However, Yang Kai didn't stop. He was still circulating the true yang secret art. The wolf monster's howls came one after another, mixed with anger and murderous intent. After all, it was a 6th-grade monster beast. Yang Kai didn't know how long the fog could delay it. If it hardened its heart and rushed out without caring about its own injuries, the insects wouldn't be able to stop it. After a while, the dantian had more than 500 drops of yang liquid. This amount was definitely enough to support him flying to Sea City. At this moment, a black gas suddenly flew over. It was the soul breaker all. The old demon anxiously said, "Young master, run for your life. That guy is about to rush out." Before his voice fell, Yang Kai saw a fiery red figure quickly approaching him. It had already rushed out. The wolf monster's body was covered in flames. It was this layer of flames that resisted the erosion of the fog, only causing it some minor injuries. 100 feet, 80 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet. The wolf monster was as fast as the wind. With a whoosh, the yang inflammation wings on Yang Kai's back spread out again. At the same time as the wolf monster pounced, he quickly flew into the sky. Looking down, the wolf monster was staring at him with its pair of purple eyes, its throat constantly roaring. Yang Kai grinned. "Thank you. In fact, I didn't give you much yang qi. I only took 2/10. You don't have to be so resentful, right?" As if it understood Yang Kai's words, the wolf monster was extremely annoyed by his attitude. It roared again and again. Yang Kai didn't want to deal with it anymore. Maintaining the yang inflammation wings consumed Yuan Qi. With a flap of the yang inflammation wings, he quickly flew away. The wolf monster was also tactful. It knew that it couldn't do anything to an enemy that could fly, so it naturally didn't chase. Coming to the previous place, Yang Kai put away the bag of heaven and earth treasures, and led the surviving insects in the direction of the lonely peak. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to the lonely peak. He entered the cave, and took down the things on the stone shelf one by one. Although he didn't dare to rush to refine these things, he also didn't want to leave them here. If used properly, every single thing here could be a great killing weapon. Now that he had collected enough yang liquid, it was time to leave the hidden island. Chapter 197. On the boundless sea, a figure was flying at high speed. On the back of this figure, there were 2 wings like that of a large bird. However, this pair of wings were like blazing flames. As it flew past, even the air was scorched to the point of distorting. Yang Kai had left the hidden island for a day and night. He had been flying for a day and a night, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. One bag was the heaven and earth treasures collected from the hidden island, and the other bag was the things on the stone shelf. Flying with these 2 bags was really not a good thing. There were several times when Yang Kai wanted to throw them all into the sea, but he couldn't bear to do so. The yang liquid in the dantian was decreasing all the time. The yang inflammation wings required a huge amount of yuan qi. In just one day, he had lost nearly 200 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't made sufficient preparations before, it would definitely not be enough to support Yang Kai's return to Sea City. The alien insects were left on the hidden island. Although these insects were very obedient and sometimes very useful, Yang Kai really didn't know how to take them away, so he could only reluctantly give them up. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and the blue sea water undulated beneath him, reflecting the clear blue sky. It gave birth to a feeling of insignificance and panic for no reason. Fortunately, the weather was good these days, and Yang Kai didn't encounter the storm that he was worried about. After flying for so long, Yang Kai was really tired. The head-on wind almost made his face numb. His physical consumption was serious, but he didn't feel tired mentally. Yang Kai estimated that it was related to the soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint quality item was absorbed into his body and warmed his spirit, so naturally he didn't feel tired. Squinting his eyes, about 50 miles ahead, there were traces of a small island. Yang Kai's expression shook, and he quickly turned and flew in that direction. Not long after, he arrived. With the flaming yang wings, the speed at which he could travel was truly incredible. When he arrived, Yang Kai saw that it wasn't an island at all. It was just a stone that covered an area of about a few feet. He didn't know why it was protruding from the sea. He didn't care so much and quickly put down the 2 bags in his hands, collapsed on the stone like a pile of mud, and took deep breaths. After a long time, Yang Kai recovered. He rubbed his face with both hands and slowly recovered the feeling in his face. Young master's strength hasn't reached the Yuan Qi stage. After reaching the Yuan Qi stage, with the Yuan Qi protection, flying won't be so uncomfortable. The old demon comforted him. I know why cultivators below Yuan Qi, even cultivators with flying artifacts, don't dare to use it. Actually, young master, you're already doing well. If not for the fact that you refined a few drops of blood-congealing pearls earlier on, and your qi and blood aren't vigorous enough, you wouldn't have been able to last this long. After recovering for half a day, Yang Kai set off again. After another day and night, Yang Kai finally saw the distant land appear in his eyes. The yang inflammation wings on his back were too eye-catching, and the 2 bags in his hands couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a fatal disaster. He deliberately found a remote place, and after confirming that there was no one around, he landed. After checking, he found that there were only a few drops of yang liquid left in the dantian. In 2 days, he had consumed more than 400 drops of yang liquid. If he hadn't been prepared beforehand, he would have been unable to bear such a loss. Looking around, Yang Kai was unfamiliar with this place, but he felt that it shouldn't be far from Sea City. Because on Yunxia's ship he had been observing the direction every day. This time, when he left Hidden Island, he also flew in the opposite direction. After walking for a long time, He finally reached the main road. Young Kai was now covered in dust, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a poor person. However, the 2 bags were somewhat tempting. If he encountered a bandit on the street, he was afraid that it would be troublesome. Walking along the main road, he passed by a small tea house. After asking the couple selling tea, Young Kai realized that he was indeed a bit off track. This place was 1,000 miles away from Sea City. After determining the location, Young Kai once again spread out his young inflammation wings and flew in the direction of Sea City. There was still a grudge that had not been settled. An hour later, Young Kai arrived near Sea City. He didn't immediately enter the city, but instead looked for the old man and his granddaughter's residence by the sea. The tattered door was wide open, and the sea breeze poured into the house, making the whole house seem unusually cold. Stepping in, Young Kai found that the furnishings in the house were no different from the night he was captured. The old man and the silent little girl were no longer there. They should have already left. When he left that night, he gave the old man a lot of money, enough for him and the little girl to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to suffer any more in the future. Finding a safe and secluded place nearby, Kai Yang carefully hid the 2 parcels, and only took 1 earth-grade mid-rank spirit medicine to exchange for some silver coins. One day later, Young Kai appeared in Sea City. He didn't do anything, he just went around to inquire about useful information. For the next few days, Young Kai spied on various aspects of information, returning to his house by the sea at night. 3 days later, Young Kai made his move. His goal was the Red Cloud sect. Although the death of the 3 Jiang family girls had little to do with the Red Cloud sect, it was still somewhat involved. What's more, Young Kai and the Red Cloud sect had an irreconcilable grudge. The parents of the silent little girl should also have died in the Red Cloud sect. One night, Young Kai quietly flew out and made some arrangements. There was no need to do anything. He just needed to watch from the sidelines. Early morning, Ancient Cloud Island. The disciples woke up from their cultivation, each performing their own duties, dealing with the big and small matters on the island. As a first-class force in the Endless Sea Islands, Ancient Cloud Island occupied as many as 3 islands. Compared to the Red Cloud sect, whether it was in terms of capital or the quality of their disciples, they were far superior. Relying on the resources produced on these 3 islands, the disciples were able to live up to expectations. For hundreds of thousands of years, they had produced many geniuses. Although they couldn't compete with a transcendent force like the Supreme Solitary Sect, their reputation was still illustrious, and few dared to provoke them. However, the disciples of Ancient Cloud Island all knew that their sect had a secret that they couldn't talk about. 300 years ago, they had lost a supreme secret art, and had never been able to find it. Such a secret existed in every great force in the Endless Sea Islands. However, the younger generation were very curious about these things, so if there was even the slightest leak, they would always try to get to the bottom of it. 1 spread to 2, 2 spread to 3, and in private, everyone was well aware of this secret, but they would never discuss it in front of the sect elders. Zhong Miao was an ordinary disciple of Ancient Cloud Island. Her aptitude wasn't very good. After entering the island for several years, she had only managed to cultivate to the Qi transformation 2nd stage. She was arranged to live in a remote place on Ancient Cloud Island, feeding the several peacocks on the island. These peacocks were the favorite pets of one of the island's elders. Zhong Miao didn't have much to do, so besides taking care of these peacocks, she spent all her time diligently cultivating. She knew that with her mediocre aptitude, wanting to stand out on Ancient Cloud Island was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, she didn't complain to the heavens or anyone else. Just doing her best was enough. When she woke up in the morning, Zhong Miao opened the door as usual, wanting to feed the peacocks that were much nobler than her. But just as she stepped over the threshold, she saw a dagger inserted into the door, and under the dagger was a letter. Strange, who would leave a letter here? Zhong Miao was puzzled, but still reached out and took the letter. Looking down, she saw a line of words written on it. Ancient Cloud Island's elder, Island Master. Zhong Miao suddenly pouted, thinking that it was some senior sister or brother who was teasing her. It wasn't like this had never happened before. Her strength was low, her status was low, She had no connections, and she wasn't beautiful. There were always some annoying brother or senior sister who would find ways to bully her for fun. On top of that, the line of words on this letter was too strange. It actually said island master or elder. Since it's for the island master or elder, why put it on my door? Zhong Miao's chest heaved up and down, feeling a little wronged. These people were really too annoying. Feeling slightly annoyed, she opened the letter and pulled out a yellowed page. Looking at it, she whispered softly, "Broken Moon Transformation Art?" As soon as she read it out loud, her expression froze for a moment. Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, this yellowed page seemed to be quite old. It was at least a few hundred years old antique. Broken Moon Transformation Art? Zhong Miao muttered to herself again, as some information flashed across the depths of her mind. Her pair of eyes suddenly widened as her pretty face filled with disbelief. Her two jade-white hands couldn't help trembling, as if the pages of the book had suddenly become scalding hot. Isn't this the name of that supreme secret art? She had heard in private that the secret art lost by the sect 300 years ago was called the Broken Moon Transformation Art. A few days ago, she had heard the elder who came to visit the peacocks say that if it weren't for the Broken Moon Transformation Art being lost, the cultivation speed of the talented brother and senior sister on the island would have been much faster. Is this true or false? Zhong Miao suddenly became flustered, and she wanted to cry. Glancing at the yellowed page again, she quickly stuffed it back into the letter, not even caring about the peacocks, lifting her skirt and running out. Along the way, she encountered a few annoying brother and senior sister, but Zhong Miao didn't even hear how they ridiculed her. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, she finally arrived at the residence of the owner of the peacocks, Han Zhao. But before she could enter, she was stopped by her two brother. "What do you want?" One of them coldly shouted. Zhong Miao gasped for breath, and after a long time calmed down, clutching her chest and trembling as she said, "Two brother, I want to see Elder Han. I have something important to report." Although her status was low, she knew that this matter was of great importance, and did not dare to speak about the Broken Moon Transformation Art casually. The brother sneered and said, "Elder Han is in seclusion, he won't see anyone." "You really have something important to report," Zhong Miao said anxiously as she tried to rush inside, but was unexpectedly pushed back by her brother. "You're just a little girl who feeds the peacocks. What kind of important matter could you possibly have?" The other man chuckled, apparently looking down on his junior sister. Zhong Miao puffed up her cheeks and glared at her two brother, but since they refused to let her pass, she couldn't do anything. Helplessly, her mind raced, and without knowing where she found the courage, she put her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Elder Han, bad news, your peacocks are all dead." Chapter 198. A girl's voice was crisp and penetrating, coupled with the fact that it was early in the morning and this was the elder's residence. There wasn't much noise in the surrounding area. Zhong Miao's shout could be said to have traveled 10 kilometers, allowing all the nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples to hear it clearly. When the two brothers in front of her heard this, their faces instantly turned white, their legs going soft and they almost fell to the ground. The nearby ancient Cloud Island disciples who were walking or cultivating were also stunned for a moment, before they hurriedly ran away. With Zhong Miao's shout, it was as if she had unleashed a deadly forbidden technique, causing everyone to flee for their lives. It's over, Elder Han's peacocks are actually dead, they were Elder Han's lifeblood." Although these peacocks were just ordinary beasts, they were all rescued and raised by Elder Han's late wife. Elder Han Chao was a sentimental man. After his wife passed away, he had placed all of his thoughts on these peacocks and would visit them every few days. His attitude towards these peacocks was even closer than that towards his own sons. But now they were all dead. All the ancient Cloud Island disciples who heard those words could imagine how angry Elder Han would be. When the city gates caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. If they didn't escape now, when Elder Han's anger flared up, they would be implicated. Little girl, do you know what you're saying?" The brother in front of Zhong Miao was terrified, his words somewhat incoherent. He also wanted to run, but he didn't have the courage. "Who's talking nonsense?" A roar came from Han Chao's residence. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard shot out like lightning. landing in front of Zhong Miao and the two ancient Cloud Island disciples. It was Elder Han Chao. Looking over, they saw Han Chao with bloodshot eyes, wearing nothing but pajamas, his feet bare. Apparently, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes or put on his shoes before rushing out in a hurry. The supreme pressure of an immortal ascension boundary master suddenly fell, causing Zhong Miao and her two disciples to involuntarily shiver. Han Chao's pair of eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sweeping his gaze around, he fixed it on Zhong Miao and snapped, "What happened to this old master's peacocks?" Zhong Miao was scared half to death and didn't dare to answer. Lowering his head, he held the letter with both hands and respectfully handed it over. Han Chao suspiciously looked at this female disciple who was looking after his peacock. He reached out and took the letter. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, he casually pulled out a yellowed page from the letter and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, Han Chao's eyes widened like a quail in the middle of winter with nowhere to hide. His entire body was trembling incessantly, and his throat was making sounds. It was as if he had swallowed a piece of bone that was stuck in his throat. He couldn't say anything for a long time. When the two male disciples saw this scene, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed that Peacock's death had dealt a heavy blow to Elder Han. Even though he was an immortal ascension boundary master, at this moment he was unable to bear it. "Elder Han!" Zhong Miao called out weakly. Han Chao woke up from his stupor and quickly stuffed the yellowed pages back into the letter. Stomping his foot angrily, he scolded Zhong Miao. "Such a big thing, why didn't you report it earlier?" The two male disciples' hearts clenched and they quietly stepped back a few steps, afraid they would be implicated. Both of them stared at Zhong Miao with some sympathy. Zhong Miao said with an aggrieved expression, "I only found out this morning and quickly came to report it. These two brothers wouldn't let me in, so I called out. Elder, it's not our fault." The two male disciples' legs went soft, and they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Han Chao didn't pay any attention to them, his figure flashing and disappearing. Zhong Miao and the other two were stunned. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Han Chao returned, his eyes sweeping over Zhong Miao like a hawk, and asked, "No one else knows about this, right?" Zhong Miao quickly shook her head. "Good job, come with me." Han Chao grabbed Zhong Miao's arm and disappeared again. After waiting for a long time, the two kneeling disciples finally dared to slowly get up, glancing at each other, both of them somewhat confused and speechless. Is this elder too angry? The peacocks were all dead, so why was he still praising his junior sister for doing a good job? Shouldn't he be teaching her a lesson? Moreover, his junior sister's shout should have been heard by everyone on Ancient Cloud Island, so how could no one else know? Ancient Cloud Island's island master's residence. Zhong Miao knelt in the main hall, surrounded by silence, not a single person in sight. After Han Chao brought her here, he no longer cared about her, but Zhong Miao found that all the elders and protectors on the island had hurried to this hall. A group of 70 to 80-year-old men had gathered together, discussing something. After waiting for half a day, this group of people came out with dignified expressions and left one by one, leaving behind only Elder Han Chao and Ancient Cloud Island's island master Gu Feng. The two of them walked over to Zhong Miao together, Gu Feng gently saying, "Get up. Disciple doesn't dare." Zhong Miao lowered her head. Gu Feng chuckled and casually threw an item in front of Zhong Miao saying, "Take this token and go to the pill hall to get some pills you need. Then go to the profound spirit cave to cultivate." Zhong Miao trembled as she stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. Profound Spirit Cave. That was the cultivation holy land with the richest world energy density on Ancient Cloud Island. Cultivating there was 3 times more efficient than anywhere else. Only those with outstanding talent who were considered by the elders to have a bright future, such as her brother, senior sister, could go there. A nobody like her could even dream of going there. But now, the island master actually ordered her to go to the Profound Spirit Cave to cultivate. Moreover, she could go to the pill hall to get pills. The token in front of her was the island master's token. Holding it was equivalent to the island master himself, capable of commanding all the disciples on Ancient Cloud Island. Don't doubt it. This is what you deserve. Han Chao, who had never given her a smile before, was now looking at her with an amiable smile, as if he was her grandfather. Suddenly changing the subject, Han Chao said, "But remember, no matter who asks you about today's matter, disciple doesn't know anything." Zhong Miao was not a fool and naturally knew how to answer. Han Chao nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. "Go." "Many thanks, Island Master. Many thanks, Elder Han." Zhong Miao happily thanked him, feeling like she had hit the jackpot today. She had only found a letter on the door, and had actually obtained such a huge benefit. Who was this benefactor who had left her such a blessing? Not even revealing his name. In the future she would not be able to find him to repay this kindness. Picking up the Island Master's token, Zhong Miao floated out of the hall, still feeling like she had just woken up from a dream. On ancient Cloud Island, the undercurrents were surging. Some of the more astute disciples noticed that all the masters on the island were hurriedly gathering in one place, but no one knew what they were busy with, faintly giving off an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. At midnight, many of ancient Cloud Island's masters gathered together and boarded a large ship, heading towards a certain direction. 200 of ancient Cloud Island's masters were gathered on the ship, with the island master himself, for great elders, 3 protectors, and countless Yuan-Chi masters. Of the people on the ship, even the weakest was a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Except for a limited number of people who knew the truth, everyone else was confused. The next day, at dawn, the ship approached an island. "Isn't that Red Cloud's island?" someone recognized. "What are we doing here?" Although Red Cloud's sect was only a third-class force, not comparable to ancient Cloud Island in terms of heritage, it was still a sect. The Endless Sea Islands forces generally developed independently, each mind their own business. No one had expected that the destination of this voyage would actually be Red Cloud's island. Did they want to go to war with Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng was a tall and sturdy man, his eyes flashing like lightning. Standing at the bow of the ship, he shouted, "This island master has received reliable news that my ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art, which was lost 300 years ago, is now in Red Cloud's sect." Broken Moon transformation art. Everyone on the ship was in an uproar. This was ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art, lost 300 years ago and still not found, so how could it suddenly appear in Red Cloud's sect? Gu Feng obviously didn't want to explain too much, so he continued. "Today, search Red Cloud's sect. We must find the Broken Moon transformation art, and fulfill the wishes of my ancient Cloud Island's ancestors. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. If there is any lying, kill without mercy. Today's battle is for the Broken Moon transformation art. If we can find it, all of you will be heroes of my ancient Cloud Island." Set foot on the island. Gu Feng waved his hand, and the masters on the ship quickly set foot on Red Cloud's island. A short time later, mournful screams rang out from Red Cloud Island, mixed with the sounds of fighting and cursing. It was currently dawn, the time when everyone was most relaxed. Ancient Cloud Island had come prepared and had even launched a sneak attack. With unparalleled strength, how could Red Cloud sect possibly resist? The 2 remaining Supreme Elders came out to resist, but they were all killed by Ancient Cloud Island's elders. The Red Cloud sect's sect master and elders were all killed. Wherever Ancient Cloud Island's masters went, people were thrown off their feet. On this day, Red Cloud sect's blood flowed like a river, corpses piled up like mountains. More than half of the island's disciples were killed or injured, and all the separation and reunion boundary masters were slaughtered. Found it, I found it, haha. Han Chao's hands trembled as he searched the body of a Red Cloud sect elder, and found a yellowed ancient book. It was Ancient Cloud Island's Broken Moon transformation art. Hurriedly bringing this supreme secret art back to the ship, he handed it over to Gu Feng. The island lord of Ancient Cloud Island, the master, also burst into tears, his voice trembling as he said, "The heavens have blessed this Gu Yun. After 300 years, the Broken Moon transformation art has finally been found. My Gu Yun ancestors, you can all rest in peace." Han Chao excitedly asked, "Island Lord, what should we do with the remaining Red Cloud sect disciples?" "Kill." Gu Feng's expression was cold. With only one word, he had decided the fate of the Red Cloud sect disciples. Regardless of how the Broken Moon transformation art had fallen into the hands of the Red Cloud sect, or how many people had seen this unique book, if they were all killed, No one would know the secret of the Broken Moon transformation art. In order to ensure that Gu Yun's supreme secret art was not leaked, what was the point of slaughtering an entire island? Chapter 199. However, there was a doubt in Gu Feng's heart, and that was who was the one behind all this. He was old and experienced, so he knew that this person must have some kind of grudge with the Red Cloud sect, and wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. So he deliberately leaked the whereabouts of the Broken Moon transformation art. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? But even though Gu Feng was clear about this, he had no choice but to comply with this person's wishes and become his butcher knife. Because the Broken Moon transformation art was too important to ancient Cloud Island. Who was this person? With such a scheming method, he really couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, in a restaurant in Sea City, Yang Kai was sitting by the window, holding a glass of wine in his hand, looking in the direction of Red Cloud Island, his expression indifferent. Drinking and eating. Yang Kai sat there from morning until night, not moving at all. The battle on Red Cloud Island also lasted from morning until night. Almost all of the disciples were slaughtered. Only a few fish managed to escape. Of the 200 people from ancient Cloud Island, only 30 were injured or killed, while destroying a third-class sect. This price was well worth it. Night fell again. Yang Kai threw down a silver ingot and slowly left the restaurant. All he did was to leave the Broken Moon transformation art in Red Cloud sect, take a page and send it to ancient Cloud Island. That was all. With a flip of his hand, Red Cloud Island was destroyed. Sea City 1000 Gold Wine Pavilion. This was a place to seek pleasure, a place to hide filth. The girls were dressed up with heavy makeup, gorgeously dressed, and wearing revealing clothes. Their charm was boundless as they leaned against the handrails on the second floor, laughing and greeting each other. Outside the entrance, there were also many charming girls openly soliciting customers. From time to time, a well-dressed man would be pulled into the pavilion. Half of the street was filled with the rich fragrance of rouge and girls. Yang Kai came to the front of the 1000 Gold Wine Pavilion alone. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl about 17 or 18 years old walked up to him. This young girl also had delicate features, but her makeup couldn't hide her delicate features. The young girl's beautiful eyes were full of expectation, and she smiled sweetly. "Good night, young lord." Her voice was clear and sweet, making Yang Kai's eyes light up. Speaking of which, since the last time he was aroused by Yu Ao Qing on Hidden Island, he had suppressed it for a long time. With the improvement of his cultivation and strength, the effects of the joyous unification art were slowly becoming stronger. Now that he saw this young girl, Yang Kai's mind couldn't help but be swayed. Here, as long as you paid, you could do whatever you wanted. There were no moral restraints. Everyone played along and took what they needed. It was just a transaction. After one night, no one would remember who it was. It was a good place to vent their anger. But when he thought about how this seemingly pure girl had been tasted by countless others, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit bored. The girl observed his expression and smiled sweetly. "Is this the first time you've come to a place like this?" Kai Yang blushed a little and stubbornly said, "No." Although the young girl wasn't very old, she had been in this business for a long time. Naturally, she wouldn't tear down Yang Kai's face. Instead, she stepped forward and stretched out her jade arm to hold onto Yang Kai's arm. "If young lord wants to seek pleasure, why don't you let this servant serve you well?" Kai Yang nodded his head indifferently, his expression indifferent. The young girl giggled and led Yang Kai inside, intentionally or unintentionally bumping into Yang Kai's elbow as they walked. Being stimulated by her, Yang Kai's breathing became slightly heavy. The young girl was more and more certain that this was the first time this young lord had come to this kind of place. Entering the inner hall, a burst of hot air hit his face. Since it was a brothel, the scene inside was naturally somewhat unsightly. The engravings and murals on the walls, as well as the screens, tables, and chairs placed in the lobby, were all patterns that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and was shocked. It turns out there are so many strange and unimaginable things. When I return to High Heaven Pavilion, I'll have to find Su Yan and try it out. The lobby was filled with constant laughter. Some people were openly flirting with the young girl in their arms, some were passionately kissing, and some were even reaching into the young girl's clothes and groping her. The sound of panting, tender moaning, and playful banter filled the air. Yang Kai couldn't bear it and his face became a little red. The young girl's eyes narrowed as she stood on tiptoe and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. "Young lord, do you want to drink wine and be merry here? Or do you want to book a room to spend time with this servant? Everything is up to you. It's too noisy here." "Then come with me, young lord." The young girl chuckled, pulling Yang Kai's hand and leading him to the stairs. Going up to the third floor, they found an empty room and the young girl pulled Yang Kai inside. "Young lord, please sit down first. This servant will arrange some food," the young girl said gently. "Wait a moment," Yang Kai called out to her. The young girl giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, are you impatient to wait?" Yang Kai blushed and shook his head. "Actually, I like older women." The young girl was surprised, but she wasn't angry. Everyone has their own preferences. She had seen at least 80 men, if not 100, and many of them had their own special interests. "Then this servant will call an older sister in?" The young girl gently asked for Yang Kai's opinion. "No need to trouble yourself. Call your procuress in." Yang Kai lightly coughed. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. None of the guests who came here to seek pleasure had ever made such a request. Although the procuress in the brothel was a girl who accompanied the guests when she was young, with the passing of her youth, very few people cared about her. It was precisely because there were no guests that she became a procuress. The young girl hesitated. "Young lord, are you sure you want to call mother in?" "Call her." Yang Kai casually threw out an ingot of silver. The young girl nodded. "Young lord, please wait a moment. I don't know if mother is willing. I will go and ask first." "This young lord looks young. Why does he like old women?" The 1,000 Gold Wine Brothel's mother was in her 40s. That age was more than enough to be this young lord's real mother. Wasn't his taste a bit too heavy? But the guest had the freedom to choose what kind of woman he wanted, so the young girl naturally wouldn't blame the 1,000 Gold Wine Brothel for opening its doors for business, as long as there was money to be made. Yang Kai quietly waited in the room for a moment before the door was opened. He coldly looked and saw a somewhat obese woman with heavy makeup walk in. When she was young, she was quite beautiful, but at this age, with the weight of her body, the charm of youth had disappeared, leaving only a body of fat. Just now, when the young girl reported that there was a young lord who wanted her to accompany him in drinking, the procuress was very happy and quickly rushed over. When she came in and saw that it was really a handsome young lord, the procuress liked him even more, thinking that she still had some charm. Walking forward, the procuress smiled beautifully and politely greeted, "This young lord." Before she finished speaking, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her, pushing her to sit in a chair. Shwa! A sharp dagger was inserted in front of the procuress. The procuress's face suddenly became pale, staring at the dagger, her whole body trembling. "This young lord, what do you want to do?" The procuress was also a shrewd person. Now she didn't know that Yang Kai didn't come here to seek pleasure, but to cause trouble. "I want to ask you something." Yang Kai pulled a chair and sat in front of her, speaking in a low voice. "Young lord, please ask if this servant knows. I will not dare to conceal anything." The procuress was frightened. "About 3 or 4 months ago, didn't you buy a 30-year-old beautiful woman?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the procuress. The procuress forced a smile. "Young lord's question is not clear. How can this servant remember? There are often some women who are sold in the brothel. The Miao family sold her." The procuress's face slightly changed. Seeing her expression, Kai Yang continued. She even scratched her own face, swearing that she wouldn't accept any guests. "Then she was sold to the Red Cloud sect. So, do you remember?" The procuress shook her head. "There is no such person as the young lord said." Yang Kai swung his hand and slapped her. A crisp sound came out, and the procuress's face had a palm print. "There really is no such person." Another slap. "Young lord." Slap. "This servant did not lie to you." Slap. "This servant remembers." The old brothel keeper hurriedly cried out. Several heavy and powerful slaps fell down, causing her to see stars and several of her teeth to fly out. If she continued to be stubborn, she might be beaten to death. This young man in front of her was clearly a bloodthirsty martial artist, so how could an ordinary person like her possibly resist? There was such a woman, but her body was not sullied, and her face was scratched by herself. It has nothing to do with us. I know. Young Kai nodded slightly, then asked, then who hit her? Forced her to receive guests? Yes. The procuress looked terrified. She never thought that the beautiful woman would have such a background. Who? Young Kai pulled out the dagger in front of her and casually picked at her nails. It was this servant who hit her. Young lord, please spare me, please spare me. I just lightly whipped her a few times, that's all. All the girls who were sold to the Red Cloud sect, if they were not willing to receive guests, they would be trained like this. This servant did not know that she was one of your people. If this servant knew, even if you beat this servant to death, this servant would not dare to treat her like that. The procuress said while she knelt down and kowtowed. Young Kai took a deep breath and put the dagger on the procuress's neck with an indifferent expression. No, don't kill me, the procuress screamed. This servant has already told you everything. Please spare my life. As soon as her voice fell, the dagger in Young Kai's hand moved in a circle, splashing blood. The procuress's eyes gradually dimmed, and her body softly fell to the ground. Wiping the blood on the dagger, Young Kai got up and left the room, striding outside. The girl who led Young Kai in just now saw him running out again and couldn't help but smile. Young lord, did you have fun? Young Kai ignored her, and his attitude stunned the girl. She quickly ran to the room on the 3rd floor and pushed the door open, only to see the floor covered in blood, and the procuress lying on the ground in a deep sleep. Screams rang out, and the entire 1,000 Gold Wine Club suddenly became chaotic. Sea City Miao family, brightly lit. The Miao family had not been in High City for very long, but Miao Huaqing was still a man with some means and ability. He was able to make friends from both sides, marry a girl from the Shang dynasty, and have children with her. He was able to take root in this place, and had developed quite a bit over the years. Although the family was not big, they could still earn 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver every year. Miao Huaqing did not have to worry about food and clothing, and lived a comfortable life. Chapter 200. Especially in the past few months, Miao Huaqing felt that he had gained a lot of good luck. First, the Jiang family's widow brought a lot of valuable things to him, which doubled the Miao family's wealth overnight. Later, he contributed the mysterious turtle shell to the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect elder personally promised to train his son Miao Lin well in the future, and also gave him some cultivation pills. His son being valued, Miao Huaqing felt sincerely gratified and happy. Even exploring the hidden island was such an important matter. The Red Cloud sect had brought his son along, which showed the Red Cloud sect's sincerity. Miao Lin had told him that in the future, he must take the girl named Yu Ao Qing as his wife. Once his son succeeded, Miao Huaqing felt that his own status would also rise. He had inquired clearly that Yu Ao Qing was the only daughter of one of the Red Cloud sect elders. If his son really got his hands on her, the Miao family's future would be bright. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that the Jiang family's lady resisted too strongly that day, and he did not succeed. Thinking of the lady's plump white body, dignified and gorgeous appearance, Miao Huaqing was a little annoyed. If he had not been so angry at the time, he would not have sold her to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion. He would have kept her and trained her until she became docile and obedient, becoming his plaything. Women, once they were in bed, he could play with them however he wanted. As long as she was comfortable, he could guarantee that she would forget her duties. Later, when Miao Huaqing went to the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion to seek pleasure, he heard from the brothel keeper that the lady had scratched her face. She was staunch and loyal, and could no longer receive guests, so he was forced to sell her to the Red Cloud sect. Humph, falling into the hands of the Red Cloud sect. What good fruit would there be to eat? Miao Huaqing sneered, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. This was the end. Sipping a mouthful of wine, Miao Huaqing laughed, hugging a beautiful maid in each hand. For a moment, he was somewhat proud of himself. 2 beautiful maids, one on the left and one on the right. They were both girls that he had spent money to redeem from the 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion, beautiful and moving. Miao Huaqing had spent the past few days in bed with them. At this moment, the 3 of them sat on the bed. There was a small table on the bed with a few exquisite dishes on it. Miao Huaqing was more or less wearing pajamas, while the two beautiful maids were practically naked, only wearing underwear. 80% of their beautiful delicate bodies were exposed. Slim waists, slender legs, full breasts and perky buttocks, nothing could be imagined. Drink and be merry. From time to time, Miao Huaqing would touch the body of the girl beside him a few times. His eyes gradually blurred, and his interest gradually rose. Take the table away. Master will teach you a new trick. Miao Huaqing waved his hand and said drunkenly. Two beautiful maids stood up with smiles on their faces and removed the table and dishes. He come here. Miao Huaqing waved at them with a lewd smile. When they reached the bedside, he suddenly pulled them into his arms. In 2 to 3 seconds, the two girls' undergarments were stripped off. Miao Huaqing placed them side by side on the bed. Taking off his own clothes, a vicious dog pounced on one of the delicate bodies. Just as he was about to take action, a mournful and short scream suddenly came from outside the door. This scream made Miao Huaqing's heart tremble. Almost in an instant he jumped up, only to hear an angry shout from outside. Whose kid is this? How dare you come to the Miao family and behave atrociously? As soon as the voice fell, there was another puff sound. The guards around all moved together, roaring again and again. Obviously, they had already started fighting. Miao Huaqing did not rush out, but listened carefully. A moment later his expression changed. He found that the strength of the person who came was very strong. The guards he recruited were actually killed one by one. Yang Kai, dressed in black, came from the Miao family's gate, holding a steel knife in his hand. When the knife flashed, someone would die. The cultivator of this small family was not comparable to the disciples of the sect forces. Many of the recruited guards were people who did not have much future in martial arts. They gave up on continuing to cultivate, and then surrendered to these families to earn a living. The Miao family was not a big family, so how strong could those who were recruited by the Miao family be? Yang Kai had investigated everything about the Miao family a few days ago. The strongest person in the Miao family was Miao Huaqing, who was only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. The other guards also had a few separation and reunion boundary cultivators, but most of them were Qi transformation stage cultivators. These people's talents were mediocre. They had cultivated for 20 to 30 years or more, but had only reached this realm. They were all recruited by Miao Huaqing to act as guards, helping the tiger do evil. When Yang Kai broke in, he was discovered by these guards, and after 10 breaths of time, several of them died. His strength had already reached the Qi transformation 9th stage, which was much higher than most of the Miao family's guards. Not to mention, Yang Kai had come in anger, his Yuan Qi surging violently, giving off a menacing aura, making him look like an evil demon. In the darkness of the night, a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with a ferocious light. This baleful aura caused the Miao family's guards to tremble in fear. To deal with the Red Cloud sect, Yang Kai had no choice but to rely on ancient Cloud Island. But to deal with the Miao family, Yang Kai had to do it himself. Grievances could only be truly resolved with his own hands. Little brat, who the hell are you? With such strength at such a young age, which island are you from? One of the Miao family's separation and reunion boundary guards frowned and asked. To reach the peak of the Qi transformation stage at such a young age, besides the disciples from the Outer Sea Islands, none of the families in Sea City could cultivate such a person. Therefore this guard was really afraid. None of the Outer Sea Islands' forces were something the Miao family could provoke. If he killed this young man, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Although he had taken Miao Huaqing's money and was working for the Miao family, he didn't want to get into trouble. But this boy was very strange. Since entering, he had not said a single word, only killing people, which really made him angry. Even if you came to the Miao family to kill, you should at least have a reason, right? Young man, where did you learn from? Can you tell me about it? The man asked again for the sake of caution. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. In his hand was a steel blade dripping with blood. Step by step he walked inside. Yang Kai's attitude completely enraged the Miao family's guards. The guard who spoke before roared. Kill him for me. What if he is a disciple from one of the Outer Sea Islands? Someone was uneasy. This boy's body is full of evil qi, and he doesn't even care about it. He must be a mad demon. How could there be such an evil cultivator on those islands? These words made sense. Yang Kai had not said anything since he came in, nor did he answer their questions. He had only walked and killed. If he wasn't a mad demon, then what was he? Slaying evil and eliminating evil was everyone's responsibility. Thinking of this, the Miao family's guards no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of several separation and reunion boundary experts, they all rushed forward. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a black qi flew out. The steel blade in his hand flashed. He faced a qi transformation realm guard and chopped down. His opponent tried to parry with his long sword, but when the two blades came into contact, the long sword was directly broken. The hot true Yang Yuan qi circulated around the steel blade, and not only did it break his sword, but it also split his body in two. Blood fell like rain, and internal organs were everywhere. The two separation and reunion boundary experts attacked from the side, but before they could get close to Yang Kai, a strange laughter suddenly sounded in their ears. This kind of soul-stealing sound made their hair stand on end. They thought that there was some kind of expert hiding nearby. With this hesitation, they did not have the courage to attack Yang Kai. The old demon had already arrived in front of them with the soul breaker all. In the dark night, the old demon attacked from the shadows. Feeling the danger, the two separation and reunion boundary experts quickly blocked. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. The old demon's attack was not successful, so it immediately fled. The soul breaker all instantly arrived in front of a Qi transformation realm level 5 guard. The soul breaker all poured into his chest and came out of his back, taking away his soul. On the Red Cloud Island, the old demon had swallowed a lot of evil Qi. On the Hidden Island, he had also swallowed the divine sense of that godly thief. At this moment, the old demon's fighting strength was much higher than before. It was no longer the same as before. Killing a Qi transformation stage martial artist with a single strike was simply too easy. Not to mention, he was wrapped in the soul breaker all, using his soul to drive this artifact, making it even more difficult to guard against. When the old demon showed its power, Yang Kai killed two Qi transformation realm guards. When the other Qi transformation realm cultivators saw Yang Kai's ferocity, how could they dare to come forward? Only the three separation and reunion boundary experts were in a dilemma. They were vigilant against Yang Kai and also against the old demon. Their palms were full of sweat. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts hardened and they angrily shouted, "Boy, die!" The three of them attacked at the same time. Yang Kai raised his steel saber to parry, while the old demon supported from the side. 2 against 3, they were not afraid at all. With a crack, the steel saber shattered. The separation and reunion boundary cultivator, who was fighting Yang Kai, staggered back a few steps. Before he could stand firm, Yang Kai had already flashed in front of him and fiercely punched him in the chest. Pung pung pung. 3 muffled sounds were heard. The man felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 blow was enough to seriously injure him. The power of the burning sun's 3-layer explosion could be seen clearly. Without waiting for the other 2 to save him, Yang Kai had already retreated. The old demon immediately attacked. Taking advantage of the Yuan Qi in his body being disrupted, the soul breaker all pierced the man's throat and stayed in his body for a moment before flying out again. "Ah! I finally ate a decent spirit." The old demon's loud laughter was heard, accompanied by the sound of chewing. The remaining 2 separation and reunion boundary cultivators were aghast. Before they could recover, their vision blurred. Yang Kai, who was more than 10 feet away, had unexpectedly returned to them. His 2 palms were completely red, like soldering iron, and slammed toward their chests. The 2 of them let out a strange cry and fiercely urged their Yuan Qi to meet the attack with their palms. "Pah!" 2 sounds were heard. Yang Kai's face paled, and he quickly retreated. The other 2 people did not have it easy either. They only felt a burning pain on their palms, and a tyrannical, fierce, and scalding Yuan Qi drilled into their bodies. They did not dare to be negligent and hastily resisted. After neutralizing 1 wave, there was another. 3 waves of Yuan Qi, like 3 waves, rushed into their meridians, causing their arms to explode into a bloody mist. Screams were heard. Yang Kai had already returned. His self-created footwork allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. He flashed behind the two people and fiercely punched. Pung pung pung. The two people's bodies were like rags. Caught off guard, they took a few punches before they could hurriedly dodge. However, the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded their bodies remained. The two people's faces were flushed red. They used all their strength to neutralize the scalding Yuan Qi. The old demon once again pounced on them. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he suddenly attacked and nimbly took their lives. Chapter 201. My God, run! The only 3 separation and reunion boundary guards of the Miao family had been killed in less than 30 breaths of time. So how could the surviving Qi transformation stage cultivator dare to stay? With a strange cry, they all rushed out. Jia jia jia. Don't even think about running away. All of you will stay for this old man. The old demon laughed crazily. The soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, each time taking a life. More than a dozen Qi transformation stage guards were all lying on the ground. The ground was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was rolling more violently, and his whole body was covered with evil Qi. With his dark clothes, he really looked like an evil demon. Pung! The front door opened and Miao Huaqing hurriedly rushed out, but when he saw the scene in the courtyard, his expression could not help but change. When Yang Kai had rushed into the Miao family's house and caused a ruckus, he had already heard it. He wanted to have sex with the 2 beautiful maids, so he had just taken off his clothes. Even though he knew that there was a great battle outside, he still had to put on his clothes first. Otherwise, how could he run out naked? The screams of the guards made Miao Huaqing panic, so much so that he even buttoned 2 buttons wrong. He hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, only to see that none of his guards were left. They were all lying on the ground. In front of him, a black-clothed man whose face could not be seen was walking towards him step by step. His Yuan Qi was berserk beyond recognition. Although it was fierce, it was only at the peak of the Qi transformation stage. This discovery made Miao Huaqing's panicked mood relax. Who are you? Miao Huaqing angrily shouted, staring at Yang Kai with vigilance. The other side did not answer, but his footsteps gradually quickened. Courting death. Miao Huaqing's heart was filled with anger, and he also walked towards Yang Kai. The distance between the two quickly closed. When they were only 3 feet apart, Miao Huaqing suddenly pointed at Yang Kai, and a sharp wind suddenly shot out, making a whimpering sound. Yang Kai instinctively moved to the side, and the wind brushed past his shoulder, leaving behind a trail of blood. Miao Huaqing was surprised. He did not expect that at such a close distance, the other side could actually dodge his finger, but he did not panic and sneered. He flicked his finger again. Although this move was not a high-level martial skill, it was fast, and the consumption of Yuan Qi, it was hard to defend. As soon as Yang Kai's finger shot out, Miao Huaqing suddenly lost sight of him. The next moment, Miao Huaqing felt a hot sensation behind him. Insignificant skill. Although he was shocked, Miao Huaqing, he was still a cultivator at the peak of separation and reunion stage, and had some skills. Miao Huaqing. Miao mi miao yang, Miao Huaqing miao. Turning around, Miao Huaqing jumped into the air, both palms pushed out, and his Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit. He shouted, "Wild wind kill." A faint whistling sound could be heard as Miao Huaqing's 2 palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he sent out a series of invisible wind blades towards Yang Kai without pause. Although these attacks could not be seen with the naked eye, Yang Kai's senses were sharp, and he could still judge the trajectory of these wind blades. His body flashed and he hurriedly dodged. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The wind blades came one after another, brushing past Yang Kai's clothes and hitting the ground, cutting many cracks in the ground. However, Yang Kai was still unscathed. Only some pieces of his clothes fluttered in the air. Miao Huaqing's face became cold. His speed suddenly increased and he shouted, "Let's see how you dodge." More than a dozen wind blades attacked at the same time, blocking Yang Kai's dodging space. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he did not waste any more time. His Yuan Qi burned, and his whole body became as dazzling as the sun. His arms crossed in front of him to protect his vital parts. A series of muffled sounds came out, and the wind blades attacked, cutting Yang Kai's body, arms and thighs, leaving wounds. Blood flowed out, and it was a shocking sight. However, Miao Huaqing was taken aback. Although his attack had injured his opponent, it hadn't taken his life. It could even be said that those injuries were only minor injuries, flesh wounds. Even his bones and tendons hadn't been injured. How strong and pure was his yuan qi to be able to resist his separation and reunion peak martial skill. Seeing that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, the old demon was furious. He laughed strangely and was about to rush over to help, but Yang Kai called him in his mind. He wanted to deal with this battle by himself. Not only did he want to test how much his strength had grown, but he also wanted to use this battle to break through his shackles. With the help of the old demon, it would not be difficult to take Miao Huaqing's life, but it was not in line with his plan. Perceiving Yang Kai's determination, the old demon secretly warned him to be careful, and did not act presumptuously again. He just covered himself with the soul breaker all, and hid on the side. It was not until now that Miao Huaqing finally saw Yang Kai's face. It was the face of a boy about 15 or 16 years old, determined, cold, crazy, bloodthirsty, and calm. All kinds of emotions gathered in his expression, perfectly blended together, but also conflicting and contradictory, giving people a very strange feeling. Miao Huaqing frowned and said, "Boy, have we met somewhere before?" He always felt that this face was vaguely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. A few months ago, when Yang Kai saw him, he was still a little beggar with a dirty face. How could Miao Huaqing connect the evil and awe-inspiring Yang Kai with the little beggar of that day? He did not hear an answer, as if the other side was mute. "Arrogant boy, you dare to come to my Miao family and act presumptuously, you are courting death." Miao Huaqing no longer talked, and rushed in front of Yang Kai, striking out with his palm. Yang Kai also used his footwork to contend with him, his two hands sometimes forming palms, sometimes forming fists, fighting endlessly with Miao Huaqing. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Yang Kai soon fell into a disadvantage, only able to passively defend. On the contrary, Miao Huaqing became braver and braver, taking the limelight, and his mouth was full of sarcasm. But Yang Kai was not in a hurry. Although fighting with a separation and reunion boundary peak master was very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injuries or even death, but Yang Kai still insisted on not using the unyielding will. He needed this moment of life and death to comprehend his own martial arts, so as to break through the shackles of his body. This was not a friendly exchange of pointers, but a real fight to the death. Yang Kai's actions could be described as walking on a tightrope. The old demon was scared witless, and his soul was about to leave his body. More and more injuries appeared on his body, and the yuan qi in his body became more and more violent. The warmth in his bones also became stronger and stronger, as if the energy in the unyielding golden skeleton could no longer be suppressed, and was about to burst out. Yang Kai suppressed it, and only fought with Miao Huaqing with the strength of the qi transformation boundary. Miao Huaqing was not young, and had practiced many martial arts in his life. He repeatedly changed his attacks, but was still unable to kill Yang Kai. Although he was beaten until he was full of scars, his opponent seemed like he could not be killed, and did not even leave a decent injury. As time passed, Miao Huaqing faintly felt that something was not right. This mad demon youth's violent yuan qi actually showed signs of being restrained, and his moves were no longer as methodical as before, but they were more difficult to deal with. His moves were straightforward, and there was no pattern to them. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved into a smile. He faintly felt that he had touched the layer of shackles that had been placed on his body. He immediately paid more attention to it, and experienced it in this life and death battle. His moves gradually became wild and free, as if he would no longer be restrained by anything. Even his self-created footwork was now much smoother than before. Combined with his straightforward moves, Yang Kai gradually turned from defense to offense. After fighting for a while, Yang Kai's comprehension deepened. He felt the yuan qi surge in his body, and the power that poured into his fists and feet. He felt the traces of his moves and the opponent's response. Yang Kai was deep in thought. Mirror moon kill. Miao Huaqing suddenly roared, and finally used his strongest move. When the yuan qi exploded, Dozens of Miao Huacheng's figures appeared in all directions, as if they were clones. These Miao Huachengs all raised their fists, smashing towards Yang Kai with a sinister smile. This was his trump card. Once the dozens of mirror moon phantoms appeared, there were illusions in the real, and there were truths in the fake. Even a cultivator of the same level would find it difficult to distinguish. Today, in order to deal with a youth at the peak of the Qi transformation stage, Miao Huacheng's helplessness and anger could be seen. But it should be over. Once the mirror moon kill is used, this kid will definitely die. Miao Huacheng was very confident in himself. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He quietly looked at the enemy figures around him, and his somewhat confused eyes suddenly became clear. Stay true to your heart. The Tao separates and reunites. So what if it's righteous? So what if it's evil? Stay true to your heart, and act according to your nature. That's your martial path. The berserk Yuan Qi, which was originally about to be restrained, suddenly burst forth with ferocious and surging waves. This time it was several times more violent than before. It was like the might of an avalanche, the might of a mountain collapsing. Even someone as strong as Miao Huacheng's expression abruptly changed when he felt this demonic qi. This kid. Did he really become the demon race? Moreover, he had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary right in front of him. Yang Kai activated unyielding will the moment he broke through. His strength, which had just broken through to the separation and reunion boundary, rapidly rose to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. He was at the same level as Miao Huacheng. He calmly punched out, his true Yang Yuan Qi ferociously bursting forth. The silhouettes of the dozen or so seedlings around him shattered like broken mirrors. With a muffled groan, Miao Huacheng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In a confrontation of the same level, Miao Huacheng was not a match for Yang Kai's punch. Struggling to get up, Miao Huacheng looked at Yang Kai in horror. He saw this crazy youth's indifferent and calm face, but his eyes were brimming with a crazy bloodthirsty and cruel light. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Who are you? I am Miao Huacheng. What enmity do you have with me? Miao Huacheng was scared. He knew that he could not beat this youth, and now he only wanted to know why he was looking for him. But he did not get an answer. Miao Huacheng was extremely sullen. He shouted, "Don't kill me. My son Miao Lin is a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The elders of the Red Cloud sect value him very much. If you kill me, you will also be in trouble." Chapter 202. Miao Huacheng had no choice but to bring up the Red Cloud sect. He hoped that Yang Kai would be wary of him and stop, so that he could keep his life. However, the other party obviously didn't put the Red Cloud sect in his eyes. In an instant he arrived in front of him. He seemed to be very calm as he patted his chest. Then he lightly retreated. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Miao Huacheng's heart seemed to be gripped by a hot hand. It violently contracted and then fiercely expanded. With a cry, Miao Huacheng vomited blood. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by boiling water. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured. The old demon took advantage of Miao Huacheng's unpreparedness to kill him. The Soul Breaker all rushed into Miao Huacheng's body and gave him a fatal blow. Who was this person? Why did he come to the Miao family and start a massacre? Before Miao Huacheng died, he was still thinking about how he had provoked this young man, but he still could not figure it out. It had to be said that being killed in such a confused manner, Miao Huacheng could not die in peace. In the sky above Sea City, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy crazily gathered around Yang Kai. After breaking through a large realm, he could once again receive heaven and earth energy. Yang Kai used his movement skill and quickly left the Miao family. Soon he appeared on the shore of the sea. That night, the wind whistled and the waves surged. Countless cultivators in Sea City looked at the shore in horror. They knew that it was a person who had just broken through and caused a heaven and earth vision. However, such a terrifying heaven and earth vision made them not dare to approach. They could only look from afar with admiration and envy. This person was definitely an expert. It was very likely that he had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary from the Yuanqi boundary. Otherwise, how could there be such a big movement? The overall strength of the cultivator in Sea City was not high. Naturally, They did not dare to touch the whiskers of an immortal ascension boundary expert. However, no one would have thought that such a heaven and earth vision was just a 15-year-old boy breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary. If they were to know that, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. The crazy movement lasted for most of the night before it gradually stopped. After the storm passed, some people vaguely saw a ball of fire fly out from the shore and into the depths of the sea. Through the fire, a pair of wing-like things could be faintly seen. However, even if someone saw it, they wouldn't dare to believe their eyes. They just thought that they were hallucinating. Dawn Cloud's Island. Yang Kai came to the right peninsula and stood on the mountain peak where he had parted with Madame Jiang, looking up. The whole of Wuxia is now in a gloomy state. Even on the right peninsula, one could almost smell the smell of blood flowing in the air. As far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with corpses. There were traces of a great battle, and pools of dark red blood that had not yet dried up. Houses had collapsed, and walls were in ruins. Birds flew across the sky, and the earth groaned. The entire Red Cloud sect had been slaughtered. There was a skeleton in front of Yang Kai. The skeleton was wearing a tattered green and white dress. It was the one that Madame Jiang wore that day. Withered bones sat quietly on the mountain peak, like an immortal reef. Yang Kai could almost clearly see that after he parted with Madame Jiang that day, she had been sitting there without moving. She just looked in the direction of High City's Miao family. A breeze blew, blowing Madame Jiang's hair. Her eyes were gloomy, like the sky covered by dark clouds. There was no light, no hope. She just looked at it, and didn't close her eyes until the end of her life. Until last night, she saw the destruction of the Miao family, saw Miao Huacheng die at the hands of Yang Kai. Heaven's law was good, but who did the heavens spare? Resentment was over. Evil people will eventually be punished. Yang Kai took out a pot of wine and worshipped in front of Madame Jiang. He reached out his hand, wanting to bury her skeleton. However, when his hand touched the skeleton, she suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of powder. A gust of wind blew on the ground. The wind blew the powder over the right peninsula of Wuxia and scattered on the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. There was some sadness and desolation on his face. That day he really wanted to take Madame Jiang away. However, he didn't want to. Her heart was already dead. She would only be tortured and miserable for the rest of her life. Following her late husband and her late daughter was the best place for her to return to. Yang Kai followed her wishes. Now that he thought about it, he didn't know if what he did was right. Feeling the desolation in Yang Kai's heart, the old demon held back for a long time before comforting him. "Young master, you are not Madame Jiang. How do you know that death is not a relief for her?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound. After a long time, he turned around, spread the wings of Yang Inflammation, and flew towards the sea. Perhaps it was a relief for her, but for him, there was a trace of regret. In the next 2 days, Yang Kai took out a lot of strange flowers and herbs collected from the hidden island. He exchanged them with people in High City for Yang attribute things, refining them into Yang liquid and storing them in Dantian. 2 days later, at night, Yang Kai carried 2 big bags and flew north. Shortly after Yang Kai left High City, all the major islands and great forces in the Endless Sea Islands received a piece of shocking and exciting news. Supreme Solitary Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is this news true? Azura Sect. What? Ancient Cloud Island found the Broken Moon transformation art? Is there any news about my sect hallowed treasure, the Azura Sword? Falling Flowers Sect. The Broken Moon transformation art has been found? What about the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia? This is the foundation of my sect. It was lost along with the Broken Moon transformation art. Scarlet Lotus Sect. Go to Ancient Cloud Island and inquire about the whereabouts of our sect master's token. Cloud Dragon Island. After more than a dozen great forces heard that Ancient Cloud Island's supreme secret art had been found, they couldn't remain calm. Everyone's things were lost at the same time. There was no reason that Ancient Cloud Island could find it, but there was no news about them. In an instant, all the masters of the major islands began to move. In just one day, Ancient Cloud Island was overcrowded with masters from the Endless Sea Islands. Gufeng and the elders of ancient Cloud Island were all exhausted from entertaining them. After explaining in detail about the Broken Moon transformation art, these dozen great forces hurriedly rushed to Red Cloud sect. The pitiful Red Cloud Island was only a third-rate force. Just because of a manual of the Broken Moon transformation art, their entire sect was exterminated. But after that, more than a dozen forces plowed through Red Cloud Island again and again, trying to find what their sect had lost 300 years ago. But those things had already been taken away by Yang Kai, so how could they find them? If they couldn't find them, they would naturally become angry. If they were angry, they would attack people. If there was no one to attack, they would attack the island. In less than 3 days, the entire Red Cloud Island disappeared from the world's view, completely destroyed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that Red Cloud sect would suffer such misfortune after he left. At this moment, he was very close to High Heaven Pavilion. He had accumulated a lot of Yang liquid in Sea City, allowing him to quickly fly back to the sect. Deliberately choosing a night, when he was only 50 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai landed and used his movement skill to continue forward. An hour later, looking at the High Heaven Pavilion that he had been away from for nearly half a year, Yang Kai smiled. His somewhat depressed mood, because of the matter with the Jiang family's widow, had finally improved. He didn't have a sense of belonging to the sect, but he knew that here, there was a woman who could accompany him for the rest of his life waiting for him. Carrying 2 big bags, Yang Kai sneaked into the sect, but just as he set foot inside, he frowned. "Young master." The old demon quietly called out. "I don't care." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that several divine senses had swept over him. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to feel this. After all, those who could use their divine sense to investigate him were at least at the immortal ascension boundary, several realms higher than him. But since he had obtained the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's perception had become extremely sharp, so when these divine senses swept over him, he was already aware of them. These divine senses were very unfamiliar, definitely not from the elders of High Heaven Pavilion. Fortunately, these divine senses were only probing, and didn't have any malicious intent. After sweeping over, they no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. But this discovery made his heart skip a beat. Why did High Heaven Pavilion suddenly have so many masters? Faintly guessing in his heart, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the sect is not peaceful right now. Almost at the same moment Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Pavilion. In a small pavilion, Su Yan, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes. "He's back." Su Yan whispered softly, gently pursing her red lips, her face involuntarily blushing. It was as if there was a voice calling out to her, urging her to approach the direction of that person. This kind of calling out to her made Su Yan somewhat flustered, making it impossible for her to continue meditating. It's really Nemesis. During the time he wasn't here, although there were times when it was difficult for her to endure, using her Ice Heart secret art to help her calm down. And with this kind of test and resistance, her state of mind had also rapidly improved. But when she heard that he had returned, her Ice Heart secret art seemed to have completely lost its effect, and she couldn't even calm down. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yan didn't insist, instead standing up and opening the door, wrapping herself in a cold and otherworldly aura. Her body transformed into a white and flawless blur as she quickly approached the coiling dragon stream. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old demon, go play by yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the old demon and the soul breaker all away. Cough cough. The old demon was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, "This old master isn't a 3-year-old child. How could young master dismiss me like this?" However, the demonic chi of the coiling dragon stream was very attractive to the old demon, so he didn't hesitate and directly rushed down. Standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai waited for a moment before a white figure quickly approached and stopped about 10 meters away from him. Their 4 eyes met, both filled with tenderness. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with longing, while Su Yan's eyes were filled with gentleness. Quietly looking at each other, they observed the changes in each other over the past few months. He had become a lot stronger and more robust, But there was a trace of unconcealable vicissitudes and sadness in his eyes. This kind of weather-beaten vicissitudes shouldn't appear in a person of his age, but it gave him a sense of maturity. Looking at this faint trace of vicissitudes, Su Yan's heart faintly ached. She knew that in these past few months, Yang Kai must have encountered a lot of things. Chapter 203. She was like a celestial pearl, her temperament becoming more and more otherworldly, pure and flawless. Anyone who stood in front of her could not help but feel humble and ashamed of their inferiority. Pure as ice and pure as jade, her face was peerless, her skin as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest touch. Like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, she exuded a sense of holiness and inviolable nobility. Although he had once possessed her, and even acted presumptuously on her body, meeting her this time, Yang Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Su Yan's nobility and purity obviously did not have the slightest effect on Yang Kai. Suppressing and resisting for so long in his heart, Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Su Yan's waist, lowering his head to kiss her. Su Yan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Go down." As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai leapt down towards the coiling dragon stream decisively. After falling 1,000 meters, Yang Kai's wings unfurled, and he flew into the cave mansion he had created. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at the wings on Yang Kai's back with some surprise. Entering the secluded cave, Yang Kai folded his wings and threw the 2 large bags he was carrying onto the ground. Then he picked up Su Yan and carried her up, a meaningful smile on his face as he walked step by step towards the stone bed. Su Yan's heart felt like it was stuffed with a deer, her heart thumping wildly. Although she had experienced this kind of thing twice, thinking about it now still made her feel a little shy, and she couldn't help burying her head in Yang Kai's arms. Arriving at the stone bed, he slowly put her down. Su Yan boldly raised her head and looked towards Yang Kai. Her cheeks were flushed red. Between kisses, their breathing gradually became heavy, one body burning hot like fire, the other piercing cold like ice, both of them endlessly longing for the other. With a soft sound, Yang Kai suppressed his crazy desires and gently unbuttoned Su Yan's clothes, slowly revealing her porcelain-like delicate breasts. Her clothes fluttering in the wind, her hair disheveled, Yang Kai flipped over and pressed her down. Rain and clouds overturned. Su Yan was gasping for breath, and her whole body was as weak as mud. On the contrary, Yang Kai was becoming more and more courageous as the battle progressed. He was like a knight charging forward with his spear. With endless stamina and full of spirit, they madly collided with each other without rest. Even though Su Yan was circulating her ice heart secret art, she couldn't suppress the shyness in her heart. Her whole body was covered in a layer of red light, and her hair was disheveled and dripping with sweat. Is this okay? Su Yan gritted her teeth and endured the shyness in her heart. She complied with Yang Kai's wishes, and was placed in a position that made her feel somewhat ashamed. Very good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely, his appetite peaked. The night he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and Su Yan fooled around all night. Recalling the carvings and murals he saw in Sea City's 1,000 Gold Wine Pavilion, Yang Kai put them into action. He put them into practice and explored them. He enjoyed it so much that he forgot to return. His mood was getting higher and higher. Su Yan simply didn't know that the matters between men and women could have so many variations, so many variations. It was like a mysterious martial skill, with infinite variations, each variation giving people a different kind of feeling and pleasure. It was just that these variations were too embarrassing. Su Yan faintly couldn't bear it. After countless variations, Yang Kai found that his favorite position was one that he had accidentally explored in Heaven's Cave Inheritance. He turned Su Yan's back to him. Because in the middle of it, the lifelike ice phoenix pattern on Su Yan's back was constantly flowing, flying on her delicate white skin. Looking at this ice phoenix pattern, looking at her smooth back and slender waist that was as smooth as silk, Yang Kai always felt an inexplicable excitement and impulse. He knew that since Su Yan had this ice phoenix pattern, then he must also have a fire dragon pattern on his back. This was the source of the inheritance from Heaven's Cave Inheritance. After that, the two began dual cultivation. Their bodies were tightly connected, and they operated the art of joyous unification. After a full day, both Yang Kai and Su Yan felt that their strength had improved. The improvement wasn't much, but the biggest benefit was that the yuan qi in their bodies had become purer. The art of joyous unification allowed their yuan qi to melt and temper. As the number of dual cultivation increased, the yuan qi in their bodies would only become more and more condensed. After dual cultivation, Yang Kai couldn't resist the temptation and ravaged Su Yan again. Gently putting on Kai Yang's clothes, Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of lust and satisfaction. She was really afraid. Kai Yang was now like a tireless fighting machine. His ferocious thrusts again and again made her feel weak and powerless. She was afraid that if she didn't put on Yang Kai's clothes, she wouldn't be able to escape his clutches. After putting on the clothes, the two hugged each other and lay down on the stone bed. There was no need to talk about their feelings. Each could feel the other's thoughts. Right, your speculation came true. Su Yan laid in Yang Kai's arms and suddenly said, "What speculation?" Yang Kai played with a strand of her hair, enjoying the peace after the storm. "A few months ago, didn't you say that the appearance of Heaven's Cave inheritance might involve a lot of people? Outsiders came?" Yang Kai's expression became serious. "And the central capital's 8 great families didn't send anyone. But after the various families and sects heard that the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared here, many masters came. Now they are trying to win over the disciples who have entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Whether it is High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, or Storm Hall, many disciples have been recruited." "What kind of people came from High Heaven Pavilion?" Yang Kai asked, a trace of relief in his heart. No wonder when he returned to the sect that night, he felt a lot of divine senses sweep past him. It turned out that they were the masters of the various families and great forces. Xian Province's Dong family, Yun Province's Bai family, Chuanzhou's Purple Fern Valley, these 3 great forces, as well as many other great forces, are secretly lurking in Black Plum Town. Dong family? Yang Kai's heart moved. "What kind of conditions did they offer you?" Kai Yang asked. Su Yan was the #1 disciple of the 3 sects, and she was also the most likely person to have obtained the inheritance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The 3 great forces would definitely want to recruit Su Yan, so the price they offered would naturally not be low. "If they help me break through to the immortal ascension boundary within 2 years, they will give me all the pills and artifacts they have, and my status will be the same as that of an elder." "What a big deal." Yang Kai smiled gently. "What are your conditions?" "Marry them." "Sure enough. I won't agree." Su Yan snuggled into Yang Kai's arms. "Although they suspect that I have obtained the inheritance, they don't have any conclusive evidence. So they didn't go too far, but I've been living in High Heaven Pavilion for the past few days. The young lords of these 3 great forces are all here, right?" Yang Kai sneered. "If you want to chase a beauty, you naturally need the young lords to come forward and win her heart. But these people obviously miscalculated. Not to mention that Su Yan was already his woman, and had an inseparable relationship with him. Even without these connections, with Su Yan's personality, it was impossible for her to agree. The Ice Heart secret art allowed her to not worry about anything. So how could these things be enough to move her? Su Yan nodded slightly, reaching out and stroking Yang Kai's cheek. "You don't have to worry, I only belong to you." "I'm not worried," Yang Kai grinned. "If they can move you, they can use their means." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai frowned. "But I'm still very unhappy, damn. They dare to have ideas about this father's woman." Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, feeling somewhat sweet in her heart. Even if she had no desires, when she saw Yang Kai jealous, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness. After dawn, Su Yan left. Yang Kai began to organize the things he had obtained during this time, glancing around his cave mansion, and couldn't help being secretly surprised. He found that his cave mansion had greatly changed. When he left, this was just a cold and dark cave. But now this cave was like a new home. Not only were there tables and chairs, but there were also many pots of flowers. There were also many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. There were decorations everywhere. Even the stone bed had a warm and comfortable bedding, which he hadn't noticed when he was fooling around with Su Yan for so long. These should be the result of Xia Ningchang and Su Yan's transformation. The transformation was quite good. Walking to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai saw the yin-yang monster ginseng hanging its head dispiritedly, its facial features scrunched together as if it was angry. When Yang Kai returned that night, this sentient world spirit ginseng had greeted him, but received no response, so it couldn't help feeling depressed. The yin-yang monster ginseng was also well taken care of. The yang qi here was very rich, so Su Yan only needed to give it a little yuan qi every few days. Yang Kai chuckled, squatted down, and fed it 2 drops of yang liquid, which immediately made the yin-yang monster ginseng happy. Sitting down cross-legged beside the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed, and the wordless black book appeared in his hand. These days, every time he broke through, whether it was a minor realm or a great realm, Yang Kai would examine the wordless black book, hoping to pry into its mysteries. But every time he came in high spirits, only to return in disappointment. After a few times, Yang Kai was no longer as enthusiastic as before. The black book had already helped him a lot, so even if he couldn't get anything from it in the future, Yang Kai was confident he could grow stronger. Thinking so, he couldn't help feeling much better. It was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. No matter how good the black book was, if he didn't work hard, it would be useless. This time, it was just a habitual examination. Yang Kai didn't expect to get anything from it, so he casually turned to the 5th page and poured yuan qi into the black book. Unlike before, when the stone sank into the sea, the black book actually reacted this time. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited, staring at the black book with wide eyes while continuing to pour yuan qi into it. Layers of ripples spread outwards, and soon after, rays of golden light appeared from the black book. However, unlike before, these rays of golden light did not emerge from the black book. Instead, they connected together, densely packed together like a complex array. Not long after, a line of large words appeared. Medicine King's Valley, Myriad Drug Pond. A moment later, this line of large words disappeared, and the golden light on the black book also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai frowned. This time was very different from before. The black book didn't give him anything, but instead gave him the name of a place. Chapter 204. Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai naturally knew about it. This was a very special force. The valley was filled with alchemists who were proficient in alchemy. The people in Medicine King's Valley were not necessarily strong, nor were their methods. Their overall combat strength could even be said to be inferior to a first-rate force, only slightly stronger than a second-rate force. However, it was this faction that had a much longer history than any of the other factions. It was said that the Flowing Time Great Emperor had been around for thousands of years. Over the years, even many super forces had been wiped out in the long river of history, but Medicine King's Valley was still immortal. Its status was transcendent. Even the central capital's 8 great families did not dare underestimate the existence of Medicine King's Valley. Because every year, many cultivators would bring materials to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help in alchemy. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to any force. In other words, whoever dared to harm Medicine King's Valley would be making an enemy of the entire world. There was a rumor that in the past, a sect master of one of the great sects had gone to Medicine King's Valley to ask the alchemy masters for help, but for some reason he was refused. The sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation, and actually killed the alchemist who refused. This was a big mistake. With a single call from Medicine King's Valley, this great sect was annihilated in a single night. Rumors were not necessarily true, but there was no smoke without fire. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the influence of Medicine King's Valley was. And the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley. It was rumored that miracles often occurred there. Many proficient alchemists had obtained the insights of the alchemy ancestors of Medicine King's Valley. The wordless black book displayed such a line of words. This made Yang Kai somewhat confused. Could it be that he had to go to Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond to find something? Although he had such a guess, Yang Kai definitely would not go now. First of all, he knew nothing about alchemy. If he went there, he would only be driven out. Second of all, he needed to improve his strength first. Then he would think of a good way to safely infiltrate Medicine King's Valley and wait for an opportunity. Putting away the wordless black book, Yang Kai opened his hand and with a suction force, a package on the ground flew over. This bag of items was all lost by the overseas powers 300 years ago. Now that they had fallen into his hands, he should make use of them. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai wanted to refine an artifact for his own use. But at that time, because he was still overseas, he was afraid of triggering the restrictions in these artifacts and being detected by the sect they belonged to. But now it was different. He had returned to High Heaven Pavilion. It was 108,000 miles away from the ocean. Even if the restriction was activated, it wouldn't be able to transmit such a far distance. If he used it carefully in the future, there was no need to worry about any problems. There were 3 artifacts. Apart from the Tai seal, which required a special heart mantra to activate, the remaining one was a sword and a blood begonia. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and its entire body was crimson red, as if there was blood flowing within it. After probing it slightly, Yang Kai was surprised to hear a miserable shriek coming from within the sword. The murderous aura was oppressive, disturbing one's mind. If a person with a weak mind heard this sound, he would most likely become the demon race on the spot and fall into the evil path forever. This ominous weapon was the Azura sect's most precious artifact, the Azura sword. Yang Kai was overjoyed because he felt quite close to this sword. The murderous aura it exuded was very similar to the aura it exuded when he displayed the unyielding will. It was precisely this kind of similarity. Because of this, there wasn't much of a barrier between him and the sword. This was good, at least a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Moreover, it was a sword of slaughter. With this sword in hand, one's attack power would sharply increase. Putting down the Azura sword, Yang Kai then picked up the crimson blood begonia. It had the appearance of a begonia flower, but it looked incomparably enchanting. The petals were as sharp as knives, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Even after being sealed for 300 years, it still couldn't erase the murderous aura of this begonia flower. Another killing artifact. In the past, the Falling Flowers cult must have relied on this artifact to kill countless enemies, dyeing it red like blood. Both artifacts were very good, as if they were tailor-made for him. Yang Kai looked at one and then at the other, somewhat hesitant to choose. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai steeled his heart and decided to refine both of them. In any case, it would just consume a bit more yuan qi in time. After making up his mind, just as he was about to start, some stones rustled down from above. Yang Kai looked up, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. Only 2 people knew the location of his cave mansion. One was Su Yan, the other was Xia Ningchang. Su Yan had just left, so she definitely wouldn't have returned, so there was no need to guess who the other person was. Sure enough, a moment later, Xia Ningchang flew in from above. Yang Kai was blocking the entrance, so the two almost collided. Yang Kai leaned to the side and pulled her back, allowing her to safely land beside him. Smiling at her, he said, "Little senior sister, I'm back." Xia Ningchang's eyes were watery, unable to hide the joy and excitement of reuniting after such a long time. Her face was still covered with a veil, and her forehead was still dotted with the sapphire, so when she heard Yang Kai say so lightly, she blinked her eyes and almost cried. A few months ago when he left, he didn't even say goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. Now that he was back, he didn't even tell her. He was really too cruel. Looking at her red eyes, Kai Young didn't dare to speak any more nonsense, for fear that he would accidentally make her cry. "How did you know I was back?" Young Kai tried to divert her attention. "Suyan told me." Xia Ningchang sniffled, resisting the bitterness in her heart. Wringing her clothes, she faintly said, "If she didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known." "I was just about to tell you," Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience. "Really?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her eyes filled with joy. "Of course." Yang Kai nodded. The little senior sister was very easy to coax, so her disappointment and grievance were quickly dispersed, leaving only joy and happiness. "At least you still have a little conscience." Xia Ningchang pouted. "I also brought you a gift." Yang Kai lied through his teeth. "No need." Although she said this, Xia Ningchang clearly smiled. Her eyes curved into crescents, her heart filled with sweetness and satisfaction. What gift? She was curious again. Yang Kai faintly smiled, stood up, and walked in front of another large package. He reached out and opened it, pointing to a large package of rare treasures, some medicinal herbs. So many. Xia Ningchang was shocked. She walked forward, and with just a glance she knew the names and grades of these herbs. Don't you need to take pills when you cultivate? See if there's anything you need and just take it. Yang Kai was very generous, but he also felt quite guilty. He went out and didn't think to bring back a gift for Su Yan and Xia Ningchang. He really shouldn't have. I don't need it. Xia Ningchang checked the herbs one by one, then raised her head and said, I'll help you refine them into pills. That's too troublesome. Who knew how many days it would take to refine this large package of herbs into pills? It's not troublesome. Xia Ningchang chuckled. When I refine pills, I'm also cultivating. Moreover, it's much faster than when I meditate. The higher the grade of the herbs I refine, the more benefits it will bring to me. Junior brother, bringing back so many materials for me to practice with is already the best gift. You're not lying to me? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. I'm not lying, Xia Ningchang said angrily. Ahem, I'm not lying either, Yang Kai said awkwardly. Since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little senior sister. And you can go do your own thing. I'll refine my own pills. Xia Ningchang was obviously very happy. Yang Kai looked at her for a while, and found that she was very familiar with these herbs. She quickly sorted out the large package of herbs and organized them. Smiling, Yang Kai also walked to the entrance of the cave and began to busy himself. Inside the cave, Xia Ningchang lightly hummed as she used her amazing alchemy skills. She refined many herbs into medicinal liquids, then condensed them into pills. Yang Kai focused on using Yuan Qi to refine the Azura sword. Time passed little by little, and as Xia Ningchang refined more and more pills, the large package of materials gradually dwindled. When she grew tired of refining, she would stop to rest and look at the back of the figure sitting at the entrance of the cave. After a while, she would be satisfied and continue to refine pills. Every day, Xia Ningchang had to go out. After all, Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. If one day she went missing, old man Meng would definitely search for her, causing unnecessary trouble. After 4 or 5 days, the Azura sword in Yang Kai's hand gradually connected with his mind. Yang Kai could increasingly feel the tyrannical power and evil qi of this killing artifact. Worthy of a heaven-grade top-rank artifact, just this one artifact alone was enough to raise Yang Kai's fighting strength to a whole new level. Guiding the Azura sword into his body, Yang Kai couldn't help gasping for breath. Spending so many days to refine it was not a small burden for Yang Kai. The small amount of yang liquid left in the dantian was once again consumed. I have to find a way to replenish my yang liquid. Looking up, Yang Kai used his movement skill and flew out. After a while he returned with 2 spirit grasses in his hands. This was a heart that was planted a few months ago. It was bought from Lan Chudai at that time. The 2 spirit grasses had long since matured, so Yang Kai brought them to Xia Ningchang, and had her refine them into pills. After swallowing them, he finally condensed some yang liquid. With enough yang liquid, Yang Kai continued to refine the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. After a few days, the falling flowers artifact was finally absorbed into Yang Kai's body. After obtaining 2 heaven-grade artifacts in a row, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. Although he was unable to use the full power of these 2 artifacts right now, as long as he continued to nourish them with Yuan Qi, one day they would be able to shine. The herbs had long since been refined by Xia Ningchang into a variety of pills, filling more than a dozen bottles. The lowest grade pills refined were earth grade while some were even heaven grade. Their value immeasurable. If he ate all of these pills, Yang Kai estimated that he could at least raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. However, there were too many of them, so if he ate them all in one go, it would definitely take him a long time to refine them. Therefore, Yang Kai did not intend to consume them right now. It had been half a month since he returned to the sect, so it was time to go out and see the situation. The 3 great forces were currently in High Heaven Pavilion, and all 3 of their young lords had designs on Su Yan. How could Yang Kai just sit back and watch? That was his woman. Chapter 205. Currently, there were 3 forces in High Heaven Pavilion. One was the Dong family, the second was the Bai family, and the third was the Purple Fern Valley. None of them were easy to provoke. These forces were second only to the central capital's 8 great families. These forces may be able to intimidate others, but they definitely couldn't intimidate Yang Kai. These days, Yang Kai had also inquired a lot of information from Xia Ning Chang, so he naturally had a plan in mind. Walking through High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai first went to the contribution hall to greet Meng Wuya. When he saw Yang Kai, Meng Wuya's old face suddenly became sullen, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million silvers. Old man Meng finally understood why his precious disciple had swept away his previous gloomy and unhappy mood, appearing and disappearing like a ghost every day. It turned out, this little brat had already returned. Needless to say, his precious disciple must have met with him long ago. Otherwise, how could he have changed so much? If it was a blessing, then it was a disaster. If it was a disaster, then it couldn't be avoided. He just didn't know if his precious disciple would be able to safely survive this disaster. Treasurer Meng, I'm back. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Meng Wuya laughed dryly. And it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. His face was perfunctory and casual, without the slightest trace of joy. While speaking, Meng Wuya's expression suddenly changed. His divine sense swept over Yang Kai and he was shocked. You've already broken through to the reunion separation stage? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuya almost bit his tongue. How long had it been? Calculating the time, it had only been half a year since he left High Heaven Pavilion. Half a year ago, he had only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, but now he had already broken through to the reunion separation stage. This speed of improvement was too fast, simply unimaginable. How did you do it? Meng Wuya stared at Yang Kai as if he had discovered a treasure. It's just a matter of practice, Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuya was silent for a long time, thinking that if this little brat continued to break through at this speed, perhaps he really would be able to leave this small world and be worthy of his precious disciple. Meng Wuya's brow wrinkled. Meng Wuya continued. You came back at a bad time. Many people are looking for you now. Why are you looking for me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. I'm looking for that skill, Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. It's the skill you used to severely injure the rank 6 monster beast in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many people are interested in this. Yang Kai chuckled. If they want it, I'll sell it to them at a price that will tempt me. Star mark. The power was enormous, but it was a one-time deal. Gathering yuan qi was very taxing, and after using it, if one's physical body was not strong enough, they would only be at a disadvantage. If those people really offered a price that could move Yang Kai's heart, everyone could sit down and discuss. In any case, you have to be careful. Kid, don't say that this old man didn't warn you. That Bai Clan and Purple Fern Valley's people don't really care about you. Su Yan attracted most of their attention, but I think that Dong Clan's kid cares a lot about you. He came to this old man several times to inquire about you. I also care a lot about him. Yang Kai smiled. Where is he now? He's living where you used to live. This little brat is also strange. The Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley's people have all been arranged to live in comfortable places, but he has set his sights on your shabby little house. He is determined to obtain you. You should avoid the limelight for now. Old man Meng rolled his eyes and urged. Why don't you go out and hide for a year and a half? When you come back after a year and a half, my precious disciple might have forgotten about you. Meng Wuya thought. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If they didn't come to find him, he would go find them. What was the point of hiding? After bidding farewell to Meng Wuya, Yang Kai walked towards his old house. Yang Kai. It's Yang Kai. He actually came back at this time. When someone saw Yang Kai, they couldn't help but exclaim. The people from the 3 great forces are looking for him. Isn't he just walking right into their trap? Do you guys think that he will also be recruited by those 3 families? He'll definitely be recruited. How many people have been recruited these days? Yang Kai has suffered a lot in the sect these past few years, and he's only a trial disciple. Now that he has found a good place to go, why would he stay in the sect? The conditions offered by those three forces are very attractive. Another ungrateful wretch. A voice of disdain rang out. It was mixed with endless disdain, and there was even some jealousy. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, but he didn't respond. Although he had the status of a trial disciple in High Heaven Pavilion, all of his skills and strength were obtained through his own hard work. He had never received the slightest support from the sect. Even if he left the sect, he wouldn't feel any psychological burden, so why would he care about what they said? Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of the small wooden hut. Outside the wooden house, there were two old men, one standing with his hands down, the other with his back hunched over, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Yang Kai strolled in, but the two old men didn't even spare him a glance, just standing outside with their eyes closed, lazily basking in the sun. When Yang Kai was 300 meters away from the wooden hut, the two divine senses suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, not with killing intent, but with a warning. Yang Kai's body shook slightly as the two divine senses rushed into his body, but like stones sinking into the sea, they didn't cause the slightest ripple. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, a trivial warning couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Continuing to walk forward, his pace was steady and firm. The two sleepy old men suddenly opened their eyes flashing like lightning as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, they hadn't expected this young man to be so strange. Just as they were about to attack again, a light shout suddenly came from inside the wooden hut. "Stop!" As soon as these words came out, the two old men withdrew their auras and once again became harmless, but their two pairs of vigilant eyes never left Yang Kai's side. A man in a cyan robe walked out of the wooden house. He was about 20 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a dignified appearance, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. At first glance, one could tell that he was the son of a big family. However, his body was a little chubby, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. His face was fair and clean, much fairer than the average woman. At this moment, the man was looking at Yang Kai, the two men's eyes meeting in midair, the former with a trace of contempt in his eyes and the latter with a trace of caution. A moment later, the man stepped forward and walked towards Yang Kai, his pace becoming faster and faster. "Young master!" One of the two old men saw this scene, and couldn't help calling out softly, "Don't interfere." The man coldly snorted. "Yes." Yang Kai also walked towards him. A moment later, the two men collided, almost at the same time, their fists and palms intersecting. Both of their figures swayed. Both of them staggered backwards. "Ha!" The blue-robed man's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he sneered and attacked again. Pung pung pung. The man and Yang Kai both seemed to be holding back their anger, desperately attacking each other, not defending at all. Yang Kai kicked towards the man's crotch, but was blocked by the man's legs. The man stretched out two fingers and poked towards Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai tilted his head and hurriedly dodged. The two people's moves were strange and unfathomable. They were varied, vicious, and despicable. They were unscrupulous, and it caused the eyelids of the two old men to twitch. However, what made the two men feel strange was that neither this High Heaven Pavilion disciple nor their young master used Yuan Qi in their moves. The two of them were just fighting with their fists and feet. It looked like there was a grudge between them. The fight was in full swing, and it was difficult to distinguish between them. The scene was a hot and humid mess. What was the young master doing? How was this a fight? This was clearly a fight between hooligans. The faces of the two old men who had lived for a long time were flushed red. If news of this scene were to spread, they would definitely be punished. How would their young master live in the future? With a muffled sound, Yang Kai was hit by his opponent's eye-sealing punch. For a moment he saw stars and his body swayed. With another bang, the Dong family's young master was punched in the face by Yang Kai. He felt like his front teeth were almost knocked out, and his mouth was full of the taste of blood. "Little brat, you court death!" The Dong family's young master angrily shouted. Yang Kai sneered. "Let's see who dies first." The two men once again fought desperately. In the midst of the chaos, the Dong family's young master threw Yang Kai to the ground, his knees pressed against his abdomen, and his hands holding his arms, coldly asking, "Smelly brat, do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai clenched his teeth, disregarding the broken bones in his arms, and suddenly flipped over, grabbing his opponent and ruthlessly twisting his arms, grinning. "Do you admit defeat?" The Dong family's young master hissed in pain, one hand slapping the ground. He looked up at the two old men and said, "What are you still looking at? This young master has been beaten." With a mouth full of dirt, the Dong family's young master no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. The two old men who had been watching the show woke up from their daze and quickly stepped forward. Yang Kai curled his lips, his figure flashing and retreating more than a dozen meters. The two old men didn't chase after him. Although their young lord had been beaten, after watching for so long, they could see that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of them was an old acquaintance of their young lord. Naturally, he wouldn't kill him. However, how could their young master know someone from such a small place? The Dong family's young master hurriedly got up, looking at Yang Kai with dread, one hand hanging by his side. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Smelly brat, you've grown up." Yang Kai was also in the same situation. His left hand was dislocated, so he couldn't exert any strength. Hearing the Dong family's young master, he chuckled and said, 30 years of river flows east, 30 years of river flows west. If you don't call for help, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." The Dong family's young master took a deep breath and bitterly said, "I'll deal with you later." He called one of the old men and said, "Go help him connect his arm." "No need." Yang Kai stretched out his right hand, holding his left hand, and with a click his arm was as good as new. The Dong family's young master was dumbfounded, but he steeled his heart and did as he was told. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain, but in the end, his arm was connected. Wind and cloud dual guards? Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two old men and asked casually. The two old men's expressions changed as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They hadn't expected their identity to be exposed by this young man. Who the hell was he? The Dong family's young master smiled bitterly. "Don't be shocked, this little brat's surname is Yang." Surnamed Yang. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions changed again as they guessed Yang Kai's identity, quickly cupping their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Chapter 206. Surname Yang. A very common surname. From high officials to cultivator families, to common people and street beggars, there were countless people surnamed Yang. However, in this world, there was only one family surnamed Yang that Dong Qinghan would specifically mention. That was the Yang family of the central capital's 8 great families. The Yang family, which could not be understood by common sense, was also the number 1 family of the 8 great families. The Dong family was also a first-class force in this world, but there was still a gap between them and the central capital's 8 great families, let alone the strongest one. If it was said that a young lord from a great family would come to this place where birds don't shit and chickens don't lay eggs to live as an ordinary disciple, the wind and cloud dual guards would not believe it. Which of these young lords were not delicate-skinned and delicate, enjoying great wealth and glory? From birth, they had always lived a smooth life, getting whatever they wanted. But if it was said that this boy was a member of the Yang family, the wind and cloud dual guards would believe it without a doubt. Because the Yang family's way of training its disciples was very strange. Every generation of direct descendants would grow up in this way. At some suitable time, all direct descendants would be dismissed and sent off to find their own opportunities to cultivate, only to be summoned back when the time was right. This kind of training was very dangerous, because when these direct descendants cultivated outside, they could not borrow the power and resources of the family, and once they had any kind of conflict with others, they could be killed. In fact, this kind of thing had happened many times. Many of the Yang family's direct descendants who had been dismissed would die young. There were drawbacks, but there were also benefits. This kind of training method allowed every Yang family direct descendant to become stronger and stronger. It washed away their dependence on the family. After so many years of hard work outside, they learned that the only person they could trust in this world was themselves. Therefore, the direct descendants of the Yang family rarely had the boastful attitude of those young lords. All of them were cold and ruthless like knives, their methods tyrannical. Moreover, the Yang family took advantage of this training method to collect countless secret arts and martial skills from other sects, filling their family's storage. If one were to ask which family in this world had the most secret arts and martial skills, It would undoubtedly be the Yang family. In this world, there was a kind of bird. It was called the cuckoo. The cuckoo would lay its eggs in the nests of other birds, allowing them to hatch and raise them. These little birds were also very cruel. Not only were they gluttonous, but they would also push the chicks born of their adoptive parents out of their nests and fall to their deaths, enjoying the favor of their adoptive parents alone. The cuckoo's reputation was not good, just like the Yang family's reputation outside, because the methods of the two were not very different. Every time the Yang family's direct descendants were about to be dismissed, the world's great sects and great forces would avoid the Yang family as if they were a tiger. He was afraid that if he accidentally took in a Yang family disciple, after raising him, he would just flap his wings and fly away. The Yang family's method of raising their own children by borrowing the nest of a nest had provoked many forces. However, as the head of the 8 great families, the Yang family had thick legs and long arms, so even if those forces complained, they didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yang family. It was said that 100 years ago, a Yang family disciple entered a first-class sect called Converging Heavens sect. This Yang family disciple's talent was outstanding, a rare genius that only appears once every 100 years. The sect master and elders of the Converging Heavens sect were also very fond of him, so naturally, they spent a lot of effort in nurturing him. They even discussed and listed him as their successor, and all kinds of secrets that were not passed on to him were opened up to him without reservation. This kid was indeed a genius. In just a few years, he had learned all kinds of martial skills and secret arts of the Converging Heavens sect, familiarizing himself with them, greatly gratifying his masters. However, 10 years later, this had consumed countless resources of the Converging Heavens sect. The disciple that the sect master and elders had placed such high hopes on actually left the sect one night. Until that time, only then did the Converging Heavens sect realize that this disciple was actually a Yang family disciple. The Converging Heavens sect master and elders all vomited blood. They almost fell seriously ill. Wasting 10 years of their time to teach this ingrate was one thing, but many of the Converging Heavens sect's secrets had actually been learned by him. Becoming the Yang family's property, how could they not be depressed? The Converging Heavens sect disciples had come to the Yang family to cause trouble, but they had only received some compensation. It was because of this tragedy that the world's great sects were extremely wary of the Yang family disciples. Learning from the past was the teacher for the future. If they spent more than 10 years to cultivate a Yang family disciple, and he ran away, wouldn't they repeat the same mistake as the Converging Heavens sect, and become the laughingstock of the world? But no matter how much they guarded against him, Yang Kai's direct disciples still had to go out and experience the world. Before they were dismissed, these direct disciples were hidden away, very few people knew their names, and very few people had ever seen them. So, it was impossible to guard against the Yang family disciples. The Wind and Cloud dual guards' thoughts raced, becoming more and more certain of Yang Kai's identity, because almost 4 years ago, the Yang family really did dismiss the current generation of direct disciples. So this boy in front of them was the youngest young lord of the Yang family? Didn't they say that he was not suitable for cultivation? How could he have reached the separation and reunion boundary? Although his strength was not high, it was not too bad either. However, for their young lord to recognize him, the Wind and Cloud dual guards were not surprised, because the Dong family and the Yang family had a marriage alliance in the previous generation. Their young lord's aunt had married the Yang family's 4th master Yang, and their young lord had visited the Yang family several times when he was young, so the two must have met before. Come in and we'll talk. Dong Qinghan's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, but also a trace of surprise and joy, turning to Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them walked into the wooden house. It was still as simple as before, but there was an additional table. On the table, there was wine and food. Sit. Dong Qinghan said concisely. Were you waiting for me? Kai Yang sat down and looked at the table full of food and wine with some surprise. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a thick light as he nodded slightly. After a few years outside, it seems that you've grown a lot. The Yang family's way of training their disciples is really something. People always grow. Yang Kai picked up the wine jug and poured Dong Qinghan a cup before refilling his own. Before, when you saw me you were like a mouse seeing a cat. How come you're not afraid now? You even dared to hit me. Dong Qinghan still tasted blood in his mouth. Yang Kai's punch had been really heavy. So what if I hit you? How many times did you bully me when I was a child? Now it's time to get some payback. Yang Kai sneered. This cousin in front of him was quite dissatisfied with his Yang family. Every time he came to the Yang family as a guest, he would teach him a lesson. Yang Kai had never practiced martial arts at that time, and this cousin was a few years older than him. How could he possibly be his opponent? Every time, he would be beaten black and blue. Thinking about all this, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth, feeling that he had been too lenient just now. When I was little, Dong Qinghan's face was calm, without any emotion, drinking the wine in one gulp and pushing the glass in front of Yang Kai, motioning for him to refill it. Cousin pouring wine for cousin. Naturally, there was nothing to say. The two drank several cups in quick succession. Glancing at each other, both of them let out a long sigh. Although their relationship wasn't very good when they were children, Yang Kai knew that this cousin of his was just resentful because at that time he didn't want to practice martial arts. He wanted to use his fists to force him. Generally speaking, Dong Qinghan had left a lot of childhood shadows for Yang Kai, but it was also out of good intentions, but his methods were a bit extreme. I didn't expect you to come to this kind of place. Dong Qinghan chuckled. When I came here and heard your name, I really couldn't believe it. After a few inquiries, I was able to determine that it was you. My father told me to come here. Oh? Did uncle also come here for life experience? Dong Qinghan was a little surprised. I don't know, he didn't say. He only told me to come to this place. Yang Kai had also been puzzled these days, unable to understand the deeper meaning of this. How are my father and mother? After a moment of silence, Yang Kai looked up and asked. Dong Qinghan glanced at him. Auntie misses you very much, she's lost a lot of weight. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. When he left the Yang family, he was just an ordinary person. After not returning for a few years, his father and mother must be very worried. And Auntie was also locked up by your Yang family for half a year, and uncle was beaten 30 times. Asterisk pa. Asterisk the wine glass in Yang Kai's hand shattered. Yang Kai's expression became extremely gloomy, his brow furrowed. What happened? Dong Qinghan sneered. Because Auntie missed you so much, she secretly ran out to see how you were doing. Then she was discovered by those old bastards of your Yang family. You also know the Yang family's rules. Direct descendants are allowed to go out for life experience. No one is allowed to visit them in any way. Violators will be severely punished. If uncle hadn't taken her place, the one who would have been beaten 30 times would have been my auntie. 30 beatings. This was not an ordinary 30 beatings. The Yang family's punishment hall had a special artifact that was powered by Yuan Qi, specifically used to beat people with the beatings. Even if a master at the Yuan Qi realm received a few beatings, they would be bedridden for several days. These 30 beatings, 4th Master Yang would probably be bedridden for several months. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his tumbling blood, grabbed the wine glass in front of Dong Qinghan, and drank it in one gulp. Those old bastards, sooner or later they will pay the price. Yang Kai said coldly. In the past, he was not suitable for cultivation, nor did he want to cultivate. As an ordinary person, he was still driven out of the Yang family by those old bastards, forcing him to go out for life experience with his brothers. A 12-year-old boy, still an ordinary person, had traveled thousands of miles to come to High Heaven Pavilion. The hardships he had suffered. How could he tell outsiders? I don't like your Yang family. I also don't like your Yang family. Your Yang family is too cold and ruthless. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The Yang family's way of training their disciples was very special, although it could temper a person. Because it was done this way, the Yang family's affection for each other was very thin. In order to maintain the Yang family's prestige, they would sacrifice anyone who could be sacrificed. Yang family disciples who go out for life experience need at least 10 years before they can return. Now it's been less than 4 years. Auntie still has to wait 6 years before she can see you again. I don't know if she can afford to wait. Dong Qinghan's tone was full of sadness. When you go back this time, tell father and mother that I'm fine, so they can rest assured. I will. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. That's my auntie. The heavy topic gradually passed. The two of them no longer wanted to talk about it. You came to High Heaven Pavilion this time, because of the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai asked. Of course, why else would I come to this place where even birds don't lay eggs? Dong Qinghan curled his lips, suddenly changing the topic. But your sect really does have a few geniuses, especially that girl named Su Yan. It is said that not only is her strength profound, she is also a stunning beauty, as beautiful as ice. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to see her face. Chapter 207. As Dong Qinghan spoke, he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, as if he was observing his reaction. Obviously he had heard some kind of rumor. That's your sister-in-law. Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and directly stated. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly. Obviously he hadn't thought that the rumors were actually true, that his little cousin had managed to win over a sex-proud daughter. The Yang family was really a pack of wolves, tigers and leopards. None of them could be underestimated. Fortunately, I didn't join forces with those two idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Otherwise wouldn't I have been trying to steal her away? Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, as the young lord of the Dong family, his status was high, and he was also quite handsome. At such a young age, it was natural for him to be unrestrained and unrestrained. Wherever he went, he would leave his mark, attracting bees and butterflies. Who knew how many beautiful women he had shared a life of fish with? However, because he had heard a few words between Yang Kai and Su Yan when he was inquiring about him, Dong Qinghan had decided to be cautious and not collude with the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. Just now, he had only spoken out to confirm his suspicions, but he hadn't expected the rumors to be true. Dong Qinghan also felt a burst of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to provoke Yang Kai. Otherwise, wouldn't his cousin have tried to kill him? Yang Kai naturally knew the temperament and personality of this kind of young lord, so he bluntly admitted it. This wasn't to show off but to show off. Obviously he was telling him, she's my woman. Whoever has ideas about her, I'll fight them. Smelly brat, your luck with women isn't shallow. Dong Qinghan chuckled. Although High Heaven Pavilion was a small sect, he had heard that the girl named Su Yan had reached the 4th or 5th stage of Yuan Qi. Even if one looked at the entire world, such a talent was second to none. What's more, she had most likely obtained a powerful inheritance. Such a talent, even if she went to the central capital's 8 great families, would be fought over and treated as a treasure. Since she's my sister-in-law, it seems my Dong family won't be able to recruit her. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. You should have had a good harvest, right? Yang Kai looked up at him and asked casually. Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. A bit. But it was far from what he had expected. You've also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Tell me, what's it like inside? Yang Kai muttered to himself for a while, and then briefly explained what had happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, he did not reveal who had obtained the inheritance. Although it was all very innocuous information, Dong Qinghan still listened with great interest. Sigh, it's surprising that the Heaven's Cave inheritance would appear in a place like this. The disciples of the 3 sects have benefited for nothing. Why didn't it appear in my Dong family's territory? Dong Qinghan sighed, secretly cursing the unfairness of the heavens. 2 or 3 months before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, the 3 sects kept this a secret, and it wasn't until later that the news gradually spread. Only then did the great powers and sects send people to search for the inheritor. Unfortunately, until now, no one had found the inheritor. However, the artifacts and martial skills from the Heaven's Cave inheritance had all been purchased by each of the sections. These artifacts were all seriously damaged, and could no longer be used, but they were still artifacts refined by a powerful cultivator countless years ago, so they had considerable research value. Moreover, the grade of these martial skills was not too low, at least Earth grade, and even Heaven grade. It could be said that the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared this time. It had allowed High Heaven Pavilion, Blood Battle Gang, and Storm Hall to become rich in a short time. The great forces that had come here all bought from the 3 sects, and each of them made a lot of money. The only regrettable thing was that some disciples couldn't resist the temptation and left their sects, pledging allegiance to these great forces. There were many in High Heaven Pavilion. The 5 great elders couldn't do anything about it. After all, these great forces were strong. So what if they poached a few disciples? Wei Shitong and Su Xianwu could only turn a blind eye and pray that these great forces' young lords and masters leave as soon as possible, returning peace to High Heaven Pavilion. As the 2 cousins were talking, the Wind and Cloud dual guards suddenly called out, "Young Lord! Young Master Yang! People from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley have come." Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan glanced at each other. The latter chuckled, "They've come quickly. I'm afraid they've come for the martial skill in your hand." Yang Kai nodded secretly. Meng Wuya had told him before that the star mark he displayed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had attracted a lot of attention. A martial skill that could severely injure a 6th-order monster beast in one blow. How bad could it be? The people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley had obviously come here for the star mark. "What do you want to do?" Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai calmly. These 2 idiots had been harassing his younger sister-in-law these past few days, so Yang Kai was definitely holding back his anger. Soon there would be a good show to watch. If Yang Kai exposed his true identity, the people from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley would definitely not dare to provoke him. Most likely they would apologize and then run away. But the problem was that Yang Kai couldn't be exposed. Dong Qinghan was looking forward to seeing how his cousin would solve the current problem. His slightly chubby face filled with a cheerful smile. "That depends on their attitude." Yang Kai said indifferently, "If their attitude is good, everyone sit down and talk." The star mark could shine in his hands, but that didn't mean it could in others' hands, so even if he sold it, it wouldn't be a big deal. What if their attitude isn't good? Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. Dong Qinghan also smiled and couldn't help shaking his head, putting on an expression of watching a good show. Expecting the 2 idiots from the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley to have a good attitude was obviously impossible. Not long after, 2 loud laughs came from outside and 2 men about the same age as Dong Qinghan walked in. One in white robes and the other in purple robes. Both of them were young elites. The one in white was the Bai family's young lord, Bai Yunfeng, and the one in purple was Purple Fern Valley's disciple, Fan Hong. Behind these 2 were 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples, one of whom Yang Kai was familiar with, but he couldn't remember his name. The other was Chao Zhengwen, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Kai and Chao Zhengwen had met twice before. Before leaving High Heaven Pavilion, this person had delivered a promotion order to Yang Kai from the Elder Council, but had been rejected by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of face. After that, he was punished by the Great Elder, so it could be said that he hated Yang Kai to the bone. These 2 High Heaven Pavilion disciples had both entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now they were following behind by Yunfeng and Fan Hong. Obviously they had been tempted by the benefits and had pledged their allegiance to them. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, but disciples of the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley. "Brother Dong is so elegant. You're drinking by yourself here, yet you didn't call me or Brother Fan. You're treating us like outsiders." Bai Yunfeng laughed, glancing over at Yang Kai lightly before putting away the folding fan in his hand, his expression proud. Fan Hong also laughed. "Brother Dong is not tempted by beauty. Brother Bai and I admire him greatly. It's funny that Brother Bai and I have been searching that small loft for more than half a month, yet have never seen this beautiful woman. It's better for Brother Dong to drink and enjoy himself here." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint sneer. The small loft these 2 were talking about was definitely Su Yan's residence. Dong Qinghan smiled and gestured for the 2 to sit down, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "The day before yesterday, Father and Master arranged a marriage for me, so I don't dare to provoke other women. This Dong is not as free as these 2 brothers." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both sat down while Chao Zhengwen and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple stood behind them. Bai Yunfeng said, "Brother Dong must be joking. I heard that Brother Dong recently recruited a female disciple from High Heaven Pavilion. I don't know what Brother Dong plans to do with this female disciple. Do you want to keep her in a golden house or take her as a concubine?" Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother Bai must be joking. I did indeed recruit a female disciple, but it was for the sake of the family. That girl also entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance and obtained a good opportunity. Her aptitude is not bad. As long as she is given the right resources, she will definitely develop in the future. Bai Yunfeng laughed and didn't ask any more questions, instead turning to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contempt and arrogance flashing across his eyes as he said lightly, "This must be the High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Yang Kai, right? How is Brother Dong's discussion with him going?" These words were spoken very casually, although in front of Yang Kai, it was clear he didn't put him in his eyes, and was instead asking for Dong Qinghan's opinion. "We're currently discussing." Dong Qinghan nodded slightly. "The result hasn't come out yet, but you two have already arrived." Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong's eyes lit up. "It seems that Brother Fan and I still have a chance." Fan Hong looked directly at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that you obtained a powerful martial skill from the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Is that true?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "In." Fan Hong's spirit shook as he opened his mouth. "Honest people don't beat around the bush. This young lord will be frank. I am interested in the martial skill you obtained. I wonder what kind of conditions you want before you are willing to part with it. What benefits can you offer?" Yang Kai looked at him lightly. Fan Hong chuckled, reaching into his sleeve and taking out a stack of banknotes, pushing them in front of Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Here are 100,000 silvers. If you are willing to write down the cultivation method of that martial skill for me, these banknotes are yours." When Fan Hong said this, his expression was confident, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Obviously, he believed that 100,000 silvers was extremely attractive to a disciple of such a small sect. In fact, when the 100,000 silvers were placed on the table, whether it was Chao Zheng or the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple, their breathing became heavy as they stared at the banknotes on the table. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Fan Hong's expression remained unchanged as he took out another stack of banknotes and pushed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still unmoved. Bai Yunfeng laughed. "Brother Fan, you are too stingy. Yang Kai, this young lord is willing to exchange 200,000 silvers for your martial skill. How about it? You may not be able to earn so much wealth, but it is enough for you to live several lifetimes without having to worry about food and clothing. You can also have 3 wives and 4 concubines, enjoying the glory and splendor of life." Bai Yunfeng was much more generous than Fan Hong, causing the latter to glare at him fiercely. But Bai Yunfeng didn't care, and just looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Dong Qinghan was also smiling, but there was a deep meaning behind his smile. Wanting to use 200,000 silvers to smash a Yang family disciple, these two idiots were really creative. Dong Qinghan wanted to laugh a few times, but he had no choice but to endure, his shoulders slightly shaking. Holding back his laughter was extremely difficult. This show is really interesting. Chapter 208. 200,000 silvers is already a lot. Are you still not satisfied? Bai Yunfeng frowned, looking at Yang Kai with some displeasure. They had purchased a lot of martial skills these days, but had never offered such a high price to anyone. If he hadn't heard that this martial skill was extraordinary, how could he be so generous? This little brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted. He was the Bai family's young lord. Even if that martial skill was really worth 200,000 silvers, he still had to sell it to him for 100,000 silvers. Dong Qinghan saw that this person was a little angry, so he couldn't sit still, pretending to be unfamiliar with Yang Kai, fanning the flames. "Little brat, this Dong will also raise the price. 200,000 silvers plus a bottle of the Dong family's special profound spirit pills. How about it?" Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both looked at Dong Qinghan with some surprise. They hadn't expected him to be willing to take out profound spirit pills. This was an earth-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Although its grade wasn't too high, its effects were definitely pleasing. Taking one of these pills could help one achieve twice the result with half the effort. Was this martial skill really so valuable? Yes, Dong Qinghan and this Yang Kai had talked a lot before, so he must have some understanding of this martial skill. So he was willing to part with a bottle of profound spirit pills. 200,000 silvers plus a common grade high-rank artifact. Fan Hong immediately raised his bid. Dong Qinghan frowned. "Brother Fan, this is a malicious competition." Fan Hong didn't speak, but Bai Yunfeng took over. "Brother Dong, That martial skill's power is extraordinary, since everyone wants it, naturally it's fair to the highest bidder. This young lord offers 300,000 silvers and a common grade high-rank artifact. A defensive artifact at that. Fan Hong heard this and was stunned. Smiling wryly, he said, "Brother Bai, you're really willing." This price, even he didn't dare to offer. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfeng to be so decisive. Dong Qinghan also smiled. "Since Brother Bai is so determined, this Dong won't compete with you. If we continue to fight, it will only hurt our friendship." Bai Yunfeng laughed, cupping his hands to the two of them. "Modest, modest. When this matter is over, I will definitely arrange a banquet to apologize to the two of you." The three of them were still bidding and talking happily. It seemed that they had already determined the ownership of the star mark, and didn't care about Yang Kai's opinion at all. Yang Kai frowned and said indifferently, "I didn't say I was going to sell this martial skill, right?" Bai Yunfeng's smile immediately froze on his face. Fan Hong was also stunned. 300,000 taels plus a common grade high-rank defensive artifact. Isn't that enough to offset the value of that martial skill? Don't ask for too much, or you may lose both the person and the money. Bai Yunfeng's expression was cold and stern as he threatened in a cold voice. Xiao Zhengwen, who was standing behind Bai Yunfeng, also sneered. "Yang Kai, don't be so shameless. Mr. Bai's price is already fair enough. What else do you want?" Bai Yunfeng unfolded his folding fan, crossed his legs, and looked at Yang Kai calmly, gently fanning himself. His face was full of disdain and contempt. Dong Qinghan continued to stir up trouble, deliberately saying, "Oh, do you want to join one of our forces?" Bai Yunfeng and Fan Hong both frowned. They couldn't help but think of this possibility. Before the two of them could speak, Xiao Zhengwen coldly said, "Mr. Bai, this person has been in High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but has only cultivated to the tempered body 3rd stage, and is only a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Such a mediocre person is doomed to have no future. Recruiting him into the Bai family will only cause us to lose face. Mr. Bai should think twice." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly flicked his hand, and the glass of wine in front of him flew out and splashed directly onto Xiao Zhengwen's face. The faces of the people at the table suddenly changed, especially Bai Yunfeng, whose face was extremely ugly. "Yang Kai, you court death." Xiao Zhengwen was furious and was about to attack, but was stopped by Bai Yunfeng. "Little brat, before you hit a dog you need to look at its owner." Bai Yunfeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes. "If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive." "You want an explanation?" Yang Kai's face was indifferent, his voice flat. "My martial skill is mysterious grade. Is this explanation enough?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed again. Even Dong Qinghan was stunned. Mysterious grade. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai's martial skill might be heaven grade, but they never thought it would actually be mysterious grade. Even first-class forces like the Dong family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley only had a few sets of profound grade martial skills. Any set of profound grade martial skills was a secret of these great forces. Unless one was a future pillar of the family, they absolutely could not practice it. "Is this for real?" Dong Qinghan's voice was trembling. In his heart he cursed. "Fuck, if I knew it was a mysterious grade martial skill, I wouldn't have stayed here and watched the show. If I had exchanged this martial skill with my cousin, then everything would have been fine. Now even that idiot Bai Yunfeng has joined in. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. In the Heaven's Cave inheritance, my strength was only at the initial element boundary 7th stage, but I was able to severely injure a 6th-order monster beast. I don't need to say more about the grade of this martial skill, right?" Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's breathing became hot. Looking at Yang Kai again, all of their previous contempt and disdain had disappeared, all of their eyes shining brightly. "The conditions just now remain unchanged. You can join my Bai family as a disciple." Bai Yunfeng took a deep breath and made a decision, exchanging a disciple's identity for a mysterious grade martial skill. The Bai family would definitely make a big profit. As for how Yang Kai would be treated after joining the Bai family, it would depend on his own aptitude. "I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of Purple Fern Valley. and provide you with a good cultivation environment. Fan Heng also hurriedly said, I have no interest in joining any of your families. Yang Kai was too lazy to waste any more words with them. If you want my martial skill, fine, but you have to give me a mysterious grade martial skill in exchange. Fan Heng's brow wrinkled, his expression strange. You want our secret martial skill? We are all mysterious grade martial skills, so if we exchange, we won't suffer a loss. What's wrong? Is this exchange not fair? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Yunfeng sneered. That's impossible. A secret martial skill is a secret martial skill. Except for the Bai family's direct descendants. Outsiders are not allowed to practice it. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yang Kai stood up, intending to leave. Want to leave? Bai Yunfeng's expression changed, suddenly sneering, reaching out his hand to block Yang Kai's path. If you don't hand over that martial skill today, don't even think about leaving here. Since the deal was not reached, Bai Yunfeng wanted to rob him, a trivial High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He really didn't put him in his eyes. Scram. Yang Kai didn't like him. At this moment, seeing him make a move, how could he hesitate, fiercely punching out? Bai Yunfeng coldly snorted, meeting the attack with his palm. With a loud bang, a fierce yuan qi burst out, and the cabin was suddenly torn apart. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk. Several figures rushed out from inside. Dong Qinghan, Bai Yunfeng, Fan Heng, Yang Kai, Chao Jingwen, and the other High Heaven Pavilion disciple were all covered in dust. You dare attack me? Bai Yunfeng was furious, his expression ferocious. In that exchange, although he hadn't suffered a loss, he also hadn't been able to defeat Yang Kai. He was just a little surprised that the other party's yuan qi was so vigorous. Obviously only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator. Yet he had been able to block his blow. Young Master Bai, you have a noble status. You don't need to lower yourself to his level. Let me help you vent your anger. Chao Jingwen took the initiative to volunteer. Just now he had been splashed with wine by Yang Kai. Losing a great deal of face, naturally he wanted to get back at him. Moreover, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Bai family, so now he naturally wanted to find an opportunity to show off. As long as he could beat Yang Kai to a pulp, Bai Yunfeng's anger would be alleviated, and in the future he would receive many benefits. Bai Yunfeng coldly nodded. Break his hands and feet. Let him know the consequences of being disrespectful to me. A trivial disciple from a small sect dares to act so presumptuous. Young master can rest assured. I've long wanted to teach this junior brother a lesson. Chao Zhengwen sneered, staring at Yang Kai from a distance of several dozen meters. He shouted, Junior brother Yang, don't say this brother didn't give you a chance. As long as you kneel down now, crawl in front of young Master Bai and kowtow a few times, perhaps young Master Bai will spare you. Otherwise you'll have to suffer some pain. Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. You've become someone else's dog. Your tone has become much more arrogant. Chao Zhengwen's face turned red, and his expression became cold. Young Master Bai has treated me with courtesy, so what if I pledge my allegiance to him? Even the elders of the sect haven't said anything. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? You're humiliating yourself, and you still expect others to respect you? Since we're from the same sect, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but since you're looking for death, don't blame this brother for being ruthless. Chao Zhengwen took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and circulated the yuan qi in his body. He didn't waste any more words, and used his body movement technique to get close to Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, before he could even rush out, Yang Kai, who was several dozen meters away, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chao Zhengwen's face showed a trace of astonishment. Then his expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly made a move. Yang Kai casually blocked, and dissolved his move. The tip of his fist flashed, and a Burning Sun's 3-layer blast was thrown out, striking his chest. Chao Zhengwen's face instantly paled as his chest caved in. Taking a step back, Chao Zhengwen used this opportunity to disperse Kai Yang's fist. He managed to open up a distance between him and Yang Kai, but the fierce yuan qi in his body exploded. 3 muffled sounds rang out, and Chao Zhengwen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been defeated in one move. This turn of events stunned everyone on the spot. Although Qiao Zhengwen's strength wasn't very strong, he was still a separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator. But such a person had actually been beaten by Yang Kai to the point of spitting out blood. Although he had borrowed the power of his martial skill, Yang Kai's speed was really frightening. Qiao Zhengwen obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to be so tyrannical. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, before he could recover, Yang Kai actually rushed up again. Panicking, how could he block? After exchanging a dozen moves, Qiao Zhengwen was once again hit. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from his chest, and Qiao Zhengwen's forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and his moves were ruthless. Every punch was aimed at Qiao Zhengwen's vitals, and after a while, Qiao Zhengwen could only block without any strength to fight back. After 10 breaths, Qiao Zhengwen's vision blurred. Yang Kai flew up and kicked, and Qiao Zhengwen was suddenly sent flying like a ragsack, falling to the ground and never getting up again. He didn't die, but who knew how many of his bones were broken? He would have to lie in bed for at least several months to recover. Chapter 209. Shocked, Dong Qinghan stared blankly at Yang Kai, never having imagined that after 4 years, his cousin would become so ferocious. A separation and reunion boundary 5th stage cultivator had only lasted less than 30 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground, while Yang Kai was completely unscathed. Amidst the dust, Yang Kai stood tall and straight, his expression indifferent as he swept his eyes over the audience. Bai Yinfeng and Fan Hong were both slightly shocked. After a moment, Bai Yinfeng glanced over at Qiao Zhengwen, who had collapsed to the ground, and coldly snorted. Sure enough, a disciple cultivated by a small sect is actually so weak. It seems this young lord will have to deal with him personally. Fan Hong glanced at him strangely, but immediately relaxed. Bai Yinfeng was a young lord of the Bai family, so he had a high opinion of himself. Although he didn't care about Qiao Zhengwen's life or death, he was still a disciple he had recruited, so he was considered half a member of the Bai family. Now that Qiao Zhengwen had been crippled in front of him, how could Bai Yinfeng easily let this go? If it were him, Fan Hong would not have let this go either. What's more, Yang Kai had a mysterious grade martial skill. Using this as an excuse to teach him a lesson, he could then interrogate him about the cultivation method of that martial skill. Considering all this, Fan Hong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Coldly glancing over at the High Heaven Pavilion disciple standing behind him, wondering why Yang Kai hadn't attacked him just now. If he had been crippled, he would have had a reason to act. Brother Bai, isn't it bad to attack someone else's territory? Dong Qinghan was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cope, so he quickly stood up and said. After all, Bai Yinfeng was a Yuanqi boundary 1st stage master, and between Yuanqi and separation and reunion boundary, there was a huge divide. Bai Yinfeng coldly replied. So what if this is someone else's territory? Daring to hurt my Bai family disciple, he must pay the price. He was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Dong Qinghan couldn't help but frown. He wanted to help but didn't know how to. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he and Yang Kai were only acquaintances. If he acted too obviously, he was afraid others would see through him. Once Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would do him no good. Although the Yang family was powerful, they had many enemies. God knows how many people in the world hated the Yang family. Just as Dong Qinghan was in a dilemma, he saw Yang Kai secretly give him a meaningful glance, causing Dong Qinghan's brow to twitch slightly, but he didn't say anything. Bai Yinfeng slowly walked towards Yang Kai. As he walked, he ordered, 2 cabinet elders, please stay on the side. Yes. Immediately, 2 old men responded in a deep voice. Dong Qinghan had an immortal ascension boundary master protecting him, so how could Bai Yinfeng and Fan Hong not? After all, they were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Before their wings were fully grown, they naturally needed someone to protect their safety. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my Bai family and hand over that martial skill, and I'll spare your life. Bai Yinfeng raised his head slightly and looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. Yang Kai sneered. The Yuan Qi on his body surged, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Needless to say, this attitude already explained everything. Very good, I'll spare your life. After all, you still have some value. Bai Yunfeng's figure blurred as soon as he finished speaking, like a cloud of dust being blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's expression became cold, not daring to relax in the slightest. Although Bai Yunfeng looked domineering, he was still a young lord of the Bai family, and his strength was higher than his own by a great realm. Facing such a person, any slight carelessness could be fatal. It was very likely he would be knocked down in a single blow. In fact, Yang Kai didn't want to face such an enemy right now. But when he thought about how this man spent all day in front of Su Yan's loft, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bored. Every man would regard their woman as their exclusive property. Although Bai Yunfeng hadn't even seen Su Yan's appearance, it still made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable. A strange cloud of dust appeared behind Kai Yang, and Bai Yunfeng appeared with a cold smile on his face. Lightly, he sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang's back, his palm containing an unparalleled amount of strength, but he didn't release it. Dong Qinghan's complexion suddenly changed and he almost shouted out a warning. Yang Kai quickly turned around, his palm turning red as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst out, meeting Bai Yunfeng's attack head-on. The astral wind howled, the world energy around them became chaotic, and the palm strike wreaked havoc. Yang Kai's body shook as he was sent flying several dozen meters, but Bai Yunfeng remained motionless, his expression calm and indifferent. Although the two of them had fought before, at that time Yang Kai had used 80% of his strength while Bai Yunfeng had hurriedly parried, so they were evenly matched. But now, Bai Yunfeng had angrily attacked, so how could he compare to before? With just one blow, Yang Kai had suffered some losses, his body falling to the ground, but he quickly stood up and stared at Bai Yunfeng with a dignified expression. A separation and reunion first stage boy dares to fight with me? You overestimate yourself. Bai Yunfeng sneered, his figure once again changing positions. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange movement skill this was, but it made him unable to see through it. Yang Kai grit his teeth, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. You think you can defend? Bai Yunfeng's voice suddenly sounded from the void, and immediately his figure appeared 3 meters in front of Yang Kai, still casually sending out a palm strike. Burning Sun's 3-layer burst. Yang Kai no longer held back, directly using his own martial skill. Bai Yunfeng's face flashed a trace of caution. He had already noticed the ferocity of this blow. But as the Bai family's young lord, and a master at the Yuan Qi boundary, how could he retreat? Not only did he not retreat, he instead rushed forward. He wanted to defeat Yang Kai with a tyrannical posture and overwhelming strength, letting him know the huge gap between them. With a bang, Yang Kai was forced back again, his Yuan Qi showing signs of chaos. Bai Yunfeng remained calm and composed, but just as he was about to open his mouth to ridicule, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help snorting as he waved his hand, forcing out a burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi. This was what Yang Kai had injected into his body. 3 transformations. Bai Yunfeng's eyes flashed brilliantly. He had not expected this Yang Kai to have mastered such an extraordinary martial skill. This martial skill was extremely powerful and unpredictable, definitely a heaven-grade martial skill. Just now, Bai Yunfeng had been careless and almost suffered a big loss. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough and forced it out of his body, he would have suffered some minor injuries. Good stuff, after this young lord defeats you, I'll take it all. Bai Yunfeng grinned, his body once again transforming into a cloud of dust. Yang Kai's body tensed up as he carefully perceived the changes in his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he stretched out his hand, his Yuan Qi raging like a raging flame. His palm pressed against the void and suddenly exploded. Bai Yunfeng hurriedly reappeared, his face filled with surprise and embarrassment as he hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yang Kai's blow. The other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were observing from the sidelines couldn't help calling out in surprise. Although they could spy on Bai Yunfeng's movements, it was only because they had cultivated their divine senses that they were able to easily investigate. But what was this High Heaven Pavilion disciple relying on? He was only a separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivator, not possessing a divine sense. Yet after only a few exchanges he was able to see through Bai Yunfeng's mysteries. Wasn't this battle intuition a bit too strong? I was wondering what it was. It turns out you're just relying on the power of an artifact. Yang Kai sneered at Bai Yunfeng contemptuously. The mysterious movement skill Bai Yunfeng had displayed over and over again was even faster and more unpredictable than the one he had created himself. Yang Kai didn't understand at first, but now that he suddenly saw the jade pendant on Bai Yunfeng's waist flash, he suddenly understood. That wasn't some kind of movement skill, but rather an artifact used to confuse his eyes. Bai Yunfeng's face reddened. Speaking of which, he was a Yuan-Qi boundary cultivator. Using an artifact to deal with a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was really not appropriate. After being pointed out by Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng became angry and coldly snorted. Even if you don't have an artifact, do you think you're my opponent? Crossing his feet, Bai Yunfeng flew directly in front of Yang Kai, his speed extremely fast. Unyielding will. Dealing with an enemy a great realm higher than himself, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly used his own mysterious martial skill. His Yuan-Qi suddenly became violent. Filled with an unparalleled evil intent, his whole face ferocious, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. A surge of power suddenly erupted from his body, and a black flame burst out from his body. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a demon descending from the heavens. His whole body burned and the air around him distorted. Yang Kai raised a palm, bringing with it endless flames, and fiercely swept it towards Bai Yunfeng. The enemy suddenly changed. Bai Yunfeng was shocked. Perceiving Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength and the burning Yuan-Qi, he instantly realized the terror of this attack. Shocked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly operated the Yuan-Qi in his body, bringing out his own killing move. Heaven's Net. Between his 10 fingers, Yuan-Qi condensed like silk threads, and as his fingers danced, they instantly intertwined into a large net in front of him. This net formed purely from Yuan-Qi could cut gold and break jade. Its sharpness was not inferior to that of an ordinary earth-grade weapon. The flames collided with the Heaven's Net. Bai Yunfeng's Yuan-Qi threads passed through the flames without being damaged, and directly enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind moved, and even more energy surged out from his body, the temperature of the flames increasing by a lot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the threads were completely dissolved in a breath of time, and immediately Yang Kai's palm struck Bai Yunfeng's shoulder. Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both retreated at the same time, looking at each other with great fear. On Yang Kai's body, small bloody scars slowly appeared, all of which were caused by the Heaven's Net. Each of the Yuan-Qi threads had cut half an inch into his skin, almost dismembering him. On the other hand, Bai Yunfeng was also somewhat embarrassed at this moment. His shoulder was burning hot, as if it had been branded with iron, and there was even a burnt smell. Desperately urging his Yuan-Qi, he was finally able to resolve the remaining power of his opponent's attack. Hiss! The group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all sucked in a cold breath, looking towards Yang Kai in horror. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator fighting against a Yuan-Qi cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to put up a good fight. Just what was this little brat's background? Moreover, the way his strength had increased was quite strange. Originally, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary first stage, but now he had suddenly jumped to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. At the same time as his strength increased, his demeanor and temperament also changed dramatically. If he was just an ordinary boy before, now he was clearly showing signs of becoming the demon race. Most importantly, his Yuan-Qi had actually dissolved Bai Yunfeng's Yuan-Qi threads. Didn't this mean that the purity and richness of his Yuan-Qi was not inferior to that of a first-stage Yuan-Qi cultivator? Otherwise, how could he achieve this? Chapter 210. Separation and Reunion Boundary, Yuan-Qi Boundary. Although the difference between the two was only one level, there was an essential difference. The former had Yuan-Qi, the latter had Yuan-Qi. Even 10 separation and reunion boundary cultivators would not necessarily be able to defeat one Yuan-Qi boundary first level. The transformation of Yuan-Qi into Yuan-Qi was a qualitative leap in a cultivator's strength. If someone had told this group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts before today that a separation and reunion boundary expert could be evenly matched with a Yuan-Qi boundary first level, they would have laughed it off. But now this scene was happening right in front of their eyes. No one could question it. But this should be the end of it. The group of Heaven's Ascension boundary experts had sharp eyes. Naturally they could see that Yang Kai had already used all his strength, but Bai Yinfeng was still holding back. There was still a gap between the two. In the field, Bai Yunfeng's expression was ferocious, sneering. "Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. This young master likes young talents like you. I will give you one last chance. Pledge allegiance to my Bai family, recognize me as master, and all the previous unpleasantness. This young master will let bygones be bygones." Yang Kai calmly said. "Not interested. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, little brat. You can't blame others for your own mistakes." Bai Yinfeng had also lost his patience. He was a Yuanqi boundary expert. He wanted to easily take down Yang Kai and force him to reveal the cultivation method of that martial skill. But he did not want to fight with him so anxiously, becoming a joke to others. Now that things had come to this, he did not want to delay any longer. His Yuanqi surged, a layer of milky white light gushing out of his body. Once again flying towards Yang Kai. His speed was astonishing. No one could see any trace of him. While flying, Heaven's net attacked again, countless threads of Yuanqi forming a large net, enveloping Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too big, and Bai Yinfeng's movement technique was also quite outstanding. Yang Kai's self-created movement technique would not be able to gain any advantage in this battle. He understood that under such circumstances, dodging was definitely not the best choice. He could only fight head-on. With one hand like a knife, he crazily squeezed out the energy in his body. The Yuanqi was rolling and surging. His palm blade slashed towards the opponent's heavenly net. The Yuanqi threads were broken one by one. They were broken before they could even get close to the Yang Kai. Tianluoxiu. Bai Yinfeng did not mind at all. A faint and arrogant smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he pushed with both hands. A huge palm print covered Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't even have time to change his moves before he was hit in the chest. He was sent flying through the air. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground, his face pale. But the onlookers couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. They looked at Yang Kai in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so determined. The Bai family's Heaven's Net seal was a heaven-grade martial technique. Its attack power was enormous. This young man's figure seemed thin, but after taking such a blow, he still had the strength to fight. How could this not be shocking? Bai Yinfeng didn't give Yang Kai any chance to breathe. His figure flashed like the wind and pounced forward. Yang Kai struggled to resist, but was hit by another Heaven's Net seal, and was sent flying several dozen meters. Unexpectedly, Bai Yinfeng also cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated. A violent explosion sounded from his chest, and a stream of red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The milky white Yuanqi around his body became illusory and almost collapsed. Bai Yinfeng's face suddenly became ferocious. He gloomily said, "Little brat, today you will die." What mysterious grade martial technique. It didn't matter. Bai Yinfeng had suffered a loss in front of so many people. Murderous intent surged in his heart. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger. "Brother Bai, don't kill him." Dong Qinghan frowned and shouted. "After all, this is someone else's territory." Heh. Bai Yinfeng sneered, completely ignoring Dong Qinghan. Opening his hand, an unstable mass of murderous aura suddenly appeared. Bai Yinfeng madly poured his Yuanqi into his hand, causing it to become more and more turbulent. Heaven's Net seal. Dong Qinghan couldn't help paling. He hadn't expected Bai Yinfeng to have even mastered the Bai family's Heaven's Net seal. Compared to the Heaven's Net seal just now, the power of this Heaven's Net seal was incomparable. It was definitely one of the Bai family's secret techniques. Just as he was about to warn Yang Kai to be careful, he saw a burst of starlight appear, and a violent aura burst out from Yang Kai's body. His right hand trembled as if there was an uncontrollable power erupting from somewhere. A blurred and dazzling starry sky suddenly appeared under the clear blue sky. A star. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at Yang Kai. Feeling the power of the martial skill in his hand, all of them paling. They had long heard that Yang Kai had used a mysterious martial skill to severely injure the sixth-order monster beast inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now that they saw this scene, how could they not understand that this little brat was about to use it again? "Young lord, be careful." The two immortal ascension boundary cultivators from the Bai family exclaimed, fearing that Bai Yunfeng would suffer a loss in this confrontation, so they quickly rushed towards Yang Kai, wanting to finish him off first. However, just as they started to move, two large hands were placed on their shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. The two immortal ascension boundary masters immediately froze in place, unable to circulate their yuan qi. It was as if a towering mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making it impossible for them to even move a finger. The two immortal ascension boundary masters' faces were pale, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Although these two were only immortal ascension boundary 4th or 5th boundary masters, they were still masters of their generation. Now they had been silently restrained by someone else. It was obvious how strong this person was. How could a small place like High Heaven Pavilion have such a terrifying character? Juniors are just playing around. Us old men should just watch from the sidelines. There's no need for us to intervene. A faint voice came from the side. At this moment, the two immortal ascension boundary masters found that they could move again. Turning their heads in amazement, they saw an old man standing next to them, his face full of wrinkles, looking at them with a smile. This person, they knew. It was the shopkeeper from High Heaven Pavilion's contribution hall. Although when they first arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, they had noticed that this shopkeeper was somewhat strange. Neither of them had expected him to be so strong. What do you two think? Meng Wuya asked with a smile. Your Excellency's words are reasonable. How could the two Bai family masters dare to refute? The other party's strength was so great that he could take their lives with a snap of his fingers. If they refuted, they would die. This sensational scene fell into the eyes of the Dong family and Purple Fern Valley's immortal ascension boundary masters. These four masters also didn't notice when Meng Wuya had arrived or when he had appeared next to the Bai family masters. Everything had happened so suddenly. The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards were shocked, but they didn't change their expressions. They knew that their young lord and Yang Kai were cousins, so naturally they had nothing to fear. On the other hand, the two immortal ascension boundary masters from Purple Fern Valley stared at Meng Wuya with vigilance, thinking of all the famous masters in the world, but they couldn't match up with Meng Wuya. This battle is somewhat interesting. Just as the two Purple Fern Valley masters were puzzled, a strange voice suddenly called out from behind them. The two immortal ascension boundary masters' expression changed greatly. Turning their heads to look, they saw that an old man had appeared next to them at some point. This old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His beard was very long, and he was wearing an extremely simple robe. He stood silently in the middle of them. Another master. Although he was just standing there, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face, watching the two juniors madly gather their yuan qi, the two Purple Fern Valley masters could still feel that this old man's aura was locked onto them. Once they made the slightest move, they were afraid they would be ruthlessly attacked. High Heaven Pavilion. Where did such terrifying masters pop up one after another? With these two masters, it could be said that High Heaven Pavilion's strength was not inferior to an ordinary first-class force. The two immortal ascension boundary masters from Purple Fern Valley and the two immortal ascension boundary masters from the Bai family stared at each other, all of them seeing the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. There was a kind of sadness of holding hands and looking at each other with tearful eyes. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk another 5 figures descended. This time the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion had arrived. These 5 people had been alarmed by the fight here and wanted to investigate, but when they saw the old man with the goatee, their faces lit up and they quickly bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. This old man was actually the mysterious Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. When the 3 great forces had come to visit High Heaven Pavilion as guests, the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion had yet to show his face. For this reason, these masters and several of the young lords had silently criticized the Sect Master of High Heaven Pavilion. Now that they had realized how terrifying the Sect Master was, how could they dare complain? With such strength, there was no need to put the 3 great forces' young lords in their eyes, unless the elders of these forces arrived. Fan Hong was even more so, quickly running over to pay his respects. Purple Fern Valley disciple Fan Hong greets Senior. The Sect Master smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, just turning his eyes to the field. During this period of delay, whether it was Yang Kai's star mark or Bai Yunfeng's heaven's gathering star, both of them had condensed their qi to its peak. The two martial skills were somewhat similar, both were extremely lethal, but they needed time to increase their momentum. In just a few breaths of time, their momentum had reached its peak. Yang Kai. Bai Yunfeng roared, his eyes angrily staring towards Yang Kai. Come. Yang Kai didn't show any fear, the back of his hand flashing with stars, his figure flickered, creating a star field around him. The two majestic energies quickly approached each other, and then collided. This kind of peak martial skill collision. Even the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were shocked. Like a blazing sun exploding, the light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes, but under the divine senses of these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they could clearly feel that whether it was Yang Kai or Bai Yunfeng, the Yuan Qi in their bodies had suddenly become chaotic, their auras stagnating, and a violent sound rang out as the two were sent flying in different directions. When the light dissipated, the sound of the two men's heavy breathing could be heard. A deep pit more than a dozen meters wide had appeared in the ground. Separated by about 300 meters, Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng both stood up shakily. Chapter 211. This time's collision had actually ended in a draw. However, looking around, it was obvious that Yang Kai's injuries were more serious than Bai Yunfeng's. Even so, it was still shocking to see. A peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator was able to fight so fiercely with a Yuan Qi First Order cultivator. And in a direct confrontation of martial skills, didn't this mean that the martial skill he possessed was even stronger than the Bai family's secret skill? Heaven's Gathering Star? It really was a mysterious grade martial skill. The two young men, both covered in blood, stared at each other. Bai Yunfeng's eyes were filled with madness and disbelief. He had never expected that Yang Kai would still be able to stand up. Not only did he not show the slightest sign of weakness, he was actually fighting more valiantly. I said, "Today you will definitely die. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you." Bai Yunfeng roared ferociously. Although he and Yang Kai had no previous grievances, today's battle had repeatedly exceeded his expectations. As a young lord of the Bai family, Bai Yunfeng was simply unwilling to accept this fact. With so many people watching, if he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, wouldn't his previous words be the same as slapping his own face? With a roar, Bai Yunfeng waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled, and on it were countless pictures of rare demonic beasts. The Bai family's Earth-grade mid-rank artifact 100 Beast Diagram. Dong Qinghan's expression changed as he exclaimed. Although it seemed like he had inadvertently shouted out, in fact, he was trying to wake Yang Kai up. Bai Yunfeng sneered again and again as he continued to pour Yuan Qi into his artifact. With the influx of Yuan Qi, the monster beast patterns in the 100 Beast Diagram began to faintly move, and immediately, a burst of light rushed out from the diagram, transforming into a variety of monster beasts, all of them ferociously rushing towards Yang Kai. In order to kill Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had exhausted all of his means. This artifact was his biggest trump card, and also his final attack. He didn't believe that an unknown disciple of High Heaven Pavilion could survive the onslaught of hundreds of beasts. More and more dazzling lights appeared in the air, and all kinds of strange monster beasts materialized. They were like thousands of galloping horses, enough to crush all the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai roared, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. A crimson sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Shura sword. The Azura's Gate's most precious treasure. With the Shura sword in hand, Yang Kai's already ruthless Yuan Qi became even more violent at this moment, reaching a terrifying level. Everyone's eyes were trembling as they stared fixedly at the crimson sword. All of them were able to sense dense and material killing intent from this sword. And when they looked at this sword, it was as if they'd seen a blood-red world. At that place, blood flowed into rivers, corpses were piled up into mountains, and a bloody aura that caused one to be terrified suffused the air. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Purple Fern Valley and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards quickly protected their young lords and retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying murderous intent. Meng Wuya's expression changed slightly. The same was true for High Heaven Pavilion's Sect Master. The two of them had never thought that Yang Kai would actually be able to bring out such a powerful weapon. This was completely beyond their expectations. As the hundreds of beasts rushed forward, Yang Kai raised his sword and swept it across. As the sword swept through, the monster beast let out a mournful cry before completely dissipating. Yang Kai rushed forward, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness, but Bai Yunfeng, who was still calm, finally showed a change in expression. He had never expected that even after using his most powerful artifact, he would still be unable to defeat his opponent. The monster beast that rushed out of the 100-beast diagram couldn't stop him at all. One monster beast after another was cut down. The distance between Yang Kai and Bai Yunfeng quickly narrowed. Affected by the violent bloody aura and endless murderous intent, Bai Yunfeng was almost unable to move. He could only mechanically urge his Yuan Qi, pouring it into the 100-beast diagram in an attempt to block Yang Kai. This kind of action was meaningless, only accelerating the consumption of his Yuan Qi. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Bai Yunfeng, his cold eyes faintly sweeping over him. Then he raised the Azura sword in his hand and fiercely chopped down. Everyone's heart jumped, because they could see that Yang Kai's sword was not aimed at Bai Yunfeng, but at the 100-beast diagram. He actually wanted to destroy this Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. The blood-red sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, ruthlessly cutting through the 100-beast diagram. The few demonic beasts that were still flying in the air disappeared in an instant. A ring of dense light appeared on the 100-beasts diagram, and a gap was created when the sword edge swept across it. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The 100-beast diagram was an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. Although it was not a defensive artifact, how could it be so fragile? A sword cut through the diagram, and a big gap appeared. How sharp was this sword? What kind of artifact was it? Shwa. The Azura sword was swung backwards, and the gap was widened a lot. Another sword light flashed, accompanied by a tearing sound, and the Earth-grade mid-rank 100-beast diagram was cut in half, falling to the ground. 3 swords. Destroying an Earth-grade mid-rank artifact. No one dared to believe such a result. Yang Kai's sword turned, shaking out a sword flower, and stabbed towards Bai Yunfeng, who was standing there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. Please show mercy. The two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters could not stand it anymore. Just now they were restrained by Meng Wuya, so they did not dare to make the slightest move, but now seeing Yang Kai actually want to take Bai Yunfeng's life, they did not hesitate and quickly shouted. While shouting, they quickly rushed over. Meng Wuya did not stop them. Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were really different. The two of them almost instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai, one of them flicking his finger towards the Azura sword while the other grabbed Bai Yunfeng and quickly retreated. With a ding sound, the Azura sword's trajectory deviated, and Bai Yunfeng's life was saved. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the two Bai family Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, but did not pursue. With these two guarding him, he could not kill Bai Yunfeng. Young master, please show mercy. My young lord's skill is inferior and has already been defeated. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master who blocked the Azura sword frowned and anxiously said. Although his tone was somewhat dissatisfied, there was absolutely no disrespect. Yang Kai stared at him for a moment, hesitating for a long time before finally putting away the Azura sword. A great battle had come to an end. This battle was not on the same level, but the final result was that the one with the lower strength had won, which made everyone somewhat confused. You have all come to High Heaven Pavilion as guests. This old master welcomes you, but High Heaven Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The sect master's expression was like an ancient well, and although his tone was flat, anyone could hear the anger in his voice. Once these words reached the ears of the many masters, they all became flustered. The Bai family did not have the face to remain here, one of them holding Bai Yunfeng while the other picked up the 100-beast diagram fragment that had fallen to the ground, cupping his fists and saying, "These days we have disturbed you. We hope High Heaven Pavilion will forgive us. The Bai family will definitely come to apologize." Finished speaking, the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly left with Bai Yunfeng. The people from Purple Fern Valley did not dare to stay any longer. Originally, they had looked down on this small sect. After arriving here, They had put on a superior appearance to recruit talents, but today 2 terrifying masters had appeared one after another, and a separation and reunion boundary first stage disciple from High Heaven Pavilion had almost killed the Bai family young lord, causing the people from Purple Fern Valley to tremble in fear. High Heaven Pavilion could not be underestimated. With such a powerful master in charge, any random disciple was a madman, a group of terrifying existences pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fan Hong and the 2 immortal Ascension Masters also repeatedly apologized and quickly left. Dong Qinghan and the Wind and Cloud Dual Guards also did the same. Before leaving, Dong Qinghan glanced over at Yang Kai. The shock in his eyes had not yet faded. Outside the field, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples had gathered. This battle was too earth-shattering. Not only had it attracted the attention of the 5 great elders, many of the disciples who had heard the commotion had also come to watch. Su Xianwu coldly glanced over at the group of disciples and loudly said, "Disciples who have been in contact with the 3 great forces these days, leave on your own. My High Heaven Pavilion is just a small sect, not a place for you to stay, so as not to ruin your future." Humph. Hearing this sentence, many people's expressions darkened, feeling extremely annoyed. They were all disciples who had been recruited by the 3 great forces. They had thought that by joining one of the 3 great forces, they would have a better life, but they had not expected that their own sect would also be so prestigious. After the sect master and treasurer Meng appeared, these immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were as obedient as rabbits. At this moment, these disciples' hearts were filled with regret. But since the second elder had already said so, how could they still shamelessly stay? In the field, Yang Kai restrained his aura and stared at the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master faintly, his eyes filled with some doubt, but also some relief. Meng Wuya grinned meaningfully before his figure flickered and disappeared. Everyone disperse. The sect master waved his hand, then turned to Yang Kai, his face showing a kind expression as he said, "Come with me." The 5 great elders all looked surprised. They had not expected that this battle would allow Yang Kai to enter the sect master's eyes. Now that he had been summoned, naturally there would be benefits for him. Yang Kai nodded. There were many questions and doubts in his heart that needed to be answered. Covered in blood, following the sect master step by step, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples all stared at Yang Kai. All of their previous contempt and discrimination replaced with shock and panic. After passing through many buildings, the group arrived at a secluded area. This was the sect master's retreat. Normally even the 5 great elders were not allowed to set foot here. There was a courtyard and several thatched cottages, simple and crude, but there were many flowers and plants in the courtyard, all of which were very common outside. The sect master's retreat did not have the slightest luxurious things, only ordinary and elegant. Leading Yang Kai into one of the cottages, the sect master only gave him a set of clothes and a bottle of pills. "Heal your wounds first, then change your clothes and come find me," the sect master said, then floated away. Although there were many questions, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to ask, instead entering the cottage, taking out a pill and swallowing it. Today's battle could be described as extremely difficult. Yuan-Chi realm masters were not easy to deal with, and during the confrontation, Yang Kai suffered losses. If not for the star mark, he may have been defeated. The Bai family's Heaven's Gathering Dipper was extraordinary, not much worse than the star mark. Today's battle could be said to have been led by Yang Kai himself. Although there was a hint of jealousy, it was not the main reason. Yang Kai just wanted to confirm many of his speculations at this critical moment. Why did the 4th Master Yang want him to come to High Heaven Pavilion? What kind of relationship did he have with this place? Was this the place where he used to train? There were many profound meanings, but Yang Kai could not guess them all. Since he couldn't guess them, then he would draw a big lottery. If he couldn't clean up after himself, there would always be someone to clean up after him. And this person who would clean up after him was the key figure. But Yang Kai didn't expect that the person he would draw out would actually be the High Heaven Pavilion sect master. Chapter 212. A day later, Yang Kai dressed neatly and walked out of the hut. Inside the courtyard, the sect master stood under a plum blossom tree, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, motionless, his eyes staring into the distance. Yang Kai walked behind him and didn't say anything to disturb him. Simply standing there and following his gaze, he saw several flower buds on a branch, slowly blooming in the cold wind. One old and one young man stood there for a full day and night, waiting for these flower buds to fully bloom before the sect master turned around and asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal," Yang Kai grinned. "Should I call you sect master or 11th elder?" The person in front of him was not only High Heaven Pavilion's sect master, Ling Tai Su, but also the 11th elder he had met at the Coiling Dragon Stream. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know much about High Heaven Pavilion, so although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Later, when he heard Sassafras talk about High Heaven Pavilion, he was able to confirm the 11th elder's true identity. High Heaven Pavilion didn't have an 11th elder, but the current Ling Tai Su was the 11th sect master. He was a man of great talent and vision, but because of his two disciples he had fallen into decline for more than 10 years. If it weren't for the two disciples he had accepted more than 10 years ago, Ling Tai Su would certainly have more strength than he had now. If the knot in his heart couldn't be untied, he wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of the immortal ascension boundary and reach the next level. Ling Tai Su smiled. "As you wish." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Ling Tai Su interrupted him. "I know you have a lot of questions. Please enlighten me, sect master," Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. He had already guessed what he wanted to ask, so there was no need to ask. Ling Tai Su's eyes were deep, a touch of reminiscence appearing on his face. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "This old master has only accepted 2 disciples in his life. The eldest was simple and kind, while the second was shrewd and intelligent. If nothing unexpected happened, both of them would have been pillars of High Heaven Pavilion, leading our sect to glory. But the world is unpredictable, and the second was too competitive. He was actually willing to fall into the evil path, and even tried to kill Boss. This is something that cannot be tolerated by common sense." Yang Kai listened quietly. He had heard this story from Sassafras before. However, the sect leader was the person involved in this matter. Now that he was talking about it, there was definitely an unusual meaning behind it. According to the rumors outside, eldest brother was killed and second brother was sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream. Is that right? Yang Kai nodded. Ling Tai Su chuckled. This rumor is only half true. Second brother is indeed sealed in the Coiling Dragon Stream, but eldest brother is not dead. Ling Tai Su proudly declared, "This old master's eldest disciple is called Yang Feng." Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved, his face filled with shock. After a long time he let out a soft sigh. At this point, the doubts that had troubled him for many years had disappeared. Yang Feng, the name of the Yang family's 4th master Yang, which was also the name of Yang Kai's father. Unexpectedly, the 4th master Yang really was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. What's more, he was Ling Tai Su's eldest disciple, the unlucky eldest brother who was rumored to have been killed by the second junior brother. No wonder his father had been plagued with a chronic illness all these years, making it difficult for him to improve his strength. Presumably, it was because he had been injured by the second junior brother who had fallen into the evil path. No wonder he had asked him to come to High Heaven Pavilion. It turned out there was such a relationship between them. According to seniority, you should call me Grand Master. Ling Tai Su smiled slightly. Disciple greets Grand Master. Yang Kai somewhat unwillingly bowed. Ling Tai Su saw Yang Kai's expression but didn't become angry. He just chuckled and said, "You blame me for turning a blind eye to your identity and making you suffer, isn't that right?" "A little," Yang Kai replied in a muffled voice. During his first 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion, he had suffered a lot. The fickleness of the world. But he didn't care too much about his own suffering. It was because he didn't have the ability. How could he blame it on others? Others weren't born to be his nanny. Why should they take care of him? Don't blame this old master. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang family's 4th master Yang. This old master hasn't completely vented his anger. Ling Tai Su snorted softly. Hearing this sentence, Yang Kai couldn't help shrinking his neck. He wasn't a fool. How could he not understand the meaning of Ling Tai Su's words? The Yang family's disciples were like cuckoo eggs. They couldn't be raised properly. When the fourth Master Yang came here, he must have been loved by Ling Tai-su, but he never thought that after 10 years of painstaking effort and hard work, he would only end up benefiting someone else. If his second brother hadn't fallen into the demonic path, Ling Tai-su would still have some hope, but his honest and loyal eldest brother was the Yang family's ingrate, and his second brother had also fallen into the demonic path. In the end, Ling Tai-su's efforts were all for naught, and he was unable to break through his bottleneck. In other words, the fourth Master Yang had to bear a large part of the responsibility for Ling Tai-su's knot. As the saying goes, the son must repay the father's debts. The fourth Master Yang owed Ling Tai-su, so how could Yang Kai stay out of it? Thinking about this, Yang Kai quickly smiled and said, "Grand Master, please calm down. The fourth Master Yang isn't a good person. You don't need to lower yourself to his level." Ling Tai-su originally had a straight face, but seeing Yang Kai's expression change so quickly, he couldn't help but laugh. Eldest brother is such a dull person. How did he raise such a slippery little brat like you? A real man knows when to yield and when not to yield. Yang Kai saw his expression and knew that he was just joking and wasn't really angry. Ling Tai-su took a deep breath and slowly said, "Eldest brother is not a person who lies." In fact, 3 years after he entered the pavilion, he had already told this old master his identity, so this old master was already mentally prepared for his departure from High Heaven Pavilion. You don't need to worry too much about it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and flattered. Grand Master is magnanimous. When I return to the Yang family, I will teach him a lesson for you. Ling Tai-su's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh, but he held back. The day you arrived at High Heaven Pavilion, this old master received a letter from your father. The reason why I didn't bother with you was because of your father's own intentions. In the letter, he said that you weren't suitable for cultivation, and only hoped that you could safely spend 10 years in High Heaven Pavilion, until the Yang family called you back. Ling Tai-su explained. Do you know why you aren't suitable for cultivation? Ling Tai-su asked. Father said that I was born with a deficiency. Yang Kai frowned. Because eldest brother was seriously injured and has not been able to recover for many years, leading to your birth with a congenital deficiency. Ling Tai-su nodded, immediately turning his eyes towards Yang Kai. A congenital deficiency is almost impossible to cure. But now you can cultivate again, and with your outstanding talent, your strength is improving rapidly. This old master doesn't care what kind of mysteries lie behind this, but in the future, unless your parents ask, you must not reveal anything about this matter to anyone else. Yang Kai nodded again and again. Although this was the first time he had spoken so openly with this Grand Master, Yang Kai could feel his care and concern. In fact, if you were just an ordinary person, this old master really wouldn't care about you. You are the happiest person alive. Even if you suffer and are bullied, you are still alive. But since you have both talent and strength, this old master can't ignore you. The reason you made such a ruckus yesterday was to draw this old master out, right? Yang Kai smiled. I didn't think it would be you. I just thought it would be one of the 5 great elders who had a relationship with my father. Ling Tai-su chuckled. It's no wonder you didn't think of it. Your father sent you here, first to ensure your safety, and second to let you resolve the knot in my heart. Eldest brother is too simple, thinking that this old master's knot is because of him. In fact, this old master has never blamed him. When Yang Kai heard this, he could only sigh, not knowing how to comfort him. Good, your doubts have been answered, right? Ling Tai-su smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly. These days he had been thinking about many things, but there were many things he couldn't understand. Today, after talking with his Grand Master, he had finally been enlightened. Now it's this old master's turn. Ling Tai-su said seriously. Grand Master, what do you want to ask? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Your aura. Ling Tai-su's face was very serious. In the battle 2 days ago, I noticed your aura was bloody and violent, not at all inferior to my second brother's. This old master only wants to ask you one thing. Are you cultivating some kind of evil secret art? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. He also knew that the unyielding will was strange and quickly displayed this mysterious martial skill. His yuan qi surged, and Yang Kai's strength directly jumped from the separation and reunion boundary first stage to the peak separation and reunion boundary. His body filled with evil qi. Murderous intent soared. As if there was no one else around. As if he was the only one in this world. Ling Taisu's pair of deep eyes stared into Yang Kai's eyes. As if he could see into the depths of Yang Kai's soul. "Take out your sword," Ling Taisu shouted. A crimson sword instantly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and with the Azura sword in hand, his murderous intent became even more substantial. This Azura sect artifact and Yang Kai's yuan qi seemed to have some kind of affinity, resonating with each other. With the sword in hand and without it, Yang Kai was like a completely different person. Ling Taisu stared at Yang Kai for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body and the fluctuations in his mood. His expression gradually becoming relaxed, then immediately becoming shocked, his expression changing in an unpredictable manner. After a long time, Ling Taisu nodded slightly. Yang Kai put away the Azura sword and dispersed the unyielding will, returning to his normal state. It seems to have become the demon race, but in fact it's not. Ling Taisu frowned slightly. "Is your soul awake?" Strange, such a violent and bloody aura. Even if this old master were to endure it for a long time, it would inevitably trigger a heart demon and disturb his mind. How can you not be affected? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Taisu's eyes lit up. Yes, you cultivate a yang attribute secret art. Extreme yang. It is the nemesis of the evil yin aura. With the yang attribute yuan qi protecting you, you can avoid falling into depravity. After saying this, Ling Taisu was stunned. How could these two contradictory things be perfectly combined in one person? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Ling Taisu knew that Yang Kai must have some secret that allowed these two auras to combine, he didn't ask. Raising his eyes, Ling Taisu said, "You caused a ruckus 2 days ago, and even revealed the news of a profound grade martial skill. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Then, I'll go out and lie low for a while." Yang Kai already had a plan. Ling Taisu smiled. "Where can you hide? For the time being, don't run around, just stay in the sect." Oh. Chapter 213. Only after Yang Kai left did Ling Taisu's expression gradually become dignified. Although Yang Kai's violent aura was not a hindrance to him, Ling Taisu had no choice but to consider a deeper level. After thinking for a long time, Ling Taisu let out a long sigh. Could it be that this little brat wants to use slaughter to prove his martial Tao? The bloodthirsty and violent aura that made him feel uneasy had already penetrated deep into Yang Kai's bones. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the true essence of martial Tao, there were only 2 ways. One was to eliminate this aura and change to a more peaceful secret art. However, Yang Kai was congenitally deficient, and it was not easy for him to achieve today's achievements. If he changed his secret art and became ordinary again, how could he bear it? Forever standing at the bottom and unable to see the top was one thing, but once a person stood at the top and suddenly fell to the bottom, no one could bear such a blow. If he couldn't change his secret art, then he could only display his bloodthirsty and violent aura to the extreme, growing stronger as his strength grew. Only then could he pry into the mysteries of martial Tao. One was to destroy and then establish. One could not be established without destruction. The other was to enter the Tao through slaughter. The future was full of obstacles, and the slightest carelessness could lead to a tragic end. Since ancient times, very few people who entered the martial Tao through slaughter had a good ending, because those who entered the Tao through slaughter would always have more enemies than friends, and it was more likely that they would lose themselves in slaughter and become the demon race. He was just a child. Could he persevere? After leaving the sect master's place, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion and took out the pills Xia Ning Chang had refined for him, swallowing them to improve his strength. The dust-covered incense burner was also taken out again, burning a strange incense that suppressed the circulation of his true Yang secret art. For the next 10 days or so, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in his secluded cave mansion, firstly to consume pills and secondly to nourish the 2 artifacts he had just refined. The Azura sword had played a great role in his battle with Bai Yunfeng, and although he hadn't used the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, Since it was also a sect-guarding artifact of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, the power of the thousand-blossoming blood begonia would certainly not be lacking. Every day, when the sun rose from the east, Yang Kai would practice the unyielding golden skeleton. Now that his strength had increased and his physical fitness had increased, his progress in practicing the unyielding golden skeleton had also increased by a large margin. He had almost completed 1/3 of the way, but the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. Every time he performed a move, the bones in his body would explode like beans. The Immortal's Cave was quiet and serene. It was indeed a good place for closed-door meditation. Xia Ningchang, the little senior sister, would occasionally come over and bring some delicious food to share with Yang Kai. When they were bored, the two of them would also chat. Occasionally, Xia Ningchang would take a nap on the stone bed. Whenever this happened, no matter how Yang Kai tried to wake her up, he would not be able to do so. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly heard the sect master's voice. "Do you know how to kill?" When the voice suddenly appeared, Yang Kai was startled and reflexively jumped up from his seat. After recalling that it was Ling Taisu's voice, he understood that it was just a false alarm. "Grand Master." Yang Kai looked around, but couldn't find Ling Taisu's figure. However, he was keenly aware of a divine sense wandering around him. Ling Taisu asked again. Only then did Kai Yang reply, "Yes." "What kind of people deserve to be killed?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "Those who plot against me, kill them. Those who harm my friends and family, kill them. Those who hinder my cultivation, kill them. Those who steal my treasures, kill them. If people don't provoke me, I won't kill them." Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Taisu heard him or not, but after Yang Kai finished answering, he remained silent for a long time. It wasn't until half a day later that Ling Taisu said, "Prepare yourself, in half a month I'll take you to a place." Yes. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, but he could faintly guess that Ling Taisu seemed to have some kind of plan, and one that was quite difficult to choose. Otherwise, after answering that question, he wouldn't have remained silent for so long. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Ling Taisu was his Grand Master, and his strength was profound. If he really wanted to harm him, he would have already taken action. Half a month was neither too long nor too short, so Yang Kai was more and more diligent in cultivating and swallowing pills. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, Su Yan came to visit him one night, and the two of them engaged in a fierce battle for a long time, after which they diligently dual cultivated. The benefits of dual cultivation were now obvious to Yang Kai. The yuan qi in his body was becoming purer and purer, not yet reaching the yuan qi boundary, but not inferior to the yuan qi of an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. Otherwise, when he fought with Bai Yun Feng that day, his palm blade wouldn't have been able to break through his heaven's net. Whether it was Yang Kai or Su Yan, both of them were diligent in dual cultivating, and although they didn't do it many times, the quality was frighteningly high. Half a month later, Yang Kai had also swallowed all the pills refined by Xia Ningchang. Not only that, while meditating in the coiling dragon stream, he had also accumulated some yang liquid in his dantian, allowing him to break through to the separation and reunion boundary third stage. At night, Yang Kai was meditating at the cave entrance when he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind, and soon after, two figures entered his cave mansion one after the other. "Grand Master." Yang Kai stood up and saluted, looking at the other person and asking, "Treasurer Meng?" "Ha ha ha." Meng Wuya laughed rhythmically, his old face scrunched up into a ball. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what Meng Wuya was so happy about. Suddenly Meng Wuya's smile disappeared, and he stared at Yang Kai in surprise, his eyes flashing as he slapped Yang Kai on the shoulder with one hand and the other on his dantian, angrily shouting, "Get out of here for this old master." Ling Taisu looked at Meng Wuya in surprise, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly attacked Yang Kai, but because he didn't notice Meng Wuya's murderous intent, he didn't try to stop him. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, unable to move. A separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator in front of an old monster, like Meng Wuya, was no different from a baby. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, and Yang Kai heard the old demon's cries of alarm and struggle. During the day, Yang Kai had summoned the old demon back, but even if he hid inside his body, he still couldn't escape Meng Wuya's eyes. Even sect master Ling Tai Su couldn't see through this secret, but in front of Meng Wuya, the difference in strength between the two could be seen at a glance. Meng Wuya's hand formed a claw, and like a dragon sucking in water, he fiercely pulled out a black chi, which was the old demon wrapped in the soul breaker all. Perceiving Meng Wuya's murderous intent, the old demon screamed in horror, the black chi tumbling over and over again, transforming into a ferocious face, but he still couldn't break free from Meng Wuya's grasp. Ling Tai Su paled. "Treasurer Meng, please show mercy," Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Meng Wuya would kill the old demon on the spot. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Do you know what this is?" "The devil's soul." Yang Kai nodded. "If you know, then you still dare to let him into your body. Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by him?" Meng Wuya was stunned. He had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy who didn't understand the situation and accidentally fell into the trap of the old demon's soul. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. "He can't swallow me." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "The old demon has already recognized me as his master. His life and death is in my hands." "Recognized you as his master?" This time Meng Wuya was shocked. Although he had pulled out the old demon's soul, he could still feel how powerful this person was when he was alive. Now he was just too weak to display his full strength, but if he could recover, then the entire High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. "How did he recognize you as his master?" This was a matter of great importance, so Meng Wuya had no choice but to be cautious. Yang Kai quickly explained what had happened when the old demon recognized him as his master. After listening, Meng Wuya's expression changed and he nodded slightly. "Good, so he is indeed under your control. You don't need to worry about him harming you. Release me quickly. This old master is loyal to the young master. This loyalty can be seen by the heavens, the sun and the moon. Why are you holding this old master in your hands, you little thing? If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" The old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. He had been scared half to death just a moment ago, but now that there was no danger, he immediately became stubborn. Meng Wuya looked at him evilly and sneered. "If this old master was at his peak, how could you act so presumptuously?" Meng Wuya's words were exactly the same as what the old demon had just said, but if one thought about it carefully, the deeper meaning was quite different. The old demon was stunned and immediately lost his voice. You. Meng Wuya coldly snorted and loosened his restraints. The old demon was like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly wrapping himself in a mass of black chi and rushing into Yang Kai's body, not daring to show himself again. Damn! This old master has been hiding so deeply, yet he still couldn't hide from this old bastard's investigation. This old bastard isn't as simple as he looks on the surface. During the whole process, Ling Tai Su had not made a sound, but now he opened his mouth and said, "Old demons can't be trusted easily, you must be careful. Disciple knows his limits." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you ready?" A few days ago he had already greeted Su Yan and Xianing Chang, so there was nothing to prepare now. "Then let's go." Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, then flew out of the cave mansion and plunged downwards, Meng Wuya following closely behind. The wind whistled as they entered the bottomless coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked down, but couldn't see anything. Grandmaster said that he was going to take him to the depths of the coiling dragon stream. No, he said that there were many dangers at the bottom, and even he wouldn't dare to rashly enter, so there was no way he would take him into danger. After falling a few hundred meters, Ling Tai Su suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. In the dark night, Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya stood in the air, staring at the stone wall in front of them. "Is this the place?" Meng Wuya asked. Ling Tai Su nodded. "You and I will work together and pour in yuan qi." "Okay. I'll have to trouble you this time." "Why are you being so polite? You're treating me like an outsider." Meng Wuya's mouth was wide open, revealing his molars. As long as he could send this little brat Yang Kai away, not to mention spending a trifling amount of yuan qi, this old master would even call him father. So when Meng Wuya heard that Ling Tai Su wanted him to help send Yang Kai to a certain place, Old Man Meng immediately agreed without hesitation. Chapter 214. Let's begin, Ling Tai Su said in a low voice, then activated his Yuan Qi and pressed his palm against the stone wall in front of him. Meng Wuya pressed his palm against the other side, and also activated his Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi of the two-peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was like a flood that broke through a dam, fiercely pouring into the stone wall in front of them. The seemingly ordinary stone wall seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit at this moment. The Yuan Qi poured into it and disappeared without even making a ripple. Kai Yang watched from the side, silent, but in fact, his heart was also filled with monstrous waves. There must be some kind of profound mystery in this stone wall, otherwise, it wouldn't be so strange. Moreover, this stone wall was under the coiling dragon stream, so it might be related to the stream. After a cup of tea's worth of time, both Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya's foreheads began to sweat. They had been pouring out their Yuan Qi for such a long time, so it wasn't a small burden on them. Brother Ling, did you remember the wrong place? Meng Wuya frowned and asked. It's here, Ling Tai Su said with certainty. After a while, the stone wall finally reacted. A layer of black ripples suddenly surged out from the ordinary stone wall, with one point as the center, quickly spreading in all directions. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya saw this and increased the output of their Yuan Qi. The ripples grew larger and larger, more and more violent, as if pebbles were continuously being thrown into a calm lake. In the end, the layers of ripples actually surged out one after another, causing the stone wall in front of him to look extremely strange. It shook so much that it made them dizzy. Meng Wuya's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, "It really is the void corridor that connects the two places. Brother Ling, the strength of your High Heaven Pavilion's founder is extraordinary." Ling Tai Su smiled slightly and suddenly withdrew his hand. Meng Wuya also hurriedly retreated. Although the two of them had stopped, the changes on the stone wall in front of them didn't stop. Instead, they became more and more violent. After a while, the layers of ripples actually became solid, spinning and spreading outwards. Suddenly, a black hole appeared on the stone wall. Looking at this hole that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked in, and couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Meng Wuya looked at him with a smile, gently patting Yang Kai's shoulder, his face full of sincerity and reluctance. He said in a deep voice, "Little Yang Kai, you must take care of yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Treasurer Meng was too affectionate today. When I'm not here, I hope that Brother Wuya can take care of High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su exhorted before leading Kai Yang into the black hole in front of him. Before entering, Yang Kai glanced back and saw Meng Wuya standing in the air, his smile more beautiful than a flower, waving his hand at him in a very friendly manner. After Ling Tai Su and Kai Yang's figures disappeared, the black hole on the stone wall suddenly disappeared and returned to its original appearance. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Meng Wuya stood in place for a long time before laughing loudly to the sky. Ha 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 ha. His laughter shook the heavens and earth, waking up countless High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were sleeping and meditating. They couldn't help but shiver. The heavens had mercy on that smelly brat and sent him far away. Now there was no one to disturb his precious disciple's heart. And he just didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. Wouldn't it take at least 1 to 2 hours? After such a long time, perhaps his precious disciple would forget about him. Without this burden, his disciple would be able to cultivate quickly and grow up without any worries. Thinking of this, Meng Wuya laughed again. After Ling Tai Su entered the black hole, everything around them was chaotic, but it only took 3 breaths of time. Yang Kai felt his vision blur, and then he and his grandmaster appeared in a strange land. Ling Tai Su looked around, and then quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, he found a place to hide and put Yang Kai down, saying, "Protect me. I need to recover for a while." Yang Kai nodded, guessing in his heart that his grandmaster had not been able to endure the torment just now. Ling Tai Su took out a pill and swallowed it before sitting down and meditating for about 2 hours before standing up, picking up Yang Kai and flying forward without hesitation. Flying with someone carrying him was completely different from flying on your own. Ling Tai Su used his Yuan Qi to protect Yang Kai, so he didn't feel the wind at all. Grandmaster, what is that black hole under the coiling dragon stream? Yang Kai was full of questions. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. It is a void corridor that connects the two ends of the world. With that place, one can easily cross from High Heaven Pavilion to another place. As for the specifics, I don't know. After all, compared to the ancestral founder, my strength is too insignificant. How far did we cross just now? Yang Kai was shocked, never having thought that there would be such a wonderful thing as a void corridor in this world. About 10,000 kilometers. Ling Tai Su's voice was flat. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. From the time Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya poured their Yuan Qi into the stone wall until the time they left, only half an hour had passed. Yet in just half an hour they had traveled 10,000 kilometers. This kind of thing was simply too incredible, like a dream. Yang Kai's psychological quality was also quite good. After all, he had experienced great changes, so after a moment of shock he quickly calmed himself down. Aren't you going to ask me where I'm taking you? Ling Tai Su glanced at him. If Grandmaster wants to tell me, he will naturally tell me. In any case, it won't be bad for me. You're quite optimistic. Ling Tai Su smiled bitterly, his eyes becoming deep as he slowly said. The place I want to send you to is a land of slaughter. There you don't need any reason or excuse to kill. The strong are respected and the weak are prey to the strong. This is a place where the law of the jungle is played out vividly. You must be mentally prepared. Yang Kai was surprised. What are we going to do there? Cultivate, become stronger, and pry into the true meaning of martial arts. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. If you don't want to go, I can take you back now. Of course I'm going. Yang Kai was excited when he heard about cultivating and becoming stronger. The desire for strength was something every cultivator had. Only by becoming stronger could one not be humiliated and bullied. And only by becoming stronger could one go further on the path of martial arts and live a good life. Even if your life is in danger at all times, you still want to go? Ling Tai Su's mouth showed a gratified smile. Of course I'm going. Ha ha ha. You're really different from Big Brother. In the past, I also asked Big Brother this question. Can you guess what he said? Yang Kai thought for a moment, then imitated the expression and tone of the fourth Master Yang, and said with a sincere face, I don't want to kill people, I'm not going. Ling Tai Su was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed. Not a single word wrong. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. It seems the reverse is also true. If you don't want to kill, you will only be harmed in the end. You Yang family members are all like wolves, tigers, leopards. If you don't become strong, even if you return to the Yang family, you will only be bullied. Yang Kai's current aura was bloody and violent. If he did not have enough strength to protect himself and his family, if he was bullied in the future, he would not be able to resist and would be affected by that aura. Instead of falling into the path of evil and becoming a public enemy in the future, it was better to go all out now. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, don't blame this old master for being ruthless and taking him away without telling you. Because with your temperament, I'm afraid you won't agree. Grand Master, where are we going? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Not us, just you. I'm only responsible for sending you there. You should have heard of that place, Netherworld Mountain. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly stiffened and his face couldn't help twitching, hesitating for a long time before asking. Grand Master, the Netherworld Mountain you speak of, is it that Netherworld Mountain? Exactly. Yang Kai's face twitched even more. Netherworld Mountain was almost famous in the world. It was notorious because it was a forbidden area for any cultivator. Those who stepped in died, and no one had ever been able to escape from the forbidden area alive. Of course, this was just a rumor that exaggerated the danger of Netherworld Mountain, but it was undeniable that Netherworld Mountain was indeed dangerous. Compared to High Heaven Pavilion's Black Wind Mountain Range, it was more than 10 times more dangerous. In Black Wind Mountain Range, an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator could travel unimpeded, unless they were unlucky and ran into a particularly ferocious monster beast. But in Netherworld Mountain, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master would find it difficult to survive. The difference between the two could be seen. It was precisely because of this danger that it was called a forbidden area, and there was only one such forbidden area in the entire Great Han Dynasty. However, the world was vast, and there were many other forbidden zones like Netherworld Mountain. Yang Kai had once heard that in the Tianlang Dynasty, which was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty, there was a forbidden zone called the Abandoned Earth. All kinds of dangers were on par with Netherworld Mountain, perhaps even greater. In the forbidden area, strange fierce beasts could be found everywhere, and in the jungle there were many unknown dangers. Going there was simply courting death. But Yang Kai guessed that Ling Tai-su had his own plans, so although his expression changed slightly, he didn't lose his composure. Sure enough, Ling Tai-su seemed to be observing his reaction, and after a long time, he said with satisfaction, "We won't go deep into Netherworld Mountain, only 500 li. There is a very strange place that is suitable for a cultivator like you to experience." "What kind of place?" Yang Kai asked. "I can't explain it clearly. It's a very strange place. Back then, this old man was also brought there by my master to gain experience. That's why I know of the existence of that place. Back then I wanted to send your father there, but he refused. Many people know of the existence of that place, and now that the time has come, I'm afraid many people have already gone there in advance. Whether we can get a place is still uncertain. If we can go in smoothly, you must remember one thing. Everyone who appears there is an enemy. Never trust anyone." "I know. You don't know." Ling Tai-su slowly shook his head, and his tone became more serious. "That place is special, creating a situation where there are enemies everywhere. Let me tell you this, in that place, the yuan qi and blood essence of the people who are killed will condense into a blood bead. And this blood bead can be absorbed by anyone, increasing their strength without any worries." "What?" Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. Chapter 215. Now you should understand why I said that you don't need any reason or excuse to kill someone there, right? The blood beads obtained after killing someone are the best excuse and reason. In that place, a life is only a cornerstone to becoming stronger, especially since you're only a separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator. It's easier for others to target you. Ling Tai-su said in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, but more than that, he was excited and pleasantly surprised. Ling Tai-su saw the expression on Yang Kai's face and couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself that this little brat really wanted to prove his martial Dao through killing. If it were any other separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivator who heard this, they would likely flee in fear, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eager to try, wishing he could immediately run to that place and immerse himself in endless slaughter. In that place, there was no need to worry about harming the innocent. Even if Yang Kai didn't take the initiative to kill someone, there would still be someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, there were many evil cultivators there, all of whom deserved to be killed. Along the way, Ling Tai-su told Yang Kai a lot of information about that place. After all, he had experienced it many years ago and had personal experience, all of which were invaluable treasures. Yang Kai listened very carefully, not daring to miss the slightest bit. According to Ling Tai-su, that place was located in Nether Mountain, but it didn't really belong to Nether Mountain. It was a very strange independent space, and the entrance was in a lake in Nether Mountain. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange energy and heaven and earth principles existed inside, but as long as a living thing died inside, its energy and flesh essence would condense into blood beads, including people and monster beast. These blood beads could be consumed by oneself or taken out for others to consume. They were very valuable. Moreover, the stronger the person or monster beast that died, the higher the value of the blood bead, and the greater the improvement it could bring to the person who died. In addition, in that place, all offensive and defensive artifacts had no effect at all, and should have been sealed by some kind of invisible energy. Hearing this news, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help sinking. Yang Kai's current strength was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Who knew how many masters of the Yuan-Chi boundary would be there? Once he encountered these masters, if he didn't have the Azura sword or the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia to assist him, he would definitely fall into a disadvantageous position, or even be killed. But when he thought of others, it was the same. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel better. That isolated world opened once every 10 years, and Yang Kai's luck this time was quite good. Just as he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he managed to catch up with it. If he had come back a few months later, he would definitely have missed it. In the end, Ling Tai-su solemnly gave Yang Kai a small pouch. This pouch was about the size of a palm. There were many intricate patterns engraved on it. The material was strange, but it looked very delicate. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked, puzzled. "I call it the Qianquan pouch. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, there are many things inside it. It can hold a full square meter of things." Yang Kai's expression changed again as he looked at Ling Tai-su in surprise. He didn't expect that this kind of legendary artifact was specially used to store things. Ling Tai-su actually had one. It was left behind by the ancestral founder. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, I'm afraid this is the only one. Even your central capital 8 great families don't have one. Ling Tai-su said lightly. "Oh, no, Meng Wuya might also have one. But that old thing hid all his treasures and didn't give it to anyone except his disciple. He was really stingy. There are some pills inside for you, use them sparingly," Ling Tai-su said. "And thank you, Grandmaster. When I come back, I'll return this pouch to you." Yang Kai solemnly stuffed the small pouch into his bosom and tucked it close to his chest. This thing was really a supreme artifact. An artifact that could store things. The world had only heard rumors about it, but no one had ever seen it. However, Yang Kai had a wordless black book made from soul-suppressing stone inside his body. That thing could also be used to refine an artifact for storing things, and its grade was definitely much higher than a Qianquan pouch. However, Yang Kai was sitting on a mountain of treasures right now, but he didn't know how to use it. After flying forward for about a day, a deep mountain range filled with a strange aura appeared in front of Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai. Nether Mountain, the Great Han Dynasty's only forbidden area. A desolate and ancient aura washed over them. This forbidden area was like a giant dragon that had been here since ancient times, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. Arriving at the mountain, before they could even enter, 2 teams rushed out from both sides. 6 people came from the left. Yang Kai stared at them, and found that all of them were women. These 6 people were led by an old woman, a beautiful woman, and the remaining 4 were young girls. The 4 young girls wore small bells on their hands and feet, and as they dashed forward, a clear and melodious tinkling sound rang out, like a mountain stream, refreshing one's senses. Moreover, this group of women were all extraordinarily beautiful. That beautiful woman was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was plump and full. Her jet black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, revealing her fair and slender neck. Every part of her exuded a mature and gorgeous beauty, especially her pair of eyes. They were like autumn waves that moved one's heartstrings and captivated one's soul. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, causing the sky to turn blue and the flowers to become fragrant. The 4 young girls were even more beautiful. They were in the prime of their lives, and they were graceful as they walked over. Half of their tender arms were exposed, and all of them had snow-white skin. Their jade feet were small and delicate, and their delicate toes outlined a different kind of beauty. They were thin and round, and they smiled sweetly. They were either shy, beautiful, cold like ice, or passionate like fire. When the 4 of them hugged together, it was enough to make any man go crazy. Although the temperaments of these young girls were not as mature and seductive as the beautiful woman, they still had their own unique charm. As for the old woman, although she looked very old, it could be vaguely seen that she must have been quite beautiful when she was young, but the ruthless flowing time great emperor had left many indelible marks on her face. This group of people rushed up to Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su before stopping 300 meters in front of them. The old woman swept her eyes over the 2 of them and snorted lightly. Those who could come to Nether Mountain at this time obviously had the same purpose. There was a limited number of places to enter this strange space, so naturally, they were competitors. Ling Tai-su smiled at the old woman and whispered to Yang Kai, "They're from a first-class sect, 10,000 Flower Palace. Young people are full of youthful vigor. Be careful not to fall into the trap of these little girl, otherwise, they won't even spit out your bones." Yang Kai's eyes were shining as he sized up the 4 young girls with a critical gaze. Hearing Ling Tai-su's words, He immediately put on a serious expression. "Grandmaster, rest assured, I will be careful." A moment later, the people on the right also arrived. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the leader was an old man about the same age as Ling Tai-su, and behind him were three young people, both men and women. All of them had extraordinary strength, but regardless of whether they were men or women, their temperaments were somewhat strange. The two young men were even more presumptuous than Yang Kai. Their eyes almost glued to the female disciples of 10,000 Flower Palace. This caused the young girl beside them to be very unhappy. She couldn't help but snort. "These are people from Ghost King Valley." Ling Tai-su's expression sank. "You're in trouble." "Why?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "Because, Grandmaster, I fought with that old man a few times in the past. This is an evil sect, so if you encounter them, you must be careful of their martial arts." Ling Tai-su replied. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw that the hands of the three people opposite him were a bit strange. Unlike ordinary people, their hands were gloomy and pale, like ghost claws. The old man on the opposite side suddenly sneered. "Ling Tai-su, you're not dead yet." Ling Tai-su snorted. "Gui Li, you're not dead either." Good. Gui Li grinned. This old master was worried that if you died, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to take revenge on. "I didn't expect to meet you here today. It's really the heavens taking pity on me." "What? Wasn't the lesson I taught you 50 years ago not enough? Today you want to take the initiative to die?" Ling Tai-su sneered. Without the slightest fear. Gui Li's expression was fierce. "What's the point of bringing up the past? 50 years ago, I lost to you. That doesn't mean that 50 years later, it will still be the same. Do you want to try?" Ling Tai-su smiled proudly. Gui Li's eyes were as gloomy as a ghost fire, glaring at Ling Tai-su with resentment and dread. As the two confronted each other, the three Ghost King Valley disciples behind Gui Li also glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just grinned at them, his expression unchanged. Pung. A sound rang out as the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace slammed her dragon head walking stick into the ground. "If the two of you don't want to fight, why don't we discuss joining forces to enter Netherworld Mountain?" The old woman looked at Ling Tai-su and Gui Li faintly. Although Ling Tai-su and Gui Li had grievances between them, they really didn't want to fight now. After all, they were both here for life experience. If they missed the right time, it would ruin their plans. The old woman was also a shrewd person, seeing that both of them needed a way out, so she made this suggestion. Gui Li grinned meaningfully. "This old master will give Palace Master Yen face and won't bother with you today, but when this matter is over, Ling Tai-su, you and I will fight." "Anytime." Gui Li gloomily looked at Yang Kai, not showing any intention of avoiding him, turning to the three disciples beside him and saying, "Remember this little brat's appearance. When we enter, kill him." "Yes." The three disciples coldly responded. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he secretly memorized the appearances of these three. With the mediation of the old woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace, Ling Tai-su and Gui Li temporarily put aside their grievances. The three of them briefly discussed for a while, with the old woman leading the way, the four girls following closely behind, and Gui Li in the middle, leading his three disciples. Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su would bring up the rear. As for the beautiful woman, she was also in a central position, but with Gui Li, one was on the left and one was on the right. With the protection of these four immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the younger generation of disciples could be said to be extremely safe. Of course, the premise was that Ling Tai-su and Gui Li didn't play any tricks on each other. Ling Tai-su naturally wouldn't be so vicious, but Gui Li was a different story. Because of this concern, the old woman had Ling Tai-su bring up the rear to prevent Gui Li from launching a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, Gui Li was also a sensible person, so along the way, he didn't make any moves, only honestly guarding his position. Nether Mountain was notorious for its dangers, so when the group entered, they were all cautious, holding their breaths, because even in the outermost perimeter, there was a chance they would encounter a powerful 5th order or 6th order monster beast. The women from the 10,000 Flower Palace used some unknown method, but the bells on their wrists and ankles didn't make the slightest sound, so the group moved silently. Chapter 216. After walking for a short time, a rustling sound suddenly came from the front. as if something was rapidly approaching. The group of young disciples were all on high alert, but the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters remained calm. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk a ferocious head suddenly rushed out of the jungle in front of them, opening its mouth wide to bite at the old woman leading the way. The head was about the size of a bamboo hat, and its 2 golden triangular eyes flashed with a cruel and gloomy light. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the old woman. The old woman lightly snorted, slightly lifting the crutch in her hand, and gently pointing it forward, hitting it in the middle of the head, and then lifting its chin. The huge head seemed to have been hit by a great force, and was directly swept to the side. Before it landed, the whole head suddenly burst open, and a cloud of blood filled the air. The middle-aged woman's figure flickered, and with a shake of her delicate hand, a colorful ribbon flew out from her wrist, like a snake coming out of its hole, and rolled up a monster core in the blood mist, then quickly returned. Golden-eyed silverback python. A peak 5th order monster beast. Ling Tai-su whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the ground, and sure enough, saw a headless python corpse on the ground. On its back, there was a silver pattern looking very strange. Everything just happened too fast, and before he could see clearly, the python was already dead. And even its monster core was taken away by the middle-aged woman. Peak 5th order was the peak of the Yuanqi boundary. It was killed by this old woman in a single confrontation, and the strength of this old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace was tyrannical, probably on the same level as Ling Tai-su, maybe even higher. After all, 10,000 Flower Palace was a first-class sect. Its influence was much larger than High Heaven Pavilion. Be careful, this thing is a social monster beast. Ling Tai-su warned again. Before his voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, and vaguely, many pairs of golden triangular eyes were staring at them from the jungle. They were quickly approaching. The old woman didn't stop, and just shouted, "Hurry up, once the smell of blood spreads, it will attract more monster beast." The group of people moved faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless golden-eyed silverback pythons leaped up high from all directions, and they opened their bloody mouths as they attacked the group of people. The old woman's walking stick contained incomparable killing power. Often, with just a light tap, a large python would die on the spot. Ghost Li and the beautiful woman were in the middle, each using their own methods to protect their disciples. Ghost Li was indeed an evil cultivator. He activated his cultivation technique, and his black aura exuded a violent and bloody aura. He held a spear-shaped secret treasure in his hand and stabbed left and right, killing all the enemies that came to attack. The beautiful woman's strength was slightly inferior, but it was still easy for her to deal with the level 5 monster beast. As Feng Yun's body moved, it brought with it an intoxicating fragrance. The golden-eyed silverback pythons that rushed towards her were often killed by some inexplicable method before they could even get close. Ling Tai-su didn't use any kind of artifact. The moves were simple and unadorned, but they contained boundless power. The speed at which he killed the monster beast was comparable to that of the old woman. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as one golden-eyed silverback python after another died. Wherever the group passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, not meeting the slightest resistance. Ribbons flew out from the hands of the 4 girls from the myriad Flower Palace. They weren't going to fight the Yao beasts. Instead, they were going to use the ribbons to retrieve the Yao cores of the Yao beasts that had been killed. The 4 girls were senior sisters from the same sect, so they cooperated closely with each other. 3 of them worked together to blow up the monster beast's head, while the other girl swung her ribbon to collect the monster cores. The value of a level 5 monster beast's monster core was not low. The girls' actions made the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples envious, but they didn't have the same means as the girls, so they could only watch with envy. After the girls obtained the spoils of war, their delicate faces lit up with happy smiles, each of them more beautiful than a flower, and they all felt a little proud. Another golden-eyed silverback python attacked. Ghostly shook the long spear in his hand and pierced it 7 inches, pouring his fierce yuan qi into it, and killing it directly. With a flick of his spear, this golden-eyed silverback python actually flew towards the crowd. Obviously, Ghostly wanted to let his disciples take advantage of this situation. However, whether it was intentional or not, this flick of his spear was a little too fierce, and the place where the golden-eyed silverback python fell was actually where Yang Kai was standing. Ling Tai-Su's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't try to stop him. With a swish, a male Ghost King Valley disciple rushed out from behind, a grin on his face, Yuan Qi surging from his big white hands like a sharp blade, cutting into the golden-eyed silverback python's huge head. This blow seemed to be aimed at obtaining the monster core, but in fact it contained a lot of strength, enough to hit Yang Kai, who was standing at the back of the group. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and in that split second he noticed the other party's sinister attack, so naturally he wouldn't just sit still and wait for his death. Not wanting to confront him head-on, he simply stretched out his hands, grabbed the dead golden-eyed silverback python, and then threw it to the side with all his strength. The Ghost King Valley disciple, who had been grinning ferociously a moment ago, suddenly paled. Yang Kai's counterattack was beyond his expectations, and with a strange cry, both he and the golden-eyed silverback python were thrown more than a dozen meters away. However, his reaction was also quite fast, and while in mid-air he quickly pulled back his big hands from the python's head and stamped his feet on the python's body, finally coming to a stop. Before he even landed, two giant pythons, which had been waiting for a long time, opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards him, their stench making him feel a little dizzy. His face was filled with horror, and his hair stood on end. Don't underestimate the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, who could kill these giant pythons as if they were chickens or dogs. After all, the strength of the other party was obvious. If a Yuan Qi cultivator were to encounter one of these giant pythons, they would only end up dead. With the arrival of a crisis, the Ghost King Valley disciple could almost feel the aura of death. He hadn't expected that not only would his plot against Yang Kai fail, but he would also be thrown into such a dangerous situation. This was really a case of not only not harming others, but also harming himself. At this critical moment, Ghostly finally arrived, his long spear sweeping through the air, sending the two giant pythons flying. He then grabbed the disciple's shoulder and threw him to the side before quickly returning. In this moment of delay, the 4 female 10,000 Flower Palace disciples had almost been attacked by the giant pythons. If it weren't for the middle-aged beauty's quick reaction, these 4 girls might have really been injured. After Ghostly returned, the middle-aged beauty glared at him fiercely, hating that he had left the group and allowed her 10,000 Flower Palace disciples to be injured. Ghostly also knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to complain, just coldly glancing towards Yang Kai and Ling Tai-Su. In this secret battle, the older generation consciously didn't intervene, but Yang Kai's quick response had caused the Ghost King Valley disciple to suffer a big loss, causing him to secretly bear a grudge and wait for an opportunity to wipe away this shame. Yang Kai didn't care. The other party's elders had clearly stated that they wanted to kill him, so why should he be polite to them? If he continued to be polite, it wouldn't be magnanimity, but weakness. After rushing forward for a long time, killing more than 20 golden-eyed silverback pythons, they finally left this dangerous place. This was only the outermost area of Netherworld Mountain, yet there was already such a crisis. It was obvious that the Forbidden Zone's name wasn't groundless. After a fierce battle, the older generation was somewhat exhausted. The old woman was still leading the way in front without saying a word. After running for about 100 miles, they found a relatively safe place to stop and rest. The older generation needed to maintain their vitality, while the younger generation also needed to restore their physical strength. After stopping, the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace snorted and coldly glared at Ghostly. What happened just now will only happen once. This old woman doesn't want to see it happen a second time. Otherwise, the two of you should enter on your own. My 10,000 Flower Palace doesn't want to be associated with people with ill intentions and risk their lives. Ghostly grinned meaningfully. Palace Master Yen can rest assured. It was just this old master's fault. Disciples' actions were a bit too fierce. It was just a misunderstanding. That's for the best. The old woman nodded faintly, walking to the side to meditate. Between the 3 sects, there was a certain distance between each other, all of them silent. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Ghost King Valley disciple who had tried to plot against him earlier walking towards him step by step. When he was about 10 meters away, this person stared coldly at Yang Kai and grinned. "My name is Jin Hao. You'd better scram as far away as you can now, otherwise I'll kill you without mercy." He spouted such arrogant words, completely ignoring Ling Tai-su who was sitting nearby. Ling Tai-su also didn't respond, simply closing his eyes and meditating. Yang Kai looked at him and suddenly chuckled. "Brother Jin, a dog that bites generally doesn't bark." Poochie. A few chuckles came from the other side. It was the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace who couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged woman glared at them, causing the 4 girls to quickly purse their lips and pretend to meditate. Jin Hao coldly snorted. "Sharp tongue, you better pray you don't meet me inside." Saying so, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, Yang Kai's murderous intent filled his heart. These 3 from Ghost King Valley were destined to be enemies, but their strength was higher than his, and they had the advantage in numbers. Once they encountered each other inside, it would likely be a fierce battle. After resting for a while, the old woman stood up and Ling Tai-su and Ghostly opened their eyes at the same time. With the same lineup as before, the group continued to move deeper into Netherworld Mountain. Along the way, they would often be attacked by monster beasts. Netherworld Mountain had a large number of monster beasts, and their ranks were irregular. Some were 3rd order, some were 4th order, and some were 5th order. They even encountered 2 6th order monster beasts. However, the 2 6th order monster beasts obviously knew that this group was not to be trifled with, so after following them for a while, they gave up. Compared to those who came to die, they were much more shrewd. After killing these monster beasts, the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace reaped the most bountiful harvest, throwing out ribbons and obtaining monster cores. The 3 from Ghost King Valley also worked together with Ghostly to obtain monster cores, obtaining a lot of good things. Only Yang Kai was relatively poor. Along the way, he only obtained 2 5th order monster beast cores, and this was after Ling Tai-su deliberately threw the monster beast's corpse to him. But Kai Yang didn't care. His strength was the lowest, so the more ordinary he appeared, the less likely it would be for him to be targeted. Only by patiently hiding his strength and biding his time would he be able to avoid all kinds of dangers and slowly grow. Chapter 217. Normally, with the speed of this group of people, they would only need 4 hours to cover the short distance of 500 miles. An immortal Ascension Boundary Master would not even need half an hour to fly. However, to travel 500 kilometers in Nether Mountain, it took them 2 full days to reach their destination. The dangers and attacks they encountered along the way were far beyond anyone's expectations. Palace Master Yan, your 10,000 Flower Palace sends people here every 10 years. Is it always this dangerous? During one of their breaks, Ling Tai-su asked. The last time he came here was 50 years ago, and although there were monster beasts blocking the way at that time, it was not as frequent as this time. The old woman pondered for a moment before replying. No, I don't know why this time is like this. I'm afraid something has happened in Nether Mountain, causing some of the weaker monster beasts to be driven to the outskirts. Hearing her say this, Ling Tai-su and Ghostly both paled slightly. It's not good to stay here for long, let's continue on our way. The old woman also noticed something was wrong and immediately suggested. The group once again set foot on the road, and after half a day, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a huge lake, its water clear and sparkling, but the calm surface of the lake gave off a strange aura, causing Yang Kai to faintly feel a sense of unease. Gazing into the distance, he saw groups of people gathered at the edge of the lake. These people were the masters of the Great Han Dynasty's various forces who had brought their disciples here to gain experience. There were many people, some were small, some were large, some were small, only 7 or 8 people, and some were small, only 3 or 4 people. These people were about 300 meters apart from each other, surrounding the edge of the lake. After seeing Ling Tai-su's group, all of them showed faint displeasure and vigilance. The old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace nodded slightly to Ling Tai-su, then led the beautiful woman and the 4 young girls towards the lake. The appearance of this group of women immediately attracted the gazes of countless young men. The young girls were used to this kind of scene, so they did not show much emotion, just obediently following behind the old woman. finding a place where no one was around to stop. Ghostly gave Ling Tai-su a sinister smile, then looked at Yang Kai meaningfully. Jin Hao coldly snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at Yang Kai. Then, under Ghostly's lead, he walked in the opposite direction of the 10,000 Flower Palace people. Let's also find a place, Ling Tai-su said, leading Yang Kai towards the lake. Most of the spots around the lake had already been occupied by the forces that had arrived first. Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai walked for a long time, but still couldn't find a place to stay. However, every time he passed by a group of people, Ling Tai-su would secretly transmit a message to him, telling him which force they belonged to, whether it was good or evil, the strength of the participating disciples, and what kind of sects he should be wary of. Yang Kai secretly remembered it in his heart, but his expression did not change. After circling around most of the lake, they finally found a place where no one had occupied it, causing Ling Tai-su to visibly breathe a sigh of relief. After stopping, the two sat down cross-legged and Ling Tai-su began to tell Yang Kai the details of the various forces around the lake. Yang Kai carefully memorized it all while secretly observing. The more he learned, the more Yang Kai became aware of the dangers of this life experience. These forces all belonged to the Great Han Dynasty. Most of them were first or second grade sects, but there were also some third grade sects. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 disciples, but Yang Kai was the only one who wanted to go in alone to experience the world. Ling Tai-su also wanted to bring 2 more people to accompany Yang Kai, but High Heaven Pavilion really did not have any good candidates. Su Yan was fine, but she cultivated Ice Heart secret art, so killing too many people would not be beneficial to her. Xia Ningchang was also fine, but she was Meng Wuya's disciple. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure, so how could he be willing to let her take such a risk? As for Xia Hongchen, Ling Tai-su did not consider him at all. Bringing him here would only cause trouble for Yang Kai. The strength of these young people who had come to the lake was all higher than Yang Kai. At least separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage masters and Yuan Qi masters were everywhere. The central capital's 8 great families had not sent anyone, which was good news. Only Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi cultivators below can go in for life experience, so you don't have to worry about encountering an immortal ascension boundary master. With your strength, if you encounter an enemy at the Yuan Qi 2nd or 3rd stage, you should be able to deal with them, but if you encounter someone stronger, Grand Master will only give you one advice: run. A man should be able to pick up and let go, don't blindly try to win. Picking up is strength, letting go is wisdom. I understand. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Remember, there is only one task in this place, and that is to survive. If you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to fight others. Hunting monster beast is also a way to become stronger. I estimate that there are many people with this idea. If there is someone you can really trust, you may as well join forces with them. This is also a way to survive. Grandmaster, look over there. Which sect are they from? Their dressing is quite strange. Yang Kai suddenly gestured towards the distance. Ling Tai-su looked over and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he saw a group of people. Whether it was their dressing or appearance, they were all slightly different from the others. As if they were aware of Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai's gazes, the group of people also turned around, their expressions cold and fierce, a strong sense of warning. They're not from the Great Han Dynasty, Ling Tai-su whispered. They're from the Tianlang Dynasty. The Tianlang Dynasty's people also came here? Yang Kai was stunned. The Tianlang Dynasty was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty. Why would a sect from that place come all the way to this forbidden area? The Tianlang Dynasty's martial arts are fierce. It is said that most of the cultivators' methods are cruel, and they are not from our race. You must be careful if you encounter them. The strength of this group is not something you can resist. Their clothes are quite revealing. Yang Kai watched with great interest. There were 2 women in the Tianlang Dynasty group. Their figures were enchanting, their clothes were very thin, their arms were exposed, and their tight clothes could not hide their proud twin peaks, as if they were about to burst out. The clothes were very small, and when the 2 women moved, their flat bellies and delicate navels were exposed. Their beautiful bodies were faintly discernible, and their clothes only reached their knees, revealing their snow-white calves. Ling Tai-su helplessly shook his head. He still could not understand. How could such a simple and honest person like Boss give birth to a brat like Yang Kai? As time passed, more and more people came to the lakeside, and according to some kind of rule, all the people were separated from each other by a certain distance, quietly waiting. In less than a day, the lakeside was actually surrounded by a circle of people. The latecomers did not have a place to sit, so naturally they turned their eyes to the weaker people. And after a few words of disagreement, they began to fight. In just a short hour, 4 or 5 battles broke out, and the people of a small faction, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation who came to gain experience, were all slaughtered. The bloody and cruel scene did not attract anyone's attention. Since they dared to come here, they had to be prepared for conflict. Their skills were not as good as others and they were killed. They could not blame anyone. Fortunately, although Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai were only 2 people, they were not targeted by anyone, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. But good times did not last long. As more and more forces arrived, Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai were still noticed by some people. An old man about the same age as Ling Tai-su walked over with 2 young disciples, 1 male and 1 female, and stopped 10 feet in front of Ling Tai-su. Ling Tai-su sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai was secretly vigilant, but surprisingly he did not feel any hostility or murderous intent from this person. The old man in front of him hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists towards Ling Tai-su. This old man is reflecting Moon Sex Zhuo. May I ask for your excellency's name? High Heaven Pavilion Ling Tai-su. So it is Brother Ling. Zhuo had obviously heard of High Heaven Pavilion, and after exchanging some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Brother Ling, please forgive this old man for bringing his disciple all the way here. I didn't expect that so many forces would come to gain experience in this isolated land, causing us to have no place to sit. Ling Tai-su had brought Yang Kai directly across 10,000 kilometers to come here, so although he had set out late, he had still arrived early. This reflecting Moon Sex Zhuo had set out a month ago, but the journey was long, and coupled with the difficulties of entering Netherworld Mountain, he had arrived 2 days later than Ling Tai-su. What advice does Brother Zhuo have for me? Since the other party had no malicious intent, Ling Tai-su naturally did not need to give him any face. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, he still asked. Zhuo laughed dryly and said, "This Zhuo would like to discuss something with Brother Ling. The lake crossing duckweed can carry 4 people at a time. This Zhuo sees that Brother Ling only has 1 disciple with him. So is it possible for this old man's 2 disciples to take a ride? Otherwise, this Zhuo would have come here for nothing, and would likely become a laughingstock when he returns, disappointing his 2 disciples." Ling Tai-su cast his eyes to the 2 young disciples behind Zhuo. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward and the young man said, "Disciple Chen Shueshu greets Senior Ling." The young woman said, "Disciple Su Xiaoyu greets Senior Ling." Both of them bowed respectfully, not showing the slightest dissatisfaction or arrogance. Ling Tai-su took note of their performance and nodded to himself. Reflecting Moon Sect was the same as High Heaven Pavilion, both second-class sects, and none of their disciples were evil. Moreover, this young man and woman both had gentle looks and didn't seem to be people who liked to fight. When he saw Ling Tai-su pondering, Zhuo hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Ling, these 2 disciples of mine have kind natures. They're going out to gain experience this time. And they're only going to hunt demon beasts and look for fortuitous encounters. They'll absolutely not do anything that's detrimental to the disciples of your sect." After saying so, he added, "If this little brother does not mind, you can also accompany my 2 disciples after entering so they can look after each other." Ling Tai-su already had a plan in mind, but he still turned his eyes to Yang Kai and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. "You can go in together, but there's no need for companionship." None of them were familiar with each other, and although this Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu looked good, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What's more, even if Yang Kai trusted these 2, whether they believed him or not was another matter. Zhuo words were just polite words. How could he take them seriously? Chapter 218. Since this boy has no objections, Brother Zhuo, please go ahead. Ling Tai-su said to Zhuo. Zhuowen couldn't help but sigh in relief and cupped his fists with a smile. Many thanks, Brother Ling. Brother Zhuo is too polite. Ling Taisu nodded lightly. In fact, the two of us should also thank Brother Zhuo for helping us out. In fact, the addition of the three from the Reflecting Moon sect was only beneficial to Ling Taisu and Yang Kai. After all, only the two of them occupied this place. Now that more and more forces were coming, they might encounter some existences that they couldn't afford to provoke and snatch this place away. With the addition of Zhuo, the situation was different. The two immediately became 5 people with 2 experts guarding them. Even if someone had ideas about this place, they would have to weigh their own limits. Zhuo heard the implication and felt comfortable, laughing loudly as he called his 2 disciples to sit down cross-legged. Although this was the first time Ling Taisu and Zhuo had met, they were both old and experienced, so after a few words, they were already quite familiar with each other. Because Ling Taisu had made things convenient, Zhuo intended to return the favor, revealing a lot of information about this place. Ling Taisu happened to lack these things. He had come here 50 years ago, and after 50 years he didn't know if the place had changed, so he naturally wanted to inquire about it. Zhuo also told him everything he knew. Yang Kai listened carefully. Through the conversation between the two, Yang Kai learned that this place was first discovered by a few cultivators who came to Netherworld Mountain, and as time passed, more and more people knew about it. But generally speaking, those who knew about this place would guard it as a secret, not wantonly spreading it. So after hundreds of years, even if more people knew about this place, but it wasn't to the point where the whole world knew about it. This was still the case even now. There were many sects in the Great Han Dynasty, and how many were there? However, the number of forces surrounding the lakeside was less than 1/10 of the total. If the situation escalated to the point where the entire world knew about it, if the whole world knew about this place, there would be a bloody battle every 10 years. Originally, this situation would continue and everyone wouldn't have to fight for a place, but since the opening of this place 30 years ago, more and more forces knew about its existence. Zhuo sighed. What happened? Ling Taisu asked thoughtfully. That's because some of the disciples who went into the isolated lands to train had obtained a great treasure. Zhuo said in a low voice. With a solemn expression, he paused for a moment before continuing. Someone obtained a few drops of brilliant flame liquid from there. Ling Taisu was slightly moved. Is it the supreme treasure used to refine yuan qi? Zhuo nodded. That's right. As soon as the 3 words brilliant flame liquid came out, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu couldn't help breathing slightly faster. Obviously, they knew how precious this treasure was. On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, without the slightest change. Zhuo saw Yang Kai's expression. He thought to himself that this kid was probably a little ignorant and inexperienced. Otherwise, how could he not have any reaction? How could he have known that although Yang Kai had never heard of the brilliant flame liquid before, Ling Taisu's words were enough to make him realize the preciousness of this thing. But Yang Kai already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew sealed inside his unyielding golden skeleton. Once he broke through to the Yuan Qi boundary, he would be able to absorb it and help him transform his Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi, so he didn't care too much about this brilliant flame liquid. Good things were generally fought over by countless people. Since he already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, there was no need for him to pay attention to this brilliant flame liquid. Zhuo lightly coughed and continued. If it was just the brilliant flame liquid, then it would have been crazy. It wasn't enough to drive people crazy. However, when that isolated world opened, not only did someone obtain the precious brilliant flame liquid, but someone also obtained the soul cleansing dew. Ling Taisu was once again moved. Yang Kai was finally curious. What does the soul cleansing dew do? Zhuo smiled lightly. He carefully explained. The brilliant flame liquid can help a cultivator refine their yuan qi, making their yuan qi more pure, while the soul cleansing dew can help a cultivator open their knowledge see and cultivate their divine sense. When a cultivator breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary from the yuan qi boundary, with the help of a single drop of the soul cleansing dew, opening their knowledge see is easy. There is no obstruction. If a cultivator above the immortal ascension boundary uses the soul cleansing dew, A single drop can expand their knowledge. See, their divine sense becomes tough, comparable to many years of bitter cultivation. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ling Tai-su said, "So that's how it is. No wonder there are so many people. Even many separation and reunion boundary youngsters are willing to take the risk. 50 years ago, no separation and reunion boundary cultivator dared to enter. At first, Ling Tai-su thought that the world had changed, and that the young people of today were more daring, but he didn't expect there to be such a reason. A separation and reunion boundary cultivator only had two tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to prepare for the transformation of Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid naturally had a great attraction to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Similarly, a Yuan Qi cultivator also had two tasks. One was to increase their realm, and the second was to open their knowledge sea and cultivate their divine sense. Whether it was the brilliant flame liquid or the soul-cleansing dew, they both wanted it. This was why so many people had come. Yang Kai was also quite excited. He didn't care about the brilliant flame liquid, but the soul-cleansing dew really made him excited. The old demon had once said that his 5-colored soul-warming lotus needed to absorb a lot of soul-nourishing precious treasures in order to grow to 7 colors. This soul-cleansing dew was obviously one of them, and it was one of the most effective. If he could obtain some and consume it, it would be of great help to both his soul-warming lotus and himself. After talking about this, the two old men went back to chatting, leaving the 3 young people bored to death. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were much better off than Yang Kai. After all, the two of them came from the same place and seemed to be a couple, so their eyes were filled with deep affection as they secretly cast flirtatious glances at each other. As if he was aware of Yang Kai's embarrassment, Chen Shueshu smiled at him and cupped his fists. "May I ask junior brother's name?" Yang Kai smiled. "This humble one's surname is Yang." Yang. Chen Shueshu's eyelids twitched, apparently thinking of the central capital's Yang family, but immediately feeling that it was unlikely, he didn't care much. "Junior brother Yang, it seems you don't know much about this place." Chen Shueshu intended to draw the relationship between them closer, so naturally he had to find something to talk about. "And I was brought here in a daze." Yang Kai nodded. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. "Your sect master is right next to you. Be careful he doesn't punish you." Chen Shueshu also smiled. "If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, if there's anything you don't understand, this brother can help you." Listening to him say this, Yang Kai really did have a question he wanted to ask. Why are these forces all separated by a few dozen meters? Is there some kind of special pattern that allows them to choose their own positions? Chen Shueshu nodded. This brother just happens to know a thing or two. Saying so, he stood up and walked over to the lakeside, beckoning to Yang Kai and pointing down. "Junior brother Yang, please take a look." Following the direction of his finger, Yang Kai suddenly saw a patch of green duckweed near the lakeside. But this patch of duckweed was not the same as ordinary duckweed. It was about the size of a palm, verdant, and had bright green veins. Where there is duckweed, that's the position they chose. Yang Kai looked up and found that in front of each of these forces there was indeed a patch of duckweed. "Junior brother Yang, don't underestimate this patch of duckweed. It is the ship that will carry us to that isolated world." Chen Shueshu said. "Anyone who wants to enter must first set foot on this patch of duckweed. Without this patch of duckweed, no matter how strong one is, they will not be able to enter. Moreover, there is something strange about this lake. It is impossible to fly above it, and this patch of duckweed cannot carry masters above the immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, the highest cultivator who enters this place is only Yuan Qi boundary." Yang Kai felt relieved and nodded seriously, becoming more and more humble as he consulted Chen Shueshu. Su Xiaoyu also interjected from time to time, making the atmosphere very harmonious. When night fell, Zhou Wen's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly said, "It's about to begin." As soon as his voice fell, all the cultivators around the lake began to move. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the bottom of the lake, illuminating the entire lake in a brilliant glow, creating a magnificent scene. Immediately, a strange and heavy aura descended. Even immortal ascension boundary masters seemed to be unable to bear the pressure of this aura. all of them acting as if they were facing a great enemy, their faces heavy as they circulated their secret arts to resist. The duckweed on the lakeside began to spin and instantly grew larger, growing to more than 10 meters in length before slowly stopping. After the duckweed stabilized, Ling Tai-su and Zhou Wen both shouted at the same time, "Go up!" Yang Kai and the 2 reflecting moon sect disciples did not hesitate, and jumped onto the duckweed one after another. No wonder Zhou Wen had said before that the duckweed could only carry 4 people. And this was indeed the case. Now that 3 people were standing on it, there was only a small space left. If one more person came up, it would be full. Zhou Wen solemnly exhorted Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, telling them to be careful inside and not easily get into disputes with others. The 2 of them nodded repeatedly. Ling Tai-su also reminded Yang Kai, "If anyone provokes you, kill them. Don't be soft-hearted, but don't take the initiative to provoke others." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, you don't have to worry about the things in your secluded home. This old master will take care of them for you. As for that little girl Su Yan, this old master will also help you look after her." Yang Kai's face turned bright red. He had not expected that the matter between him and Su Yan would not be hidden from Ling Tai-su. On top of the duckweed, Su Xiaoyu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully and giggled. About the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the duckweed under their feet suddenly began to move, like a big ship sailing through the waves, carrying the 3 of them steadily towards the center of the lake, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Looking around in all directions, there were duckweed and many people standing on top of it. Many of these cultivators were sneering, looking around with malicious intent. Yang Kai also saw the Tianlang dynasty disciples, whether they were men or women. All of them had fierce looks in their eyes, like beasts ready to devour their prey. Yang Kai also saw the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, Jin Hao once again making a throat-slitting gesture towards Yang Kai. As the duckweed continued to move forward, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake, and all the people who were riding on the duckweed fell into it without any mental preparation. A series of screams rang out, but they quickly disappeared. The surrounding scenery changed, and when Kai Yang came back to his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Chapter 219. Day and night were indistinguishable, yin and yang were chaotic, and the heavens and earth were chaotic. This was the most obvious feature of this place. "We're in," Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Chen Shueshu and Yang Kai both hurriedly looked around vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no danger around, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. This isolated world occupied a very large area, and if one didn't come in on the same duckweed, they wouldn't appear together. Yang Kai had also learned about this before, and now that he had seen it, he found it to be true. Yang Kai quietly moved away from Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, and although it wasn't too obvious, Chen Shueshu was still able to see through his intentions. Chen Shueshu didn't mind, simply smiling as he turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother Yang, would you like to act together with us? We can take care of each other." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to try alone." Chen Shueshu nodded lightly and didn't insist. "Then junior brother Yang, be careful. Until we meet again." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and used his movement skill to quickly depart. "Why did he run so fast? It's not like we're going to eat him." Su Xiaoyu pursed her thin red lips, somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Kai's vigilance. Chen Shueshu chuckled and patted Su Xiaoyu's head. "That's what he's afraid of." "But we didn't intend to harm him," Su Xiaoyu said somewhat angrily. "That person's strength is so low, I think he'll die quickly." Chen Shueshu shook his head seriously. "Not necessarily, that person is very cautious and careful. This kind of person generally lives a long time. Also, I always feel like there's something strange about him." "What's strange about him?" Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Only a separation and reunion boundary 3rd stage cultivator daring to come here. If he's not tired of living, then he must have some kind of backing." "You mean?" "I'm afraid this person has some kind of extraordinary means, otherwise, his master wouldn't have let him come here for life experience." "Hey, who can enter this place without some kind of means? We should also be careful and try not to get into conflict with others." After Yang Kai separated from the two people from the Reflecting Moon sect, he used his footwork to the fullest, and ran for more than 10 miles in a row. Along the way, he changed directions several times before suddenly turning around and flying to a large tree. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. It wasn't that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Moreover, this was also a test to see if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were the same on the surface, or if they were just hypocrites. After waiting in the tree for a long time, Yang Kai didn't find any traces of people following him. At that moment, he was sure that the two of them had no ill intentions towards him. All of them had the strength of Yuan Qi state. He was definitely a genius in the Reflecting Moon sect, so if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Taisu had said this before. If you meet someone you can really trust, you might as well join forces with them. Now Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were on Yang Kai's trusted list. If we are fated to meet again next time, Yang Kai didn't mind acting with them. Hiding in the treetops, Yang Kai first tried to summon his 2 killing artifacts, but after some effort, he found that he really couldn't summon them here, as if they were really sealed inside his body. Old demon, Yang Kai called out. Old servant is here. The old demon quickly replied. Can you use the soul breaker all? Sorry to disappoint, young master, I can't use it. Yang Kai secretly cursed this damned place. Even the soul breaker all, an artifact that didn't belong to him, was sealed. Without the soul breaker all, the old demon couldn't display any combat effectiveness, so this time it seemed he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Ling Taisu had given Yang Kai a universe bag before. There were a lot of good things inside. Before, Yang Kai hadn't had time to investigate, but now he finally had some free time. Taking out the small cloth bag from his chest, Yang Kai unsealed it and reached inside, immediately grabbing a lot of things. There were more than a dozen bottles of pills inside, most of which were used for healing, but there were also a few bottles of Yang attribute pills. This made Yang Kai very happy. Yang Kai secretly praised his grandmaster for treating him well. With these bottles of pills, he didn't need to worry about running out of Yang liquid. In addition to the pills, Yang Kai also found a dozen sets of clean clothes and a long sword. This long sword wasn't an artifact. It was just a weapon forged from fine steel, so it could be used in this place. However, Yang Kai hadn't learned any sword skills or martial skills. It was better to use it to fight with his bare hands. With his current strength, a long sword wouldn't be able to increase Yang Kai's combat effectiveness in the slightest. After carefully putting away all the things, Yang Kai jumped down from the tree, rubbed his palms together, and excitedly embarked on his training journey. After an hour, Yang Kai encountered a 4th-grade monster beast. After using some methods to kill it, he quietly stood in place and waited. Sure enough, as he heard, when the monster beast died, Yang Kai clearly felt that its energy and flesh essence were gathering in a certain place in the air. Almost visible to the naked eye, the monster beast's body slowly dried up and sunk in, but the red energy that came out of its body grew more and more. The red light flashed, and after waiting for a while, a bright red bead about the size of a pea condensed. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The moment it formed, he grabbed it in his hand and felt it with his heart. He found that this blood bead contained a very strange energy. The energy wasn't too much, after all, it was only a 4th-grade monster beast, but it wasn't disappointing. He didn't know what kind of laws of heaven and earth were hidden in this world, but this kind of thing would happen after a living thing died. After putting away the blood bead, he lowered his head to look at the monster beast. He saw that the monster beast's body had completely turned into a pile of fine powder. Its essence was gone, and only dross was left. Yang Kai didn't know how much of an improvement this blood bead could bring to him. He was faintly looking forward to it, but it was obviously not a good time to refine and absorb it. With the harvest, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. This world was indeed a good place for a separation and reunion Yuan Qi cultivator to train. Yang Kai had only been here for a day, but he had already killed 5 or 6 monster beasts that were alone. They were all 3rd or 4th grade. He didn't spend much Yuan Qi, but the harvest was quite rich. The blood bead given by a third-grade monster beast was much smaller than that of a fourth-grade one. It was obvious that the energy was insufficient. He also encountered a fifth-grade monster beast. Yang Kai hesitated for a long time before he stopped himself from killing it. A fifth-grade monster beast was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if Yang Kai was lucky enough to kill it, he would have to use all his strength and be prepared to be injured. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to fight with a fifth-grade monster beast. For 3 days in a row, Yang Kai killed the monster beast without any worries. When he was tired, he would find a relatively safe place to rest, recover his strength, and then continue hunting. In these 3 days, he didn't encounter a single person. It was no wonder that so many separation and reunion cultivators dared to come here. If it continued like this, even a cultivator at the Qi transformation stage wouldn't have to worry about anything, except that he had to be careful of the monster beast. 3 days later, Yang Kai was hiding in a jungle like a cat, secretly observing the situation in front of him. There were 2 fourth-grade monster beast phantom lightning wolves in front of him. A fourth-grade monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator at the separation and reunion stage, which was equivalent to Yang Kai's current stage. If the two of them attacked together, Yang Kai might have some trouble dealing with them. But after thinking carefully for a long time, Yang Kai decided to take action. The monster beast he could deal with now was at most 4th grade. If he encountered 2 at once, there was no reason to give up. After making up his mind, Yang Kai rushed out of his hiding place and quickly approached the 2 phantom lightning wolves. Originally, Yang Kai's whole mind was focused on the 2 monster beasts, but who would have thought that halfway through, he would suddenly see traces of a person's shadow flashing not far from him from the corner of his eyes. His heart sinking, Yang Kai quickly glanced around and sure enough, about 1,000 meters away, there was a man in dark red robes hurriedly hiding himself. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai understood everything that had happened. The other person was obviously observing the 2 phantom lightning wolves in secret, just like him, but didn't find any traces of the other person. But coincidentally, he and the person on the other side had chosen to attack at the same time. Maybe it was because his speed was faster, so when he ran out, the other person had just appeared. And at this time, the other person had also discovered him, so he quickly hid back, hiding his body. But that person's clothes were too conspicuous, revealing some flaws. Now that it was too late to retreat, the 2 phantom lightning wolves fixed their eyes on Yang Kai. They bared their fangs and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai complained in his heart. While thinking about how to deal with the situation of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, he also thought about the identity of the person on the other side. After a while, Yang Kai made up his mind and quickened his pace. He pretended not to know anything and charged toward the 2 phantom lightning wolves. The 2 4th-grade monster beasts were as fast as the wind, and electric arcs flickered on their bodies. As they ran, they separated into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yang Kai. The 2 monster beasts were obviously very experienced in hunting. They attacked from the left and right, and the gap between their attacks was perfect. Yang Kai hurriedly moved to the side, avoiding the bite of one of the phantom lightning wolves. However, the other one bit his shoulder. A current flowed through his body, and Yang Kai couldn't help but tremble a few times. He quickly circulated his Yuan Qi to dissolve the current. His muscles tightened, and he swept a punch at the phantom lightning wolf's cheek. Before it tore off his flesh, he sent it flying. The phantom lightning wolf let out a miserable cry and rolled a few times on the ground. Yang Kai didn't use his full strength in this attack, so he didn't hurt it much. After landing on the ground, the 2 phantom lightning wolves joined forces again, one on the top and one on the bottom. They roared and pounced toward him. Yang Kai rolled up his leg and kicked the stomach of the phantom lightning wolf below him, sending it flying. He pushed the other phantom lightning wolf with both of his palms, blocking its attack. While the 2 monster beasts were still in a daze, Yang Kai bravely pounced on them, and the 2 phantom lightning wolves were locked in a fierce battle. In fact, if Yang Kai had used all of his abilities, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. However, since he knew that someone was spying on him, he had to put on a show and take precautions. Chapter 220. The battle with the two illusion lightning wolves could be described as extremely difficult and dangerous. Relying only on his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation, and not daring to reveal all of his means, Yang Kai repeatedly fell into danger during the battle, but every time he miraculously turned the situation around. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope, the slightest mistake, and he would be torn to pieces by these two monster beasts. Little by little, the momentum of the two monster beasts was worn down. Again and again, it took nearly an hour for Yang Kai to kill them one by one. His body was covered in blood, some from the illusion lightning wolves, some from himself. There were at least 7 or 8 wounds on his body, all caused by the two monster beasts. There was even a wound where some flesh had been torn off. The pain was excruciating, making him look very distressed. These wounds were not fake, they were real injuries. A fourth-order monster beast was equivalent to a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Yang Kai was able to suppress 2 opponents to this extent. He should be proud of himself. However, the hidden person was quite patient. When Yang Kai was fighting with the illusion lightning wolves, he never showed up, even until now. Yang Kai gasped for breath, quietly glanced over, then sat on the ground and assumed a posture of circulating his qi, waiting for the blood beads of the two illusion lightning wolves to condense. Perhaps Yang Kai's acting was too realistic. The hidden person finally made a move after confirming that there was no danger around. The rustling of footsteps approached, not hiding at all. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. Looking up, he saw not far in front of him. There were 3 figures arrogantly walking towards him. All 3 were men, wearing dark red robes, looking very ostentatious. The leading man laughed unscrupulously. His laughter was loud and harsh, looking at Yang Kai with a playful expression. Yang Kai timely showed a look of panic, his eyes filled with hatred and annoyance, slowly getting up. He was on guard. The 3 of them exchanged glances, then circled around and surrounded him. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kai licked his dry lips and asked in a deep voice. This small, unintentional action made him even more terrified. What an interesting question. The man who laughed before looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Can't you see what we mean? Yang Kai frowned and said. 2 blood beads. A few of his friends wanted it. Just take it and don't make things difficult for me. The man laughed coldly. What are 2 blood beads? Don't you know that the blood beads formed after a cultivator's death? Was the quality and level much higher than that of monster beast? Blood beads, we want your life. We want it too. Yang Kai's face darkened. Friends, you've gone too far. I am a high heaven pavilion disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let this matter rest. Ha ha ha. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh again. If we were outside, I'm afraid we would have some scruples, but what kind of place is this? If you die here, no one will know that it was us who killed you. As soon as the man's voice fell, the panic on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He became ruthless and murderous, his yuan qi fiercely gushing out. He suddenly turned around, and a thin blade appeared in his right hand. He aimed at the neck of one of the men who had sneaked up behind him, and didn't have time to make a move. These 3 people could be considered cautious. When they surrounded Yang Kai, they didn't immediately make a move. After all, their strength wasn't very high, and they hadn't reached yuan qi. Instead, one of them spoke to attract Yang Kai's attention, while the other one sneaked up to attack. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had already seen through their actions. He just pretended not to know and beat them at their own game. When the cultivator behind him was close enough, then he suddenly attacked. The sudden attack made the 3 people's faces change color. The man behind Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. The blood-red blade cut through his neck, and he felt a burning sensation. Immediately, a warm liquid rushed out uncontrollably. Yang Kai was as fast as the wind. After the blade made of yang liquid had cut through the man's neck, he crossed his feet and used his self-created footwork. Like a tiger hunting a leopard, he pounced in front of the second man. This person hurriedly counterattacked, and the sound of metal clashing rang out from his fist. His entire fist became golden and dazzling, and his momentum was heavy. Yang Kai directly threw the blade made of yang liquid at the man's fist. The man screamed as the blade stabbed into his fist. Blood flowed from his fist. While he was screaming in pain, Yang Kai bent down and fiercely punched him in the stomach. The yuan qi poured in like 3 waves. The man's face paled. Accompanied by 3 muffled bangs, he spat out blood and staggered back. Yang Kai's body was like a swallow, graceful and light. He jumped and flew to the man's shoulder. His legs clamped down on the man's head, and his body suddenly turned half a circle. With a crack, the second cultivator's neck was broken. In the battle that broke out in a flash, 2 of the 3 people were killed, and the remaining one was stunned. It wasn't until Yang Kai floated down from the air that he regained his senses. You. The cultivator's face was aghast. The sudden change shocked him, and Yang Kai's ruthless and cruel attack made him tremble in fear. Laughing loudly, Yang Kai said, "Friend, next time before you talk big, you should consider whether you have enough weight. Otherwise you'll cut your own tongue." Looking at Yang Kai, who was covered in blood, and feeling the violent and ferocious fluctuation of yuan qi, the man's face instantly turned pale. By now, how could he not see that Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength in the battle with the 2 phantom lightning wolves? With his skills and surging yuan qi, if he really wanted to kill those 2 monster beasts, he wouldn't even need the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, he fought for about 2 hours. It was obvious that he was putting on a show for the 3 of them. "So you already knew that we were hiding?" The man's face suddenly turned cold. His 2 companions were killed in an instant. Although he was frightened, it also aroused his murderous intent and anger. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Tsk, you guys have a good plan, why can't I take advantage of it?" Yang Kai laughed coldly. "You deserve to die." The man roared again and again, fiercely activating his yuan qi. A large golden seal suddenly appeared in front of him. He should have used some kind of martial skill, and this martial skill was definitely not a low-level one. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He no longer held back and activated the unyielding will. The already violent yuan qi became even more violent. His aura was strange and unchanging, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. His killing intent was limitless. The strength of peak separation and reunion boundary. The unyielding will had always been Yang Kai's trump card. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless necessary, so as to avoid being seen through and exposing his trump card. However, in this place, facing this kind of enemy, Yang Kai didn't want to hide anything. As long as he killed them all, there wouldn't be any worries in the future. Therefore, he could rest assured and boldly display his strongest strength to his heart's content. The opposite enemy's expression was once again aghast. Yang Kai's sudden increase in strength had caught him off guard, but there was no turning back. Holding the golden seal in one hand, he roared and attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't afraid. His hand forming a claw, he grabbed the seal. His body shook slightly. After all, this was a martial skill, so it wasn't easy to block it. His opponent's mouth curled into a grin as he pushed his yuan qi even more fiercely. The true yang yuan qi in Yang Kai's body also suddenly burst out. The hot yuan qi poured into the seal, and within a moment, a crackling sound could be heard. Cracks began to appear on the seal as a result of the heat. The purity and density of Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi was no worse than an ordinary yuan qi cultivator. His opponent was only at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. His yuan qi hadn't been transformed into yuan qi yet. How could he be a match for Yang Kai? The cracking sounds continued without end. The opponent's face was pale, and he felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "Friend, please be merciful. I am a disciple of the Golden Light Palace. I had eyes but failed to see before, so I offended you. Friend master, please forgive this lowly one." Yang Kai sneered, the madness and bloodthirst in his eyes becoming stronger. "I know you are a disciple of the Golden Light Palace." It was precisely because he knew this that Yang Kai had no qualms about putting on a show to lure the 3 of them out. If they weren't wearing dark red clothes that exposed their identity, Yang Kai would definitely not take such a risk. The Golden Light Palace was only a 3rd-class force. 3 of their disciples came this time, and they were all only at the separation and reunion boundary. This was something Ling Tai-su had told Kai Yang when they were at the lake. Voila! The sky was filled with golden light, and the seal of the Golden Light Palace disciple completely exploded. At this moment, he suddenly launched an attack. A sharp blade popped out of his sleeve, like a snake coming out of its hole, and went straight for Yang Kai's throat. His begging for mercy just now was just a pretense. His 2 junior brothers were killed, and the hatred between him and Yang Kai was irreconcilable. But this sharp blade didn't hurt Yang Kai. Halfway through, his movement stopped, and he looked down at his chest, only to see that Yang Kai's hand was inserted into his heart. His heart beat fiercely, and then there was no more movement. Yang Kai pulled out his hand, and blood spurted out. His expression was indifferent. He killed 3 people in one battle, all of whom were separation and reunion boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Defeating the strong with the weak, defeating the many with the few, Kai Yang had a new understanding of his true strength. After a while, the yuan qi and flesh essence of the 3 golden light palace cultivator condensed into blood beads. Yang Kai stepped forward and collected them. He couldn't help but be surprised to find that these 3 blood beads were much bigger than the ones he had obtained before. They were the size of a thumbnail. The blood bead of a 4th stage monster beast was only the size of a pea, but the blood bead of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was so many times bigger. Without time to investigate carefully, Yang Kai collected the blood beads of the 2 phantom lightning wolves, and then searched the 3 of them for valuables, and hurriedly left the place. After a stick of incense, many monster beasts had gathered in this place. The smell of blood in the air was the light that led them here. At this moment, Yang Kai was more than 10 miles away. Yang Kai had collected a lot of blood beads these days, so he wanted to find a safe place to refine and absorb them. Only in this way could his strength be improved, and he could deal with more powerful monster beasts and enemies. Chapter 221. In this world, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Yang Kai could only try his best to hide his body, restrain his aura, and cover up his tracks so as not to expose his whereabouts. Hiding in the hollow of a withered tree, he paid attention to his surroundings while absorbing and refining the energy of the blood beads. In the past few days, he had collected less than 20 blood beads. Most of them were condensed from the death of the rank 3 monster beast, while some were from the rank 4 monster beast. In addition, there were also the blood beads obtained from killing the 3 golden light palace cultivators. According to the size, it was easy to distinguish the grade of the blood beads. The blood beads of the rank 4 monster beast were the size of a pea, and the blood beads of the rank 3 monster beast were half the size. On the contrary, the blood beads of the 3 separation and reunion realm cultivators were the size of a thumbnail. Taking out a blood bead of the rank 3 monster beast, Yang Kai held it in the palm of his hand and silently circulated the true Yang tactics. As soon as the yuan qi moved, Yang Kai clearly felt a pure and flawless energy from the palm of his hand flowing into his body, pouring into his meridians. It did not stay in the dantian, and was directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Before the true Yang tactics could complete a cycle, the blood bead disappeared and turned into his own strength. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he had heard from Ling Tai Su that the blood beads obtained here could be easily refined and absorbed without any worries, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so easy. The energy in the blood bead was not useless at all. It was as pure as a pearl, and did not need to be refined at all. It only needed to be absorbed. No wonder Ling Tai Su praised the blood beads that appeared here so much. If a person had a large number of blood beads, his strength would definitely soar like a meteor. Except for the need to feel when breaking through to the next realm, there would be absolutely no obstacles when breaking through to the next realm. Any cultivator who had absorbed the energy of the blood beads would not be able to resist such a temptation. In order to become stronger, in order to break through, they would not let go of any living thing in front of them, whether it was a human or a monster beast. In the eyes of the experts here, it was just a bead of blood. The opportunity to absorb energy without any worry was too rare. In the world, there was no other place that could produce blood beads except for this special place. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Yang Kai took out all the blood beads and held them in the palm of his hand, circulating the true Yang secret art. A huge amount of pure energy poured into his palm. In an instant, his meridians swelled. This energy continued to flow from the blood bead into his body, and was then absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. The speed was so fast that it was almost indescribable. The blood beads in his palm decreased one by one, quickly turning into Yang Kai's capital. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger bit by bit. On top of that, his separation and reunion boundary third stage cultivation was about to reach saturation. When there were only 2 blood beads left on his palm, an invisible aura suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The energy between heaven and earth also became chaotic. Without any hindrance, he had reached the separation and reunion boundary fourth stage. However, Yang Kai did not feel any joy, his face sinking as he cursed in his heart. But he did not stop, still madly absorbing the remaining energy from the blood beads in his hand. A moment later, the 2 blood beads disappeared. His newly promoted realm quickly stabilized. Hurriedly getting up, almost without thinking, Yang Kai quickly left his previous hiding place. Although he had expected that there would be some kind of disturbance when he broke through, Yang Kai had not expected it to be so obvious in this quiet place. If someone had been nearby just now, they would have definitely noticed. If he did not leave now, he would only be targeted. After flying for more than a dozen kilometers, not only did Yang Kai not dare to stop, but he also felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. He always felt like he was being watched by someone, but when he vigilantly observed, he could not find any clues. This feeling was not groundless. Yang Kai guessed that either the strength of the person who was watching him was very high, and with his eyesight he was unable to find any trace of them, or there was someone behind him who had not yet caught up to him. The latter possibility was very likely. After all, if there really was a master who was watching him, there was no reason to keep hiding and wasting time. His luck was really bad. But this was really something that could not be helped. Yang Kai felt that he could not stay here forever without breaking through. With his separation and reunion boundary third stage strength, although he did not feel any danger here, if he encountered a real master, he would definitely not be able to escape. Every time he broke through, there would always be some kind of disturbance. This was an unavoidable drawback. After running a few dozen kilometers, the feeling of being watched became more and more obvious. A cold wind blowing down his spine. Suddenly, Yang Kai's running footsteps came to a halt, his face pale. He felt that behind a big tree in front of him, there was a yuan qi fluctuation. The other party had no intention of hiding, and was instead brazenly waiting for him to come forward. He had actually been circled around to the front. This person's speed was too fast. Those who came had ill intentions. Those with good intentions did not come. Yang Kai did not know which sect's disciple he had encountered, nor did he know what kind of strength the other party possessed, so naturally he did not dare act rashly. Hehehe. A gloomy sneer sounded as a person slowly walked out from behind the big tree. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai had the urge to vomit blood. This person turned out to be a disciple of Ghost King Valley. Ghost King Valley had sent 3 people this time, all of them yuan qi masters. One of them, Jin Hao, had repeatedly threatened Yang Kai, the other was a woman, and the one in front of him was the third person from Ghost King Valley. Enemies on a narrow road. Why did he have to meet a disciple from this sect? If it was someone else, there would be some possibility of negotiation, but since it was a disciple from Ghost King Valley, there was absolutely no hope of resolving the situation. Ghostly had told the 3 of them to kill Yang Kai no matter what. Yang Kai naturally wanted to get rid of them, but the timing was too bad. He had only been here for a few days, and had only broken through a minor realm. Facing such an enemy, how could he win? The other side alone was enough to eat him, not to mention there were 3 of them. A dangerous situation. Haha, look who it is. Ghost King Valley's disciple Yu Qing Kuan was also very surprised, his pair of gloomy eyes looking Yang Kai up and down, his face filled with surprise and pride. It turned out to be High Heaven Pavilion's little brat. It's so easy to find him. He obviously hadn't expected that the person he had stumbled upon would be Yang Kai. This was really a freak combination of circumstances. Yang Kai stared at him with an ashen face, not daring to stay any longer, his figure flashing from the side, wanting to use his movement skill to escape from this place. A self-created movement skill was definitely a good choice for escaping. A single yuan qi took 15 steps, allowing him to run a few thousand meters at an extremely fast speed. No one in the same realm would be able to catch up. However, Yang Kai's figure had only just leapt 2 steps. In front of him was a burst of wailing and howling, and immediately a big pale hand came down towards his head. "Haha. High heaven pavilions, little brat. We really are fated to meet." Laughing loudly, Jin Hao's figure was revealed, pale and bloodless, his big hand like a ghost's claw containing a gloomy murderous intent. Young Kai's face sank. Raising his hand, he used his burning sun's 3-layer blast. Fist and claw collided. Jin Hao coldly snorted and pushed his yuan qi, his 5 fingers turning into sharp blades. With 3 muffled bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he struggled to suppress his tumbling blood and staggered to the ground. Jin Hao's strength was probably yuan qi 4th order, and among the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples, this person's strength was also the strongest. With an enemy of this level, Yang Kai was simply no match for him. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a big loss. Landing on the ground, before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, a cold wind blew from behind him. Hurriedly dodging forward, there was a tearing sound from his back as his clothes were directly torn apart. He had almost lost his clothes. Good reaction. Jin Hao did not attack again, but calmly crossed his arms, looking at Yang Kai playfully. Hurriedly looking back, Yang Kai found that the female disciple from Ghost King Valley had also appeared. The one who had just attacked him from behind. It was this woman. The 3 of them formed a circle around Kai Yang. These 3 people were not the 3 separation and reunion boundary disciples from Golden Light Palace. Yang Kai could easily kill the 3 from Golden Light Palace, but facing these 3, he did not dare to take them lightly. "Little brat, how do you want to die?" Jin Hao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. He had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands on his way to Netherworld Mountain, almost dying under the attack of the golden-eyed silverback python. So naturally he hated him to the bone. But now this little brat was surrounded by his brother and sister. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Sometimes torturing and humiliating the enemy was far better than killing them. Yu Qingkuan smiled. "Brother, why don't we cut off his limbs and let him bleed to death?" Jin Hao slowly shook his head. "No, that's too kind. I say we should refine him into a ghost slave, so that he will never be reincarnated, and will only be a slave of my Ghost King Valley." Yu Qingkuan frowned. "But this brat's strength is too low. Even if we refine him into a ghost slave, he won't be of much use." Hearing the 2 deliberately intimidating Yang Kai, the woman from Ghost King Valley said impatiently, "Just kill him, what's the point of wasting time? Kill him and you'll get a blood bead." Jin Hao and Yu Qingkuan quickly smiled. "Junior sister said to kill, so we'll kill." Finished speaking, Jin Hao stepped towards Yang Kai, his face filled with malice and gloominess. "Little brat, being able to die a quick death is also a blessing. When you reach the Netherworld, don't forget to thank me." Yang Kai sneered. "It's not too late for you to talk big after you kill me." Saying so, his figure flashed and he rushed directly towards the female Ghost King Valley disciple. Just now, he had been observing her for a long time and naturally knew that among the 3 from Ghost King Valley, this woman's strength was the lowest, but perhaps because of her beauty, or perhaps because her status was not low, Jin Hao and Yu Qingkuan were quite respectful towards her. Therefore, this woman was definitely a breakthrough. If Yang Kai wanted to break through, the best way was to use his Yang inflammation wings. Although a Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, it was definitely not as fast and convenient as the Yang inflammation wings. However, in this dangerous place, if he really used his Yang inflammation wings to fly into the air, with the flapping of his wings, it would only attract the attention of others. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai really did not want to use his Yang inflammation wings. Chapter 222. As soon as Yang Kai moved, the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples all sneered. Although Jin Hao and Yu Qingkuan saw Yang Kai rushing towards the woman, they didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they sneered even more, apparently thinking that this woman had enough strength to easily stop Yang Kai. The woman's expression didn't change as she secretly condensed her yuan qi, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she was staring at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. When he was about 5 meters away from the woman, Yang Kai's yuan qi fiercely burst out. Unyielding will. In order to escape from the hands of an yuan qi cultivator, Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back. Feeling Yang Kai's strength soar, The woman's face sank slightly, her pale white hands trembling as a few thin threads flew out from her fingertips, like snakes leaping out of their lair, piercing towards Yang Kai's vital points. These threads were not condensed from yuan qi, but rather a kind of silk. They were tough, and after being infused with yuan qi, they would become as sharp as knives. They weren't considered artifacts, so they could be used here. Perceiving the crisis contained in these threads, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, his thoughts turning sharply as he suddenly forced out a few drops of yang liquid from his fingertips. As soon as these drops of yang liquid appeared, under Yang Kai's will, they transformed into a shield shape, stacked on top of each other, and blocked in front of him. Just as he finished this, the threads arrived in front of him. Poo. With a light sound. Yang Kai's liquefied shield was directly pierced through, but with this slight obstruction, Yang Kai was still able to avoid being hit in any of his vitals, allowing the threads to pierce through some insignificant positions and emerge from his body. His body couldn't help but tremble as Yang Kai rushed in front of the woman and punched out a few times. The woman sneered. Her ghost claw broke through the air and clashed with Yang Kai, her sharp nails tearing off a piece of flesh from the back of Yang Kai's hand. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face became even paler, but with the help of the power of these few exchanges, he was able to recover. He flew over the woman's head and landed on the ground. Then he used his footwork and quickly fled. "Come back!" the woman shouted, and the silk in her hand trembled. He pulled back fiercely, but Yang Kai's body was not pulled back. He only paused for a moment, and then quickly flew away, leaving behind a few bloody streaks in the air. The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Jin Hao and Yu Qingquan, who were calm and composed, were also shocked. "What's going on?" Jin Hao flew over and asked. His junior sister's silk was extremely tough. Since it had already pierced into that brat's body, how could it not bind him? "It's been melted." The woman looked at the broken piece of silk and felt her heart ache. She stamped her foot and said, "What are you looking at? Chase after him." Yu Qingquan narrowed his eyes and chased after them. Jin Hao and the woman hurriedly followed. In the isolated world, Yang Kai was using almost all of his strength to escape. It was not easy to open a gap, but he also paid a big price for it. If he was surrounded by those three again, he was afraid he would really have to use his yang inflammation wings. His self-created footwork had been pushed to the limit, but there was still an indistinct shadow chasing after him. It was the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. Jin Hao and the woman's footwork was not as good as Yu Qingquan's, so they fell behind. After running for half a day, Yu Qingquan was still chasing after Yang Kai, following him like a shadow. Even if Yang Kai pushed his speed to the limit, he couldn't shake him off. The other party's behavior showed that he was determined to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai was full of anger. There was a group of monster beasts in front of him, about 4 or 5 of them, about 1,000 feet away from him. Yang Kai's heart became fierce. Not only did he not avoid them, but he also rushed directly towards them. His figure swayed. After a few flashes, he rushed out of the group of monster beasts gathering area. Looking back, he saw that Yu Qingquan had also rushed out unscathed. He was not stopped by the group of monster beasts at all. When one's speed reached a certain level, they could indeed avoid most battles here. Monster beasts below 5th order would have a hard time chasing after them. "High Heaven Pavilion boy, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from my pursuit. Give up now." Yu Qingquan shouted as he chased. "Your speed is really good, but you're only at the separation and reunion boundary. How long will the yuan qi in your body last? Sooner or later, you'll run out of yuan qi. When that time comes, you'll die. Obediently stop and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yu Qingquan was also a bit angry. His speed was second to none in the yuan qi boundary, but now he was chasing after a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. He was secretly surprised at Yang Kai's speed, and became more and more annoyed. He thought that when he caught Yang Kai, he would definitely torture him. Yang Kai ignored his threats. While running, he secretly circulated yuan qi to heal himself. He didn't have to worry about running out of yuan qi. He just looked left and right for an opportunity to win. Along the way, Yang Kai deliberately ran towards the places where the monster beast gathered. He crossed mountains and cut through thorns. He didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Qingquan was not far behind. On the contrary, Jin Hao and the woman from Ghost King Valley were nowhere to be seen. But Yang Kai still didn't dare to stop. If it was only Yu Qingquan, he still had hope to fight, but Jin Hao and the woman would definitely catch up. If he stopped, he would die. After a full day, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Qingquan was still chasing after him like a maggot. While running, Yang Kai rushed out of the deep jungle and directly rushed to a cliff. Finally, he reached the place. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. When he was running before, he had observed this cliff. It was about 10,000 feet high, and below it, there were clouds and roiling fog. He didn't know what kind of scene it was. Seeing such a cliff half a day ago, Yang Kai realized that his opportunity had come. So he led Yu Qingquan all the way to this place. Standing still and gasping for breath, Kai Yang turned around and looked back. In the forest, Yu Qingquan also rushed out. When he saw the terrain of this place, he was stunned and couldn't help but laugh wildly. He approached step by step and said with a nasty grin, "Run! Keep running! Son of a bitch, your strength isn't high, but your speed is quite fast, making this uncle chase you for so long." Victory was already in his hands. Yang Kai's escape route was blocked by him, and in front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. A trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator was equivalent to being forced into a dead end, with no way out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at him coldly, motionless. "Why aren't you running?" Yu Qingquan coldly looked at Yang Kai and stood 5 feet in front of him. "There's nowhere to run," Yang Kai said truthfully. "Ha ha ha ha." Yu Qingquan laughed unscrupulously. "So you also know there's nowhere to run?" "Let me go," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "Are you begging for mercy?" Yu Qingquan showed a contemptuous and proud smile. "This is not the attitude you should be begging for mercy. You should kneel down, crawl in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistakes. If this uncle is in a good mood, maybe he really will spare your life. I don't have any enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me?" Yu Qingquan grinned. "We don't have any enmity, but our elders do. Who told you to be so unlucky? In such a big place, you just had to run into us. Don't talk nonsense, destroy your own meridians, and then pray that I will be kind. Let me go, and I'll give you a reward." Yu Qingquan's smile faded, and he said in a low voice, "How many blood beads do you have?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I've already absorbed all the blood beads, but I have a few bottles of good quality pills." As he spoke, he reached into his Qingquan bag and took out a few bottles of pills, waving them in front of Yu Qingquan before putting them away. "These are all healing pills. You'll need them if you want to move around here." Seeing these bottles of pills, Yu Qingquan couldn't help showing a greedy look, and he smiled sinisterly. "Not bad, not bad. It seems that today's harvest is not small. Boy, throw the pills over." "Are you willing to let me go?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu Qingquan slowly shook his head. "Why should I let you go? Even if I kill you, I'll still get a blood bead, and these pills will still be mine. This uncle never makes a bad deal. If you think so, you're destined to get nothing." Yang Kai's face was fierce, and he slowly stepped back a few steps, making a posture as if he was about to jump off the cliff. Yu Qingquan's face turned cold, and he snapped. "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't believe you have the guts to jump." As he spoke, he took a step and rushed towards Yang Kai. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai actually showed a smile, and then jumped back more than 10 feet. Did he really jump? Yu Qingquan's eyes widened. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so decisive. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai was just joking after all. He was only at the separation and reunion boundary and couldn't fly. So jumping off such a high cliff would definitely result in death. If he had stayed and fought with him with his speed, he might have had a chance to survive. But now Yang Kai actually jumped off the cliff without hesitation, causing Yu Qingquan to be slightly stunned. Immediately, Yu Qingquan was furious. This boy would clearly rather die than let him get the slightest benefit. He was really ruthless. Thinking quickly, Yu Qingquan also rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. What was a 10,000-foot cliff? He was a yuan qi cultivator. After the Yuan Qi in his body transformed into Yuan Qi, he could fly. As long as he quickly killed this little bastard from High Heaven Pavilion, with his strength, he would naturally be able to fly up. The blood bead was secondary, but he absolutely couldn't let go of those bottles of healing pills. After falling more than 10 feet, Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Qingquan quickly rushing towards him, like a big bird spreading its wings, his face filled with ruthlessness. Yang Kai grinned. He was really worried that Yu Qingquan wouldn't jump down with him. If he didn't have the courage, then all his acting would have been in vain. Seeing him jump off the cliff, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 223. Although the two of them had jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai had fallen on his own while Yu Qingquan had borrowed the force of his fall, so their speeds naturally couldn't be compared. The latter was undoubtedly much faster. "Little brat, even if you die, you'll die by my hands," Yu Qingquan shouted as he ferociously rushed towards Yang Kai. In midair, Yu Qingquan's pair of ghost claws danced as a distorted human face suddenly shot out from his palms. This face was very similar to the one he had seen when he first met the old demon. This face roared ferociously, mixed with unparalleled resentment and evil qi. Like a vicious ghost, it instantly rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his hand and struck out towards this resentful face, but he didn't feel the slightest resistance and instead allowed this resentful spirit to rush into his body. Feeling a cold sensation on his arm, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering as his entire arm was quickly covered in frost. Yu Qingquan laughed triumphantly. "You're dead." This move was the Ghost King Valley's evil martial skill, the Ghost King Seal, which was cultivated using a human's soul. Capture a living person, then constantly torture and humiliate them without letting them die, filling them with anger and resentment. Once they reached a certain point, kill them and use a special method to extract their resentful spirit and absorb it into one's body to cultivate. This move of a Ghost King Valley disciple was impossible to defend against with ordinary means. Once the resentful spirit rushed into one's body, the enemy was basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Qingquan didn't want to waste time, so naturally he wanted to quickly kill Yang Kai and extract the blood bead condensed from his flesh and Yuan Qi. After this move succeeded, Yu Qingquan unscrupulously rushed towards Yang Kai and grabbed him. But in the next moment, Yu Qingquan's body couldn't help trembling, his face suddenly paling as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he felt that the connection between the resentful spirit he had sent out and his body had been severed. This resentful spirit contained his blood essence, Yuan Qi and soul, so when it was destroyed, Yu Qingquan also suffered a heavy backlash. "What's going on?" Yu Qingquan was shocked and looked down. The frost on Yang Kai's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the corner of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple's mouth curled into a proud smile. "Jia jia jia jia." Old demon laughed wildly inside Yang Kai's body. "I didn't expect that even though this old master couldn't take action, someone would still send this old master a delicious meal. Not bad, not bad. This resentful spirit has a strong baleful aura. It's really delicious." After a few bites, the resentful spirit was devoured by the old demon. The old demon licked the corner of his mouth. "Young master, ask him if he still has any more of these things. Tell him to make a few more so that this old man can at least be half full. I'm afraid he's gone." Yang Kai saw that Qingquan was injured. He knew that the vengeful spirit was definitely a precious item. Yu Qingquan couldn't possibly have a second one like that. Hearing Yang Kai talking to himself, Yu Qingquan's face suddenly turned cold. "It's you. What method did you use to destroy my Ghost King seal?" Yang Kai sneered. "Take a guess." "I'll kill you." Yu Qingquan was furious. Opening his hand, he slapped down towards Yang Kai's head. His ghost claw flashed with a murderous aura. With a hua sound, two fiery red lights suddenly flashed from Yang Kai's back. Feeling this fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation, Yu Qingquan was shocked and quickly released Yang Kai. He also involuntarily withdrew his attack and put his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. But as soon as he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who was falling down the cliff with him, suddenly froze in place while he himself continued to fall at a rapid speed. Looking up, Yu Qingquan's pupils instantly shrank. He saw the high heaven pavilion disciple standing proudly in the air, coldly looking at him like an eagle overlooking the earth. His whole body exuded an aura that made people unable to look down on him. But behind him, there was a pair of fiery red wings. They burned like fireworks. The surrounding air was distorted. He stood there, insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone. Yu Qingquan could hardly believe his eyes. What kind of artifact was this? No, the artifacts here couldn't be used. This wasn't an artifact. Could it be a martial skill? What kind of martial skill could have such a brilliant effect? What kind of martial skill could give birth to two large wings on someone's back? Shocked, Yu Qingquan was momentarily dazed. Yang Kai had already spread his yang inflammation wings. He quickly flew down. The situation was completely different from before. Now the two's positions were completely reversed. Yu Qingquan's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His yuan qi burst out and his falling speed suddenly slowed down, showing signs of stabilizing. How could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? In a flash, he flew above Yu Qingquan's head and fiercely punched towards the top of his head. Yu Qingquan complained in his heart. He was a yuan qi cultivator, but after all, he was only at the 3rd level of yuan qi. If no one was blocking him, he could fly, but with a strong enemy attacking him, how could he fly steadily? In other words, a yuan qi cultivator had just learned how to fly, so he couldn't fight while flying. When Yang Kai's attack came, he had no choice but to mobilize all of his yuan qi and counter it with his hand. With a loud boom, Yu Qingquan plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. While falling at such a high speed, the headwind from below made him almost unable to open his eyes, and his mouth and nose were filled with a chill. He hurriedly mobilized his yuan qi, trying to stabilize his fall. Just as he saw the effect, a murderous attack came from above. Yu Qingquan was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's speed would be so fast. In a hurry, he made a move to block, but how could he block Yang Kai's full power? Yu Qingquan only felt a sharp pain in his hands. The hot yuan qi rushed into his meridians, almost rushing into the dantian. Only now did he know that this high heaven pavilion disciple was not as easy to deal with as he seemed. His Ghost King seal was silently neutralized by him. He also had a martial skill that allowed him to grow a pair of wings on his back. This person's yuan qi was also unbelievably pure. He was the perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing to eat a tiger. All of his previous acts of weakness were just to numb himself. Yu Qingquan was full of regret. He should not have been greedy for those bottles of pills and jumped off the cliff with this brat. Now that he was in midair, he could not even use 30% of his strength. He was completely at the mercy of this brat. Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai was attacking again, but there was no sign of the cliff above him. He had already fallen more than 500 feet. Now even if he wanted to fly, he could not. Hong. Yu Qingquan screamed miserably. He felt as if his shoulder was about to collapse, and his already fast falling speed increased by a fraction. Falling at such a speed, once he touched the ground, he would definitely die without a corpse. The smell of death hit him in the face. Yu Qingquan trembled with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong wind rushed into his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound. In the sky, two figures were rapidly falling. The difference was that Yu Qingquan below was involuntarily falling, while Yang Kai above was fiercely waving his yang inflammation wings, chasing after Yu Qingquan and attacking at the same time. Hong. Every attack took a long time. After all, Yu Qingquan's speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai would need to spend some time to catch up. After falling for an unknown amount of time, and not knowing how high the cliff was, Yang Kai and Yu Qingquan both plunged into the white fog, as if they were falling into the clouds. After more than a dozen attacks, one of Yu Qingquan's shoulders was broken, and both of his arms were broken. Blood flowed out, and he looked miserable. In the sky, Yang Kai, with the help of his yang inflammation wings, was the real master. If Yu Qingquan did not desperately urge his yuan qi to slow down his falling momentum, Yang Kai would not have been able to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Qingquan's falling speed was getting faster and faster. Sensing another murderous intent coming from above his head, Yu Qingquan looked up and saw Kai Yang attack him again. causing him to panic and panic to fill his eyes as a look of panic appeared on his face. His arms were already broken, and there was no way for him to resist. If this attack hit him, he would definitely die. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He withdrew the attack that was about to hit him, and the two wings on his back flapped vigorously. The falling speed quickly slowed down and gradually stopped. Escaping a disaster, Yu Qingquan did not have the slightest joy, because he guessed why Yang Kai suddenly stopped and desperately tried to slow down his falling speed. Looking down as he guessed, the ground was dozens of feet below him. Yuan Qi gushed out desperately, and Yu Qingquan hoped that he could safely land. But his speed was too fast. The distance of dozens of feet was closed in an instant. Bang! A sound was heard. Yang Kai, who was slowly falling from the sky, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. On the ground where Yu Qingquan fell, a large pool of dark red blood bloomed like a delicate flower. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs were everywhere, and it looked very horrible. A third-level Yuan Qi cultivator, if faced head-on, Yang Kai estimated that he had no hope of winning. But using this terrain, the enemy did not cause any damage to Yang Kai and died without a burial place. Never underestimate the opponent at any time. Yang Kai pursed his lips and secretly reflected. The moment Yu Qingquan died, Jin Hao and the young woman who had rushed to the edge of the cliff couldn't help but change their expressions. The three of them from Ghost King Valley had a special method to detect each other's location and vitality. As soon as Yu Qingquan died, Jin Hao and the young woman noticed. "Brother, you died?" The young woman's mouth was slightly agape as she stood there in a daze. Jin Hao rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but all he could see was a cloud and fog, so he couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but angrily say, "He must have been dragged down the cliff by that high heaven pavilion little brat. How could he be so careless?" The young woman hatefully stomped her foot. He was just a third-level Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if he really fell down the cliff, as long as he was careful he should have been able to fly back up. Jin Hao's face was also ugly. It seems that we all underestimated that little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. He must have been hiding some kind of secret method that caught junior brother off guard. Chapter 224. Both Jin Hao and the woman were extremely annoyed. Their hearts ached for Yu Qingquan's death. Fortunately, that brat from Sky Tower Pavilion had also fallen into the cliff and would definitely die. At least there was someone to accompany him to the grave, so they wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. After lamenting for a while at the edge of the cliff, the two left. The cliff was too high, and they didn't know if there were any dangers at the bottom. They didn't dare to go down to look for Yu Qingquan's body, so they could only let him be buried in the wilderness. At the bottom of the cliff, Yang Kai flapped his young inflammation wings and slowly landed on the ground. He collected the blood bead condensed after Yu Qingquan's death. As expected of an Yuan Qi expert, this blood bead was twice the size of a separation and reunion realm blood bead. It was the size of a longan fruit, and the energy it contained was much more abundant. When he absorbed the blood bead before, Yang Kai had tasted the sweetness. Now that he saw such a large blood bead, his mind couldn't help but become active. If he could kill all the Yuan Qi cultivators who entered this place, how much would he gain? At the lakeside, Yang Kai found that there were as many as 200 to 300 cultivators who entered this place to train. 200 to 300 blood beads. He could easily advance to the Yuan Qi realm, right? When this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly restrained his thoughts, afraid that it would arouse the hidden killing intent and hostility in his heart. Putting the blood bead into his Qingquan bag, Yang Kai turned his head to look left and right, then quickly left in a certain direction. This was a huge valley covered by clouds and mist. All four sides were extremely steep and high cliffs. It was impossible for ordinary people to come down. Even if one's strength had reached the Yuan Qi realm, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter the valley before investigating the situation below. Yang Kai walked in the valley for a day and gradually understood the terrain. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This kind of terrain made it so that he was the only one moving around here. He didn't have to worry about encountering an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Along the way, he also killed several fourth-order monster beasts. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. As long as he had enough time, his strength would slowly become stronger. If he left this place, he wouldn't have to worry about those yuan-chi cultivators. The valley was indeed huge. Yang Kai walked and hunted in it day after day. Every day, he would reap some rewards. Occasionally, he would come across a few level 5 monster beasts, but he would quickly avoid them. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai had collected more than 30 monster beast blood orbs. It took him 2 hours to find a safe place, refine and absorb all of it. Combined with the blood bead he obtained after Yu Qingquan's death, Yang Kai felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage, and was only a step away from breaking through again. It was a bountiful harvest. However, it seemed like there were only a few monster beasts in this valley for them to kill. As time passed, it was difficult for Yang Kai to encounter a Tier 4 monster beast again, although there were traces of activity of a few Tier 5 monster beasts. But Yang Kai really didn't want to fight with him. After running around the entire periphery of the valley, he gradually returned to the place where he had originally landed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to explore the middle of the valley to see if he could find more monster beast. If there were no more, he would have to leave this valley and think of another way. Yang Kai advanced into the valley very quickly. He did encounter a few monster beasts and obtained a few blood beads. But as he walked towards the middle of the valley, he didn't see a single monster beast. There wasn't even the slightest trace of monster beast activity. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped and stared in front of him. His pupils shrank and his face involuntarily filled with shock and disbelief. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton. 1,000 feet away, there was a white skeleton lying quietly on the ground. Even though it was so far away, Yang Kai could feel an ancient and barbaric aura coming from it. The skeleton was at least 20 feet tall, and he didn't know how long it was. The white bones were shining like ivory. Even after countless years, it was still tenacious and unwavering. Even though the flowing time Great Emperor had passed, it still stood there and didn't turn into dust. The skeleton was so huge. It was hard to imagine how powerful this monster beast was before it died. His mind was shaken for a long time. Then, Yang Kai slowly lifted his feet and walked towards it. When he got closer, Yang Kai found that there wasn't only one skeleton here, but 2. One of them was the one he saw from afar, while the other was small and exquisite. The 2 skeletons seemed to be connected, but when he looked carefully, they weren't. It was just that the small skeleton was embedded in the abdomen of the big skeleton. These 2 monster beasts died together. The old demon asserted. Yang Kai nodded and agreed with his deduction. Looking at the 2 skeletons, he could vaguely see the hardships and bloodshed of the battle. The 2 monster beasts, one big and one small, were evenly matched. There was no clear winner. The monster beast's fierceness was aroused. No one was willing to be weak, and no one was willing to admit defeat. In the end, the smaller monster beast tore open the big monster beast's abdomen, but it was also heavily injured by the big monster beast. At the same time, it fell to the ground and died. Countless years had passed. The wind blew and the sun shone, and the sand and dust covered the traces of the shocking battle. However, they couldn't bury the white bones and the unyielding murderous aura. Yang Kai's shock didn't subside. His eyes fell on the big skeleton. He didn't know what kind of monster beast could have such a huge body. It was 20 feet tall when it fell to the ground, and this was only half of its body. Most of its body was still buried under the dust. Each of its bones was so strong and powerful, and its body was so huge. It must have been an extraordinarily strong monster beast when it was alive. But what was the origin of the small monster beast? It was so weak that it could die together with its opponent. Old demon, do you know what kind of monster beast this is? Yang Kai stood for a long time before he gradually collected his thoughts and asked. I can't deduce it just by looking at the skeleton, the old demon replied. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently touched the huge white bones. As soon as his fingers touched them, the bones collapsed and turned into fine powder. The 2 skeletons that were exposed to the surface of the ground started to crack and collapse in an instant with a loud rumble. They died here and were buried here. So where did their soul go? Even such a powerful demonic beast couldn't escape the fate of death. It was truly lamentable. But soon, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. "Young master, what are you looking for?" The old demon was puzzled. Blood beads. These two monster beasts were so powerful. How bad could the blood beads condensed after they died be? Yang Kai replied excitedly. "They've been dead for so many years. There shouldn't be any blood beads left, right? I bet they're still here. Do you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled confidently. This old servant is slow-witted. The old demon humbly asked for guidance. "This is the valley at the bottom of the cliff. It's covered by clouds and mist. I don't think the Yuan Qi cultivator would come down here for no reason." Yang Kai chuckled. "Only I, who was chased to a dead end, would take the risk. But even if the cultivator didn't come down, there's still a monster beast here." Before he finished speaking, the old demon suddenly realized. In the past few days, they hadn't seen any monster beast activity nearby. If the cultivator didn't come, and the monster beast didn't come, then the blood beads condensed from these two powerful monster beasts wouldn't have disappeared. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. The old demon definitely understood. A drop of yang liquid appeared on his finger, and turned into the shape of a shovel. He buried his head and dug. Yang was very particular with his excavation. He dug along the bones of the huge skeleton. Since the blood beads were condensed from these two monster beasts after they died, they must have been buried in the sand and should be at the bottom. Clouds of dust were lifted. Yang Kai quickly dug deeper. He dug very carefully and didn't let go of any suspicious places. After digging for more than 10 feet, a ray of crimson light suddenly burst out from the ground. "Found it!" Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly and carefully lifted the soil around him. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the blood beads condensed from such a powerful monster beast would at least be the size of a human head. If it wasn't the size of a human head, it should be the size of a fist. But this wasn't the case. The blood bead at the bottom was smaller than the one Yu Qingkuan got after he died. It was only the size of the 4th-grade monster beast. Could it be that his estimation was wrong? Those two monster beasts weren't powerful existences? With some doubts in his heart, Yang Kai continued to dig. Soon he found another blood bead nearby. It was almost the same as the previous one. The two monster beasts would die together. Their strength was equal, so the blood beads were naturally the same. Frowning, Yang Kai slightly operated the true Yang secret art. He wanted to feel the energy contained in these two blood beads. But as soon as the secret art was activated, Yang Kai groaned and involuntarily sat down cross-legged. His face was full of horror. "Young master!" The old demon was shocked. He quickly shouted, but he didn't get any response from Yang Kai. The next moment he felt a surge of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. It kept flowing from Yang Kai's hand into his body. Moreover, this energy was not pure, and was mixed with a great deal of evil qi and demonic qi. This unparalleled evil qi and evil qi caused even an old devil like old demon, who was accustomed to great spectacles, to shudder. Yang Kai trembled all over. In an instant his meridians were saturated. The true Yang secret art was uncontrollably operated, refining the impurities in this huge amount of energy, and then pouring it into the unyielding golden skeleton. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. What was the origin of those two monster beasts? Why were the blood beads condensed after death different from the others? The other blood beads were incomparably pure, and could be easily absorbed by anyone. However, these two blood beads were different. They contained too much of the wild nature and baleful aura of the demonic beasts when they were alive. If they were not refined and absorbed, it would definitely cause a person to become like the demonic beasts and lose their humanity. Could it be that when one's strength reached a certain level, the blood beads condensed after death were so different? Yang Kai wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. The energy in the two blood beads surged uncontrollably. He had no choice but to accept and refine it. Chapter 225. In just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he had broken through the bottleneck of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. His own cultivation soared, breaking through to separation and reunion boundary 5th stage like a hot knife through butter, and then continued to climb. The sudden breakthrough caused Yang Kai to panic. Although he also wanted to become stronger quickly, this kind of crazy influx of energy had exceeded the limit of what he could accept. All of Yang Kai's muscles tightened, and without any warning, his entire body grew fatter. His exposed skin and flesh began to wriggle visibly. It was as if there were countless earthworms crawling inside his body, making him look extremely terrifying. After a while, Yang Kai's skin began to crack, and his muscles began to break inch by inch. Blood began to flow out, and his entire body became bloody. Under the huge pressure, the unyielding golden skeleton became even more hungry than before, endlessly swallowing the refined energy. However, even if Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, it still could not keep up with the speed of the influx of energy. Poo poo poo. Countless soft muffled sounds were emitted from within his body. Clusters of bloody fog exploded as these sounds were emitted. Immediately, countless blood-red glows charged out from within his body. The area within 1,000 feet radius was instantly covered by this extremely wild and violent energy. The old demon screamed in horror, but never got a response from Yang Kai. It was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to do anything. Kai Yang suppressed the severe pain coming from all over his body, clenching his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The huge pressure coming from his body made him feel like he was on the verge of collapse, unable to resist at all. As the huge amount of energy continued to pour into his body, Yang Kai felt his body become even more bloated. If this continued, sooner or later, he would explode from the huge amount of energy. Moreover, the crisis Yang Kai was facing was not only the influx of energy, but also the evil aura that rushed into his mind along with the energy. This was the aura of the two monster beasts. After they died, because they were too powerful, the world principles here had condensed their monster cores and flesh essence into blood beads. However, it still could not erase their aura. The threat of this baleful aura was not inferior to the impact of energy. Yang Kai could only guard his mind and prevent himself from being affected by the monster beast's aura. At the same time, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the situation. In fact, the solution was very simple. As long as the true Yang Yuan Qi in the body could refine the energy at the same speed as the energy entering the body, the danger would naturally be averted. Although he knew the method. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. The true Yang tactic had already been pushed to the limit. There was no way to increase the speed. The only solution left was to make the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body purer and denser. Yang Yuan Qi was like a ball of fire. The energy that surged into his body was like a piece of stubborn iron. The purer the flame, the denser it was. The higher the temperature, the faster the iron would be melted. But there was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea popped into his head, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and exploded a drop of Yang liquid inside the dantian. A single drop of Yang liquid was equivalent to the total amount of Yuan Qi stored in Yang Kai's meridians. With this explosion, the already packed meridians became even more congested. The swelling pain of his meridians and the tearing of his flesh caused Yang Kai to tremble uncontrollably. Holding his breath, he frantically compressed his meridians, compressing and purifying the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. This was a task that tested one's willpower. Fortunately, the unyielding will played a role at the crucial moment. The temporary increase in realm allowed Yang Kai to withstand more energy impact. After enduring for a period of time, the pressure suddenly lessened. Under Yang Kai's desperate urging, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians burned and fused with each other. It did indeed become purer than before. The Yuan Qi became purer, and even the speed of its circulation increased. With this two-pronged approach, the energy that entered his body could naturally be melted faster. Realizing this, Yang Kai's mind shook. He exerted more effort to compress his meridians and control the fusion of the Yuan Qi. With the passage of time, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body became purer and purer. The efficiency of the fusion of energy also increased, and the circulation speed increased by about 5%. From the outside, Yang Kai's bloated body was like a balloon that had a small hole poked in it, and it was recovering at an undetectable speed. The old demon finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hid in the Soul Breaker All and prayed incessantly. Yang Kai's life and death were closely related to him. How could he not be worried? When the fusion of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body slowed down, Yang Kai ignited another drop of Yang liquid. Using this desperate method, he suppressed the fusion of the Yuan Qi. Half a day later, when the true Yang Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, the true Yang secret art began to circulate. Yang Kai could almost hear the humming sound coming from his body. It was the pleasant sound that came when the Yuan Qi in his meridians flowed to a certain limit. At this time, the true Yang Yuan Qi's fusion of energy could finally keep up with the speed of the two blood beads. His fat body gradually returned to its normal state. His life was no longer in danger. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly opened his eyes to check, and found that the two blood beads in his hand hadn't changed much. They were still the same size as when he first picked them up. It seemed that he had underestimated the energy in these two blood beads. This struggle between life and death made Yang Kai ponder. He also had some enlightenment in his state of mind. It wasn't just an increase in strength. One of the tasks of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was to prepare for the advancement to the Yuan Qi boundary. They had to make the Yuan Qi in their body purer and richer. When it reached a certain limit, the Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi, and they would smoothly advance to the Yuan Qi boundary. Before this, Yang Kai's strength had only increased due to the increase in energy in his body. But after experiencing this life and death trial, he found that breaking through wasn't so simple. There were other ways. It could even be said that even if the energy in his body didn't increase, he could still break through. When the Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, it would be a breakthrough. With each breakthrough, the Yuan Qi would become purer and purer, gradually transforming into Yuan Qi. However, a normal cultivator didn't have Yang Kai's conditions. The Dantian stored such a huge amount of energy at any time, so they could only use the method of increasing the Yuan Qi to slowly compress and fuse it, and thus achieve the effect of purification. But half a day ago, when Yang Kai was facing a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found a suitable cultivation method for himself. This discovery made him clear what he should do in the separation and reunion boundary. The enlightenment and improvement in his state of mind made Yang Kai feel light all over. This feeling of finding a goal was very wonderful. The energy in the two blood beads continued to pour into his body, one after another, like a vast river, rolling and becoming his capital to become stronger. The evil qi and evil qi from the energy were refined, but they didn't melt. Instead, they were squeezed out of his meridians and gathered around Yang Kai's body, where the wind couldn't blow them away. This abnormal situation was naturally noticed by Yang Kai, but now he was at a critical juncture of absorbing the energy, so naturally he didn't have time to pay attention to it. However, this also confirmed the tyrannical nature of the two monster beasts. Even if they had died countless years ago, even if they had been condensed into blood beads, their demonic nature still existed. The absorption of the two blood beads took Yang Kai 10 days of effort. More than half of the Yang liquid in the Dantian had been used up before he was able to completely purify them. But what puzzled the old demon was that after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai actually didn't break through, maintaining his cultivation at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. This discovery really puzzled him, and he didn't know what kind of mystery was behind it. When the two blood beads completely disappeared, the last wisp of evil qi flowed out of Yang Kai's body and gathered around him. After 10 days, the place where Yang Kai had been meditating had become filled with a murderous aura. The evil qi was divided into two and gathered around Yang Kai, constantly fighting with each other, just like the two monster beasts had been when they were alive. The surrounding 1,000 meters had been wrapped in a gloomy evil qi. As the last wisp of evil qi converged, the two opposing evil qi suddenly began to tumble and squirm. As they tumbled, the two evil qi gradually transformed into the shape of two monster beasts. The one on the left was 10 meters tall. Its whole body was snow white, and there wasn't the slightest trace of impurities on its body. On its forehead was a majestic king character, and the two fangs at the corners of its mouth glowed with a cold light. Its whip-like tail was as strong as steel, and when it swung it, the wind howled. This was a white tiger. The one on the right was huge, at least 400 to 500 meters tall, its body towering into the clouds. It was almost impossible to see what it looked like, but from its body shape, it was vaguely possible to see the shape of an ox. When its 4 feet struck the ground, the earth shook. Heaven-shaking white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. The old demon couldn't help but exclaim. When the two beasts took shape, they both roared towards the sky. The entire mountain valley suddenly changed color, and immediately, they turned into a gray mist and drilled into the body of the dumbfounded Yongkai. Yongkai only felt his whole body tremble, and the evil chi in his body tumbled, making it impossible for him to move. What he saw was no longer the scenery in front of him, but a vast world where the two monster beasts, one tiger and one ox, were fiercely charging and killing each other. All kinds of monster beast secret skills flew all over the sky, causing the world to lose its color, and the clouds to become turbulent. This was an unprecedented battle. This was the resentment of the two monster beasts towards each other when they were alive. Even after death, they still fought endlessly. The battlefield of this battle was inside Yongkai, who had absorbed their essence. When they were alive, they were evenly matched, and even perished together. After death, they were still evenly matched. Yongkai didn't feel the slightest discomfort, except for the initial shock and panic. After a while, he calmed down and carefully watched the life and death duel between the two monster beasts. This kind of earth-shattering battle was not something that a cultivator of his level could easily witness. Although it was a monster beast's battle, watching it would still be rewarding. Gradually, Yongkai forgot about the existence of time, and his mind was focused on the two monster beasts. He was the only spectator. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his evil chi was visible to the naked eye, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. Chapter 226. In the center of the Valley of the Foreign Land, there was originally a huge pit. This pit was dug by Yongkai when he was looking for the blood beads. As time passed, dust and sand flew, and this big pit had been mostly buried by sand, leaving only less than 10 feet deep. At this moment, around this small pit, there was a surge of evil spirit wriggling. If one looked carefully, they could even faintly see that this evil spirit was divided into two, and was fighting fiercely with each other. The battle between the two evil spirits lasted for an unknown amount of time, and no one could do anything to the other. One day, these two baleful auras suddenly rushed towards the middle, and silently disappeared without a trace. The gray and hazy world suddenly became clear and bright, and the world once again returned to its original brightness. After a long time, accompanied by a sound, a figure suddenly flew out of the pit. His strong body was as graceful as a swallow, and steadily landed on the ground. Shaking off the dust on his body, he took a deep breath and stood quietly in the same place. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be thinking. Yongkai finally came out of seclusion. The resentment of the two monster beasts after their death almost forced him to watch the whole battle. This battle could really be said to be earth-shattering and unprecedented. Yongkai watched the two monster beasts constantly fighting, constantly being injured and bleeding, and persevering without the slightest fear. Again and again, they rushed at each other, and again, inflicted heavy damage on each other, and finally died together. That was a battle where they knew they would die, but still went forward with indomitable will. That was a battle where the dignity and honor of the monster beast were at stake. Before this, Yongkai didn't even know that the monster beast had such a spirit that was not inferior to any of the strong human beings. This kind of confrontation and hand-to-hand battle made Yongkai, the only spectator, feel his blood boil, and he learned a lot. Moreover, after the remnants of the two monster beasts disappeared, Yongkai faintly felt that there was something more in his body. When they were alive, the two monster beasts couldn't determine the winner. After they died, they used Yongkai's body to duel again, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. These may be the two monster beasts' thank-you gifts for him. Maybe it was his own perception, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Spreading out his hands, he looked down and sorted out his messy thoughts. Yongkai urged the yuan qi in his body to circulate according to a certain order. After a moment, the faint roar of a beast came from his body, and he pushed forward with his palm. A fiery red figure suddenly flew out with the palm wind. A tiger's roar shook the sky. It was a vivid and lifelike tiger made purely out of yuan qi. The tiger was majestic and awe-inspiring. The two fangs at the corner of his mouth glowed with a cold light. He pounced forward quickly and opened his mouth to bite. Insufferably arrogant. He struck out with another palm strike, and a mighty and majestic single-horned bull galloped out. It rumbled as it trampled on the ground like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and it crushed all obstacles before it, crushing all of them into powder. It was unstoppable. However, at this moment, the white tiger and divine ox were formed by Yang Kai's yuan qi, and their entire bodies were crimson red. It looked more and more murderous. The two illusory figures ran for a few thousand feet before they gradually turned into fluorescent light and disappeared into the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, very satisfied with his harvest. This could be considered a martial skill, but it was a martial skill obtained from the monster beast's remnant consciousness. It could be considered a type of beast soul skill. There were many martial skills in the world that were formed by simulating the monster beast's figure. When he was in the Nining Mountain Valley, Yang Kai saw Wen Fei Chen of the blood group use a similar martial skill. But what he used was only the vague shape of a tiger's head, and couldn't see the whole picture. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current beast soul skill. Whether it was the heaven-shaking white tiger or the earth-splitting divine ox's beast soul skill, Yang Kai used the monster beast's full body, and its appearance was also very vivid. Like the real monster beast, the lethality it could display was naturally many times greater than Wen Fei Chen's. There were two similar beast soul skills. Yang Kai's strength increased again. These two skills, according to their form, could be named White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. From the sand in the big hole he dug, he knew that he must have been in retreat for a long time this time. "Old demon, how long has it been?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "More than half a year, young master." Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder his stomach was feeling a little hungry. If it hadn't been so long, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now was not the time to forage. Yang Kai shook off the sand on his body, sat down cross-legged, and recalled the enlightenment he gained when he absorbed the two blood beads half a year ago. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Old demon, watch me show you a trick." "What kind of trick?" Old demon was puzzled. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't answer, instead immersing himself in the Dantian's yang liquid, one by one. About half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up from the ground, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly, and his aura to soar. Old demon was stunned, because without any warning, Yang Kai had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. How could this be? More than half a year ago, the young master had absorbed such a huge amount of energy, but there was no trace of a breakthrough, so he had remained at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. But now, after just half a day, he had broken through? He hadn't circulated his secret art, nor had he absorbed any world energy. In other words, the energy in his body hadn't increased at all. How did he break through? Old demon couldn't understand. He wanted to ask, but Yang Kai still closed his eyes and meditated, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After another half a day, Yang Kai's aura soared again. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Old demon was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's current breakthrough was too strange, completely beyond the old demon's own experience. After carefully investigating, he finally found some clues. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was very different from before, and although the total amount had not changed, whether it was its purity or density, both had increased by several levels. It was this kind of change that allowed Kai Yang to break through and advance. How is this possible? Old demon was shocked. After breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in Dantian had decreased by a third, and although the quantity had decreased, the energy contained in it had not changed. This also led to the current drop of yang liquid being much purer and more vigorous than before. So if he used this yang liquid to perform any kind of attack, the power would be much greater and the lethality would be much greater. This was equivalent to recasting all the yang liquid in Dantian. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage was Yang Kai's current limit. and he could no longer compress and purify it. Young master's magic trick has become much more profound. Old servant has also benefited greatly. Old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes and hurriedly said. Although he was suspected of flattering, old demon sincerely admired him. Yang Kai grinned. Since he had obtained a new martial skill, he naturally wanted to try it out. After searching the mountain valley for a long time, he finally found a fifth-order monster beast. Using his beast soul skill, the ox and tiger slammed into and bit the monster beast, causing the fifth-order monster beast to be unable to fight back. Yang Kai stepped forward to help, and it only took him a moment to kill it, collecting a blood bead. The whole process was so easy and simple that Yang Kai couldn't believe it. More than half a year ago, when he encountered a fifth-order monster beast, he would have to think twice before sneaking around it. But now he could kill it like it was grass. Even if this fifth-order monster beast wasn't very strong, it still made Yang Kai feel like he was in a different world. The blood bead he obtained wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the blood beads condensed after the death of a Yuan Qi master, it wasn't on the same level. Putting away the blood bead, Yang Kai determined that no one was spying on him. Then he activated his Yang inflammation wings and flew up. If a Yuan Qi master were to fly up a 10,000-foot cliff, it would take a lot of effort, but with the Yang inflammation wings, it was a different story. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already left the mountain valley. Half a day later, the hungry Yang Kai successfully found a fruit tree, picked a lot of fruit, and sat under the tree to eat. Eating the fruit, Yang Kai thought about what to do next. Not long after he came here, he had been in seclusion for more than half a year, so he didn't know how the situation here was developing. Moreover, from what he had encountered before, there didn't seem to be many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines here. Only endless monster beast. Moreover, the soul-cleansing dew and brilliant flame liquid were good things. If he had the chance, he would collect some. The soul-cleansing dew was very useful to him, but the brilliant flame liquid didn't matter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know where to find these two things. While he was deep in thought, Kai Yang's movements suddenly paused as he listened attentively. He heard the sound of wolves howling in the distance, and it seemed that there was also the sound of fighting. His heart moved. Yang Kai quickly picked up some fruits and stuffed them into his universe bag, then used his movement skill to rush in the direction of the sound. He had to find someone to inquire about what happened while he was in seclusion. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai arrived at the place of the incident. Hiding in a big tree, Yang Kai secretly looked forward, and after seeing the situation, his expression couldn't help shaking. There were two people, a man and a woman, fighting hard, and this man and woman were people he recognized. Reflecting moon sects Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Besieging them was a group of monster beasts, more than a dozen of them, and they weren't of the same species. A variety of monster beasts had gathered together. Most of them were fourth-order monster beast. If that was the case, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so flustered. But among this group of monster beast, there were 3 fifth-order monster beast. With a fifth-order monster beast holding the line, even if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together, they still couldn't break through. Surrounded in the center by this group of monster beast, they were forced to use all of their means to break through. Chen Shueshu had many scars on his body, and his left leg was stained with blood. Su Xiaoyu was also gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she sweated profusely. The strength of this brother and sister was not low, both of them Yuan Qi boundary masters. The various martial skills they displayed were extraordinary, so although they were trapped, they wouldn't be killed in a short time. However, it seemed that they had been fighting with this group of monster beast for a long time, consuming a great deal of their physical strength and spirit. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was a woman, so her physical strength couldn't keep up. If it weren't for Chen Shueshu frequently rescuing her, she would likely have been injured. Chapter 227. If it were someone else who was besieged by a monster beast, Yang Kai would have to think carefully. He didn't want to end up being targeted for saving someone else's life, causing trouble for no reason. In this world, people's hearts were not what they used to be, especially the young cultivator who had come to experience isolated worlds, who didn't want to have a few more eyes. They couldn't wait to see through people's hearts and see whether they were black or red. But since it was 2 people from the Reflecting Moon sect who were in danger, Yang Kai didn't have so many concerns. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had given him a good impression. Neither of them were evil people, and they had even crossed paths before, so Yang Kai considered them trustworthy. If he wanted to inquire about information about this place, they were undoubtedly the best choice. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quietly climbed down from the tree, quickly approaching the battlefield. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both wore dignified expressions as they pushed their true qi recklessly, fiercely releasing their killing blows. Although they had managed to kill several fourth-order monster beasts, they were still unable to turn the situation around. There were too many demonic beasts surrounding them from all directions. Especially the 3 fifth-rank demonic beasts, their intelligence was quite high. They would always take advantage of the time when they were fighting with the 4th-rank demonic beasts to launch a sneak attack from the side, causing the 2 of them to be at a loss. This was how Chen Shueshu's injuries came about. If the 2 of them hadn't been able to communicate and cooperate tacitly, they would have already been in danger. In the middle of the battle, Chen Shueshu's eyes flashed a trace of decisiveness as he quickly said, "Junior sister, I will use my full strength to open a gap for you. Escape as fast as you can. I will hold back the remaining monster beast." Hearing him say this, Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was planning and quickly shook her head. "No, if we leave together. If we die together. Be obedient." Chen Shueshu shouted angrily. "We don't have much yuan qi left, there are too many monster beasts, we can't get rid of them. Only by leaving one of us behind will we have a glimmer of hope to escape. After you leave, don't look back, find a safe place to hide, and don't come out again. Once this place closes, you can return to the sect." "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Su Xiaoyu shook her head like a rattle. Chen Shueshu still wanted to persuade her, but to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu firmly said, "If you dare say another word, I'll rush up and let these monster beasts tear you apart." "Why are you?" Chen Shueshu was both angry and distressed. "You think I don't dare?" Su Xiaoyu glared at him. "Good. If brother doesn't want to talk about it, then we'll kill our way out. Let these beasts experience the secret techniques of our Reflecting Moon sect." Chen Shueshu's spirit was shaken, and his desire to die was instantly dispelled. Su Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and stood side by side with Chen Shueshu, her yuan qi surging. They raised their hands and struck out a palm together. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Strands of yin si like moonlight cascaded down, containing an unparalleled lethality, and the surrounding dozen monster beasts were all pierced through by the moonlight. All of them could not help but let out miserable howls. More than half of the 4th-order monster beast died on the spot, and even a 5th-order monster beast was severely injured. Blood splattered all over the ground. Reflecting Moon sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. If this technique could display its full power, the dozen or so monster beast would have no hope of surviving. Unfortunately, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were both arrows at the end of their flight, so even after joining forces, they only managed to summon a crescent moon, greatly reducing the power of their secret technique. However, the monster beast was also forced to retreat after receiving this blow. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu glanced at each other as they gasped for breath, but there was no regret in their eyes. There was only warmth. They had done their best, and 9 out of 10 of their yuan qi had been depleted, so they could no longer resist. The next time the monster beast pounced on them, it would be the time of their deaths. The monster beast that was still alive seemed to have understood this point. After retreating for a moment, it bared its fangs and surrounded them, its pair of gloomy eyes staring at the 2. It was about to pounce. The 2 of them did not sit still and wait for their deaths. Chen Shueshu protected Su Xiaoyu by his side, his body full of fighting spirit, his face cold. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the remaining monster beast pounced on them, and Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu shouted at the same time. They unleashed the last of their yuan qi. A 4th-order monster beast at the front had its head smashed and died on the spot. Another 4th-order monster beast was also sent flying. It fell to the ground with a miserable howl, and it seemed that it was about to die. However, there were still many monster beasts, and the 2 of them could not fight against so many. During the battle, The two fifth-order monster beasts that were still in good condition attacked from the side, biting towards Chen Shuaishu, who was in a weaker state. A fishy wind blew in their faces, the cold fangs, and the smell of death descended. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu, seemingly in a headlong posture. The brother and Su Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with astonishment. In the next moment, they saw this person's two palms land on the backs of the two fifth-order monster beast. Two screams rang out at the same time, and the fifth-order monster beast that had almost bitten Chen Shuaishu was knocked to the ground by these two palms. A series of muffled sounds burst out from the bodies of the two monster beasts, and a burning sensation spread out, bringing with it a sense of warmth. After this person landed on the ground, he threw out 4 punches at lightning speed in all directions. Pung 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 pung. The 4 fourth-order monster beasts that had rushed in front of them were all sent flying. After landing, they struggled to get up, but were unable to do so, blood foaming from their mouths. "It's you." Su Xiaoyu's mouth opened slightly in shock, and immediately looked at Yang Kai with joy and excitement. "Junior brother Yang." Chen Shuaishu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was so wonderful. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai's feet moved like the wind as he quickly rushed forward. Although the 2 palms he had just sent out had knocked the 2 fifth-order monster beasts to the ground, they had not taken their lives. At this moment, the 2 monster beasts saw that the situation was not good, and while showing off their fangs, they slowly retreated in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he rushed in front of the 2 monster beasts. Without the slightest fear, he raised his hand and slapped one of them on the head. The monster beast's reaction was also quite fast, and it managed to avoid the blow by a hair's breadth. But before it could react, Yang Kai's palm had turned into a sweep. With a resounding sound, Yang Kai's palm slapped the fifth-order monster beast's cheek. The huge monster beast's body spun mid-air like a top, and was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing into a large tree and falling to the ground. Yang Kai then aimed his fist at the other fifth-order monster beast, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast right into its forehead. After 3 muffled bangs, the monster beast suddenly seemed to be drunk, swaying unsteadily as a blood-red crack appeared on its hard forehead. Yang Kai then kicked it and sent it flying, landing right next to the first monster beast. Moving as fast as the wind, Yang Kai rushed over and sent out a series of punches. The screams of the monster beast continued and gradually weakened. The 2 reflecting moon sect disciples were dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was wide open while Chen Shuaishu was also stunned. After a while, Yang Kai came back, gasping for breath and covered in blood. Coming up to the 2, he looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What happened?" Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu recovered, the former showing a wry smile, and asked cautiously, "Junior brother Yang, what realm are you at now?" "Separation and reunion 7th stage." Yang Kai smiled, then reached out and threw a blood bead from a dead 5th-order monster beast into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. "Ah!" Su Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth, but after she recovered, she couldn't help feeling surprised. "Separation and reunion 7th stage?" Chen Shuaishu's face was filled with disbelief. "You're lying." Although Su Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her a blood bead, she was also annoyed with his attitude of throwing it into her mouth without saying anything. What if it was something dirty? She immediately retorted without any trace of politeness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai chuckled and handed the other blood bead to Chen Shuaishu. Chen Shuaishu's brow furrowed for a moment before he immediately reached out and took it. This Chen will never forget this great kindness. "You're welcome. I see that you don't have much yuan qi left. Quickly collect these blood beads so you can restore yourself as soon as possible." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said. The 2 nodded and walked over to collect all the blood beads. "Let's leave here first." Chen Shuaishu vigilantly observed his surroundings, then quickly led Yang Kai and Su Xiaoyu away. They seemed to be in a hurry because they had been refining and absorbing the energy of the blood beads along the way without the slightest delay. With the help of these blood beads, the 2 quickly restored their yuan qi. About half a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of fighting coming from a short distance away. "Over here." Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu were shocked and rushed over. Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts, but he could only temporarily suppress them and follow behind them. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, and the scene in front of them made Yang Kai frown. He found that there were dozens of various monster beasts besieging a cultivator, just like what Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu had encountered before. Junior brother Yang, if you don't want to intervene, just stand aside and watch the show. When we're done here, we'll explain to you in detail, Chen Shuaishu said solemnly, then rushed into the battlefield with Su Xiaoyu. Brother Chen is back. Someone soon found Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Brother Chen's strength is really profound. He was actually able to escape from the jaws of so many monster beasts. Someone else shouted. Chen Shuaishu smiled bitterly. Only he and Su Xiaoyu understood that the two of them were almost torn apart by the monster beast just now. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared at the critical moment, how could they have survived? Hearing such praise at this moment, it was jarring. Without saying a word, the two from Reflecting Moon sect quickly arrived at the group of cultivators and began fighting with the group of monster beast. Perhaps the safe return of Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu had lifted the spirits of this group. Or perhaps the monster beast group knew that it wouldn't do them any good to continue fighting. But after a while, a loud roar came from the distance. Hearing this roar, the dozens of monster beasts abandoned the group of cultivators and retreated, soon disappearing into the jungle. On the field, there were more than a dozen monster beast corpses, and one of them belonged to a cultivator. Yang Kai stood to the side, watching this scene in a daze, and couldn't help but feel surprised. He discovered that for some reason, these people had all gathered in one place. They had actually cast aside their differences in sect and worked together as one to fight against the demonic beasts. Chapter 228. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen at the lakeside before. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were among them, as well as Pure Heart Palace, Watermoon Hall, 9-Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples from various sects had gathered here, a total of about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of their respective sects' younger generations. However, at the moment, the condition of these people was not very good. Yuan Qi's consumption was enormous, and many of them had various injuries on their bodies. Having just finished a fierce battle, most of these 30 or so people hurriedly sat down to meditate. Only one person was shuttling through the battlefield, collecting the blood beads left behind by the monster beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glanced over at Yang Kai. Following this gaze, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old staring back at him with a cold expression. This young man's figure was robust, and he stood out from the crowd. Although his clothes were damaged, they were still neat without the slightest wrinkle. There were many bloodstains on his body, which added to his lofty and cold appearance. He stood there quietly like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness, and a sharp aura that shot into the sky. After staring at each other for a moment, this young man faintly withdrew his gaze, and began talking to the person who had just been shuttling through the battlefield to collect the blood beads. Chen Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them showing a look of relief on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the current situation had developed. The younger generation of the various sects had come to this isolated world for life experience, so they had a competitive relationship with each other. If not for some special reason, even if they weren't enemies, they wouldn't have joined forces. It's a long story. Chen Shuaishu grit his teeth and gestured to Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that his brother was seriously injured and was bleeding profusely, so he reached into his sleeve and took out a bottle, pouring out a few pills and handing them over. Healing pills. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Shuaishu quickly signaled to her and whispered. Brother Yang quickly put them away. Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Although he didn't know the reason, he still quietly stuffed the bottle into his bosom and poured out the medicinal pills into Chen Shuaishu's hand. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just a few healing pills? Why was Su Xiaoyu making such a fuss? The young disciples who would come in for experience would definitely carry a few bottles with them in case of emergency. There were more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Qianquan bag. They were all prepared by his grandmaster Ling Tai-su, but he had never used them. Su Xiaoyu glanced around. She stuck out her tongue again. He had an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Chen, why are you all gathered together? Yang Kai asked softly. This was what he was most confused about. I had no choice. Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. Someone threatened you? Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's not it. Chen Shueshu shook his head repeatedly. We gathered together out of our own free will, and also out of self-preservation, because if they don't gather together, they won't be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some kind of danger here that you have no choice but to work together? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Chen Shueshu nodded. Is it a person or a monster beast? There are people, and there are also monster beasts. Chen Shueshu let out a long sigh before raising his eyes and asking, do you remember when we were at the lakeside, there was a group of people from a sect who dressed differently from our great Han cultivator? How could Yang Kai not remember? He had a deep impression of that group of people, so he nodded and said, that was a Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Chen Shueshu looked at him in amazement. Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We also paid a great price to find out that group of people were not our great Han cultivator. Grandmaster told me before. Chen Shueshu was shocked. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Senior Ling is really knowledgeable. What does that have to do with the Tianlang dynasty cultivator? They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of them. You have so many people. Why are you still afraid of them? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't help but frown. If it's just the 4 of them, why should we be afraid? The Tianlang dynasty cultivator dared to come to our great Han dynasty and act so presumptuously. They are simply seeking their own deaths. Even if we just take a few people out, we can still destroy them. Chen Shueshu was extremely indignant, but after he finished speaking he bitterly smiled. But there are more than 4 of them. I don't know what kind of strange secret art they've cultivated to actually be able to enslave monster beasts to fight for them. There are 4 of them. Each one of them has over 100 monster beasts. How are we supposed to fight them? Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. He said in amazement, when you were surrounded by the monster beast, and that group of monster beasts just now, were they all controlled by the Tianlang dynasty cultivator? That's right. Chen Shueshu nodded heavily. Over 100 great Han dynasty disciples entered this place to gain experience, but we did not expect that the Tianlang dynasty group was already prepared. At the beginning of the first 2 months, that group of thieves did not make any movements, allowing our great Han dynasty cultivator to hunt the monster beast and kill each other. But after 2 months, when they had enslaved a considerable amount of monster beast, they immediately attacked our great Han dynasty disciples. Many people were simply unprepared and were killed by those monster beasts. And those people from the Tianlang dynasty, they did not even need to make a move, and our cultivator was already dead. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. But a doubt in his heart was also solved. No wonder the 2 groups of monster beast he saw before were of different species, so it turned out that they were all enslaved. These past few months of fighting, those people from the Tianlang dynasty are getting more and more monster beast. It is simply impossible to kill them all. On the other hand, our great Han dynasty cultivator is getting fewer and fewer. Previously we had 50 people gathered together, but now more than a dozen have died. Apart from that, I estimate that the rest are no longer in this world. In other words, the only ones alive in this place were the 4 cultivator from the Tianlang dynasty, and the 30 people here. Yang Kai took a deep breath, also somewhat absent-minded. On that day, there were more than 200 to 300 people who entered, but after half a year, only a tenth of them remained. Those who died were the elites of the various great Han dynasty forces. The losses could not be described as not disastrous. As he spoke, Chen Shueshu was extremely vexed, his face flushed red. This time we really lost a lot of face. If word of this spread out, I'm afraid all the sects here will lose face. There were so many young talents of the great Han dynasty gathered in one place, but they were suppressed by the Tianlang nation, who came from afar. If this matter really spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the world, so it was no wonder he was blushing. Brother, it's not your fault. Su Xiaoyu softly comforted. It's not that we weren't strong enough, it's that group of people were too treacherous, their preparations were too thorough. Huh. Chen Shueshu's enthusiasm waned as he sighed dejectedly. Now I just hope this damned place closes quickly so we can get out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking. Now that so many of you have gathered together, who is giving orders? Everyone here was an elite. In their respective great forces they could call for wind and call for rain. Such people were all unruly, arrogant, and self-important, without a leader capable of suppressing them. They were definitely nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Chen Shueshu nodded to the side and said, That's 9-star sword sex Wu Qingyi, a Yuanqi boundary 7th stage master. Among the people here he is the strongest, so for the time being, everyone will listen to him. Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced over, and found that it was the young man who had been staring at him before. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. It turned out he was one of the 9-star sword sex elites. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 9-star sword sect, whose disciples mainly cultivated sword skills, was also a famous sect, one that enjoyed a high reputation throughout the Great Han Dynasty. The 9-star sword sect was known as the #1 force below the central capital's 8 great families. It was second only to the central capital's 8 great families. From this it could be seen just how powerful the 9-star sword sect was. Wu Chengyi's strength was high, and his background was extraordinary, so for such a character to act as a temporary leader was really a good idea. Besides him, among this group of cultivators, there was probably no one else who could convince the masses. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, This person's temperament and demeanor are quite suitable for a leader. It seems that the 9-star sword sect has spent quite a bit of effort on him. Su Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help curling her lips and whispering, That guy is really arrogant, always thinking of us as his subordinates. Moreover, after killing the monster beast, all of the blood beads obtained must go through him. I really don't know how much he's been greedy for. Chen Shueshu glared at Su Xiaoyu. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to gather together, and would have been defeated one by those Tianlang dynasty people. He's the strongest and contributed the most, so it's only right that he gets the most benefits. What's more, 80% of the monster beast here have been enslaved by the Tianlang dynasty people, so we won't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants to take them, then take them. I just hope we can get out safely. I don't care about anything else. Su Xiaoyu was not convinced. If that's all, then it's fine. But he doesn't take the lives of others seriously. This time we were sent out to hold back a dozen monster beasts. If it weren't for Brother Yang coming to our rescue, you would have. Thinking about the danger just now, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, her eyes red. What are you crying for? Don't make Brother Yang laugh at us. Didn't we get out safely? Chen Shueshu comforted her while smiling apologetically to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. You were surrounded by monster beasts because he sent you out? Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. We took turns. This time it was my brother and sister's luck that was bad. We encountered a few more and almost lost our lives. Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai could also understand Chen Shueshu's helplessness. In this situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Qingyi, he could only endure it and leave this big team. With his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, it was likely they would die even faster. Thinking about it again, Yang Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu had been so surprised when he took out those healing pills. In the past few months, this group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although each of them had a spare supply of pills, they must have long since been used up. At this moment, there were no rare herbs around, so the healing pills he took out were extremely precious. Chapter 229. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression sank, secretly regretting his actions just now. He didn't know if that scene had fallen into the eyes of the others. If it had been seen by others, it would have been troublesome. However, for a trivial healing pill to become a rare item was something he could never have imagined. Brother Chen, can you come and talk to me? Suddenly Wu Qingyi called out. Chen Shueshu nodded and smiled at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Yang Kai nodded. After Chen Shueshu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were looking at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a long time. The great Han cultivator who had been scattered outside had most likely died. So now that they saw Yang Kai, a newcomer, they were naturally curious. Especially since Yang Kai was alone. None of them could understand how a single person could escape the pursuit of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly to him. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain with Yang Kai, and although they had never spoken to each other before, they had at least been in the same boat. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they naturally felt closer to each other. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While he was observing, 2 people suddenly stood up. The one in the lead was a woman as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a dark green dress that was tight around her body, outlining her fiery figure. She had a voluptuous bosom, perky buttocks, slender legs, and 2 jade-like arms that were exposed. Her skin was like white jade, sparkling with an attractive luster like porcelain. Her fingers were long and slender, and her 10 fingernails were painted with a bright red color, giving her a flirtatious beauty. What was impossible to ignore was the pair of bountiful breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite impressive. Of all the women Yang Kai had seen, only Lan Chudai could compare to her. She smiled sweetly, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake. Leisurely walking over, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai for a moment as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Behind her was a man who looked like an iron tower. He had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. He was abnormally strong, and his body was several times larger than anyone present. His chiseled face was cold and callous. There was a half-foot-long scar on his cheek. Blood and flesh were overturned, making it look like it was full of killing intent. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold and merciless aura. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, they both gave off a bloodthirsty feeling of decisiveness. Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. Are they coming here? I'm afraid so. Yang Kai also frowned. He realized that the beautiful woman had been staring at him, and was walking towards him. Little brother Yang, do you know them? Su Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these 2 people before. Although Ling Tai Su had told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when they were at the lake was too big, and there were many people on the other side. Ling Tai Su had not been able to point them out, so Yang Kai really didn't know where these 2 people were from. Could it be because of the healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank. He couldn't help becoming vigilant. Little brother Yang, you must not get into a dispute with them. These 2 are very strong. Su Xiaoyu anxiously exhorted, a trace of worry flashing across her face. I'll try my best. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the people here, but in this situation, if he were to act rashly, he would have to become enemies with these 2 people. It was tantamount to becoming an enemy of everyone here, and he was doomed to have a bad end. However, if these people insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't back down. As the beautiful woman and the cold man approached, everyone's eyes were drawn to them, all of them wanting to know what this seemingly lascivious woman wanted to do. A moment later, the woman arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him with a smile. Without saying a word, the man behind her looked even colder, his pair of eyes shooting daggers towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to stare directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. Is there something you 2 want? The woman didn't answer, instead looking at him very seriously. Immediately, she slowly leaned down, a slight smile appearing on her face as she moved her face closer to Yang Kai, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent from this woman, but her current actions were really a bit confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, a few strands of hair falling behind her ears brushing past Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a fragrant musk, causing his mind to wander. At her high neckline, a pair of breathtaking snow-white peaks and deep cleavage appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, as well as 2 round and tender semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily gulped, his throat faintly burning. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, her cheeks blushing, her heart thumping wildly. This woman's actions were clearly a blatant provocation. Even the men who were sitting in meditation outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. What more a young girl like Su Xiaoyu? She was sitting right next to Yang Kai at the moment, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. The sound of gulping echoed from all directions, causing many young cultivator to feel envious. They had all fantasized about this voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, but because of the towering man behind her, they only dared to think about it, but didn't dare to be presumptuous. Usually it was fine to tease a few words, but when had anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seemed to be itching to throw herself at Yang Kai and take him as she pleased. This scene was really too hot and alluring, especially in this dangerous place where danger lurked everywhere, and after experiencing such a fierce battle, it made one's blood boil even more. "Girl, you..." Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel any murderous intent, this woman was too strange. They had never met before, so for her to act so intimately was a bit inexplicable. "Zhou." The woman smiled sweetly, stretching out a jade finger, and placing it on Yang Kai's lips, suppressing his doubts. She continued to unscrupulously sniff around, causing Yang Kai's ears to turn red. "Little brother Yang." Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Yang Kai. When the woman saw this scene, she giggled and stood up, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, a strange and puzzled look involuntarily appearing on her delicate face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "What do you think?" The woman suddenly looked back at the towering man and asked. "Murderous qi, blood qi." The man said coolly. The woman nodded slightly, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. "Little brother, please don't blame us. It's just that our senior sister felt a sense of intimacy from you. So we took the liberty to disturb you." Su Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away. She obviously didn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai also didn't believe it. The woman still smiled. "This reason is indeed not convincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, even I don't understand why. Nice to meet you. My name is Yi Qingxi. This is my junior brother Zhou Ba." "Yang Kai." It's little brother Yang." Yi Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile, her expression flirtatious as she continued. "We senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. I'm afraid little brother Yang has never heard of us." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. He suddenly understood why this woman had come to find him for no reason. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. A first-class great force. Since the two of them were the elite disciples of the Shura sect, they must have practiced some kind of secret technique of the Shura sect. The Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword, was on him at this moment, so perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. No wonder she said there was a sense of intimacy. Although this realization dawned on him, Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it. Now that this woman had a sense of intimacy with him, if she found out that the Azura sect's hallowed artifact was on him, that sense of intimacy would immediately turn into killing intent. There was no doubt about this. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Endless Sea Islands?" Yi Qingxi nodded. At the southernmost tip of the Great Han Dynasty, on the Endless Sea, there are many sects. Little brother Yang lives inland, so I'm afraid you don't know much about them. Is it only your family that came? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He still had the hallowed artifact of another great force in his body. Yi Qingxi smiled. There are also people from Gemini Island, but there's only one left over there. Saying so, she pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced over, and couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, the people from the Falling Flowers spirit religion hadn't come. Otherwise he would have felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. "Where does little brother Yang come from?" Yi Qingxi asked. Obviously the doubts in her heart had not been dispelled, and she wanted to get to the bottom of this. Feeling a sense of intimacy with a stranger for no reason, especially one who was a senior sister and a junior brother, was naturally suspicious. High Heaven Pavilion. There was nothing to hide here, so Yang Kai continued. Maybe it's because the martial skills I cultivate contain a bit of slaughter intent, coupled with the fact that I've been stained with a lot of blood recently. That's why the two of you feel that way. So that's how it is. Yi Qingxi lightly pursed her lips, nodded lightly and smiled charmingly. Meeting here is fate. If little brother Yang wants to act with us, don't worry too much. Just follow elder sister. I'll protect you, hee hee. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to say that he would leave, Wu Qingyi and Chen Shueshu walked over. Enough with the small talk. Wu Qingyi's expression was cold as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed his head. I heard Brother Chen say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, showing a slight displeasure. Wu Qingyi gave off a domineering feeling, and his tone also contained a kind of overbearing arrogance that couldn't be refuted. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 230. How strong is your cultivation? Wu Qingyi continued to ask. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of disdain and impatience in Wu Qingyi's eyes. This was not surprising, after all. Of the cultivators who were still alive, which one of them had not reached the true element boundary? Yang Kai's separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation was indeed low. Azura Sex Yi Qingxi's pretty face also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously she had not expected Yang Kai's strength to be so low. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai, who had survived for more than half a year in this dangerous isolated world without dying, would at least have reached Yuan Qi. But Yang Kai saying he was only at separation and reunion 7th stage was simply shocking. Little brother Yang, are you really only at separation and reunion 7th stage? Yi Qingxi asked. Yang Kai nodded, urging his Yuan Qi. And when the fluctuations of Yuan Qi spread out, his realm was immediately clear. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised, but soon after, waves of chuckles could be heard. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoyu felt bad for Yang Kai and couldn't help but scold them. A group of blind fools. Although this little brother Yang was only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, his combat strength was much stronger than many Yuan Qi cultivators. In front of her and Chen Shueshu, Yang Kai had killed 2 5th-order monster beasts and 4 4th-order monster beasts in less than a dozen breaths of time. Although there were various reasons why he was able to accomplish such a feat, there was no doubt about his strength. No one knew Yang Kai's combat strength better than Su Xiaoyu and Chen Shueshu. Having such a master join them was their group's blessing. It was ridiculous that they did not know this, and even dared to laugh at Yang Kai. Su Xiaoyu was annoyed, but she did not say anything. She was not a stupid girl. How could she expose Yang Kai's strength? You're only at the separation and reunion 7th stage. How did you survive for so long? Yi Qingxi asked with a puzzled expression. I accidentally fell into a valley. It took me half a year to climb out. Yang Kai shrugged. As soon as he said this, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Xu Zhao's chest heaved up and down. However, he was powerless to refute. Wu Qingyi's expression was indifferent as he bluntly said, her strength is too low, she won't be of much use. Since she was brought back by Brother Chen, she should be able to act together with Brother Chen and his brother sister. At least she should be able to contain 1 to 2 4th-order monster beasts, so she's not completely useless. Saying so, Wu Qingyi hurriedly turned and left. She didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. I'm not staying. Yang Kai frowned. After coming out of seclusion this time, he only wanted to find someone to inquire about the current situation. So he was brought here by Chen Shueshu. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally had to leave. Moving together with so many people would be too obvious a target. It would be fine if they were all from the same sect. They looked after each other sincerely, but who knew if they were of the same mind? His own cultivation was the lowest in this group. So once he encountered any danger, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai put his life in the hands of others? If he acted alone, although there were dangers and variables, Yang Kai was confident that with his current strength, as long as he was careful, there would be no problems. Even if he was surrounded by the Tianlang dynasty group, using his Yang inflammation wings, he could easily escape, so why should he stick around with these people? Besides that, Yang Kai also had another layer of concern. That was Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba in front of him. If the existence of the Azura sword was discovered by them, it would definitely be troublesome. The possibility was very low, but he still had to be careful. Whether it was his own will or the current situation, Yang Kai was not allowed to be with this group of people. What did you say? Wu Chengyi's footsteps paused and turned to look at Yang Kai. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "You want to act alone?" Yang Kai nodded. "Brother Yang." Chen Shueshu's expression changed as he stepped forward and whispered, "It's too dangerous for you to act alone. If you stay with us, brother and sister, we can look after each other. It will be much safer than if you go alone." His words were spoken with sincerity. There was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy. Yi Qingxi also tried to persuade him. "Brother Yang, don't try to be brave, you should stay. Although this is only the first time we've met, Brother Yang really likes you. However, Big Sister truly feels that you are very amiable. In all these years, no one has ever given us such a feeling. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Zhouba, don't you think so?" The tower-like man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. "Many thanks for your kindness." Yang Kai chuckled, "But I'm used to being lazy. Having me work under someone else is a bit awkward. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's no need to force yourself." Wu Qingyi turned around and folded his hands behind his back. "But before you leave behind the pills you have on you." Yang Kai and Chen Shueshu's expression became cold. The scene of Yang Kai taking out a healing pill had fallen into the eyes of the others. Chen Shueshu frowned. "Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Wu Qingyi faintly replied, "What's wrong with it? He's just a separation and reunion boundary 7th stage cultivator. He will soon die under the attacks of Tian Lang. At that time, those healing pills will only fall into the enemy's hands. It's better to leave them for us to use." Su Xiaoyu sneered. "Wu Qingyi, you're just robbing us." Yi Qingxi frowned as she and Zhouba both stared at Wu Qingyi with displeasure, but neither of them said anything. Wu Qingyi sneered. "Robbing us? Look around, there are so many people who are injured. Without healing pills, their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Only by quickly healing can we protect ourselves from the attacks of Tian Lang and those bastards. I'm not taking his pills for myself, I'm taking them for all of us." Chen Shueshu angrily shouted, "Wu Qingyi, don't speak so righteously. If you really want to rob us, don't blame my brother and sister for not agreeing." Wu Qingyi glanced over at Chen Shueshu and proudly said, "So what if you don't agree? Do you want to fight with me?" The scene instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. "I also don't think it's a good idea." Yi Qingxi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Wu Qingyi. "This is already the act of a bandit. Wu Qingyi, you're an elite disciple of a great sect. You don't need to be so domineering, right?" The latter narrowed his eyes, seemingly quite afraid of Yi Qingxi, hesitating for a moment before chuckling. "Since that's the case, let's let everyone decide. Let's see if it's better to leave those pills behind, or take them away." "He should leave them behind." Someone immediately echoed. "Brother Wu is right, with his low strength, I'm afraid he'll die within a few days. Leaving those pills on him will only benefit those bastards from Tian Lang." As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another person quickly added, "Brother Chen, please don't be angry, I'll say something fair. This High Heaven Pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, then we can leave those pills with him. If someone else is seriously injured, I'm sure he won't be stingy. But since he's so stubborn and wants to act on his own, I feel that he should leave the pills behind." Everyone's opinions were enough to confuse Gold, and most people actually agreed with Wu Chengyi's approach, causing Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions to become quite ugly. Chen Shueshu sneered. "Do you really think this is the right thing to do? If your life-saving pills are taken away, what will you do? What will you do?" Many people couldn't help but frown. Although they knew this approach was immoral, everyone's healing pills had already been used up, so if they had one more bottle, they would be able to take it. Perhaps they would be able to save a few more lives at a critical moment. "Don't force what you don't want others to do to you," a cold voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a young girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly towards him. Wu Qingyi snorted. He hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Yang Kai. With no other choice, he said, "If that's the case, this Wu will give him a choice. Don't say I'm bullying others, or I'm bullying the weak." Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, he said, "Stay with us, or leave those pills behind, it's up to you." "Huh?" Yang Kai chuckled, stared at Wu Qingyi, and slowly said, "I choose the latter." Yang Kai didn't want to act with this group of people, and seeing Wu Qingyi act so arrogantly, he felt even more disgusted. How could he stay and be bullied like this? But with so many people staring at him, if he didn't leave behind those pills, those who had just tried to pressure him would definitely not agree. "This is your own choice." Wu Qingyi stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai just shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Qingyi's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "I only said I would leave those pills behind. I never said I would give them to you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai sneered, reaching into his sleeve. Taking out a bottle of healing pills, he tossed it to Chen Shueshu. Not turning his eyes away, he coldly said, "Brother Chen, I'll leave those pills with you." Chen Shueshu caught the pills. His brow furrowed in anger. He had brought Yang Kai here, but now he was being bullied by so many people. How could he remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shueshu said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, who should take these pills, brother knows." In other words, those who had just stood on Wu Qingyi's side shouldn't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again, I hope we can meet again." Saying so, he launched his movement skill and flew away like a meteor. "I'm afraid we won't see each other again." Wu Qingyi coldly snorted, taking back his hand that had stiffened for a long time, his face pale as he shouted, "If you've rested well, let's set off now. Tian Lang's group will definitely launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The 30 or so people quickly gathered, and under Wu Qingyi's command, they carefully walked through the jungle. No one noticed that a person at the very back of the group had silently disappeared. Only after the group was far away did he decide on a direction and hurriedly chase after them. That direction was the one Yang Kai had left. Although Yang Kai had left behind a bottle of pills before leaving, how could a disciple who had come here for life experience only have a single bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai had said before that he had accidentally fallen into a mountain valley and had spent more than half a year searching for a way out. Since that was the case, he must not have encountered any battles during this time. If he had not fought, he would not have been injured, and if he had not been injured, he would not have needed these healing pills. Therefore, he must still have some pills on him. This person had received Wu Qingyi's order to intercept Yang Kai and take the pills he had on him. Wu Qingyi's actions were watertight. Only sending a single person would naturally not attract any attention. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.